See Circle Calendar Year 1512. One Piece World Sky Island of Burka. The sun had begun to set, slowly casting the last rays of sunset into the forest of Burka. The entire forest appeared exceptionally beautiful under the twilight glow. People of Burka walked on the streets, bathed in flowing gold. The setting sun on the horizon cast a golden veil over everyone's face, and a gentle breeze brushed against their cheeks. What a monster! That's right, where in Burka would you find such long ears? Exactly, a useless guy, without wings, hit him with stones. Up! A group of children shouted curses while throwing bits of stone debris at a thin, weak boy with long ears in a corner. The boy wore tattered cloth clothes, and various old and new scars were clearly visible on the exposed parts of his body. The adults around also pointed at the boy with the long ears, but did not stop the children. From time to time a mocking laugh was heard. At this moment, a small boy of 11 or 12 years old slowly walked over from across the street. A head of neat short hair, a body neither fat nor thin, a pair of big eyes under thick eyebrows. His dark eyes stared in surprise at the thin figure. This is Enel. That means he hasn't eaten the rumble fruit yet. I still have a chance. But also Burka hasn't been destroyed yet. Leia felt secretly delighted. As a normal Chinese person who had crossed over from Earth to this One Piece world, he would probably be killed in one hit if someone hit him. Although I don't know exactly where Enel got the rumble fruit, if I follow him all the way, I should be able to find it. And for some reason, after I crossed over, I actually have in my mind the enhanced 8 gates of the Kai from the Naruto world. Can you believe it? Maybe it's a little cheat. At first I thought I had a system, but I've been calling out for a system all day since I crossed over yesterday, and there really isn't one. But as a handsome and charming man, he didn't dare to ask for too much. What if complaining made him lose the only little cheat he had? Who would he complain to? This was the forbidden technique that nearly kicked the final chapter of the Kai. Although this cheat is nothing compared to other transmigrators, it's clearly an enhanced technique. If I add the rumble fruit. Ha ha ha. Leia looked at Enel excitedly. Sure enough, heaven is partial to such a handsome guy like me. But in this world, although Luffy and the others are considered adventurers. But since Roger opened the great age of pirates, the evil that wasn't shown in the anime really exists in this world. Not all pirates are like Whitebeard, Shanks, and Luffy. More are those who burn, kill, and plunder, and the celestial dragons. These so-called world nobles who commit every crime. Lay aside. This world is too dangerous. How could a handsome, charming, and cute righteous character like him endure their ravages? Without powerful strength, he would only be cannon fodder to be killed by those great pirates. So he must get the rumble fruit. Leia thought to himself, after I get the rumble fruit, I'll train hard. The brats had been making a fuss for a long time, but Enel just kept silent, enduring their bullying. TCH boring. He never fights back, even when beaten, every day. Let's go play something else. They all clicked their tongues in disappointment and turned to run away. After they had gone far away, Enel stood up like a zombie, head down, without speaking, only his 2 hands clenched into fists. He walked alone toward the jungle. That was his home. The villagers of Burka treated him like a monster and did not accept him. He could only live alone in the jungle. The house was a broken wooden hut, the former residence of an old man who lived alone. Forget it, don't think too much. Just follow Enel. Shaking his head to push away the various thoughts, Leia hurriedly followed behind Enel. On the way, the adults looked at Leia with strange expressions. Whose kid is this? He actually dares to follow that monster. I don't know, but I'm afraid he'll be scared to wet his pants and run back, crying to his mom. Ha ha ha. Leia ignored them. Sure enough, Enel's destruction of Burka was not without reason. The pitiable person has his detestable aspects. He arrived in front of Enel's wooden house. Sensing someone's arrival, he raised his cold eyes and glanced at Leia. Enel frowned, then, without asking what Leia was doing, turned and walked into the wooden house. But Leia was stunned. On the top of the tree where Enel had just been sitting there hung a round fruit covered with lightning patterns. It swayed as if it was about to fall. With a gust of wind, the fruit bounced and tumbled among the branches, rolling all the way to Leia's feet. Leia's expression gradually became dazed, revealing a look as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth dropped open in shock, and the surroundings fell into silence. What? It's simply ridiculous. Leia quickly crouched down, picked up the devil fruit with both hands, turned it over left and right, up and down, looking at it again and again, still with a dazed expression. It was a round fruit with strange lightning patterns all over. Yes, it was the Logia-type rumble fruit. Looking at the exquisitely detailed lightning patterns in his hands, this was too absurd. Leia's face was full of shock. Right, I should eat it quickly. But I heard that devil fruits taste like shit, I wonder if it's true. Then Leia gritted his teeth and ate the devil fruit in one bite. Instantly, an indescribable taste rushed into his mind of bitterness, with a sour and rotten smell hitting his brain. It completely shut him down. After a long while, Leia suddenly caught his breath, his face full of nausea, but he didn't care about anything else. Because information about the rumble fruit naturally appeared in his mind. Suddenly a flash of lightning flickered in Leia's left hand, glaringly bright in the twilight forest. Leia raised his hands, and the lightning crackled and jumped in his hands. This is the rumble fruit. At that moment he felt the loss of some physical strength. Following that, the thunder and lightning in his hands flashed with dazzling light. He let out a delighted laugh. At that moment inside the wooden house, Enel's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly. These bastards have come all the way to my doorstep to mock me, haven't they, eh? Do they enjoy humiliating me so much? Don't let me find a chance. A faint childish murderous intent appeared on Enel's face. But suddenly he felt a pang in his heart, as if he had lost something important to him. However, Enel quickly forgot the strange feeling in his heart. After all, nothing could be worse than his current situation, right? Although that feeling was very uncomfortable. Leia stopped his silly self-amusement. He felt the power in his body. Now that I have the rumble fruit, the strongest Logia, I'll definitely stand at the top of this world, even in this chaotic world. Leia's heart was full of expectations for his future. 1 week later. 123. 5960. 105. This was Leia enduring rigorous physical training in a barren clearing on the outskirts of Baika. Sweat poured down his body like rain as he performed push-ups. Not long after, a severe fatigue and exhaustion immediately surged through his entire frame. A throbbing, aching pain gradually began at his wrists. However, Leia simply gritted his teeth without stopping, instead striving to endure. Because he understood that natural types were not invincible, many attacks could reach them. Like sea stone and hockey, for instance. Furthermore, without a powerful physique, one could not wield even the most formidable strength. In this desolate place, as twilight approached, Leia persisted in his solitary cultivation. He feared no loneliness. Even with the rumble fruit in his possession, without proper development, he would merely remain an above-average thug. Thus, for the goal in his heart, he had to exert his utmost effort. Gradually, Leia began to pant heavily, his clothes completely soaked through with sweat, with each drop of sweat falling to the ground. Finally, with a strained shout, Leia could no longer hold on, and collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling. Let me rest for a moment. Next up are 500 sit-ups, then I'll continue cultivating the fruit's abilities. Leia slumped on the grass to catch his breath. Gazing at the sky where only the last traces of sunset remained, a faint relaxation touched his face. Over this past week, Leia had been constantly training, progressing from barely 20 or 30 push-ups to now hundreds, even thousands. Perhaps it was due to the unique nature of this pirate world. His body was gradually transforming into something akin to Luffy's extraordinary constitution. No matter how intensely he trained, as long as he ate his fill, he would awaken the next day bursting with vitality. It could also be attributed to consuming the rumble fruit. Moreover, he trained by gradually strengthening himself through lightning stimulation, which explained his rapid progress. This was the method used by the fourth Raikage from Naruto. After nearly another hour of exercise. Alright, let me test the rumble fruit now. Zzz. Instantly, strands of sky blue current flowed from his body, producing a crackling, thunderous sound. An invisible electromagnetic field radiated outward, causing the surrounding grass to stir without any wind. The vegetation beneath his feet turned charred black, instantly, wisps of white smoke rising. He felt the surging power of thunder coursing through his body. Zzz. With a mere thought, electric current instantly flashed from his hand. Crackling and snapping, the current shot forward toward a towering tree roughly 2 meters in diameter. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and in the next instant, boom! The terrifying current struck the center of the tree. Along a straight line, the surrounding weeds and flowers instantly turned to ash. The sturdy tree failed to withstand the lightning for even a second, shattering into pieces with flames erupting. Holy crap! As expected of the rumble fruit, a natural type, its power is immense. Honestly, even Leia himself was startled. Then what about intangibility? Instantly, threads of electric current coursed across his entire right arm, which slowly dispersed into pure lightning energy. Intangibility isn't bad. I can sense the ability to transmogrify my entire body. So this is why natural types were called invincible in their early stages. It was truly too powerful. He could achieve intangibility directly, almost like a passive skill. However, it remained under his control, allowing him to touch solid objects at will. He could apparently manipulate the electromagnetic field to fly, though at his current strength, he could only hover for a few seconds at most. Leia pondered slowly, his right arm transformed into lightning as he gripped a stone. The lightning arc arm erupted with intense current again, and the stone in his hand instantly shattered into fragments that flew outward. But after becoming intangible, recondensing back into an arm requires consuming physical strength. After all, the aggregation itself was part of using the ability. Moreover, the fruit's power relates not only to how much I've developed it, but also to my physical constitution. So far, the highest voltage I can emit is 5 million volts. However, with the 8 gates technique and lightning body tempering, my strength will increase rapidly. Just thinking about the enhanced 8 gates he'd been cultivating over these past few days. Once unlocked, it would remain active permanently. Leia felt grateful it existed. Otherwise, with his Earth-human physique. Oh well, better not dwell on it. Although lacking a system was somewhat regrettable, this arrangement was pretty great. Hey system, if you exist at all, can you just make a sound? Leia grumbled. For others, a system was standard equipment when transmigrating, but he truly had none. Over the past few days, he tried every possible method to awaken a system. Still no response at all. Does this mean I'd be considered a superhero back in my old world now? Forget it. I'd better keep working hard to improve myself. No matter what happens, only true strength within oneself matters. In the world of One Piece, monsters were countless. Powers that would kill an ordinary person from Earth were nothing more than child's play here. I'm starving. Time to go back and rest. Even though he was a stranger since obtaining the Rumble fruit on his second day here, he'd shown just a glimpse of power to the Bika people and been regarded as a deity. Leia was temporarily staying at the home of a Bika village chief, so food was certainly not a concern for him. Upon arriving at the village chief's house, various meats and fruits were already arranged on the table. The village chief offered Leia a cautious bow before pushing open the door and leaving. The moment he sat down, he quickly stuffed a pile of food into his mouth. After finishing, the satisfying fullness made Leia lie back comfortably in his chair, not wanting to move. However, he sighed and began considering his future plans. I've obtained the Rumble fruit and inexplicably received an enhanced version of the 8 gates. What should I do next? Leia stroked his chin deep in thought. He didn't want to stay on Skypiea forever. Since arriving in this world, he'd formed his own ideas and planned to put them into action. Joining the Marines was a good option. Then I'll head to Blue Walk first, but how should I leave Skypiea? Leia was somewhat troubled by this. Skypiea was merely a tiny part of the One Piece world. Only the vast expanse of Blue Walk was where he truly belonged. After all, this was the great age of piracy just beginning under GOLD. Roger. Yet Skypiea sat at least 10,000 meters above sea level. Though as a natural type, he wouldn't die from the fall. But he couldn't guarantee landing precisely on solid ground. If he fell into the sea, he'd certainly drown. Never mind, I'll figure it out tomorrow. I'll ask those Bika people and get some rest first. Leia stretched, lazily turned, and left the living room. Making his way to the room the village chief had prepared for him, he noticed the family's lights were already extinguished. They were all asleep. As for Enel, Leia used his divine status to summon a bolt of lightning from the heavens before all the Bika people, splitting the cloud island beneath his feet. This served as a warning to the Bika people. If they could not treat Enel equally, divine thunder would descend to judge them. The next day, this is the Sky Island where Leia descended. Welcome to. Cough cough. Having gorged himself at the Bika people's home, that morning Leia set out early to find the entrance connecting the Sky Island and the Blue Sea. He reined in his foolish antics, his gaze curiously sweeping the surroundings. After all, for most people in this world, the Sky Island was a sight never before seen. Much less for someone from Earth. When a fantastical place like the Sky Island transformed from fiction into reality before Leia's eyes, it was naturally astonishing. He felt like a rural child experiencing the city for the first time. This dreamlike scenery left him lingering, unable to bring himself to leave. It's truly beautiful, like a celestial realm. The Sky Island floated 10,000 meters above the Blue Sea, yet its climate remained temperate rather than biting, with only the thinness of air being noticeably different. Leia pondered whether the indigenous people might have originated from the moon, for the Shanya were swept up alongside Jaya Island by the rising sea current. But there are also all manner of magical shells here, true specialties of the Sky Island. Perhaps I should go ask them for one to play with first. Leia gazed in wonder at the distance. I could never grow tired of these clouds, no matter how many times I behold them. Such beautiful clouds. What a stunning place. I wonder what wonders await at Fishman Island, especially since the mermaid ladies are simply irresistible. Leia smiled foolishly at the sea of clouds, falling silent for a moment. Then, his lips curled into a wide grin, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! Ha! This world is exactly what I've always longed for. Ha ha! Don't be fooled by this fool. His Chinibu spirit has reached terminal stages. Back on Earth, having never attended university, Leia had worked countless jobs. After years of grinding through life's hardships, he still scraped together only a few thousand yuan a month. So he kept all his ambitions locked inside, too afraid to voice them. Because he knew, no matter what in this world, you ultimately rely on yourself. That passionate heart had long since grown numb from the monotony of ordinary life. But after transmigrating to this real One Piece world, he had obtained a natural type devil fruit that countless people could never dream of in their lifetime. And that true 8 gates, a technique appearing in his mind for reasons unknown. His dormant heart began to blaze with fire, whether orchestrated by gods or mocked by demons. I will strive to live, for this vast ocean is too thrilling to face without me. Actually, nothing would change without you. Leia felt the blood that had surged within him for years well up in an instant, the energy of thunder crackling through every part of his body. Zzz. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, countless streaks of blue electricity spiraled around him, dancing wildly through the air. The surrounding white clouds scattered before the raging thunderous power. From afar it seemed as though his entire body had become a sphere of lightning endlessly radiating electric bolts. There you go, Pikachu. But the food in this world is terrifying. Every morsel contains immense energy, and the human body absorbs it with shocking ease. Leia's mind raced with thoughts. No wonder this world breeds so many terrifying monsters. That explained why his physical training had progressed so rapidly after consuming the thunder energy. And so as Leia walked toward the exit while admiring the breathtaking scenery along the way, something unexpected soon happened. He had been happily strolling along when suddenly, trip, with a splash he vanished from sight. Regarding this incident, all Leia could say was, "I know I'm not as handsome as my readers, but this isn't fair, is it? At this moment, allow me to express my feelings." Fuck. His fall had been exactly like someone walking along and suddenly dropping into a manhole whose cover had been pried off by a thief. Accompanying that curse was his final defiance. Through the gurgling water, Leia plummeted headfirst, limbs splayed in an elegant descent like a skydiver. Of course, his falling posture wasn't graceful at all. He looked more like a goofball. Leia opened his eyes mid-descent, gazing downward. The azure ocean stretched endlessly below, vast and unbroken. Half-conscious Leia squinted and spotted what might be a ship on the horizon. Please let it be a ship. So it's true. I'm your favorite child after all. Heaven hasn't sealed off my path. But why couldn't I have fallen gracefully? What the hell? You damn heavens. In truth, the rumble fruit was remarkably powerful. It could generate magnetism and heat from lightning and ultimately command electromagnetic forces. Did you know that electricity generates heat? Ordinary lightning can reach temperatures of 15000 to 200 degrees. And that's without even considering what the rumble fruit could achieve if fully unleashed. How hot could magma truly get? And then there were plasma cannons and the like. Bogart, the Senbei are almost gone. Admiral Garp, please hold on a little longer. We're not far from headquarters. The man's voice carried obvious exasperation, yet beneath it lingered a note of deep respect. A strange combination. A naval warship of incomprehensible size slowly cut through the sea horizon. At its prow stood a colossal dog's head, jaw clamped around a massive bone. This vessel had been custom-built for Garp by Fleet Admiral Sengoku at the Marine headquarters, despite the comedic dog figurehead undermining its gravitas. This ship belonged to Garp, the Marine hero who had once fought alongside Roger to defeat the ruler of the New World, Roxy Blackbeard. His reputation reached its zenith when the pirate king, Roger himself, surrendered to him voluntarily. No one dared diminish this naval veteran merely because he hadn't personally captured Roger. Those who dared underestimate him were punched straight to heaven to meet their god. He was a legendary figure in the Marines, bearer of the title hero. At this moment on the foremost deck of the warship, an imposing elderly man sat there eating senbei dressed in a naval vice admiral's uniform. Judging solely by his face, he had already reached his twilight years. But one had to overlook his remarkably sturdy muscles, which made him appear broad-shouldered and formidable even while seated, radiating immense authority. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Delicious. If you ignored those crisp chewing sounds, it might still be rather interesting. Paw. Slapping away the empty Senbei plastic bag, he loudly declared after making that noise, "That's comfortable. But the weather is a bit humid." The weather on the Grand Line has always changed as unpredictably as Aki's mood. Thinking of Aki's, he wondered how she was doing after he had been gone for so long. Doflamingo had also joined the 7 warlords, no doubt irritating her greatly. Never mind though, speaking of which, he himself still had a pile of domestic troubles unresolved. Both his grandsons were determined to become pirates, and even his own son, after joining the Navy, eventually defected. What a damn situation. But it would be better to rest well for now. Who cares? Even Roger couldn't disturb my sleep. As a pitiful old man, I still need to maintain my health. And the Navy's pay was quite appealing. Why were those 2 brats so stubborn? Hoo-hoo. What's that? Bogart casually looked up, having been helping Garp hold the umbrella. In that casual glance, he suddenly noticed a dark spot in the sky. Is a person. Bogart stared bewildered at the dark silhouette overhead. No sooner had he spoken than within seconds the shadow plummeted toward the center of the warship's deck at incredible speed. Then, a deafening explosion, accompanied by a slight tremor. Bogart swallowed hard. He then glanced at the massive hole in the center of the deck, then turned to see Garp wearing an expression of, "I knew this all along," his eye twitching uncontrollably. "Bogart, don't worry about the ship. You know how tough it is, right? It definitely won't leak." Garp laughed heartily and scratched his head. "If the ship gets damaged, I can get compensation from Sengoku. That gives me an excuse to get more money to buy donuts. Am I worried about the ship? I'm worried about the person. Idiot." Cough. But of course Bogart would never say that to Garp. Cough, cough, cough. And Navy. Is this ship a Navy vessel? Ray, who had just fallen from above and crashed through the deck, was now lying in the wreckage below, his lips moving slightly like a dying fish. He didn't die from that fall. He must be a devil fruit user. Above, Garp and Bogart exchanged glances for a few seconds before Bogart relented. They prepared to descend into the crater to investigate and see who this person was. The ship's overall structure did not concern Garp since this colossal vessel had been meticulously constructed by the Navy in collaboration with multiple top shipwrights. It was specifically designed for combat against powerful pirates in the New World possessing durability beyond ordinary imagination. Bogart curiously gazed toward the shattered opening. What are those? Lightning. Could it be the Gura no Mi? At this thought, Garp instantly became highly interested. After all, the rumble fruit had disappeared for hundreds of years, and both the world government and Navy had been searching for it. He never expected to encounter it today. Above the shattered opening of the warship, massive amounts of lightning began to float and slowly converge. Under everyone's watchful eyes, within seconds, it gradually transformed into a 12-year-old boy with a robust physique. A head of jet black short hair tousled like a chicken nest from the fierce wind framed two large black eyes that gazed at them without focus. It truly is rumble lightning. Although some individuals possessed lightning abilities, that was different. Only users of the natural rumble fruit could elementalize. Comfortable. I have to say the food here is truly delicious. No wonder Luffy and his crew loved eating so much in the original story. The sun shone brightly on the warship's deck, where Ray lay comfortably facing the warm sea breeze, letting out a satisfied burp. If I could eat these delicacies every day, I'd be more than willing. After all, having fallen from over 10,000 meters high, he had been forced to maintain his elemental form the entire time. Upon seeing this warship, he had used magnetism to steer himself toward it. For this, Ray had expended tremendous physical energy and was long famished. Now, having consumed a substantial amount of food aboard Garp's ship, he was finally recovering. Thump, thump, thump. This kid has no records whatsoever. He must be one of the legendary Sky Island residents. No way. I must recruit this kid into the Navy. Even if he's Roger's son, he's coming with me. Bogart claimed he was still a child and couldn't understand what Vice Admiral Garp was saying. Quietly rendered a salute, then stood rigidly beside Garp. It seems my deduction was correct. Only those who possess the iron fist of love truly have good fortune. Look, knowing his two grandsons don't want to join the Navy, he sends me another brat. Garp spoke with some excitement. This time Garp had finally found a promising recruit. Let's see what Sengoku would say now about him not doing proper work. I refused to believe it. Could this kid also defect from the Navy like Dragon? Meanwhile, Ray lay on the deck basking in the sun, so comfortable that he had fallen asleep. Thump, thump, thump. But as Garp's approaching footsteps drew near, Ray touched his nose, sensing something amiss. He rolled over and continued sleeping. TSK, such a complete lack of vigilance. If I were a human trafficker, you'd be sold in no time. Blocked from the sunlight, Ray opened his eyes and was instantly terrified, executing a perfect carp flip. Rolling over swiftly, his face contorted with panic. Holy crap, old man, are you from Brokeback Mountain? Garp furrowed his brows. Never mind. For the sake of the Navy, he would overlook this kid's remark this time. Want to maintain world peace. Joining the Navy offers numerous benefits. You should know the Navy protects civilians, and you can grow stronger quickly. Moreover, your Devil Fruit Awakening can find a development path within our Navy. Centuries ago, we also have records of rumble fruit users. And Ray looked somewhat bewildered. Wait, is the pay good? Pay, as high as mine. Ray ultimately agreed to join the Marines after all. This had been his long-planned goal all along. Not only could he systematically learn the 6 techniques of the Marines' 6 styles and hockey there. It was certainly not because Garp's iron fist, which bore a heart motif, had been less than a centimeter from his tiny head at that moment. He was absolutely not afraid. Absolutely not. It was merely out of respect for Garp, who had rescued him when he fell aboard the ship. Beep beep, checking in at Marineford, the Marine headquarters. This was a colossal military fortress. On its towering outer walls, 2 powerful and grand characters for justice were carved, appearing utterly majestic. Beyond the gate lay the harbor bay, lined on both sides with numerous warships. A flock of white seagulls flew in formation from the azure sky, landing either on the harbor ground or on flagpoles. With each passing sea breeze, waves gently caressed the majestic port, then reluctantly retreated. Under the sunlight's glow, the retreating waves traced silver edges across the sea surface, as if adorning the vast ocean with a shimmering silver frame. A warship bearing the iconic oversized dog head slowly entered the harbor. It's Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp has returned. The warship docked steadily amid cheers from the surrounding Marines. Garp strode down confidently, with Ray and the others following in his wake. Bogart, take your men to rest and have someone inspect the ship's condition. I'm taking this kid with me. Without waiting for Bogart's response, Garp marched off toward the very top of Marineford, Ray in tow. There stood the Marine Command Center, home to the Fleet Admiral's office. As Garp and Ray crossed the threshold, all eyes within turned toward them. Oh, you must be that lightning boy Garp mentioned. From the sofa on the left side of the office, a tall man in a deep blue shirt regarded him with curiosity. This must be Kazan, remarkably similar to his anime depiction. Ray glanced into the room and spotted a burly old man seated on the right, appearing quite stern. Clad in a purple suit with matching purple hair, his muscles taut like roots beneath his skin, it was Zephyr the Black Arm. And then there was the figure in the center whose frog-shaped glasses and the seagull preening feathers atop his head gave him a comical appearance. Beside him stood the legendary goat said to never betray secrets. This was none other than Sengoku, the current fleet admiral of the Marines and supreme commander known as the strategist general. At that moment, Sengoku wore an expression that clearly said Garp had finally accomplished something worthwhile. Garp, well done this time. Is this Ray? Though Garp was never vague about important matters, whenever it came to that particular place, he would always evade the topic. This time had indeed thrown a pleasant surprise his way. After all, the current 3 admirals all possessed powerful natural-type devil fruits, and once unleashed, each one resembled a force of nature itself. While no devil fruit is truly worthless, only its user can be, and having an inherently powerful one is certainly advantageous. This single legendary natural type, regarded as the strongest of its kind, meant that regardless of any flaws this boy might develop, it wouldn't be a major concern. After all, who in the Marines is without flaws? The natural type user recently in training was hardly an exception. Beyond Tsuru, the current high-ranking officers were all marked by their shortcomings, yet they still managed to suppress the pirates effectively. Since Roger's infamous words set people streaming toward the seas in relentless waves, even the world government established the warlord system precisely because they desperately needed top-tier combat power. Thus, they could never afford to let Ray, the lightning fruit user, slip away. So then, Ray, what is your justice for joining the Marines? Sengoku gazed at him with utmost seriousness. Ray frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. I'm not certain if my understanding qualifies as justice, but I too wish to transform this world that has been corrupted by those tainted individuals. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, suppressing a faint sense of unease as he replied, in that case, Ray, welcome to the Marines. From here on, Ray is entrusted to you, Zephyr. Take him to your facilities. Zephyr rose to his feet and fixed Ray with a stern gaze. Come with me, lightning boy. But remember, while your devil fruit ability is formidable, true strength comes from conditioning your body as well. With that, Ray followed Zephyr out of the office. Training camp. Along the path to the drill ground, the newly recruited Marines, practicing with intense focus, couldn't help but turn their heads. That's Admiral Zephyr. Who's that kid beside Admiral Zephyr? Not sure, probably a new recruit. As the constant murmurs echoed through the crowd, a lieutenant colonel instructor's face darkened with frustration. Silence. Form up. The recruits, who had been in complete disarray just moments before, immediately snapped to attention, out-of-conditioned response. They formed a precise square formation, chests out and chins high, and fell instantly silent. Zephyr led Ray past them step by step, observing the vigorous energy of these young Marine recruits. Though most were sons of Marine officers and had been training since childhood, yet compared to previous years, they still fell short, of fact that weighed heavily on Zephyr's heart. Ray followed Zephyr as they surveyed the military base, and after passing the new recruits, they quickly arrived at a towering structure within the barracks. Zephyr paused and returned a salute to the soldier on duty at the entrance before guiding Ray inside. Go directly to the testing area and perform as you normally would during training on the ship. Just perform at your usual level. This is to assess where your current abilities stand. Given his interest in his own capabilities, Ray was eager to understand the full extent of his power. MHM. Hardly had Ray departed when a cascade of golden light particles materialized beside Zephyr, in an instant coalescing into the figure of a middle-aged man. The sentinel promptly rendered a salute. Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, what brings you here? The newcomer was indeed the sitting Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi. His dark, curly hair and well-groomed goatee complemented the yellow-tinted sunglasses perched on his nose. Rather than answering immediately, Borsellino simply produced a nail clipper and began trimming his nails before responding with his characteristic laid-back tone, I'm off duty today, Zephyr-sensei. With a casual flick of his fingers, he muttered under his breath, lightning, you say? My, how frightening. Having nothing else to occupy his day off, he decided to stop by and observe. After entering, Rhea was greeted by a vast open ground. But why was there nothing here? It felt like he had come to the wrong place, yet Zifa had personally brought him here. Surely he wouldn't play tricks on him. Hey, is anyone here? Just then a young man in a naval uniform stood to Rhea's side, though something seemed amiss with his posture. Are you blind? I'm right in front of you, damn it. Watching Rhea look around foolishly. Are you the new recruit here for the test? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Sato, your instructor here. Please take good care of me. The Navy officer approached Rhea and spoke calmly. An instructor at the recruit camp. Could the test be actual combat? Inside the marshal's office, Garp lounged lazily on the sofa with his legs propped up on the coffee table, tilting his head back as he greedily ate donuts he had snatched from Sengoku. Garp, what do you think of this, Rhea? Ha. Sengoku, rest assured this kid isn't that simple. Garp said with full confidence. Seeing Garp's unreliable demeanor, Sengoku was left speechless. I'm talking about his character. Character? He's pretty good. Find continuing this conversation with this old bastard might just give the naval commander a heart attack. Actually, how could Garp not understand Sengoku's meaning? But who cared? The donuts were simply too delicious. Seizing the moment when Sengoku wasn't paying attention, he grabbed another handful from the cabinet. You bastard. Stealing my donuts again. Give them back. Sengoku finally snapped, roaring loudly and trembling with fury. This old man, despite receiving a substantial salary every month, kept coming to steal his donuts. It seems he would have to have the salary next month. Consider it payment for the debt. Inside the testing arena, Rhea faced the man before him, his entire body tensing as dangerous energy radiated toward him. It was natural for him to sense danger. How could a lieutenant colonel like Sato not be formidable? Especially since he was a lieutenant colonel at naval headquarters, which was at least 3 ranks higher than a branch lieutenant colonel. Then let me begin. Flash step. Immediately after speaking, Sato's figure vanished and instantly appeared before Rhea. In the next moment, a fist wreathed in black armament hockey slammed into him. Thud. His entire body flew backward and crashed against the wall of the testing arena. He then slid down the wall as dust rose around him. Cough, cough, cough. Excessive. Using hockey already. Hockey. You think having a natural type makes you invincible? Reyes stood up, his body crackling with electricity, coughing and wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Though beaten, he was not angry. Cough. Sorry, I was careless. I'll be serious. When you're ready, let's continue. After speaking, Sato's figure instantly flashed forward again, the next attack imminent. Then, instant transmission. A second before the fist struck Rhea, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and reappeared in the distance. Sato observed Rhea, whose power was manifesting as condensed lightning in the distance, and exclaimed in surprise, "So this is a rumble fruit user. Far stronger than that white smoke, and at minimum considerably faster. Much faster than me." He didn't voice these words aloud. He knew the tester was a natural type today, which is why he had deployed armament hockey from the start. Ziziziki. Ziziziki. What? A sphere crackling with lightning shot toward him from Rhea's direction. Sato's observation hockey activated instantly, and he vanished from his position in a flash. Once he regained his footing, Sato assessed Rhea. I've heard you consumed this fruit less than a month ago, yet you can already unleash attacks of this magnitude. However, that's still insufficient. Come, let's continue. Next, thunderous roars of lightning echoed throughout the testing arena as dense electric currents crawled along the walls, spreading outward. Passing recruits curiously reached out to touch it, only to receive a sharp jolt. Lightning fell like a maiden's tears, countless and relentless. A ray of dawn light pierced through from the horizon. At the recruit camp training ground, training began immediately after yesterday's assessment ended. Although the other recruits showed apprehension in his presence, Rhea remained unfazed, driven solely by his desire to grow stronger. First, everyone was to run 400 laps around the track without stopping, unless they truly couldn't continue. But beyond the 200-lap mark, only Rhea remained at the front, maintaining a steady pace, though even he showed signs of strain. After completing their laps and resting, everyone dispersed to their own pursuits, for each had different focuses. Some continued running to build their physique, while others practiced kenjutsu. Even devil fruit users focused on developing their own abilities. Though their training directions differed, they all shared the same goal: becoming stronger. Let's begin. On the training ground, darkness fell. Torrential rain poured down, but the instructors did not call for dismissal. The recruits gritted their teeth and persevered. Rhea was running with added weight around the track. Must not give up easily. He had only one sensation. His legs felt as if they had disappeared, completely numb. He knew that even though his body had already begun transforming into that of a human from the One Piece world due to this world's food, he was still not a native of this world, so he certainly couldn't compare to them. He could only grow stronger through his own efforts. However, he now possessed not only the rumble fruit, but also a cheat ability to permanently open the 8 gates. Rhea believed he could grow strong soon. As time slowly passed, Rhea's footsteps grew increasingly sluggish, his entire body trembling from prolonged exertion. The next moment, ugh! His vision suddenly went black, and his body momentarily, without command, collapsed onto the rain-soaked ground with a thud. Such willpower, coupled with the rumble fruit. Zifa carried Rhea toward the infirmary, his eyes revealing admiration and approval. Keep pushing forward, boy. With your talent, I firmly believe you'll soon become one of the Navy's top combatants. Then, as your instructor, I will teach you with everything I have learned in my lifetime. In the pouring rain, a gentle voice spoke. A month later, a gentle breeze blew softly. Leia stood in a corner of the training camp. I've already opened the first 2 gates for quite some time. It's time to attempt breaking through to the 3rd gate. His physical strength had been skyrocketing like someone on performance-enhancing drugs during this period. The 8 gates are distributed across the human body. Then let's begin. Leia felt the timing was right and decided to attempt opening the 3rd gate, the door of life. There were no side effects. Once opened, it would remain open permanently. The first 2 gates had made his mind sharper and his control over his own strength far more precise. The second greatly enhanced his maximum power output, unleashing all the latent physical energy within his body. But the third gate was by far the greatest breakthrough, for it significantly amplified both his strength and speed. Leia sat cross-legged, completely relaxing his body. After stretching his tendons and muscles, he began using the thunderous energy within his body to assault the third gate. The results of his cultivation over the past month had been phenomenal. During this period, Leia had been relentlessly practicing a lightning-based physical conditioning method he had personally researched, and combined with the first two gates, it had produced such tremendous changes. His progress surpassed that of others who had trained for 2 years or more. His physical strength had grown beyond measure compared to when he first arrived at the training camp. The initial surge of lightning energy failed to break through, but in an instant a continuous wave of energy cascaded forward relentlessly. Leia dared to do this only because his physical conditioning had reached a sufficient level. Had his body not been strong enough, the results would have been counterproductive. The relentless energy directly shattered the chains of the third gate. As the door of life opened, an invisible flame seemed to envelop Leia's entire body in an instant. From the gate, an unknown energy flowed into his physique. Finally, he could distinctly feel his power surge dramatically. With that, the third gate, door of life, opened. Such an extraordinary pace of growth brought a faint smile to Leia's face as he sensed the changes within. Is this what it feels like to open the door of life? Truly, incomprehensibly powerful. Though he had mentally prepared himself for a major increase in strength, he could hardly conceal his elation. On the rooftop of the recruit barracks administrative building, Zeph looked at the file on Leia in astonishment and exclaimed, "This kid is a monster. With a growth rate like this, even Akiji back in his day probably couldn't have matched it." Sato stood beside him, his eyes filled with shock. "Admiral Zeph, all the data in this report is recorded in real time, and I personally witnessed it." In less than a month, Leia's physique had rocketed forward at an astonishing pace. On the first day of training, he had collapsed from exhaustion. Yet as the days progressed, he could endure a full day of high-intensity training and emerge completely unscathed. All training curricula were specifically designed to drain the recruit's physical limits entirely. Sato had not seen only those with monstrous physiques. He had encountered Zoan-type devil fruit users, and even a mythical beast subclass, animalist, whose physical enhancement was also rapid. But Leia's case was something he had never witnessed before. Zeph waved his hand, gazing out the window into the distance, lost in thought. "Enough. Take the file down. I understand." "What a monster," Zeph murmured, momentarily lost in reverie. If Leia continued growing at this pace, not only could he become the next Marine Admiral, but he might also help remedy the Navy's troubling shortage of top-tier commanders. He might even reach the pinnacle. But I shouldn't rush. It's far too early to think about such things. Who knows what the future holds? Zeph sighed, then smiled. "Damn kid, just stuff your face. Our kitchen crew will never let you go hungry." A hearty voice rang out from the mess hall kitchen. Leia sat at the dining table, voraciously devouring a steaming bowl of fragrant meat, soup, a plate of roasted meat, and fluffy white buns. Phew. Feels amazing. Because opening the door of life had consumed enormous energy, Leia was ravenous, his stomach pressing against his spine. As soon as he entered the mess hall, he loudly demanded food. By the time the chef had delivered the 10th serving, and Leia finished it off, he was slumped in his chair, supporting his distended belly. "I'm full, so full. Uncle, your cooking is incredible." The head chef roared with laughter. "Ha ha, kid, you might beat me in a fight, but when it comes to food, I'll never admit defeat." With that, he cheerfully returned to the kitchen. Around Leia's seat, many recruits gathered, all staring at him with astonished expressions. "Incredible. He can eat that much." "No doubt about it. That's the power of a Logia-type devil fruit." "Impressive. Yeah. Should keep it down. Don't let him hear us, or he'll discipline us." After finishing his meal, Leia headed toward the speed testing chamber. Countless rubber projectiles shot at Leia from every direction, moving as fast as bullets. Inside the testing chamber, lightning flashed incessantly, leaving streaks behind. Though the rubber balls were fast, that crackling bolt of lightning was far quicker. Almost none of them touched him. After an indeterminate amount of time, the testing chamber lights turned green, signaling the test was complete. A chalkboard-like screen by the door displayed the results. Training concluded. Evasion success rate 100%. This testing chamber was specially designed for the recruit camp by the Marine Headquarters scientist Vegapunk. Until now, the only recruits who had achieved 100% evasion rate were the former 3 admirals, specifically Kizuru and Leia. Even the other 2 admirals had not achieved this. It exceeded even the data of many monsters. Since the generation of the 3 admirals among subsequent recruit batches, Leia had taken first place by an overwhelming margin. Leia felt no pride whatsoever. The Rumble fruit's speed was not far inferior to the Spark fruit's. His devil fruit abilities and physical conditioning were both top tier, not to mention the permanently opened 8 gates. If he couldn't achieve 100% evasion with such a massive advantage, he might as well find a hole and bury himself alive. Crackling sound. Thunder mode. Lightning instantly encased Leia's body, coloring everything a deep blue. Amid the crackling thunder, his eyes, now glowing a deep sapphire blue from the lightning, emitted sparks of electricity. The entire effect made him look like he had millions worth of visual enhancements, far surpassing the budget of certain domestic productions. This form was modeled after the Raikage Thunder mode from the ninja world, significantly enhancing both his physical defense and speed. The next day, breakfast time. In the cafeteria, Leia had just finished his last bite of steamed bun when Zifa walked in from the doorway. Glancing at Leia, who was still blinking his mouth, Zifa said sternly, "Have you finished? Once you're done, come with me. Starting today, you'll transfer to the elite training camp. You can no longer break through here." Oh. Although the two training camps differed by only 2 characters, the gap between them was substantial. The regular training camp was established at the edge of the plaza in front of Marineford. The elite training camp, however, was located at the core of the Navy fortress. The former merely trained naval officers, while the latter was the core training camp for the Navy forging future admirals. Following Fleet Admiral Zifa across the vast plaza, although he had already seen these places once, Leia still couldn't resist glancing around curiously. At the forefront of the plaza stood the magnificent fortress structure. Towering fortress walls rose toward the sky, and behind them stretched an endless plain where the distant sea met the horizon in a single line, evoking a profound sense of awe. So magnificent. Walking along, Leia curiously observed his surroundings. Everything here radiated an intimidating aura. Potted plants in various forms lined the corridor, their vibrant greenery enhanced by a ray of sunlight, creating a soothing atmosphere. After passing through this corridor and turning the corner, a massive gate came into view, with 2 soldiers standing at the entrance. Upon spotting Zifa, they immediately snapped to attention and saluted. "Instructor Zifa." Zifa nodded in acknowledgement and continued walking, leading Leia through the gate. The two arrived in a hall the size of a football field. Inside, the Major General whom Zofin had brought to test Leia was already training over a dozen recruits in naval uniforms. Hey, yeah, several familiar faces could be seen. A girl with smooth, sea blue, wavy long hair. This must be Ayn, whose ability was the superhuman class backward fruit. A grotesquely deformed man was likely the user of the superhuman class lush fruit. There was also a tall, slim woman with pink hair, the user of the friction fruit, named Tina, and a man with slicked back white hair and a cigar in his mouth, the so-called smoke demon smoker. He was engaged in combat. Each time his opponent struck him, the affected part of his body dissipated into white mist. Leia narrowed his eyes. The smoke fruit. However, Smoker relied too heavily on his devil fruit abilities, just as in the original story. Upon seeing Zifa approach, everyone quickly saluted and shouted, "Instructor Zifa." "All right, everyone, gather here for a moment. Let me introduce. This boy is new and will be one of you from today on." Zifa clapped his hands and said, "A newcomer. I wonder if he's any good." "Leia, that name sounds familiar." "Oh, I remember now. He's that recruit who caused a stir recently, the one who ate the rumble fruit." "Oh, another natural type anomaly." As everyone whispered among themselves, Smoker walked up to Leia and extended his hand. "Hello, newcomer. Since Instructor Zifa personally brought you in, it shows you must be quite strong. Welcome." The moment he finished speaking, everyone behind him quickly chimed in. Welcome, newcomer." Leia smiled and shook Smoker's hand. "Thank you all, but I'm actually quite strong." Smoker raised an eyebrow. All right, disperse now. Since everyone has met, get to training. Have you completed today's tasks?" Zifa said sternly. "Yes, Instructor Zifa." Everyone hurriedly dispersed, for Zifa had always been respected and revered in their hearts. Zifa turned to Leia. "Your physical conditioning has improved enough. Now you can try learning the 6 styles of the Navy. Which one would you like to learn?" The 6 styles were a martial arts system created by the Navy over 100 years through the refinement of numerous powerful fighters, designed to transcend the limits of human physical capability. Although they required strict training to master, there were some who could grasp the essence after just one observation, such as Luffy. They were the foundation of the Navy's power in maintaining world peace, making the Navy's core forces generally stronger than most. The 6 styles include Shave, utilizing explosive power to achieve extremely high speed within an instant 0.36 seconds. Iron Skin, by accelerating blood circulation and intensifying muscle movement, the body achieves the hardness of iron, rendering the user immovable. Finger Paint, reshaping one's body like clay to evade enemy attacks. Moon Step, an extension of Shave using powerful foot strikes against the air to generate suspension force, allowing one to walk on air. Storm Leg, delivering high-speed powerful kicks that generate vacuum blades to slash at opponents. Finger Pistol, concentrating the entire body's strength into the 10 fingers, giving the fingertips the piercing force of bullets. Furthermore, upon reaching the ultimate techniques of the 6 styles, one would also learn Return to Life Release. The user gains the ability to freely control their body hair and internal organs. Once consciousness is poured into any part, it can be directed with absolute freedom. Therefore Leia was determined to master all of these techniques. But the question was, rubbing his temples, Leia complained with a headache, which one should I learn first? It's so hard to choose. Then I'll choose Iron Skin. Iron Skin would make it easier to cultivate armament hockey. As for observation hockey, well, the Rumble fruit could use electromagnetic waves. Its effects were very similar to observation hockey. Through it, Leia could quickly comprehend observation hockey and merge the two into Conqueror's hockey, a power even greater than observation hockey itself. Zephyr nodded, then began training alongside them. Sato, you take Leia over there to familiarize yourself with the environment. What are you staring at? Get back to training, or do you want punishment? Zephyr shouted at Smoker and the others who were watching the show. Understood. Yes, sir. Zephyr then walked out with an expressionless face. I'm getting old, aren't I? Watching these recruits, each more energetic than the last, Zephyr felt a wave of nostalgia. But he quickly composed himself, took a puff of his cigar, and smiled, then went to prepare the training manual for Iron Skin for Leia. 1 year later, inside the Marshal's office at the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp. Have you made your decision, Rhea? Sengoku asked Rhea, who stood before him with a solemn expression once again. Rhea returned a crisp military salute. Yes, Marshal. My strength has reached the point where I am ready to graduate. Remaining in this training camp will yield no significant improvement. Only through actual combat can I further strengthen my power. The pace of Rhea's growth was something Zephyr had anticipated long ago. Throughout the entire elite training camp, he was universally acknowledged as a monster by everyone, including Smoker. Even so, Zephyr had not expected that in merely a single year Rhea's combat prowess would surge so dramatically. Though still somewhat lacking compared to himself, Rhea had already surpassed most of the rear admirals at headquarters. The rear admirals of the Navy headquarters were no match for those in the Four Seas. They had spent years battling the most vicious pirates along the Grand Line, and not a single one of them was weak. Sengoku, this boy Rhea is ready to graduate. Zephyr looked at Sengoku gravely and spoke slowly. Sengoku still found it hard to believe. Even Akainu and his contemporaries had taken 3 years to graduate. Though he knew that with the Rumble fruit, Rhea would inevitably catch up to them sooner or later, he never imagined he would grow so rapidly. Rest assured, he will still face Sato in combat. At the very least, he must achieve a draw before he can pass. Why not come watch? Zephyr added these words after noticing Sengoku's lingering doubts. The moment he heard this, before Sengoku could respond, Kizaru, who had been lounging with his legs crossed and dozing nearby, pushed up his sunglasses and spoke first. Oh, young Thunder Wielder, may I come watch? Kizaru greeted in his lecherous tone, then slowly turned to Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, I'd like to see it as well. After all, it's the Rumble fruit, the strongest devil fruit. At Kizaru's careless demeanor, Zephyr snorted contemptuously, showing him no kindness. This was because Kizaru firmly believed in the supremacy of devil fruit abilities. Zephyr's philosophy, however, centered on physical prowess. He believed that without the strongest physique, no devil fruit, however powerful, could produce a top-tier warrior. Though Zephyr was Kizaru's instructor, their beliefs were so fundamentally opposed that Zephyr had always regarded him with disdain. Though I serve as the chief instructor, I would never forbid anyone from observing a cadet's graduation examination. If you wish to come, then come. Oh ho. Is that so? How kind of you, teacher? Kizaru maintained his shameless expression. Kizaru, have some respect for your elder. An aura of armament hockey began to ripple around Zephyr. Seeing Zephyr on the verge of fury, Sengoku hastily stepped in to intervene. Enough. Kizaru, shut your mouth. Let Rhea complete his evaluation first. I have little time and a mountain of documents to review. Do not waste any more time. At the elite training camp arena, Rhea and Sato stood on opposite sides, a palpable atmosphere of tension crackling between them. After a brief moment, Zephyr's voice rang out, begin. Sato, hold nothing back. Understood. In an instant, the two charged at each other. Below, a towering figure wreathed in lightning collided relentlessly with another dark silhouette. As their forces intensified, bolts of thunder occasionally shot out around them. The fierce wind generated sent debris smashing against the walls and shattering into dust. Rhea, having opened the 5th gate within a year and benefiting from the specialized nutrition of the pirate world, had already grown to 1.8 meters tall at just 14 years old. Employing the lunar step combined with lightning speed teleportation, Rhea appeared above Sato in the blink of an eye. Lightning energy began converging ahead of him. Crack. 20 million volts, thunder beasts roar. Amidst the thunderous rumble, a colossal entity composed of blue lightning lunged towards Sato before he could even react, like a raging beast unleashing its fury. Boom. Hiss. In the next instant, Sato was hurled violently into the wall behind him. He looked utterly ravaged, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his clothes mostly charred black by the lightning. However, Rhea was far from unscathed either. One eye was already swollen shut, his upper garments torn to rags by Sato's counterattacks, and even his abdomen revealed defined abdominal muscles, at least 6-pack. Instructor Sato, I'm getting serious now. Rhea let out a ferocious roar. His lightning mode instantly bathed his entire body in blue radiance, and his figure vanished. Shave. With a swift whoosh, he darted toward Sato again. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? The two collided with savage intensity, once more the air exploding with concussive bursts and the thunderous sound of clashing fists. The shockwaves sent dust and debris flying outward in all directions. Though Sato boasted fearlessly, a hint of unease crept into his heart. He could not believe that the boy who had lasted barely a dozen rounds against him a year ago had now become his near equal. His fists still tingled with numbness, and his body was already struggling against the effects of the lightning. Reia's attacks demanded his utmost vigilance, yet Sato's counterstrikes could only inflict superficial wounds upon him. Even with less practical combat experience, Reia was being driven to the brink. In a life-and-death struggle he might. The thought flashed through his mind, and in that instant Sato's arm surged in size. Covered in dark armament, hockey waves of menace radiated from it as it swept toward Reia like a battle axe. Armament hockey, iron body, black axe. Immense force descended like a mountain. This was a derived technique combining one of the 6 powers, iron body, with armament hockey. Facing Sato's strike, mortal danger surged toward Reia in an instant. Block it. No, I cannot block it. I must evade. In the split second between lightning and flint, Reia dissolved into arcs of electricity, dodging the attack by mere millimeters. Boom. The black battle axe swept past Reia, the air shrieking, with a razor-sharp storm flecks of fire flaring in its wake. This was caused by the instantaneous compression of air under tremendous external pressure, generating intense heat that triggered an explosion, a testament to the sheer destructive power of that strike. But what a precious opening. Reia, who had reformed beneath Sato, erupted with massive electrical energy and threw a devastating punch towards Sato's exposed back. Thunderstorm fist. Bad. Sato, having just expended his energy, sensed the danger before his strength could rebuild. A fist crackling with thunder crashed heavily onto Sato's back. The sound of thunderstorm raged in Sato's ears. The terrifying blow charged with lightning numbed his entire body, leaving him paralyzed as he crumpled to the ground. Reia then landed before him. The explosive power of lightning combined with his robust physique, enhanced by opening the first 5 gates and the use of shave. Everything could be summarized in a single word: speed. Super unbelievably fast, incomparable speed. My, how terrifying, young thunder wielder. Upon the platform, Kizuru had shed his usual sleazy demeanor, his eyes half closed as he gazed toward Reia and Sato. Beside him stood Zephyr, whose expression suggested he had foreseen this outcome, and Sengoku, who was visibly stunned. Splash! Sato's head tilted to the side, and he immediately fell into a coma. Had he managed to withstand that attack, he would have been able to activate the 6th form secret art life return. Even if he would ultimately lose in the end, it wouldn't be as humiliating as now, being knocked out with a single punch. Throughout the year, Sato had fought Reia countless times. From being thoroughly overpowered to gaining the upper hand, and then falling behind, he had a profound understanding of just how astonishingly fast Reia was growing. Really, this man, oh no. This boy had become too strong too quickly. As the dust settled, Zephyr called out to Reia, "Congratulations, Reia, you've passed. Take Sato to the infirmary." "Well done. Once you've arranged for Sato, come to my office." Sakazuki looked at Reia with a broad smile. "He's so scary, Reia." After clapping his hands, Kizuru picked his nose with his pinky finger and flicked it away. Behind them were a group of rookie trainees from the elite training camp. "He's already this strong. We're both natural type users, yet the gap between us is so vast." Smoker felt somewhat defeated. For someone of the same natural type lineage, Reia was younger than him and had trained for less time. Ein exclaimed, "Reia really is a monster like the 3 admirals back in their day. He's too strong." Tina agrees. Tina said in surprise. "Admiral's office reporting. Is that you, Reia? Come in." Sakazuki sat at his desk, organizing documents. Beside him were Zephyr and Fleet Admiral Crow, known as the Grand Strategist. Though advanced in years, she showed no signs of frailty. Her hair was gray and white with small ponytails on each side, while the rest was pulled back, leaving her forehead exposed. She wore a pale blue shirt paired with a purple patterned tie featuring white designs, and held great prestige among female Marines. The reason the other 3 admirals were absent was due to numerous official duties. As for Kizaru's frequent visits here, it was naturally because he was fast. After entering, Reia couldn't help but glance at the elderly woman. Crow's wise eyes gazed kindly back at Reia. "Then, Reia, I hereby officially appoint you as a Marine captain." After finishing his tasks, Sakazuki handed Reia 2 sets of specially made Marine officer uniforms and a long coat cape. Graduates from the elite training camp typically receive the rank of colonel. However, since Reia had graduated early without any significant achievements, they compromised on this decision. Reia accepted them, saying, "Yes, thank you, Admiral Sakazuki. Reia, work hard. I believe you will one day become the pillar of the Marine." Crow spoke gently. "I will not let you down." Reia greatly admired Crow, a figure who could inspire fear even in Doflamingo. Zephyr watched Rhea approvingly from the side, for he had cultivated another future powerhouse for the Marines, his heart filled with excitement. Zephyr waved his hand sternly and said, "All right, you've successfully completed your training. Everything I could teach you has been passed on. From now on it depends on yourself, understood?" "Understood. Good. I have some matters to attend to first. You should still have things to arrange. You are now an official Marine." After saying this, Zephyr gave Rhea's shoulder a firm pat and walked out. Once Zephyr had gone far enough away, sighed Rhea, "Although Zephyr is known as the unkilled admiral, his suffering is more than any of us from our generation." Sakazuki looked at Zephyr's retreating figure with sorrowful eyes. "Zephyr, he's truly grown old now, afraid of this and that. He dedicated his entire life to the Marines, yet his family." Crow also spoke in a heavy tone to Rhea. "Rhea, it seems Zephyr has placed all his hopes upon your shoulders." The word tragedy filled Zephyr's entire life. Since childhood, he had idolized heroes. After joining the Marines, he suppressed countless pirates throughout his life without ever killing a single one, earning him the title of the Unkilled Admiral. Yet for such a kind-hearted old man, when he was 42 years old, a group of ruthless pirates, thinking he was easy to bully, revengefully murdered his wife and son. This is precisely why Zephyr has remained as chief instructor at the rookie training camp all these years. Initially disillusioned and disheartened, he had wanted to retire and live a life of drunken oblivion alone. But after pleas from old friends like Sakazuki and Crow, he ultimately stayed in the Marines, continuously training excellent officers for them. However, by calendar reckoning, in the year 1514 of the Sea Circle era, another disaster struck. At that time, because he led rookie trainees on an internship voyage, he suffered through a nightmare once again. After being attacked by Edward Webley, who claimed to be Whitebeard's son, only 2 students from the entire ship survived, and he himself lost an arm to that man. It wasn't because he couldn't defeat the opponent, but rather to protect his students, and with an old ailment flaring up, that Whitebeard too managed to land his blow. Once again, someone he cherished died right before his eyes, and he could do nothing about it. Thinking back now, the pain that the original Zephyr endured was truly terrifying. Later, at the age of 70, Vegapunk transformed his right arm into a mechanical limb called Grinder, embedded with Sekiseki, specifically designed to counter devil fruit users. Not long after, he formed the Pirate Guerrilla Force to hunt down pirates, and his last 2 students, Ain and Benz, joined due to their respect for him. Later, because Whitebeard too became one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Zephyr began to deeply question and distrust the Marine organization, ultimately resigning and founding the Neo Marines. Finally, at the age of 74, he died in battle against the Marines. Wait. Hold on. Rhea suddenly thought. It was currently the year 1513 of the Sea Circle era, and Zephyr's tragedy occurred in 1514. In other words, there was still 1 year until Whitebeard too would attack Zephyr's ship. Yet after suffering such devastating losses, Zephyr remained in the Marines for the following years, continuing to train rookies. Rhea recalled Zephyr's trust and expectations toward him. He connected the dots, perhaps because no promising recruits had emerged during those years. Coupled with the newly appointed 7 warlord Edward Webley, Zephyr likely wanted to avenge himself before he completely aged, which led him to independently establish the Neo Marines. Rhea casually asked, "Admiral Sakazuki, do you think teacher Zephyr will seek revenge someday?" Sakazuki was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, Crow calmly glanced at Rhea and interjected in a deep voice. "Rhea, you must understand, whatever Zephyr decides to do in the future is his own choice. Even if he doesn't care about us as his friends and fellow Marines, we old folks will still support him." Crow stared sternly at Rhea. "But as a Marine, everyone must possess the resolve that comes with being a Marine." "So do you." Rhea's gaze flickered as he replied, "Understood. Edward Webley, let me bring you to an end." Dawn had barely broken when inside the Navy Marshal's office, Leia held the mission documents, poring over them with keen attention. After yesterday's graduation examination, today marked his first mission. Water 7. Since it was Leia's inaugural mission and hardly a grave matter, just the eradication of pirates, nothing more. A band of pirates had been wreaking havoc in Water 7. The mayor, unsure of how to handle them and unable to defeat them, had no choice but to call upon the Navy for reinforcements. No difficulty whatsoever, it was merely a mission to gild Leia's resume a walk in the park for him. "How does it look, Leia?" "This mission is quite prestigious." Zifa smiled. "No problem," Leia replied, thinking to himself, Water 7. It seemed CP9 was lurking there. "Your ship is already prepared." "Oh, she lies at the harbor." "Pack up and set sail immediately, Leia. The world government has been pressing us for a response." Sengoku adjusted his frog-lensed glasses. "Yes, Marshal." The moment Leia departed with the mission orders, Sengoku retrieved a pack of donuts from his drawer and began crunching away. Zifa glared at Sengoku with an expression that plainly said, "You've fallen too," and thundered, "Sengoku, have you been corrupted by that bastard Garp as well?" Sengoku made no rebuttal. Instead, he offered one to him. "Would you like one?" Ordinarily, as Fleet Admiral and the Supreme Commander of the Navy, Sengoku was required to maintain an aura of authority before the public, for he was the face of the Navy. Yet there were times when he was less guarded. Precisely because he served as Fleet Admiral, he was burdened with countless official duties, spending nearly every day trapped within this very office. Only in those rare stolen moments of leisure did he indulge in sweets, donuts, senbei, and other treats. Such indulgences always brought a certain joy, and that was precisely why Garp often sneaked into his office to steal his donuts. The snacks weren't expensive, the old bastard simply enjoyed taking advantage of him. You are the Fleet Admiral, you should consume fewer of such things. Take care, or you'll invite diabetes. Having said this, Zifa turned on his heel and walked away. Zifa tolerated no nonsense. Sometimes his temperament was rigid to the point of endearing quaintness. Sengoku blinked nonchalantly and continued crunching his donuts. Upon arriving at the harbor, Leia found soldiers already mustered and standing in formation along the ship's side awaiting his arrival. A silver-haired lieutenant at the forefront caught sight of Leia, his eyes lighting up as he sprinted over and saluted. "Lieutenant Commander Leia, we have been waiting for some time, but please inspect." Leia returned the salute and cast his gaze over the warship before him and the Navy soldiers standing in full readiness. "At ease. What is your name?" "Reporting, sir. My name is Light." Light replied loudly. "Light then. Very well. Are we ready to set sail?" "All preparations are complete. We can depart at any moment." Light said, his voice trembling with excitement. A warship of this caliber could ordinarily only be assigned to officers of general rank. He had merely come to lend a hand, never expecting to serve as second in command of this leviathan of war. Leia himself had not qualified to be assigned such a vessel. But who could deny he was hailed as a monster surpassing the 3 admirals in his youth? Besides, with a prestigious teacher pulling strings, such arrangements were rather straightforward. Coincidentally, a vessel lay idle, and Sengoku had casually assigned it to Leia. Leia's tone carried a trace of subdued excitement. "Then let us embark, soldiers." "Aye, sir." As the warship's sails slowly rose, the massive vessel glided out of the harbor. Leia stood upon the deck, gazing upon the rows of cannon emplacements. Though the sunlight refracted off the metallic barrels, casting a silver gleam that moistened his eyes, it did nothing to dim the thrill surging within his chest. After all, there was nothing more fitting for a man's romanticism than these colossal, formidable instruments of iron and steel. "Wait, that over there. Is that the Doghead? Garp's ship?" Leia's eyes drifted casually across the harbor and unexpectedly caught sight of the Doghead warship anchored in the distance. Though Garp had visited a few times during the year of elite recruit training, it had been nearly 3 months since they last met. One wondered where the old man had wandered off to, likely fishing or relaxing somewhere. But what was that being hoisted down? And Garp stood beside it with an air of stern gravity, every soldier locked in place beneath his oppressive aura. Should the slightest mishap occur, they would be met with his iron fist. Though shrouded in cloth, the rectangular form resembled a tombstone. Hiss! Could it be that thing? A flash of realization struck Leia's mind, and he murmured in astonishment. Looking at Garp's demeanor, as though he would pummel anyone who approached, it couldn't be anything else. It was indeed the poneglyph, the ancient stone inscribed with the history of 100 years. No wonder Garp had been absent for so long. He had been tasked with escorting this very relic. Such an artifact was a sacred taboo in the eyes of the world government. Just as Robin's childhood home had been destroyed because scholars there had been studying the poneglyphs. When the world government's spies detected their activities, the Navy launched a buster call. They rained devastation upon O'Hara Robin's homeland, obliterating it in an indiscriminate strike. If his guess was correct, the CP division of the world government would soon take control of this area. The moment this thought crossed his mind, a white warship bearing the world government's exclusive flag appeared on the horizon. Figures clad in white robes stood upon its deck, each wearing a mask upon their face. The 3 leaders at the forefront exuded an aura of menace that sent a chill through Leia's spine with merely a single glance. So this is the rising star of the Navy, Leia. His strength is respectable. Among the trio, the white-robed figure wearing a zombie mask on the right seemed to sense Leia's gaze. He mechanically turned his head to meet Leia's eyes. The tall figure on the left, wearing a crimson-faced mask, silently regarded the direction of Leia, then spread his hand and spoke slowly. "Indeed, adequate. With such a talent now among us, perhaps Marshal Sengoku will no longer lament the dearth of capable officers. Enough idle chatter. Our foremost priority is that artifact. The 5 elders await our report." The central figure wearing a mask resembling a sunflower rebuked them sternly. "What are you all staring at? Disperse. Attend to your duties." Leia turned back toward his soldiers and barked, "Stop gawking and get back to work." The poneglyph was a hot potato. It was wiser not to draw overt attention to it. Better still to avoid it entirely, for he still had a career to build within the Navy. Crocodile, the warlord known as the Sand Crocodile, had danced upon the razor's edge, yet somehow dared to prod a tiger from behind. Remarkably, he had not only survived, but thanks to Luffy had even thrust himself into the Battle of Marineford. Leia gazed upon the boundless expanse of ocean and murmured, "I hope this mission won't be quite so tedious." Deep within his eyes, beyond his own awareness, lay thoughts unknown to all others. The weather was clear and sunny. Nearly a month had passed since departing from the Marine headquarters. Unexpectedly, though I've never been to Venice in reality, my first voyage in this world has already brought me to the pirate edition of Venice. Rhea's eyes finally beheld Water 7, located within the Grand Line. Also known as the City of Water, its conceptual prototype derives from the real-world floating city of Venice. In this water city, one could observe the entire settlement arranged in a pyramid shape layered successively from top to bottom. At the highest peak stood a fountain-like structure. Crystal-clear water cascaded slowly through circulatory channels. The splashing mist illuminated by sunlight revealed magnificent rainbows arching across the skyline. The entire city appeared almost dreamlike, captivating everyone's gaze. As a metropolis built upon the sea, the drainage system was engineered to perfection with an extraordinarily complex network of waterways throughout the city. Beyond serving as ordinary surface transportation, water channels also extended downward from the elevated districts of Water 7. Local residents also bred creatures known as brew, utilizing them as waterborne transport. Of course, the brew's favorite local delicacy was the renowned water meat. In the original story, Luffy had tasted it and described the texture as remarkably tender and delicious. Beyond their water transport function, the brew possessed impressive carrying capacity, and residents could also employ them for moving households. A compact two-seater brew could be rented for merely 1,000 belly. They also required minimal space, typically retreating to the sewers at night, thereby significantly reducing land consumption. Water 7's most celebrated distinctions were undoubtedly their shipbuilding craftsmanship and the marvel known as the Sea Train. Just a few days prior, Wright had inspected their vessel and discovered that the warship showed signs of aging from extended service. No wonder the fleet admiral had handed it over without hesitation. So the trap was here all along. A warm sea breeze gently brushed against Rhea's face, accompanied by a refreshing sensation. On the bow deck, Rhea stood feeling the ocean wind while complaining to Wright. "We actually spent a full month to reach Water 7. The sea voyage was terribly boring. We had to travel so far for some insignificant pirate. That month at sea had nearly driven him mad from boredom." No wonder in the original story Luffy and his crew caused so much chaos early on, yet the Marines rarely pursued them. This ocean was simply too vast. By the time the Marines arrived, those pirates had likely fled to some obscure corner again. "I think I now understand why the world government established the warlords of the sea." Wright stood beside Rhea and replied upon hearing this. "Lord Rhea, Water 7 handles shipbuilding commissions for the world government, maintaining direct cooperation with them. Therefore, whenever they require assistance, we Marines must respond." Wright held deep respect for Rhea over the past month after encountering those vicious pirates. Rhea simply sat in place, savoring fragrant roasted meat, then casually pointed a finger toward the pirates. A bolt of lightning streaked forward with a long flame trail. In an instant, the entire pirate ship shattered into fragments. The surviving pirates, wearing expressions of terror, were obediently escorted into the temporary brig below deck. Rhea pursed his lips, secretly disdainful of the five elders. He also understood why the world government cared so deeply about this place. Nothing in this world was absolutely black or white. Most places could be considered gray. Thus, countless pirates flocked to Water 7 for ship construction and repairs. Since Roger's words had sparked endless piracy, countless individuals had thrown themselves onto the great seas. The enormous pirate activity naturally brought tremendous wealth to Water 7. In return, a portion was handed to the world government as a form of protection fee. This was why such a large city only had a small marine detachment stationed here as observers. Additionally, Water 7 faces the annual Aqua Laguna Water Gods, a massive tsunami that strikes the entire city. Surrounding Water 7, no ordinary island could survive. The tsunamis had largely swallowed them all. Thus, the Marines had no intention of establishing a branch nearby either. It seems some unknown pirate caused trouble here this time, and the city's supreme leader, Mayor Icebog, petitioned the world government for assistance. Although the world government appeared to have spies here, they could not openly intervene. Therefore, they ordered the Marines to send personnel to handle the situation. What excellent buck passing. Just then a messenger ran over and saluted. "Report, Lieutenant Rhea. We are about to dock at Water 7's port. Awaiting your orders." "Understood." Having sailed for a month, Wright go instruct the soldiers to line up and disembark in batches for rest. However, remember, no harassing the civilians. Violators will face military justice. "Yes, sir." Upon finishing, Wright prepared to relay the orders. While the Marines did not enforce the rigid behavioral codes of real-world armies, they did permit drinking and indulgence provided it did not interfere with duties. During the month at sea, which was incredibly dull, Rhea had been studying how to generate thunderclouds. Then once again he inadvertently lost control of a thundercloud's energy, and the entire vessel was enveloped by lightning strikes from above. Everyone suffered the torment of electrocution. Even the sensitive area between their legs felt the electrical surge. That scene. Oh, it was heart-wrenching to imagine. Soon the warship arrived at the port. By the dockside waiting with a group of attendants was Water 7's Mayor Icebug Espargo, who had been informed of their arrival. Hidden among the crowd were numerous pirates involved in ship construction and repairs. Most viewed the war behemoth with terror and cold calculation, while some wore wicked grins, eyes bloodthirsty, as they fixed upon the Marines. So big. So big. So enormous. Even the useless Marines have come. Such a massive warship suggests important figures aboard. Better keep our distance for now. Observing the mountain-like warship in the dry dock, then glancing at their own pirate vessel, built at tremendous expense, they suddenly felt their pride diminished. Welcome to Water 7. I am the mayor of this city, Icebug. Iceberg watched with curiosity as Leia took the lead in descending from the warship. Although Leia appeared tall judging by his facial features alone, he seemed no older than 15. A Navy lieutenant commander so young and directly dispatched from headquarters. He must be genuinely capable, but he is far too young. Could he be another monster? Iceberg was a man with short purple hair and a face covered in stubble. Are you Iceberg, the mayor of Water 7? Leia walked unhurriedly toward Iceberg with right at his side, a faint smile playing on his lips as he spoke. Despite Leia's youthful appearance, Iceberg did not dare underestimate him, for only an admiral could command the warship anchored at the port. Iceberg greeted him with a warm smile. That is correct, it is me. After observing him discreetly, Leia's gaze shifted to someone beside him. It was Khalifa, a stunning woman with golden hair wearing a black pencil skirt that accentuated her curves and long legs. She stood quietly beside him holding a file and adjusted her glasses with her finger. The curves beneath her attire shifted with each movement, causing Leia to feel momentarily flustered. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze and turned back with a smile directed at Iceberg. The Seven Water City is renowned worldwide for shipbuilding. As the mayor here, you must be an excellent shipwright as well. I am merely average. There are too many skilled shipwrights in this city. However, Lieutenant Commander, I suggest we have dinner first. After such a long voyage at sea, you must be tired. Iceberg said modestly. Hearing about food, Leia's eyes lit up. Dinner sounds wonderful. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Actually, Leia had only glanced at Khalifa earlier because he knew she was a member of CP9, the world government's secret intelligence agency. Moreover, she was not the only CP9 agent in this city. There were several of her companions as well. So please do not misunderstand, Leia truly had not been taking advantage of her earlier. He was merely confirming what he suspected. Shortly after following Iceberg, everyone arrived in front of the Kara Company in the city center. Iceberg was not only the mayor of Water 7, but also the president of Kara, the largest shipbuilding company in the city. Furthermore, the citizens of Water 7 deeply admired and revered him. With a smile, Iceberg led Leia into the Kara office building and then to the dining room that had been prepared in advance. Please be seated, Lord Leia and Lieutenant Wright. Then he turned to Khalifa and instructed Khalifa have them serve the food. Yes, Mayor. After speaking, Khalifa turned and walked away, swaying her slender waist and striding forward with her long, elegant legs. Leia glanced at Khalifa's retreating figure and blinked. So captivating. Mayor Iceberg, perhaps we should skip the alcohol. I have not reached the appropriate age yet. Iceberg paused for a moment, then hurriedly smiled. It was my oversight. But Lord Leia, you have already become a commander at headquarters at such a young age. It nearly made me forget your youth. By the way, Mayor, please stop calling me Lord. Just call me Leia. As Leia and Iceberg chatted leisurely, the chefs began placing various exquisite dishes on the dining table. Under Leia's teasing gaze, Khalifa also took her seat beside Iceberg and quietly ate her food. Although she showed no reaction on the surface, the gaze from Leia still made her mutter inwardly, "Him rude man." After finishing dinner, Iceberg had intended to take Leia on a tour of the city, but Leia declined, citing the need for proper rest and the approaching darkness. Iceberg could not press the matter further as he himself still had numerous official duties to attend to. As the sunset painted the sky, Leia and Wright followed Khalifa to the residence that Iceberg had specially prepared for them. As soon as they turned onto a rarely traveled path, a long spear emanating with thunderous energy slowly materialized in Leia's hand. He spoke in a calm voice toward Khalifa's retreating figure. Speak. Who are you? Leia's words, delivered with an air of nonchalance, sounded gentle in tone, yet carried profound meaning, clearly hinting at something deeper, sending a shiver through her heart. Khalifa's body stiffened instantly. She turned back and stammered, "I do not know what you are talking about." I believe Iceberg would also be very curious about why someone with strength comparable to a Navy headquarters officer would lurk by his side. How did you know? As soon as she finished speaking, Khalifa realized her mistake and hastily covered her mouth. At this moment, a shadow appeared beside Khalifa. Under the street lamp's glow, it was clearly Rob Lucci, the captain of CP9, wearing a black top hat with a pigeon perched on his shoulder. Khalifa, you have already been exposed. Stop talking. Hello, Navy. We harbor no ill intent. We are CP9 members who have accepted classified missions from the world government carrying out operations in Water 7. It was the pigeon that spoke. Wright, who had been standing nearby with a sword drawn in a defensive posture, was instantly taken aback. While he had heard rumors about CP9, a talking pigeon was pushing things too far. In fact, at Navy headquarters, he had also heard of this legendary direct secret intelligence agency under the world government. However, he had never seen them in person, so he dared not readily confirm what Lucci was saying. Leia naturally knew they were genuine, but others remained unaware of his knowledge. Then show me some proof. The moment he finished speaking, the lightning-emanating spear struck the ground beneath Khalifa and Lucci the next second. Streams of electric current spread across the surface, reaching their feet. When the lightning spear struck toward Lucci and the others, Lucci did not fight back, instead giving Khalifa a glance to signal her not to make any rash moves. He had not sensed any killing intent from Leia. Seeing that Lucci remained unresponsive, only Khalifa stepped back half a pace with fear in her eyes, and Leia let out a cold sneer. Lightning snake. Immediately a surge of electric current rushed from beneath their feet into the earth, and thousands of lightning snake-shaped bolts illuminated the entire street, rushing forward in all directions. Zzzt. Zzzt. Even before the attack reached them, the weaker Khalifa was already trembling uncontrollably from the electrical current crackling through the air. The thunderlight illuminated both their faces. Watching the feral lightning snakes raging above the street, Lucci remained completely unmoved. His reason for bringing Khalifa to meet Leia tonight was precisely because of Khalifa's report. She suspected that Leia had uncovered something. Though it was merely conjecture, he could not afford to disregard it. After all, this mission required absolute secrecy from start to finish. Any mistake would be catastrophic. Turning to the graceful Khalifa, he said, "Khalifa, you are permitted to use your ability." They were carrying out a top-secret mission for the world government, and under normal circumstances their identities could never be exposed. Shaved. Whoosh. Having anticipated the command, Khalifa had long been unable to hold back. She activated Shave and quickly took cover on the rooftop. For her, even the peripheral electrical currents were already overwhelming. Facing the lightning head-on was unthinkable. After ensuring Khalifa was clear, Rob Lucci maintained a motionless stance, expressionless, as the lightning snakes drew near. Iron body. His entire body tensed, instantly hardening his flesh and blood into an iron-like defense. In that moment, thunder flashed, and lightning roared with blinding blue currents coursing over his entire body. As the power of the lightning gradually dissipated, Lucci's only damage was a few tears in his black suit, which smoked faintly and occasionally sparked with residual electrical glimmers. Through the torn fabric, his underlying muscles were completely unharmed. This was also because Leia already knew their capabilities and was merely conducting a casual probe. So much for playing it covert. Possessing such mastery of the 6 powers of the Marines, iron body and shave. These techniques were the most fundamental secret arts of the Marines and the world government. Ordinary people could hardly obtain them, let alone wield them with such proficiency. Impressive, wonderful. Your iron body is formidable. Setting aside his earlier tense demeanor, Leia wore an apologetic expression, smiling, as if to say, "Sorry, I wrongly suspected you." Rob Lucci. No surprise, he was known as the strongest and most ruthless killing weapon in CP9's history, hailed as the strongest among the 800 years of CP9 on Justice Island. A single display of such profound iron body technique was enough to reveal his true caliber. "Since I was mistaken, my apologies, fellow CP9 operatives. Since we are all on the same side, we shall not trouble you further. Light, stop staring, and let's go." Saying that, Leia turned and departed without hesitation, taking Light with him. Khalifa quickly flashed back to Lucci's side and called out to the receding figures of Leia and Light, "Lieutenant Commander Leia, you would do well not to expose our presence." Leia did not turn around, he merely raised a hand in dismissal. Got it. I won't blab about anything. I hope so." What an incredibly rude man. Watching them vanish at the end of the road, Khalifa was still somewhat aggrieved, muttering under her breath, "That should suffice. The matter is resolved. Khalifa, return to Iceberg as soon as possible before you arouse his suspicion." After calmly speaking these words to Khalifa, Lucci used the cover of night and slowly faded into the darkness. Glancing at the hard floor ahead, which was scorched black over a large area by the lightning, its surface even crushed into powder, Khalifa shivered. She then stamped her foot in frustration. Men were all useless. Completely useless. Useless. Inside the tavern, a cacophony of noise drifted in. During the day, most of the pirates from the port congregated in this large tavern, shouting loudly, while gambling, drinking, and feasting on meat. However, due to Leia's arrival and the oppressive presence of that gigantic warship, nearly all the pirates were forced to take refuge here, waiting for the Marines to leave. Officials within Water 7 had also sent people to warn them to lay low for a few days and avoid wandering about. Once the Marines departed, they would receive a 10% discount on their business. That was precisely how this lawless bunch of pirates was kept contained in one place. Although most of them possessed a sense of self-preservation, after all, provoking Water 7 was something best avoided. Even though they did not fear the world government or the Marines, if they did, they would never have become pirates in the first place. Yet even the legendary Pirate King himself had his ship built here. Setting aside all else, just for the sake of owning a powerful pirate vessel, they would not cause trouble in these waters. Of course, these were merely the ordinary pirates. There were also the abnormal ones. For instance, this unfortunate soul mentioned next. He too was Leia's mission target. What the hell? Why should I be afraid of anything? He's just some brat. A massively built man with a face full of coarse features towering, even while seated, roared furiously, radiating vicious energy from every inch of his body. Some rotten brat dares to act tough in front of me. How am I ever going to claim the Pirate King's treasure? With a crash, that was the sound of him hurling an empty bottle onto the ground, shattering it. Huh. Exactly. What right does a mere Navy lieutenant commander have? If not for that giant beast, I would have slaughtered them all long ago. Precisely. They're nothing but useless Navy bastards who rely solely on firearms. The people nearby chimed in agreement. After all, this bearded man was the pirate with the highest bounty among them, the most powerful, known as the Axeman Pied. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 55 million berries. This was not yet the era of maximum depravity following Luffy's emergence, where pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were commonplace. In the first half of the Grand Line, those whose bounties surpassed 100 million were extremely rare. Even a bounty of 55 million was considered formidable among their ranks. At that moment, the executive officer beside Pied's eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly addressed Pied. "Captain, if we had such a massive warship, we could sail directly to the New World. Perhaps the captain might even become a supernova." No sooner had the executive officer finished speaking than Pied fell completely silent, gazing at him without a word. "See, Captain. Captain, what's wrong?" The executive officer, meeting Pied's expressionless stare, stammered and trembled with fear. The reason Pied was nicknamed the Axeman was simply because he wielded a gigantic axe. Anyone defeated by him was ultimately cleaved in two with a single axe stroke, the gore so visceral that everyone aboard considered him a complete psychopath. Observing the executive officer's terrified expression, Pied suddenly burst into loud laughter. "No, your idea is brilliant. That's one damn good plan. Ha ha ha." Essentially, all pirates set sail in pursuit of fame, wealth, and overwhelming power. The executive officer's words had clearly struck a chord with Pied. Trouble the Marines? Never mind, it's none of my business. Better not expose myself. The one speaking was Bruno, a CP9 spy who stood at the bar counter like an ox polishing a glass. His tone carried a hint of rap. He wore a white apron over his towering frame, most notably characterized by two horn-like hairstyles. In the dead of night, concealed by darkness, Pied led the pirates as they stealthily made their way to the port, cautiously approaching the massive warship. "Listen up, you lot. Keep it down. We may not fear the Marines, but a surprise attack makes things easier for us. Understood?" "Understood." Followed by hushed whispers, the pirates reached the base of the warship. Swish, swish, swish. Several grappling hooks were thrown from below, latching onto the deck railing, and Pied led the climb. Leia, who had been sleeping in the captain's quarters, instantly opened his bright eyes, sensing some little mice. Although Mayor Ice City had asked Khalifa to lead them to prepared rooms for rest. But in the end, because of the confrontation with Rob Lucci, Khalifa had left directly. He had truly fallen asleep just now, but the combination of the Goro Goro no Mi's electrical wave abilities with observation haki had created a heart's net. It had always been unconsciously active. Calmly rising, he walked to Light Right's door and knocked. "Light Right, wake up. A bunch of mice have snuck aboard. Get up and notify the soldiers to catch them." Light Right barely registered the scene through his sleepy haze. A pack of rats. What the hell? But then it clicked. This was a bunch of thieves who'd infiltrated a Marine's vessel. Copy that. Assembling forces now. Light Right hastily dressed and rushed off to rally the soldiers. As figures scaled the warship one by one, the deck soon teemed with approximately 100 pirates, their raucous chatter filling the air. It wasn't just a covert operation anymore. Khalifa, who was probably asleep and drooling unconsciously, could hear this commotion. "Shut the hell up. Quiet down. Why are you all yelling like that?" Pied roared at the crowd irritably. None of the pirates would dare voice such a thought. Pied's brutality was well known among them. Instantly, the noise died down completely. Pied glanced at his silenced crew and gave a satisfied nod. "Something's wrong here. What's going on? Even if it's the middle of the night, the Marines should have some kind of watch in place. And with all that racket we just made, shouldn't someone be coming to investigate?" Pied looked around the warship with suspicion. Click, click, click. With the sound of rifle bolts sliding home, figures emerged along the railings surrounding the deck, Marine soldiers materializing from the shadows. Leia reclined lazily in a chair at the bow, draped in a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice. Standing behind him like a knight was Light Right, his adjutant, a long sword at his waist. Looking down at the bearded figure at the front wielding a dark red battle axe, clearly the leader, Leia narrowed his eyes and spoke with a faint smile. "Who goes there?" Excuse me, wrong script. Little rat, what brings you here?" Seeing he'd been discovered, Pied dropped any pretense, staring at Leia with murderous intent. "Pa Marine brat, I'm here today to plunder your ship and carve you up. Hand over without resistance, or I'll make sure your death has some dignity. The more Light Right looked, the more familiar the man seemed. Suddenly an image flashed through his mind. Lord Leia, I remember now. He's the target of this mission, the axe-wielder Paid. Paid's vessel had been shattered by the Navy, so he'd simply hijacked a merchant ship and arrived in Water 7 planning to construct a larger one. Finding the Carrera Company's quote exorbitant, he attempted to get it for free, causing trouble throughout. Leia's eyes filled with surprise. He had intended to handle this mission tomorrow, never expecting this man to rush headlong into his demise so recklessly. This is absolutely perfect. Then, lacking the patience for further words, let's clear the field first. 30 million volts thunder. Crackling electricity. Boom. With a casual wave toward the sky, Leia summoned a mass of dark clouds. Between flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, bolts struck precisely at everyone except Paid. This concentrated barrage was Leia's technique, using his heart's net as a conduit to summon 30 million volt lightning from above, each bolt striking its intended target with pinpoint accuracy. In less than a second, the only figure still standing on the entire deck was Paid. Paid's hands gripping his blood-red battle axe suddenly didn't know where to go. Palms breaking into a cold sweat, eyes wide with terror, he stared at Leia, whose body still crackled with lightning. In that instant, his mind lost all ability to command his body. He stood frozen like a log. Oh, what are you? How is this possible? No, you're a monster. Paid clutched his battle axe tightly, trembling as he retreated. It was as if only the battle axe in his hands could provide him any shred of security in that moment. Wait, I don't think the mission requires taking anyone back alive. And if my memory serves correctly, you once massacred an entire village, slitting every person in half, even sparing no infants. You don't deserve to live in this world. Leia recalled Paid's deeds. Though he never considered himself a good man, facing someone who had destroyed all traces of humanity, an unmistakable killing intent rose within him. Suddenly, an invisible pressure bore down on Paid, freezing his retreating steps in place. He felt as though locked in the gaze of a predatory beast, numbing his limbs from head to toe. Eyes glinting with cold light, Leia rose from his seat, leaping onto the deck as he slowly advanced toward Paid. With each step he took, surging thunder enveloped his figure, making him appear like a deity commanding the storms. Before Paid's bewildered gaze, Leia stopped, standing motionless before him. You're not human. Yes, you're a god. I understand. You must be a celestial being sent to punish me. Ha ha ha. Watching Paid rave and scream like a madman, Leia sneered, Go to hell and repent. Raihibi strangle. A colossal blue python materialized from Leia's body, slowly constricting around Paid, who stared in abject terror. As the python's coils tightened mercilessly, Paid's agonized cries gradually faded. Then pop. With a dull crack, Paid's entire body was crushed to fragments. Fortunately, thanks to the lightning, there was no grisly dismemberment to display. Most of Paid's remains were simply charred black by the electrical discharge. Light Right and the soldiers showed little reaction to Leia's method of killing. After all, for most of them, family members or comrades had fallen at the hands of pirates. Rather than fearing Leia, they admired him. Leia's name had long since echoed throughout the entire Marine headquarters, establishing him as the rising star who would carry on the legend of the current 3 admirals. Commander Leia is just too strong. How come I feel like even the Vice Admiral majors aren't his match? At this moment, Light Right and the other Marines couldn't have agreed more with the soldier's unconscious remark. How tedious. I had thought you possessed far greater psychological fortitude. With Leia's fierce strike, this theatrical ambush drew to a close. He had initially intended to let Les step forward and toy with the man, but unexpectedly the fellow was so fragile that he simply lost his mind. Le led his soldiers in sweeping the battlefield, herding the surviving pirates into the ship's holds. As for the dead, simply dig a hole and bury them. Le, once the men have finished cleaning up, tell everyone to rest. Leia said, yawning as he made his way toward his quarters. Le responded in an excited tone, Yes, Commander Leia. It seemed he had not yet recovered from the shock of what had just transpired. Casting his gaze upon the other naval soldiers, they too wore expressions of exhilaration. Leia sighed narcissistically, musing, It cannot be helped. Alas, being exceptionally gifted is itself a sin. Rumble. A bolt of thunder illuminated the night sky. Perhaps someone's posturing had become so unbearable that even heaven could no longer bear to witness it, certainly wishing to strike down this wretched bastard. Upon the street leading from Water 7 to the mayor's office, Leia, accompanied by Le, was making his way to inquire with Icebook whether their mission could be considered complete. Appearing on the opposite side of the street was a peculiar figure clad only in red swim trunks, singing a bizarre melody and performing strange dances. No, that's not right. It was a perverted dance. Behold my super ultimate grand spin. The odd character executed a sliding tackle and began spinning on one hand upon the ground. That glaring red swimwear was absolutely painful to the eyes. 2 lackeys were screaming encouragement from the sidelines. Is that Frankie? Intriguing. Leia observed the eccentric Frankie, appearing lost in contemplation. Passing by them, Leia bestowed upon Frankie a look loaded with meaning. Your dancing is quite impressive. Indeed, I too consider myself superb. You naval officers certainly have discerning eyes. Upon hearing the passing sailor's praise, Frankie immediately sprang to his feet, clasping his fists behind his back, pressing his forearms together, and raising them diagonally overhead in a pose. This was Frankie's trademark stance. His body had been surgically augmented, taking on an abnormal form. Such a pose was hardly remarkable. I am pleased that you approve. Having said this, Leia promptly led Le away from this disastrous location. It was truly too viscerally offensive. Had he not noticed that Le was on the verge of rolling his eyes? Hey, Lieutenant Commander Leia, do not falsely accuse me. It was clearly you who could not endure it. Mayor Iceberg truly enjoys a leisurely life, still having time to sip tea and admire the scenery here. Lost in thought, Iceberg turned his head upon seeing Leia enter, and replied with a smile, just stealing a moment of respite from my busy schedule. Leia, your target is located in the largest tavern in the city. Yesterday it was too late, and since they happened not to be causing trouble, I thought you might wish to rest first. Leia said nothing, merely gazing at Iceberg with a broad smile. Iceberg was somewhat bewildered. How could this young naval officer resemble such a cunning old fox? That look in his eyes seemed as though he wanted to snatch something away. Commander Leia, if you have something to say, please do so. I will assist you to the best of my ability. Though harboring doubts within, Iceberg maintained his smile upon the surface. Earlier I encountered a strange individual. I believe I heard his subordinate address him as Frankie. Leia tilted his head, staring directly into Iceberg's eyes. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of panic instantly flashed deep within Iceberg's eyes. Is that so? What about this name? Is there something peculiar about it? Gazing at Leia's meaningfully smiling eyes, Iceberg appeared somewhat flustered, clearly at a loss, yet still forcing himself to remain composed. Oh, are you certain, Mayor Iceberg? I seem to recall he had another name as well. Cutter Frank. Leia mouthing silently to Iceberg behind Le's back left Iceberg suddenly speechless, as though his throat had been seized. Glancing between Leia and Le, who stood quietly behind him, Iceberg took a deep breath, a bitter expression crossing his face as he slumped into his chair. Speak, Lieutenant Commander Leia. What is it that you want? Frankie was Iceberg's junior disciple. They were both students of Master Tom. Back then, Tom had been charged with the crime of attacking a world government ship and was taken to Eni's lobby. Short for Eni's lobby. Frankie had been critically injured after being struck by the water train while attempting to stop it from taking Tom away. Fortunately, a wrecked ship happened to be nearby. Using the large quantity of steel aboard, he transformed himself into a cyborg and survived. The Navy, unable to locate his body and later learning that he had adopted the name Frankie, eventually let the matter drop. I mean no harm. I am a Navy officer. A pure and simple Navy officer. Upon hearing these words from Leia, Iceberg raised his head in astonishment. He then glanced at Le beside him, then back at Leia's menacing gaze, and ultimately swallowed the question that had nearly escaped his lips. Mayor Iceberg, actually I have no particular agenda for today. That group of rioting pirates has already been apprehended. I merely came to inform you today. Leia said solemnly, we Navy officers will not spare even a single criminal. This explanation actually brought a sense of relief to Iceberg. It seemed he would not interfere with this matter, but what did Leia mean by saying those things just now? However, Mayor, as you can see, during our pursuit of the pirates, they damaged our warship. Continuing in a nonchalant manner, Leia spoke. Upon witnessing Leia's calm demeanor, Iceberg suddenly understood. So he was looking for someone to repair the ship. Should have said so earlier. He nearly gave himself a heart attack. I thought it was something major. Leave the ship to us. I will have my finest shipwright repair it for you. But we have not brought many berries. I fear it may not be enough to cover the repair costs. You see, it does not matter. The Navy works so hard and has rendered such great assistance. How could we possibly charge you? Having finally heard the answer he desired, Leia's face immediately lit up with joy. Ha ha ha, then thank you, Mayor. Did you hear that? You will accompany Mayor Iceberg's men to repair our warship. By the way, be sure to have them conduct a thorough inspection of the vessel. Repair everything completely. Watching his own commander and the other man shamelessly exchange pleasantries, each one more hypocritical than the last, Le covered his face. Though uncertain of what the two had been discussing, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Yes, sir. Responding, he took the free repair invoice from Iceberg and went about his duties. Leia felt thoroughly satisfied. Even though Sengoku had stingily provided him with a warship full of defects, it had now been repaired, though many parts would need replacing. The estimated value of those parts alone amounted to several 100 million berries, and yet completely free of charge. It seemed this trip to Water 7 was not entirely futile after all. He had found such a generous mark. As for the Frankie matter, he would basically ignore it since it was the world government that had caused the trouble. What concern was it of his? The words spoken to Iceberg were deliberately crafted to obtain free repairs. Freeloading brought him great joy. By the way, Mayor, where is your secretary? I have not seen her today. Upon hearing Leia mention Khalifa, Iceberg pretended nothing had happened and replied. Khalifa is feeling somewhat unwell today, and has taken leave to rest at home. Is there something you need from her Lieutenant Commander Leia? Nothing. Since she is unavailable, I will take my leave as well. I plan to explore the city, Leia said absent-mindedly before turning to leave. Observing the seemingly meaningful expression on Leia's face before departing, Icebo pondered for a long time, but could not decipher the underlying meaning. Shaking his head, he poured himself a cup of coffee and savored it slowly. Between his furrowed brows, clouds of worry and contemplation swirled. Come and taste. The freshest sashimi, absolutely delicious. Free samples today. Here are the freshly prepared water meat, sir. Do try a bite. Guaranteed to be delicious. It was the 4th day in Water City. Since the warship required extensive repairs, they had decided to stay for the time being. Coincidentally, Water City was hosting its annual masquerade carnival, during which the residents would don masks and dress up in elaborate costumes. In the original story, when Luffy and his crew arrived here, Chopper, such an adorable creature, was mistaken for a human wearing carnival attire. Carnival, as the name suggests, this joyous city of water was permeated with an enthusiastic and festive atmosphere everywhere. Even pirates would set aside their usual brutality and join in the revelry with the locals. Rhea drifted along with the bustling crowd. His eyes darted about in curiosity, taking in everything as though a country bumpkin visiting the grandest garden in the land. Buru, this is Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters. Please respond. Just then the signature ringtone of the Den Den Mushi echoed from within Light's arms. Light picked up the Den Den Mushi and replied. Received. This is Lieutenant Commander Rhea's squadron. Very well. First, congratulations on your promotion to Captain Rear Admiral. Word has come from the world government. You have executed your mission excellently. There is an urgent mission. The Green Island in the Grand Line has been seized by the Nullifier pirates, and one of our vice admirals has gone missing there. Water City is the nearest base. You must depart immediately to provide reinforcements. Understood, Admiral. Immediately notifying Captain Rhea. Light nearly slipped and said, Lieutenant Commander, but caught himself in time. The intelligence files have been forwarded to you. With that, he terminated the call. Rhea was only here to bask in reflected glory, so the promotion to captain was merely a formality. After all, his combat strength had long surpassed that of a vice admiral. If not for this being such a minor matter and fear of gossip, Sengoku would have gladly skipped the Commodore rank and promoted him directly to vice admiral. Captain Rhea, urgent message. Rhea was mid-bite, dipping fresh sashimi into sauce and stuffing it into his mouth, his words muffled. MMPH. What is it? Green Island has been overrun by pirates, and the vice admiral sent to apprehend them has gone missing. The admiral orders immediate reinforcements. Oh, gulp. Swallowing the last piece, he pulled a handkerchief from his coat to wipe the remnants from his lips, donned his cape, and glanced at Light, who stood beside him awaiting orders. Then he turned and strode away. What are you standing around for? Assemble the troops and deploy at once. Yes, sir. Green Island. The Nullifier pirates, led by their captain Abel, had not only seized Greentown on the island, but also captured the arriving Marines. They had even taken the Marine commander alive. It wasn't because Abel overwhelmingly surpassed the vice admiral in strength, but rather that Abel's defense was impenetrable. The other Marines had been defeated, and the pirates, trapped like cornered beasts, fought back fiercely. At that moment, the Nullifier pirates were gathered around an open area, feasting on roasted meat and drinking fine wine. We actually captured a Marine vice admiral this time. Our captain is too incredible. With a captain this formidable, the title of Pirate King will surely be his. The surviving villagers and Marines in town had been herded onto their ships. After all, selling slaves could fetch a considerable bounty in berries. For ordinary pirates who already feared the Marines, personally capturing a vice admiral was the kind of thrill that kept them awake with excitement for 3 days straight. Pirates had a particular fondness for alcohol. Not only did liquor help them kill time on the monotonous seas, but it also kept far longer than fresh water. Fresh water was extraordinarily precious to them, who spent their lives aboard ship. Today their captain had led them to plunder another small town, securing ample food and provisions, and they drank to their heart's content. To Captain Abel. With Captain Abel leading us, even the 4 emperors will fall before us. As the pirates' boisterous toasts rang out, the banquet reached its fever pitch. A ragtag crew linked arms, belting out songs and dancing wildly. Truly a pack of wild and unrestrained rogues. A Marine vice admiral. Whitebeard. The 4 emperors. None of them can put up a fight. Abel had drunk himself into a haze, and amidst the ceaseless praise of his crew, he felt as though he had already become the pirate king. Suddenly, a disheveled black shadow came hurtling into the clearing and sent 2 dancing pirates sprawling. Yeah. A bubbling iron pot was knocked over in the process, scalding water splashing all over them. Blood-curdling screams of men burned like pork skin followed instantly. The dark figure that had been flung forward looked like the vice captain. Following him came an unfamiliar face. A handsome Marine officer in pristine uniform, a noble cape of justice billowing behind him. No need to ask, it was the Marines. Abel restrained his initial fury and composed himself. They had only just seized this place. The nearest marine branch was at least 2 days away by sea. He hadn't expected reinforcements to arrive so swiftly. However, looking at the teenager before him, no older than 16, still holding the rank of captain. Dark eyes, sleek black hair cropped short, and a height of about 1.80 meters, all set against the dashing marine uniform, he was downright striking. The only flaw might be the lingering trace of boyishness on his face. The nullifier pirates. Originating from the West Blue, Captain Abel with a bounty of 100 million berries, the Barrier Man. Vice Captain Bill with a bounty of 50 million, plus a total bounty exceeding 200 million berries, a major pirate crew. Observing Rhea and the 100-odd heavily armed marine soldiers gradually closing in around them, Abel sneered, "Boy, you really are foolish enough to walk straight into hell when heaven has a road for you. Stop staring like idiots. The Marines are bullying us right in our own stronghold. Men, charge. Cut them to pieces." Hearing their captains command, the pirates grabbed their weapons and charged ferociously toward the Marines. Light, lead the troops into battle. Capture all pirates, dead or alive. Rhea commanded sharply. Shave. One sword style instant slash. Light teleported beside a pirate and brought down a razor-sharp stroke, felling him in a single blow. Damn you, die Marine. A pirate, seeing his companion who had been chatting moments ago suddenly slain by Light, swung his weapon fiercely at him. Swish. But his attack was destined to be futile, for Light had already utilized Shave to relocate to another position. Watching Abel prepare to strike at Light, Rhea stepped forward to intercept him. "You're my opponent, pirate." A flash of blue light erupted in the air, followed by rolling thunder that shook the eardrums of the surrounding pirates. An invisible aura of oppression descended upon Abel like countless needles, forcing him to retract his earlier contempt and focus his entire being on Rhea. What was this? This kind of ability? Such overwhelming pressure. So terrifying a presence. A foreboding sense of dread rose within Abel's heart, making him guard himself with extreme caution. Bastard, what do I have to fear? Oh, I am the Barrier Man who consumed the Paramecia-type berry blessed with absolute defense. The berry is a Paramecia-type devil fruit, whose power generates an unbreakable barrier of absolute defense, impervious to destruction by any means. Of course, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Its limitation lies in the fact that its ability can only be deployed in a single direction at a time, and the defensive area is finite. Confident in his invincible defense, Abel spoke with even greater arrogance. "My defense is absolutely unbreakable." "Heh, do you really think a mere Navy captain can shatter my barrier? Even that rear admiral was captured alive by me. I dare say you've come seeking your own death. I am the man who shall claim the throne of the pirate king. Send a fleet admiral instead. You." Not sufficient. The last lingering doubt vanished from his mind. "Oomph." Letting out a cold snort, Leia offered no response, merely gazing at him with an impassive expression. "The berry is it?" Upon hearing Abel describe his fruit, Leia had already comprehended the general scope of its abilities. After all, the Marine headquarters maintains a devil fruit encyclopedia far more detailed than anything found elsewhere, documenting the awakened capabilities of countless fruit users throughout history. This was intelligence gathered by the world government over centuries. 20 million volts, Thunder Beast roar. A beast forged from lightning surged toward Abel. Gazing at the beast wreathed in terrifying thunder light, Abel crossed his arms. Protective barrier. A translucent square barrier unfurled around his position, shielding him. Boom. The roaring thunder beast collided with the transparent barrier, rippling outward before dissipating into scattered lightning. The stray lightning struck nearby pirates, and within moments 5 of them lay motionless on the ground, smoke rising from their bristling hair. Watching this scene, Abel roared in fury. Damn it. His rage was not directed at those pirates, but rather stemmed from his desire to dispel the fear the lightning's power had stirred within him. Impact barrier. Abel swung his fist forward, using it as a conduit to hurl the freshly created protective barrier directly at Leia at tremendous speed. This technique exploited the barrier's inherent hardness to smash directly into the opponent's body. Regrettably, Leia's form dissolved into lightning, allowing the transparent barrier to pass straight through him and send several fighting pirates flying. The number of pirates on the battlefield was dwindling rapidly. With the vice captain knocked unconscious in a single thunderstorm leg strike from Leia at the opening, right carved through the pirate ranks like an unstoppable force, striking left and right with devastating efficiency. Only a handful of officers could now mount any real resistance against right, while the rest fell to single strikes. Those who wield swords proved exceptionally formidable. Watching his men clearly unable to withstand the Navy falling one after another, Abel grew increasingly desperate. As time wore on, the entire town of Greenfield was left with nothing but the confrontation between Leia and Abel. All other pirates had been apprehended by the Navy under Wright's command. Leia instructed them not to interfere, merely surrounding the area to block Abel's escape routes and prevent any chance of flight. Leia's thunder-laced fist slammed into Abel's barrier, yet it was effortlessly deflected. A look of fierce excitement had already crossed Leia's face. In the past, he could only unleash his full power when fighting alongside Suotong. Now at last he had found an opponent worthy of unleashing his full capabilities. Fool, your lightning may be terrifying, but you will never breach my defense. Ha ha ha. My defense is invincible. Watching Leia assault him endlessly without breaking through, Abel mocked derisively. The power of absolute defense bred unwavering confidence within him. He could sense the terror of his opponent's lightning, yet the barrier fruit's protection operated beyond conventional logic. Its defensive capabilities even surpassed those of the flash fruit. With only himself remaining and no escape possible, he recklessly taunted Leia. As long as this barrier stands, you can never reach me. Just step aside and let us pass, you bastard. Heh, does the barrier merely make you feel invincible? The warm-up is over. Leia rotated his neck. Lightning mode activate. 6 styles shave. Thunderstorm fist. Before Abel could even react, Leia struck him from behind with a single punch, sending him collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. He never even had the chance to deploy his barrier sphere. The barrier sphere is a technique that creates a spherical barrier to encase either oneself or an opponent, completely nullifying all external damage. Leia walked over and looked down at the limp figure of Abel on the ground. Job done. Right, cuff him. He had assumed this to be some formidable figure, but it turned out he merely relied on his fruit ability to act tough. Yet the battle had satisfied him thoroughly. After Wright responded, he retrieved a pair of seastone handcuffs and secured them on Abel. He finally understood why a rear admiral had been captured alive by this man. If 2 rear admirals of comparable strength had been present, arresting Abel would have been straightforward. Report, Captain Leia. We have located the captured civilians and Rear Admiral Yabo, all held aboard the pirate's vessel. Well done, soldier. Right, take your team to rescue them first. Leia smiled and issued the command. Thank you, Captain Leia, for the timely rescue. If you hadn't arrived, I truly do not know what I would have done. Rear Admiral Yabo was a burly middle-aged man, his face etched with sorrow. He was a Gaonyo man who had consumed the Zoan-type Gaonyo fruit. This defeat came about because his strength advantage was nullified against an opponent whose barrier proved utterly impenetrable. His speed was not particularly swift, and being occupied by the enemy vice captain alongside the pirate officers left him unable to turn the tide, resulting in his tragic capture. You are too kind, Rear Admiral Yabo. We are colleagues, this was only proper. Even so, I am deeply grateful for your support, Captain Leia. Yabo bowed deeply once more to Leia before taking his leave. Then, Captain Leia, we shall return to the branch office first. Several good children have fallen. I must see them home first. Indeed. In the anime, those scenes always burned with passion, yet who truly noticed the naval soldiers who died silently protecting civilians? Unlike the high-ranking officers within the Navy, these soldiers fought solely for the justice they held in their hearts. The Navy's mission was established by the world government to maintain their own rule. Undeniably, there exists genuine justice among its ranks. However, most of what passes for justice stems from the world government's interests, and anything threatening their dominance ultimately faces destruction. Just like O'Hara, the island of archaeology in the West Sea. It is precisely because of such a world government that the Navy has fractured into myriad interpretations of justice. And the world nobles, holders of the highest privileges, commit atrocities openly, yet demand protection from them. This has quietly sown seeds of doubt within the hearts of many naval officers. This is precisely why Master Zeph eventually broke away to establish the Inyo Marines. Marine Fort. The sky was gradually darkening, and most of the naval soldiers returning to the port had already gone back to their barracks to rest. Night shift personnel were gradually rotating, and even after dark some naval warships still made return trips to the port, so the shipyards generally operated around the clock. After a busy day, Zephyr sat in the Admiral's office alongside Sengoku, sipping tea and chatting idly, occasionally taking a sip and reaching for some crackers, utterly at ease. If only he had another puff of his cigar. Ah, how utterly delightful. Zephyr finished his cup of tea, chewing on the leaves in his mouth, savoring each bite, the fragrance lingering between his teeth. He nodded approvingly, then muttered to himself, Ray should be returning soon. I wonder if he's grown stronger over these past 2 months. As for Ray, Zephyr treated him like his own son, eagerly hoping the young man would grow strong as soon as possible. In high spirits and full of anticipation for the future, with veterans like them holding the fort at the top, and the 3 admirals at the peak of their combat prowess in the middle tier. Now that the Navy had produced another powerful junior like Ray, even Zephyr, who was normally stern and unsmiling, found himself unable to suppress a smile these days. Haha, he should be arriving soon. He reported via Den Den Mushi today, estimated to arrive tonight. Even Sengoku's lips curled into a faint smile. Indeed, this was at least the best news the Navy had received since the Great Pirate Era began. Your smoke habit hasn't diminished at all. You really should quit, you're getting old. Now that Ray is here, you should be able to put your mind at ease, shouldn't you? Upon hearing this, Zephyr snorted coldly. Quit smoking. Not a chance. Suddenly his ears twitched, and he turned to look at the door. He's back, isn't he, Reyes? Yeah. After nearly a month aboard the ship, although there were some pirates with more courage than sense who bothered him along the way, giving him a little entertainment. But they were far too weak, the strongest being a pirate with a 61 million berry bounty, which only made him take things slightly seriously. The rest were all dealt with in a single strike of lightning. After handing over the mission completion documents to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Rey slumped onto the sofa and stretched comfortably. He then picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup, and drank it down in one gulp. Phew. That felt great. Zephyr's eye twitched. In his old rigid self, he would have reprimanded him directly. You've barely been back from duty, and you're already relaxing. Does this really need me to teach you? You're already a fully capable naval officer who can stand on your own 2 feet. Maintain your composure. But now Zephyr was far more indulgent toward Rey. He suspected that even if Sengoku said such things to Rey now, Rey would likely retort on his own behalf. Zephyr reflected on his past, his heart filled with mixed emotions as he prepared another pot of tea. It's good that you're back. I heard you captured many pirates on your way back. Well done. A true naval officer must possess this sense of justice. Rey rolled his eyes. Yes, I understand, Master Zephyr. Well then I'll go rest first. Oh, by the way, Fleet Admiral, where do I stay? Sengoku, who had been reading the mission report nearby, watched the master and disciple interact with a smile on his face. That part had been completely forgotten. Rey, go to the logistics department and find the logistics chief. Tell them I sent you to pick out a house. Can I choose whatever I wanted? Yes, go ahead. Thank you so much, Fleet Admiral. Well then, Master Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'll go rest first. No sooner had Rey finished speaking than he vanished from the office in an instant. Good grief. So impatient. Left behind, only Zephyr and Sengoku stared at each other, blinking in silence for a long moment. Ha ha ha. Soon bursts of laughter erupted from within the office. Meanwhile, the civilian staff working overtime outside thought the Fleet Admiral and General Zephyr had lost their minds. Fainting spell. The Fleet Admiral and Lord Zephyr have gone mad. Breaking news. After arriving at the main base residential area, Rey chose a 2-story villa. His neighbors were mostly officers and commanders of the Marineford headquarters. Since the incident involving Zephyr's family, the families of main base naval personnel generally lived together with them. As for those pirates he had captured, he would take them to their destined destination tomorrow. Garp, what a coincidence to see you here. Rey spotted her from a distance. Garp walked over, and the sight that came into view was a beautiful woman with a traditional Japanese hairstyle, wearing a peach-colored short dress with a spider tattoo adorning her long left leg. Oh, it's you. Little Rey, long time no see. Garp, Vice Admiral of the Marineford headquarters and an Admiral candidate, bore the codename Torrington. Her combat ability had already reached the threshold of an Admiral. Although not yet an Admiral, her title followed the same naming convention as the Admirals, a combination of a color and an animal. She was a formidable swordswoman wielding the famed sword Kanaragi. Her favorite foods were akazuki and yatsuhashi. She shared a sisterly bond with Vice Admiral Tsuru, being the younger of the two, and their relationship was exceptionally close. There was also a potential admiral with the codename Teppan, who harbored an unrequited love for Garp, but she remained unmoved by his pursuits despite his persistence. He had courted her 100 times in the original story, 100 times, and she hadn't even acknowledged him once. A simp deserves no house. Have you completed your mission and returned, little Rey? Garp smiled warmly, accompanied by a sexy young woman with long pink hair. Yeah, it was just terribly boring. Sailing on the open sea day after day, and if your luck was bad, you wouldn't spot a single island for a whole week. That's only natural. The sea is vast and truly tests one's patience. Rey wore a bitter expression. Tina is here too. Garp, do you live here as well? Yes, I live in the villa closer to the edge, staying together with Tsuru. Tina's home is right next to mine, so we're on the way back together. Rey, you've been promoted to colonel so quickly. I heard you went on solo missions. Tina admires you so much. Tina's big eyes blinked, unblinking, staring at Rey in awe. Cough. It's nothing much, just an ordinary matter really. Being stared at by Tina's clear, unguarded eyes, Rey felt embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. Don't be modest. It's simply because you're too powerful. Tina means every word. Garp watched with a grin as Rey, thoroughly flustered by Tina, squirmed awkwardly, finding the whole scene highly amusing. I'll be heading back now. Tsuru is waiting for my sake. Garp waved the red wine bottle in her hand at Rey. Tina, let's go home. All right, good night, Rey. I'm heading back too. I'm very happy, Tina. All right, I need to rest as well. Good night. Watching the retreating figures of Garp and Tina, he let out a wry smile, turned around, and returned to his new home. Opening the door, Rey stepped inside. Not bad. Seems like someone has been keeping it clean. The house was fully furnished without a speck of dust, likely due to regular cleaning. Everything one could need was already present. There was even a small training room in the backyard. Everything was in order. Rey decided to first assess his current abilities. Currently, his highest output could reach roughly 200 million volts of electrical voltage. In thunder mode, when unleashing his strongest form, he should surpass the original Enel. He had nearly mastered observation hockey, while armament hockey could currently only cover one arm. Conqueror's hockey. Never mind. He still wasn't sure if he possessed it since that extraordinary ability only appears in one person out of a million. However, Ray was still quite envious. Conqueror's hockey's pressure is immensely formidable. It can inflict tangible physical damage, and its crowd-clearing effect is incredibly powerful. His Goro Goro no Mi was already impressive, but without Conqueror's hockey for that certain flair. In the original story, when Shanks went to negotiate with Whitebeard, the scene where the clouds in the sky were split in half, so ridiculously cool. It suited him perfectly. At this thought, Ray's heart was filled with envy and jealousy. Why think so much? Better to just go to sleep first. Ray transformed his frustration into drowsiness, threw himself onto the soft bed, and fell into a deep slumber. Finally, no more rocking back and forth while trying to sleep every night. How comfortable. I love solid ground. Inside the elite training camp, Leia arrived here right after finishing breakfast. Aside from Binzi and Shoes with Smoker and Tina and the others had only recently graduated, just a few days prior, and were preparing for field training under Kazan and Mascherito. He had come specifically to check on Sato. Binzi, why must you twist your body when controlling plants? That only leaves you wide open to your enemies. And Yuan, you still haven't mastered Sora despite all this time. Sure, your devil fruit power is formidable, but you still need to make physical contact to activate it. Extra training for you. And you? Yes, understood, Sensei. I'll do my best. Walking in, he immediately found Zephyr furiously drilling his students. Leia hesitated to interrupt them just as Sato happened to be standing by the entrance. Creeping up beside Sato, Leia said, "Hey, Sato, how've you been?" "It's Leia. Same as always, though compared to you, they're all far too weak." Sato waved his hand dismissively at Leia. "Hee, I'm invincible. How could they ever compare to me? By the way, do you have any classes today? If not, let's go grab a drink." Sato rolled his eyes and replied flatly, Let's go. I'm free. Today's an extra drill session arranged by Teacher Zephyr. I was supposed to have the day off." The two fell into an easy companionship as they made their way toward the taverns in the Marine Headquarters Commercial District, looking every bit like close friends. Of course, the Marine Headquarters had a commercial street. Since most of the Marines' families resided here, the presence of people naturally gave rise to demand, and demand created a market. Many of the shops were run by the families of the Marines. It was quite bustling as well, with many small merchants preferring to transport their goods here for sale. After all, where else but Marineford, the very heart of the Navy? Which pirate with the nerve of a bear and the courage of a leopard would dare cause trouble here aside from that certain lion? As for why these were small merchants, none of the bigger ones lacked powerful backers, so they feared no pirate incidents. Plus, pirates' berry was far too plentiful, making it the most profitable trade. "Come on, cheers." "What? I'm so strong, and yet you won't even let me drink." "Only juice for me. The service quality at headquarters taverns really is terrible." "Ha ha ha, Leia, who asked you to be only 15 years old?" Clank. Sato laughed heartily after clinking glasses with Leia. He had so often forgotten that Leia was still just a 15-year-old boy due to his overwhelming strength. Today, however, he himself had been taught a lesson by the bar owner. Still, he truly was a monster. Could he surpass the 3 fleet admirals? Perhaps you really could achieve it. "Young man, though you hold the rank of Marine Captain, you haven't reached the legal drinking age, so I simply cannot serve you alcohol." The bar owner, an older man wiping a glass, cast a sideways glance at Leia. "Can I really not have any? Just one drink." "Impossible. Give up that thought. At least wait until you're 16. Leia dejectedly took a sip of his juice and slouched against the counter. "Ha ha ha. Leia, you'll have to wait until next year for us to drink together." Watching Leia's reaction, Sato couldn't resist laughing mockingly. "Keep laughing, and you can spar with me later." Leia fixed Sato with a cold stare. It looks like you've already had too much." Amidst the soothing music playing in the tavern, the occasional sound of their bickering echoed through the air. The tavern owner, hiding in the back room, couldn't help but shed a wistful smile, perhaps reminded of his own son who had just come of age when he felt a pirate's hands. He was a Marine lieutenant who had only recently graduated. After catching up with Sato, Leia brought Rado aboard his vessel and set out to escort the captured pirates to Impel Down. Sailors set sail. Impel Down lay within the calm belt, forming a triangle with Eni's lobby at Water 7 and Marineford, the headquarters home base. Between these 3 locations surged massive whirlpool currents that pirate vessels simply could not navigate. Even if they managed to enter, they would only spin helplessly within the eddies. Only by passing through the Gate of Justice and riding the unique currents of the world government could one reach either Marineford or the deep-sea prison of Impel Down. In other words, once you entered Eni's lobby, there were only 2 destinations: Marineford or Impel Down. BRR, this is Marine Captain Leia's division. We are transporting pirates to Impel Down and request passage. Is this Captain Leia of the Marines? Hold on, let me check. Hello, we have received confirmation from Marine Headquarters. The Gate of Justice is now open for your vessel. Please proceed quickly. Copy that. Upon hearing the communique, Leia watched as the massive iron gate approximately 1 kilometer ahead slowly began to open. Boom. Rushing water cascaded as the gate of justice swung open and the surrounding ocean surged inward in an instant. Even Leia and his men far enough away to be somewhat isolated could feel the violent trembling of the sea surface. This is truly breathtaking. The sight of this. Fredo, visiting Eni's lobby for the first time, awe covered his face. The Marines aboard also gazed at the gate of justice with stunned expressions. What ingenious design. Truly the work of master craftsmen. Everyone was experiencing it for the first time. Leia too maintained a composed facade, determined to keep his dignity intact. Once the current filled the passage, the warship moved forward. Since its establishment, Eni's lobby had never fallen, save for the Straw Hats in the original timeline. Because the island never experienced night, remaining in perpetual daylight, it was also known as the island that never sleeps. Move, no loitering. Head straight for Impel Down once we pass through the Gate of Justice. Eni's lobby connected directly to the world government's nerve center, so the garrisons stationed there numbered in the tens of thousands, maintaining a steady force of roughly 10,000 troops. Given the large number of world government officials present, Spandam, the head of CP9, was also stationed on the island. As for that despicable, treacherous man, Leia had no desire to interact with him, so he ordered his men not to linger. After passing through Eni's lobby, the warship arrived at Impel Down, the deep-sea prison. The main entrance ahead featured the first-level outer gate of the prison, blocked by iron barriers and flanked by naval warships providing protection. Surrounded by enormous sea kings encircling the entire complex, this place earned its reputation as an impregnable fortress. Once the iron gate opened, Leia's warship sailed in and docked before the entrance steps. Is this Captain Leia? Ah, as expected, truly the strongest rising star of the Marines. Speaking was Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. A towering figure nearly 5 meters tall, adorned with 2 horns upon his head and 2 demonic wings upon his back. Hailed as the strongest man in the prison, he possessed immense sense of responsibility and was the user of the Doku, know me, a paramecia-type devil fruit. A being of poison itself. Then I shall take them from you. Thank you for your trouble, Captain Leia. You're welcome. Meeting you in person, Warden Magellan, indeed lives up to your reputation as the strongest man in prison. Leia held Magellan's strength in high regard. Without Luffy's protagonist, luck escape would have been impossible. Even the Blackbeard pirates had been swiftly defeated by his single move, Ryusei Kazan, leaving them all lying defeated in neat rows. I can't hold it anymore. I'll have Hanabaro handle the handover. With that, Magellan's face contorted into one of urgent discomfort, and he turned to dash toward the restroom. As a poisoned human, even his breath carried toxicity which seeped into the food at his lips and rendered it poisonous, hence his chronic digestive troubles. Haha, I do hope Magellan is undone by his own toxins so that I might ascend to warden. Then the entire prison shall be mine. Oh ho ho. Surely they didn't catch my ambitions, did they? Hannibal hastily clapped a hand over his mouth. I spoke no such thing. You heard nothing, did you, Colonel Leia? He stammered, awkwardly attempting to extricate himself. Before them stood the towering 3-meter frame of Hannibal, bare-chested with a belly swollen like a wrathful demon, brow ridges flaring outward like horns, his countenance mirroring the grimace of a Hanya mask. Yet he was putting on a pitifully transparent show of feigned innocence. Leia and Leet shared an awkward sheen of cold sweat. Following the handover to Vice Warden Hannibal, Leia's party once again passed through Impel Down and returned to the Marine headquarters, where the Grand Line converged with the New World atop the towering peak of the Red Line. The Holy Land of Mary Geos served as the seat of the world government, the lofty dwelling place of the celestial dragons and the supreme arbiters of the world, the 5 elders. It represented the absolute zenith of this world, prior to the great hero Fisher Tiger of Fishman Island, who had in years past scaled the government's fortress through sheer indomitable will, wreaked havoc upon its halls, and liberated every bound slave. No one had ever dared challenge it. Since then, none had dared raise a fist within its walls. Over 170 nations fell under the world government's banner. While the 5 elders wielded its executive authority, the true sovereign remained the enigmatic figure known only as M. It seemed, was a woman. The matriarch of the celestial dragons, the sovereign of the void throne, elevated even above the noble bloodlines themselves, and the undisputed true ruler of the world government. Sengoku had brought Leia along because the 5 elders had summoned an emergency world conference. The subject at hand was the Revolutionary Army, founded by Monkey D. Dragon, an organization dedicated entirely to challenging the world government. Precisely. It was Dragon, son of Garp, father of Luffy, the world government's most formidable adversary, commander of the Revolutionary Army, and the convict branded as the most heinous criminal in the world. The Revolutionary Army's ultimate aim was to topple the world government, reshape the world, and cast aside the tyrannical edicts that deemed some lives worthless. Leia held deep admiration for Dragon, who had dared to conceive of revolution within a world so brutally subjugated. Yet he could not wholeheartedly endorse their methods. Though the Revolutionary Army championed the independence of every nation and tirelessly acted upon that ideal. But there lay a grave flaw. They had utterly failed to consider the dire aftermath awaiting those nations after the independence wars they sought to ignite. After clearing the stringent security of the CP agents, Leia followed Sengoku into an opulent hall. Stretching before them was a vast, elongated counter brimming with an assortment of exquisite refreshments and delicacies. At the hall's heart rested a conference table of such grandeur that it could seat 60 or 70 souls and still feel expansive. Numerous delegations from member states had already taken their places while more continued to file in steadily. Papa, this is simply divine. Crunch, crunch. A 10-year-old girl in a flowing pink gown nibbled eagerly on a slice of strawberry cake, her face alight with joy. Haha, my little princess Vivi, savor it slowly, lest you choke. King Nefertari Cobra of Arabasta stood beside her lovingly, offering a glass of water. That is the sovereign of the member kingdom of Arabasta, and beside him stands his daughter Princess Vivi. A powerhouse with a standing army of 600,000, it is no nation to be trifled with. Noticing Leia's gaze drifting toward Cobra, Sengoku offered a patient explanation. His daughter is undeniably charming at the very least. Sengoku's expression immediately darkened. You audacious rascal. Observing that the attendees had nearly assembled, a CP operative clapped their hands and stepped into the hall. Enough, your majesties, and Marshal Sengoku. We are all present. The World Conference shall now officially commence. Kindly take your seats. With those words, he offered a deep 90-degree bow to the assembly before retreating behind the heavy drapes. The heavy drapes at the head of the conference table drew slowly apart, revealing the 5 elders. Let us begin. The one on the far left, a white-haired curmudgeon leaning on a cane with a jagged scar bisecting his left cheek, spoke first. Beside him sat another venerable elder, tall and gaunt, with a cascade of straight white hair and a flowing silver beard. The two seated at the center were bald, save for the one who bore a crescent-shaped patch of hair, a thick walrus mustache, and a distinctive birthmark upon his brow, who broke the silence. Concerning Dragon, the most heinous criminal this world has ever known, his Revolutionary Army wages war across the globe. I trust you will unite in council to devise a flawless strategy. The final elder wore spectacles and held a long sword radiating an ominous dark aura, none other than Yubashiri, one of the 12 supreme grade swords renowned among blade wielders as a malevolent weapon. Then from the far right, a voice, deep and gravelly, cut through the murmurs. It belonged to the elder whose hair and beard were spun from gold, bearing a jagged scar across his chest. Do not underestimate the feats wrought by Dragon and his Revolutionary Army. We must not give them the alarm just yet. Let us observe their movements first, proposed the elder with the cascade of straight white hair. A murmur of discussion rippled through the assembled monarchs. For all his strength, he cannot possibly withstand the might of an entire nation. True, but since the revolutionaries stirred their unrest, disturbances have indeed erupted across the globe. Should we allow their influence to fester unchallenged, the repercussions will be boundless. The assembly fell into hushed contemplation. Sengoku and Leia remained silent, for Dragon had once been one of their own, a high-ranking officer who had forsaken the Navy. Seated directly across from Leia, King Cobra remained still, gently but firmly reminding young Vivi to behave and refrain from mischief. Noticing her curious gaze fixed upon him, Leia returned it with a warm smile. Unfazed, Vivi beamed back at him. She merely regarded him with curiosity, as he was one of only 2 Marines present. After hours of deliberation, the session finally drew to a close. At one point, the 5 elders sought Sengoku's counsel. With an immovable, stern countenance, he simply declared, the Marines remain eternally loyal to the world government. Perceiving Sengoku's masterful evasion, the 5 elders chose to let the matter rest. As for Leia's unexpected presence at this gathering, the 5 elders had merely heard rumors a new natural type rumble fruit user had recently joined the Navy, hailed as a prodigy capable of surpassing even the 3 fleet admirals. To them, the Navy was simply a subordinate instrument. An additional powerhouse wielding a logia was of no concern and thus raised no objections. Leia understood Sengoku's predicament well. Dragon was Garp's son, yet Garp himself stood as the Navy's greatest hero. Dragon had also walked away from the Navy, once a high-ranking officer among them. Had he not betrayed his oath, he might very well have been considered for the rank of Fleet Admiral. The exact catalyst for his defection remained shrouded in mystery, but it was widely believed that witnessing the suffocating darkness of the world government firsthand had broken his faith, driving him to abandon the Navy and forge the Revolutionary Army. It was a testament to the Garp lineage that they truly bore the name of D. One stood as a vice admiral at Marine headquarters, a living legend. The other was branded the single greatest threat to the world government. And the third harbored ambitions of becoming the king of the pirates. TSK. What a remarkable family. You filthy brat, didn't your parents teach you any manners? How dare you get food on my clothes? I'll teach you a lesson today. Wapol, the obese and grotesque king of Drum Kingdom, with deep purple hair, flew into a rage over the cake that had accidentally landed on his clothing when Vivi tripped. Not only did he hurl insults, but he also slapped at Vivi with all his might. Just as his hand was about to strike her tiny frame, Cobra, who had been conversing with others in the distance, could only watch helplessly as his daughter faced danger too far to intervene in time. Smack! A hand grabbed Wapol's massive palm. Your Majesty, Wapol, bullying a child is hardly befitting a righteous king. Rhea stood before Vivi, gazing calmly at Wapol. Vivi, who had already lost all hope, squeezed her eyes shut in terror. When nothing happened for what felt like an eternity, she slowly cracked open one eye and looked ahead. So handsome. Whimper, I'm saved. He's that Marine from the meeting earlier. Such a cool Marine, big brother. Vivi's eyes widened instantly, her tiny mouth slightly agape as she admired Rhea's dashing silhouette. Seeing that the newcomer was a Marine and noticing Sengoku beside him narrowing his eyes with a menacing glare, Wapol, who was already in a foul temper, backed down. After all, this wasn't his territory, and he dared not act so recklessly. He turned and left. Since the Marines are sticking up for this brat, I'll let this slide. For now. Thank you. Thank you so much. If that Marine hadn't stepped in just now, I don't know what might have happened to my daughter. Cobra, who had just arrived, hugged Vivi tightly and repeatedly thanked Rhea, still shaken. It's nothing. I'm a Marine. It's my duty. No, this is my personal gratitude to you alone. Sengoku, standing nearby, wanted to speak up, but glancing at the still traumatized Vivi, he held his tongue. He knew Cobra had always resisted world government and Marine interference in their affairs, which was precisely why he had built up such a large military. I had hoped to invite you to dinner to properly thank you, but our nation has urgent matters that require my immediate attention. I sincerely apologize. We must take our leave. Please, when next you visit Alabasta, allow me to host you in due measure. It wasn't that he didn't wish to entertain Rhea properly right now. Certain villages in his kingdom were experiencing critical emergencies, and his attendance at this World Government Summit was compelled by its authority. Think nothing of it, Your Majesty. Don't let us stand in your way. Attend to your urgent business first. Princess Vivi, never be afraid. Be brave. Rhea smiled and winked at Vivi. Marine, big brother. Vivi isn't scared at all. I'm the bravest. Chasing away her earlier fear, Vivi puffed out her chest and declared loudly. But what's your name, Marine, big brother? Mine is Rhea, Vivi. Goodbye, Rhea, big brother. Goodbye. Watching Vivi and her party board the World Government escort vessel, Rhea waved with a gentle smile. Rhea, let's go. It's time we headed back. We have a new mission Admiral Zeph wants to give you. Sengoku, who had been watching silently this whole time, approached. Maintain your original resolve, Rhea. Marine Headquarters Office. Zeph, are you certain you want to assign this mission to Rhea? Sengoku remained uneasy, scrutinizing the mission document for quite some time. Yet Zeph merely held a cigar between his fingers, lit it, drew deeply, and exhaled a massive ring of smoke. Aren't you being annoying enough? In our day, you never were this indecisive. Besides, no pressure means no progress. Moreover, I've thoroughly investigated this mission's target. His strength is roughly on par with his. Rhea took the mission document from Sengoku and sat on the sofa to read. The mission's objective was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million berries. Unlike the era of wild pirates, bounties didn't inflate recklessly back then. Any pirate reaching such a bounty tier had already attained strength comparable to a Marine Vice Admiral at headquarters. Zeph, has this kid Rhea really grown this strong since I brought him into the Marines? Garp, picking his nose while munching on senbei, found it hard to believe. If Rhea had reached the rank of Rear Admiral, Garp could have accepted it. But Zeph was telling him Rhea could now rival a Marine Vice Admiral at headquarters. Excuse me. A Marine Vice Admiral is a senior officer. The weakest among them can freely wield Conqueror's haki. None of them are mere strongmen. Has this brat really become this formidable? I'm telling you, this isn't some petty pirate to be trifled with. This guy counts as a powerhouse even in the New World. Sengoku remained deeply concerned. Rhea represented the future of the Marines. How about we reconsider? Bang. Zeph slammed his palm onto the table. Facing his two old comrades who refused to trust his judgment, he said impatiently. Enough. Though I'm retired, I'm not so senile as to lose my sense of proportion. Rhea is my disciple. I know exactly what I'm doing. That's final. Rhea, collect your commission order and prepare for departure. Roger that. Please stamp it, Admiral Sengoku. That concludes the destination briefing. Set sail, Rhea. Aye, Lord Rhea. Fully prepared, light, right led Rhea's subordinates loaded with supplies aboard the warship. The anchor slowly rose. The fleet set sail. Iris Kingdom was a small nation composed of multiple islands located in the first half of the Grand Line. Its total population was relatively small, and like all nations, its military size was proportionate to its populace. Fewer people meant fewer soldiers. Despite its modest population, the nation was quite prosperous, boasting a small gold mine on one of its islands. However, after the explosive pirates from the New World arrived, they invaded the nation with overwhelming force within a single day. The king's army that resisted was nearly annihilated, and the remaining citizens were forced into mineral mining. Only the captain of the guard managed to escape with the king fled to the world government for help. Originally, the 5 elders had no intention of meddling with such a minor nation. But the king of Iris offered the gold mine as a bargaining chip to rescue his people. Seeing profit in the matter, the 5 elders dispatched the Marines to intervene and promised that once the gold mine was secured, Iris would be granted vassal status and world government protection. Such was the nature of this mission. Rhea held the 5 elders in utter contempt. They claimed to uphold world peace, yet acted exactly like some country that ran around the globe every day. Wherever profit awaited, they rushed in like rats smelling blood, completely indifferent to the lives of others. A massive object suddenly erupted from the sea surface, countless waters surging into the sky along with the monster. Quite spectacular. The violent sea surge rocked the thunder, violently throwing Leia, who was lying on a sun chair, onto the deck. Ding. The thunder was the name Leia gave to his warship. This is a large sea king. Their route was through the calm belt, chosen to reach the destination quickly. Sea kings mostly inhabit the calm belt, and others dare not venture in, because most pirate ships rely on wind direction for navigation. Only the Navy with its vast resources has other fuels to power warships, and the hulls are lined with sea stone, which is not cheap. Thus, sea kings would not attack the Navy, as to them sea stone is like seawater. The calm belt is very long, and even with Leia using maximum power fuel, it would be difficult to reach Illis in a short time. What happened? Leia leaned on the railing, rubbing his head, and standing up. He had been asleep just now. Light, coming out of the cabin, looked at the port bow with an amazed expression. Lord Leowitz, a sea king. The surrounding Navy soldiers, also awakened by the commotion, all rushed out. Too terrifying. What a huge monster. It seems to be coming up for air. We just happened to encounter it. Light guessed, watching a stream of water erupt from the sea king's head. It probably isn't hungry. Everyone stay calm. Maintain speed and proceed. Generally, sea kings won't attack us with sea stone unless they're hunting. Light calmed the soldiers. No matter how you look at it, it's like a miracle. It seems Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island can control them. Leia rubbed his chin, watching the enormous creature recede into the distance. After that brief incident, the rest of the journey proceeded without any further disturbances. As expected, the Sea King was just an accident. After all, the warship's bottom was lined with sea stone. Time at sea passed quickly, and 4 days seemed to fly by. The Navy soldier on the lookout tower's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out binoculars. He then descended to report to Leia. Report, I see the outline of Illis Island. Estimated time to docking is less than half an hour. The next moment, Leia, now wearing his justice coat, issued commands sternly. Notify everyone, Light. Have them all enter combat readiness. Battle could erupt at any moment. Stay alert. After Light led the soldiers to prepare. Then Light, you take the soldiers behind to rescue the civilians first. Leave the captain and vice-captain of the blast pirates to me. Leia's gaze pierced through the coastline, and his confident words echoed in Light's ears. Leia wasn't being arrogant. Everything was built upon his overwhelming power. This was a plan specially formulated by Leia and Light during the voyage. He would use his absolute strength to quickly eliminate the opponent's high-level combatants. Then Light would lead the soldiers to rescue the hostages. On the coast of Illis Island, it had been 6 days since the blast pirates occupied it. The pirate scout stationed at the port was nodding off, dozing with his eyes half closed. He complained, muttering, "They're having fun inside, while making me stand here in the cold wind. Bastard." Suddenly, a figure flashing with lightning shot past him without stopping. "Who are you?" The pirate was startled awake by a thunderclap. Before he could finish his words, a lightning bolt shot towards him with a swift sound. In an instant, he turned to charcoal, and the lookout tower beneath his feet caught fire due to the lightning. Leia never intended to hide his presence. Not only because of his confidence, but also to allow his troops to land quickly without obstruction. Adolf, the captain of the blast pirates known as the Exploder, though he couldn't match the peaks of pirates like the 4 emperors or warlords. But his reputation in the New World was also great. He had once clashed with a fleet admiral, and the battle ended in a draw. As he left, he gave the admiral a provocative look. His devil fruit ability is a paramecia called the Blast Fruit. It allows him to make objects explode by touch. The ability only activates through physical contact, a clear drawback. However, at that time, the naval admiral's massive warship was blown apart by a single punch, and many Navy soldiers were killed aboard. Sengoku was furious about this matter, and specifically sent Kazan to hunt him down. But Adolf was cunning and fled all the way to the New World. The New World is pirate territory, and Sengoku didn't want to clash with the 4 emperors, so he reluctantly recalled Kazan. In a basin at the center of Illis Island. It was an open-air mine. Some pirates stood guard around, and a faceless figure stood in front of the mine. Inside the mine, people clad in tattered clothes with haggard faces vigorously swung their shovels and pickaxes. These were Illis nationals captured by the pirates. Everyone was sallow and emaciated, with each person receiving only 2 bowls of porridge per day. Occasionally someone would collapse from overwork and others would want to help. But upon seeing the nearby pirates, they retreated. Previously some had helped those who fell, but were beaten to death by pirates and dragged away with them, then thrown directly into the sea. They had resisted before. It's just that those who rebelled were cruelly killed, and their corpses still hang on the houses to this day. As long as they obeyed, they wouldn't die, perhaps they could survive until the day of rescue. With perfectly groomed hair and wearing a decent suit, Adolf was a ruthless butcher. He would kill everyone without scruples to achieve his goals. He understood the principle of killing the chicken to scare the monkey, so he only killed a portion of them. As long as the rest were terrified, they would work obediently. Although even after finishing the job, he never intended to let them go. The work must be completed by tonight at the latest, better hurry and transport the gold. Calculating the Navy should arrive soon. In the end they'll die anyway. Why so persistent? On the surface Adolf looked handsome, but his eyes revealed a cold gleam. If not for that so-called guard captain who had some strength and kept causing trouble from the shadows, they would have left long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. But this little rat was finally torn apart by Ben. Ben, the vice captain of the Blast Pirates known as the Bear Man, is a devil fruit user who ate the zoan-type brown bear fruit with a bounty of 110 million. His favorite thing was to transform into a bear man and tear enemies apart with his bare paws. At this moment, Vice Captain Ben was searching everywhere in Illis for any remaining civilians, in order to tortuously kill them to satisfy his twisted psyche. Buzz buzz. A pirate handed the den mushy to Bien, who was indulging his bloodthirsty desires. What is it? Bien frowned, annoyed at being disturbed. If this subordinate's reason was not something important, he would tear him apart as well. Bien detested nothing more than being interrupted at such moments. Of course, except for his captain. The vice captain. Terrible news. Someone has invaded. Knowing Bien's unpredictable temper, the man spoke in a pale, stumbling voice. Upon hearing this, Bien discarded the blood-stained rag, his face darkening instantly. How long ago? Almost 10 more minutes. What the hell were those sentries doing? If intruders breached their territory, why wasn't a signal sent immediately? As long as it was not the Marines dispatching a large force or an admiral to crush them, they had no fear. Each watchtower of the pirates guarding the harbor was equipped with a signal gun. If anyone intruded, a signal should have been sent without delay. Could it be a Marine admiral? Perhaps they never had the chance to send the signal. The pirate underling stared at his vice captain with trembling fear, dreading that a single misstep might cost him his life. If it truly were an admiral, we would have been captured long ago. Would it have taken so long? Bien scoffed. He did not believe it to be an admiral. Among the current admirals, only Kizuru might be stationed at Marineford. The other admirals were mostly maintaining order at the G1 and G5 branches in the New World. Recently, several powerful pirates have been assaulting these New World marine facilities. This was Yiming City, the capital of the Elise Kingdom. It was not entirely accurate to call it a city, for Yiming City was quite small. As a nation situated on an island, its landmass was limited, perhaps only slightly larger than a town. When Leia arrived here, a doomsday scene unfolded before his eyes. Just a week ago, this city had thrummed with bustling life. Now it had become a true hell on earth. Burnt houses lay scattered everywhere and blood stained the streets. Buzz buzz buzz. Countless corpses, their faces pixelated beyond recognition, lay unburied. The stench of decay filled the air as flies swarmed over their bodies. Shattered limbs and broken bodies were scattered across every corner of the city, a sight too horrifying to behold. Young and old, male and female alike, gazing upon this scene that seemed fit only for hell itself. Leia stood silently amidst the ruins, looking at the corpse of a child before him. The confidence that his overwhelming power would ensure the mission's success had long vanished. Zzzz. Boom rumble. A cold, killing intent spread through his entire body. The surrounding air twisted and warped from the lightning energy unconsciously radiating from Leia's fury. An ordinary person standing here would instantly die as their hearts stopped from the overwhelming current. Composing himself, Leia retrieved the den mushy from his chest, nearly electrocuted, and called Laite. Laite, stop searching for pirates. Focus entirely on rescue operations. Most of the survivors are underground. Laite asked in bewilderment. The mission orders stated we should prioritize rescuing the nobles of the Elise Kingdom. What has happened? To hell with those nobles. Do as I say. If anyone dares prioritize rescuing those so-called nobles first, I will kill them. Yes, Lord Leia, I understand. Sensing Leia's suppressed roar, Laite also sensed something was gravely wrong. Through his heart network, Leia could sense many caves beneath the ground where some children still lived hiding within. They dared not cry, pressing their hands tightly over their mouths in the embrace of older children. Fortunately, the underground caves contained food that could be preserved for a long time. Otherwise, these children would have starved to death. However, conditions were still dire. Water was scarce, and without timely medical attention, their lives would be at risk. Stowing away the den mushy that had been electrocuted, Leia turned and shot toward the direction his heart network indicated, transforming into a surge of furious lightning. The once bright sky had now darkened with eerie flashes of lightning streaking across from time to time. The lightning followed Leia's movements relentlessly. From a distance, a torrential figure of thunder flashed past, as though an ancient thunder deity had awakened in wrath. In the inner city of the royal capital, within a dilapidated square, several sneering pirates surrounded a filthy young girl. They intended to take her to present to Vice Captain Bien. The girl looked helplessly around at the pirates surrounding her, panic overwhelming her. She had originally been hiding in an underground cellar, but one child had fallen ill and could barely hold on. Being the eldest, she had promised everyone she would protect the children, so she quietly slipped out hoping to find fever medicine. Unexpectedly, she was discovered in the end. This past few days, that bear-like man had been murdering people everywhere. She knew that if captured, she would meet the same fate. But Mia, you must survive. Goodbye. In the end, I could not find medicine for you. As time passed, desperation slowly filled the girl's eyes. Her hoarse voice gradually faded as though her soul had been lost, accepting the reality that she was about to die. Just as the pirates prepared to seize her, a voice suddenly rang out, startling them as they quickly glanced around. Go to hell, you worthless scum. Who's there? Who are you? Thud. Leia did not bother acknowledging those pieces of trash. In a single strike, a swarm of lightning serpents materialized and engulfed them. The pirates were immediately struck by massive voltage that penetrated their bodies, destroying their hearts and nerves. This time Leia intended to leave not a single survivor. Are you alright, little sister? You are safe now. Go hide first, and the Marines will arrive shortly to rescue everyone. Opening her eyes, the girl looked up at Leia, who wore the Marine uniform and a red coat emblazoned with justice, handsome and radiant. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably like a flooding river. From fear and weakness, her exhausted body suddenly surged with strength. She shoved Leia hard, collapsed to her knees, and screamed in breakdown. Why? Aren't you the Marines who uphold justice? Why have you come only now? My parents, Sister Fanny, Uncle Mike. Everyone is dead. That demon tore them apart with his bare hands. Why is this happening? What did we do wrong? After shouting it all out, the girl burst into sobs. Leia did not argue. Instead, he squatted down and gently embraced the girl's frail body, slowly patting her back. Cried out, I am sorry. It is our fault. We have come too late. Rest assured, I will make them pay for what they have done. Wah. After soothing the girl's emotions and handing her the medicine, he instructed her to return to the cellar and keep the children hidden. The subsequent Marine forces would arrive soon to protect them. After giving the girl his instructions, Leia took a deep breath. Gazing toward the mine caves in the basin behind the royal capital, he let out a fierce cry and shot forward, wrapped in thunder. Wait for me, Adolf, you cowardly bastard. Just as Leia finished comforting the girl, Laite and the Navy finally made landfall. However, as they walked through this ruined city of broken branches and severed roots, everyone's eyes turned red. As they walked along, they saw scattered broken corpses of refugees lining the roadsides. Anger replaced everything within them. Yet for those in military uniforms, was this not the greatest irony? The Navy, sworn to protect civilians, had allowed a gang of pirates to cruelly murder so many. This was their failure. Remembering Lord Leia's words, Laite forced himself to remain calm. Everyone go rescue the children hiding underground first. Leave these bodies for now. Once the children are settled, we'll give them proper burials. Yes, Major Laite, the soldiers replied with choked voices. The palace of Yiming City, once the bedchamber of King Ulysses. A lowly pirate scrambled on hands and knees to Bai-In, who sat upon the throne drinking wine. He crashed to the floor beside the chair, tripped over the corpse of a kingdom guard. Vice Captain, the Navy has arrived. Bai-In, who had been about to kick him, changed expression and seized him by the collar. The Navy? How many came? Only one. Then what the hell are you panicked for? One sailor frightens you this badly. He's no Navy admiral, you bastard. Bai-In punched the pirate scum away, then summoned his men to arm themselves and hunt down that audacious Navy officer. Men, come kill that Navy officer. How dare a single sailor come after us alone? He wants to die? Kill the Navy. With all of us here, we could slash him to death one stroke at a time. Oh, though they call Bai-In the Bear Man, he's anything but cowardly inside. He had carved his path from the New World alongside Captain Adolf and clashed with the Navy countless times. Past experience taught him the Navy were no fools. They would not send one man alone to die without reason. If he dared come alone, he must truly possess that strength. But Bai-In did not care. The whole raid succeeded because the Navy admirals were stretched too thin. The captain had calculated the perfect window to strike, so at most a vice admiral would come. Yet cautious as ever, Bai-In lingered at the rear of the group. He was prepared to flee and regroup with Captain Adolf if the opponent proved too strong. Still lost in his calculations, Bai-In's beastly instinct from the devil fruit sensed mortal danger closing in. Bai-In rolled without hesitation, dropping flat to the floor. Zzzz. A 10-meter blade of lightning sliced horizontally through the air. Save for Bai-In, every pirate was cleaved in two by the strike. As the disheveled Bai-In regathered himself, corpses and writhing wounded littered the scene. Wails echoed through the empty palace like music played for the dead civilians. Who is it? Who's there? Bayan, still trembling from fear, watched his men's screams fade into silence, rage building. If not for his instincts forged through years of combat, he would have been slaughtered just like them. I am Colonel Leia of the Navy headquarters. Remember this, you pirate bastards. Leia killed you. These scum deserve nothing less. Leia's figure materialized at the palace entrance in an instant. Stepping inside, he found a woman's corpse cradling her dead child, her eyes frozen in sorrow. Blood continued to drip from their shattered bodies, refusing to stop. The sight only intensified Leia's desire to drag these scum from hell itself and make them suffer anew. Do you have no humanity? Humanity? Ha. Aren't these powerless wastes merely toys for us to play with? Transformed into his bear form, Bayan rubbed his hands together and roared, the thick stench of blood radiating from his every step. A scent that no amount of time could erase after claiming so many lives. Leia observed the towering pirate, his divine sense issuing a faint warning. Bear paw, take this first, you damn Navy man. Bayan swung his bear-clawed palm at Leia, but struck nothing. Already transformed into lightning, Leia rode the electromagnetic waves and launched himself above Bayan's head. 60 million volt, lightning arrow rain. With a sweep of his hands, silver flashes erupted as thousands of lightning arrows rained down upon the bear man. Amid rolling thunder, every arrow struck Bayan's body, turning the entire palace interior blinding white. Boom, boom, boom. Through the explosions, a shadow covered its head and used the blast force to launch itself outward. When the arrow storm ceased, flames engulfed the palace. Bayan's bare form lay charred and smoking, most of his fur scorched away by the lightning. The air reeked of burnt protein. Damn it. Aya, it hurts. The smell of his own flesh roasting made Bayan nearly lose his mind to the agony. Lightning power. Who are you, damn Navy man? Looking up, Bayan saw Leia hovering above his lower body, transformed into crackling lightning wreathed in flames. This man cannot be fought. Must flee and regroup with the captain. Bayan disregarded his injuries. Survival was all that mattered. Once dead, nothing remains. Run. Without a thought of standing against Leia, he turned and fled toward the mine tunnel. Behind him, Leia calmly watched the panicked escapee without moving. One sword style, extreme waters. Laite, drenched in blood, appeared behind Bayan like a demon, his blade, the white righteousness, one of the 56 great swords, gleaming. Hyosui ended the bear man in one clean strike. Ugh. Bayan's momentum carried him forward several meters after the sword pierced his heart, then he froze. You. I don't want to die yet. Blood sprayed from his throat as he stumbled, turned to point at Laite, then collapsed lifeless. A bolt of lightning struck his corpse, reducing it to ash instantly. Leia showed no mercy. Men like this deserved no grave. With his Zoan-type devil fruit granting enhanced vitality and physical strength, Bayan should have survived Laite's strike. But earlier, Leia's lightning had already ravaged his body. Had he reached safety, his regeneration could have purged the lightning, but an unexpected killer had intervened. One strike had ended his last breath. Are they safe? Lord Leia, the children have been relocated to safety. I came to see if you needed assistance and cleared the pirates along the way. Leave me. Return and protect the children. I fear pirate officers may find them, and without you and me the soldiers cannot hold them off. Yes, my lord. After Laite departed, Leia strolled from the palace, continuing toward the mine shaft. Bean has been killed. Adolf muttered to himself inside the gold mine in an emotionless tone, as though his vice-captain's death was no more significant than that of some insignificant henchman. However, even if the Navy sends a full contingent, I will not abandon this gold mine. This intelligence about the gold mine had been hard-won, seized during a window when the fleet admirals were otherwise occupied. No matter who came, he would never allow any harm to befall his gold. He casually tossed aside the lifecard paper representing Bean, nearly consumed by flame, in his hand. Humph. He gave a cold snort and walked toward the mine entrance. Then I'll deal with you first. Ah, don't come closer. You're a devil. Ah, ugh. Swish. A spear of thunder pinned the pirate, who was fleeing in utter panic. Leia calmly stepped over the pirates' corpses without a hint of emotion, desensitized to everything around him. This particular pirate was the 127th he had slain. At that moment, a ripple disturbed his heart network, and Leia turned his gaze forward. Has he arrived? Adolf, I've come to take your wretched life. The surrounding air groaned under unbearable pressure as furious winds howled. A dark figure materialized suddenly, delivering a punch wrapped in armament hockey. Die Navy. Thud. Instinctively elementalizing, Leia was punched flying and sent crashing into a distant tree. Adolf, clad in a sharp formal suit, landed back in place and shook his arm. You damn Navy. How dare you kill Bean? Although he was merely my dog, one must still consider the master when striking a dog. In hell, the wretched Bean cried out in confusion. Meow, meow, meow. Zee. Suddenly, a piercing, thunderous sound erupted as numerous birds chirped at once. Lightning coiled around Leia's right foot as immense electrical energy surged outward. His entire right leg swelled within the electric embrace, and in an instant, he teleported behind Adolf. His lightning-wreathed right leg struck Adolf at tremendous speed. Thunderstorm kick. Boom. Before the kick could connect, Adolf's body twisted around his armament, hockey-clad hands crossing to block the attack. Massive lightning energy splashed outward in an instant, obliterating every tree along the path. A clearing formed in the blink of an eye. A natural type? Not bad, you young Navy brat. Feeling the electric currents dancing across his skin, even he sensed a slight tingle. Hey, not bad. Words coming from your mouth are truly nauseating. Adolf let out a cold snort and said, "You merely hide behind empty words. You bastard, how dare you interrupt my business? I'll blow you to smithereens." Explosive starfall. Fist shadows like raindrops infused with armament hockey rained down upon Leia. The moment any single fist shadow made contact with an object, it would detonate. Thanks to the hockey, even elemental form offered no immunity. However, as long as the targeted area was dispersed into lightning beforehand, the armament strikes could be evaded. Rumble, rumble. Dense explosions roared to the heavens. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Yet all were dodged by Leia through preemptive teleportation. The next moment, Leia had already ascended to the high skies. Lightning mode activate. 70 million volts, thunderstorm fist. Boom. One punch dispersed Adolf's assault. Knocked back several steps, Adolf uttered a grim voice. So it's the rumble fruit, a natural type. Has the Navy gained another formidable natural type user? He thought of those 3 calamity-level fleet admirals. It seems I shall have to leave you here today, young Navy. Truly terrifying. Let us not allow the Navy to gain another monster. Stop boasting. 100 million volts, thunderstorm spear. A wildly radiating lightning spear appeared before Adolf's eyes in the blink of an instant, materializing from Leia's hand. Dong! Amidst the heavy thunderous crash, violent lightning surged and crackled. Block it. For me. Adolf, unable to dodge in time, manifested a layer of black-purple hockey before his arms. That was concentrated full-body armament hockey. Drip, drip. Adolf's arm blocking the lightning spear began rapidly dripping blood. His once neat appearance was gone, replaced by a feral expression on Adolf's face. Damn. This kid is far faster than me. Completely unable to evade. How could he be this strong? Just a mere Navy brat. I refuse to believe I'll fall to a Navy captain. Explosive jump strike. This technique used the feet as thrusters, detonating the ground to create shockwaves that launched the body into the air for a rapid strike. The only drawback was that it also inflicted damage upon the user. Speed instantly peaked. This technique is so fast. It nearly matches my teleportation speed. Leia, who had barely dodged the attack, gazed at the tear in his clothing where the air had been sliced apart, his brow furrowing. Explosive jump strike. Adolf tapped the ground with his toes, continuously employing this technique to maintain his velocity, regardless of the bodily damage it would cause. Nothing else but this technique could keep pace with Leia's rhythm. Rumble. The earth itself roared deafeningly due to Adolf's power. Even if you're a monster too, I'll kill you today. Not even the Navy vice admirals from headquarters can handle me, let alone a mere Navy captain. Died. Rumble. For a time, a dark shadow leaped and landed again like a grasshopper, while a mass of lightning darted left and right across the sky. Each strike from the dark shadow produced a cacophony of dense explosions and thunder that enveloped the entire island. It startled enormous flocks of birds. That sound. Is Captain Leia fighting someone? It's been going on so long. Has he encountered a formidable opponent? It must be their captain, one of those beasts. The Navy members speculated while rescuing the children. And that explosion sound. There's no mistaking it, it's Adolf. Licht, who was carefully searching every location with a cellar throughout the city, glanced toward the direction of the sound. Captain Leia must win. It's the Navy. You've killed so many of us, you rotten pirates. Die. One sword style instant slash. Swoosh. The sound of spraying erupted, and several pirates who had slipped through the net fell dead upon the ground, gradually fading into death. These pirates did not deserve to live. They all deserve to die. Licht, who would normally spare survivors, showed no mercy this time. Continue searching. See if there are any remaining pirates or children. Wiping the blood splattered across his face, Licht whispered to himself and walked back toward the city. But as Licht gazed around, the scenery seemed eerily familiar. Is it just an illusion? Had he just passed this very place? That was impossible. The direction was correct. Leia would never have imagined that his own adjutant like Zorro was hopeless with directions. Perhaps that was the price of showing off with sword techniques. It was their lifelong destiny. After their fists clashed, the two separated, both panting heavily as they stared at each other. Adolf could clearly feel his body pushing beyond its limits, yet he dared not let his guard down. Another spear formed from countless lightning bolts appeared in Rey's hand, radiating an awe-inspiring aura as it spiraled toward Adolf, once more at blinding speed. He no longer possessed the physical endurance to withstand this lightning spear as he had at the beginning. If struck this time, he would either die or be crippled for life. He had to dodge. despite being heavily countered by Ray, Adolf remained a notorious pirate with a bounty of 250 million berries. When the lightning spear was less than a meter away, he actually used the backward recoil from the explosion to drop his body in an instant. Though he managed to avoid the strike, the lightning spear grazed past the back of his head, the intense electrical current stripping away all his scalp hair and even tearing off a patch of skin. He was now bald. Oh, damn it. Adolf immediately clutched the exposed back of his skull and let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Though the excruciating pain from his exposed scalp drove him to frustration, his eyes never left Ray's direction, refusing to give his opponent the slightest opportunity to ambush him. But Ray did not attack Adolf at this moment. Instead, he gathered his raging lightning energy and descended from the air, following the momentum of his leap. His footsteps slowly touched the ground as he patted his clothes, now reduced to tattered strips. The justice coat on his back had long been destroyed. He shook his head. It is time to end this. I am truly sorry for making you live this long. Since setting sail, he had never encountered a pirate worth using his full strength against. He had engaged in high-intensity combat with Adolf for over 2 consecutive hours, pouring everything he had into each exchange. Admittedly, although Adolf was a scoundrel to his core, he was also a formidable opponent. Both his hockey and physical constitution were exceptional, and his devil fruit abilities were remarkably powerful. However, against an opponent as fast as him, the speed of the Rumble fruit paled in comparison to Kizaru's Pika fruit, coupled with the instantaneous teleportation ability granted by the fruit. In the early stages, Adolf had been able to keep pace with Ray using that special technique, fighting him in a closely matched battle. But as time wore on, Ray consistently managed to land hits here and there, while Adolf, aside from connecting a few blows at the very beginning, could not even touch the elementally shifted Ray afterward. One was Adolf dragging his grievous wounds and clinging to life, while the other was Ray merely expending a portion of his stamina to maintain his speed and elemental form. The final outcome had long been sealed. That lightning spear earlier would certainly not have grazed the back of Adolf's head if he had not been this weakened. At this point, the exhausted Adolf was growing progressively weaker. Continuing this fight held no further meaning. After all, someone who routinely lifts 50 kilograms would not attempt to raise their upper limit by lifting only 30 kilograms. You deserve to go to hell, Adolf. Those wronged souls who perished have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing these words, even though his body was already screaming in agony, Adolf still regarded him with mockery. Huh. Ha ha ha. A Navy brat, are you really doing this to avenge those plebeians? For what? For your Navy's so-called justice. What about the world nobles? Ha ha ha. Watching Adolf like a defeated dog, Ray's expression remained unchanged, his voice carrying an unfathomable quality. I am not doing this for any Navy justice. I am merely seeking to ease the irritation burning within my heart. I am merely an ordinary Navy officer. I apologize for ending you here, but as a human being you have forfeited your right to live. Gazing into Ray's murderous eyes, Adolf knew his death was certain, yet he refused to accept it. Having escaped from a slave ship, he had endured untold suffering and slain countless people to reach his current strength and status. Had he made a mistake? No, he had not. He simply wanted to survive, to do as he pleased, to kill whenever he wished. In this world were not the weak meant to be trampled by the strong. Adolf let out a feral roar and charged toward Ray like a detonating bomb. Each of his heavy, powerful footfalls produced violent explosions, leaving a trail of craters in his wake. Watching Adolf unleash his strongest strike by drawing upon his body's final reserves, Ray saturated his legs with all his power. A devastating shockwave erupted from beneath his feet, and the entire earth seemed to have been struck by missiles. Boom. Amidst the cataclysmic destruction, only a massive crater remained where they had stood. In an instant, Adolf's charred body rose alongside bursting flames and fire. His fists wrapped in dense black hockey, Adolf opened his blackened mouth and roared, delivering the final punch of his life. Then let me end you with my strongest technique. Zzz. Hum. Immediately darkness shrouded the sky as thick clouds gathered. Rumble rumble. Through flashing lightning and rolling thunder, the clouds were split asunder, and a 30-meter-long thunder beast descended upon Adolf like a judgment from the heavens. Colossal lightning energy erupted from within its body, raging through the air. Judging by its appearance alone, it resembled a mythic creature with a dragon's head, a horse's body, deer-like proportions, and an ox's tail. Adolf, startled by the sky's transformation, glanced upward and beheld exactly this sight. Roar! Watching the thunder beast charge toward him with unstoppable fury. How heaven-shaking and earth-trembling was that lightning energy! Sensing the irresistible power radiating from the beast, Adolf felt like a small sailing ship bracing to meet a tsunami upon the open sea. Adolf, go to hell. 200 million volts. Kirin summoned. Aya! The thunder Kirin opened its cavernous maw and swallowed Adolf whole. Within the beast's belly, lightning radiating destruction could be clearly seen engulfing him. The violent thunder power systematically destroyed Adolf's entire body, obliterating every trace of his existence. Boom. Rumble. The sound of the thunderstorm spread across the entire island, and the ground began to tremble. After clearing the pirates from the mine cave, light had already reunited with the surviving Elise citizens and children. Even the toddlers felt the terrifying power within those thunderous explosions and woke from their sleep. For a moment, the children's fear and anxiety from these past days eased with the Navy's arrival. Cries and wails rose in succession. Wah! What is happening? Mommy, I'm scared. Sob sob. On the hillside above the temporary camp, boulders loosened by the cracking earth began rolling toward the settlement. Do not be afraid, children, watch closely. Let Big Brother perform a magic trick for you. Light drew white meaning and stood before the falling boulders. One sword style, shattering slash. Whoosh. Countless blade flashes cut through the air, and the nearby boulders were instantly reduced to fragments, scattering in both directions. The child, who had been terrified into closing his eyes and screaming, heard the commotion and opened them again. The little face that had been streaming with snot and tears now burst with excitement as he ran to Light and clung to his leg. Navy brother, you are amazing. When I grow up, I want to become a Navy too and protect everyone. Is that so? What an admirable goal. Then you must work hard to become stronger, young one. Those who are weak cannot protect others. I will definitely grow up quickly, strong just like you, Navy big brother. Sheathing his sword, Light ruffled the child's soft hair and squinted toward the distant storm. I believe in you, child. Just as I have always believed in Lord Ray. Only someone like Lord Ray is truly worthy of our devotion. Hey Rado, what is your dream? My dream? Probably to capture all the pirates. Ha ha ha. What a beautiful dream. Rhea was not mocking Rado, he genuinely found it beautiful. Standing at the bow of the ship, Rhea gazed at the vast ocean in quiet contemplation. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and turned to look at Rado and the soldiers, saying, since the refugees have been settled and the world government officials will arrive shortly, let us make our return journey. Yes, sir, Rhea. Rado nodded respectfully in response. Set sail. The warship Thunder began to slowly move, beginning its journey home. Rhea, who had remained standing on deck the entire time, leaned against the railing facing the sea breeze and gazed toward Elise Island. There, a group of children was desperately waving their tiny arms at the warship as it sailed ever farther away. They were bidding farewell in their own way. How wonderful. Rado and the other soldiers, watching their colonel gaze into the distance in deep thought, did not dare disturb him. Everyone now harbored a deep, heartfelt respect for Rhea. The reason was not merely his formidable strength, but perhaps also the fact that Rhea could help them achieve what they held most dear in their hearts. In their minds, there was no doubt that Rhea would inevitably rise to become one of the Marines' highest-ranking officers, the admiral, the strongest combatant in the fleet, standing at the very pinnacle of the seas. Thinking that Sir Rhea's strength would only grow greater in the future, and that he might soon be unable to keep pace with him, Rado made a silent vow in his heart. I must quickly strengthen my abilities. After all, I wish to continue serving under Sir Rhea. After the warship had sailed for approximately 2 hours, Rhea, who had been leaning against the bow, suddenly noticed a faint dark spot appearing on the horizon. As the distance drew nearer, was it a merchant vessel? The vessel was heading directly toward the warship's position, moving along a straight line. If left unchecked, the two would inevitably collide. Rado, have the helmsman adjust course to pass beyond that ship on the opposite side. Yes, sir. At that moment, the merchant vessel ahead also spotted the warship and began turning to avoid crossing paths. Wait, something's off. Rhea, who had barely been paying attention, suddenly noticed something peculiar. A typical merchant ship would only need a slight course adjustment since their heading remained constant. But the merchant vessel ahead made an abrupt 90-degree turn in apparent panic upon sighting the warship. This was clearly abnormal for an ordinary merchant ship. To simply avoid a collision would require only a minor adjustment, but this turn was far too sharp. The other ship seemed desperately eager to avoid them, fleeing like prey escaping a predator. Rhea, puzzled by the inconsistency, stroked his chin while watching the merchant vessel grow smaller in the distance, then issued his orders. Rado, alter course and follow that merchant ship. Yes, sir. In truth, Rado had noticed the issue himself long before, but kept quiet since Rhea had not given any orders. After all, there was no legitimate reason for them to flee upon sighting the Navy. As the warship turned to intercept the merchant vessel, the other ship accelerated and changed course again upon realizing it was being pursued. There was certainly something suspicious about this. Did they spot us and start running? Rado looked at Rhea and said, Sir Rhea, there's something wrong with that ship. Rhea smiled. Perhaps they are simply afraid we will extort them. Let us go. Open full power and proceed at maximum speed. Let us see what they are truly up to. Although it might be a mistake, for there were many corrupt elements within the Navy who routinely extorted passing merchant vessels under the guise of protection fees. Of course, these individuals represented only a small fraction. The vast majority of ordinary naval personnel took pride in upholding justice and protecting civilians. The warship's propulsion system naturally far exceeded the merchant vessel's capabilities. Within 10 minutes, they had caught up and intercepted the ship. Rado stood on the side deck and called out sternly, Please cooperate with our inspection. Rest assured, if nothing is found, you will be allowed to proceed immediately. Lord Navy, please remain calm. There is no need for such urgency. We are merely ordinary merchants transporting goods, you see. A portly man appeared on the merchant vessel's deck, offering a practiced smile. Rado ignored him and led his armed soldiers across the gangway connecting the two ships. We will only conduct a brief inspection. It will not take long. Well, my lord, our cargo is somewhat difficult to access, but please accept this small token of our appreciation, you see. As he spoke, the fat man handed Rado a small box containing 5 million belly. Don't move. Tell me what exactly is inside. Seeing the man's attempt at bribery, Rado's eyes narrowed, and his blade flashed from its scabbard. At that moment, Rhea, draped in his navy coat, arrived on the merchant vessel's deck. He had just used his heart net to detect muffled cries coming from below deck, where many people had their mouths covered. Looking coldly at the fat merchant, said in a chilling tone, "Humph, if you are truly ordinary merchants, then who are the captives locked away in the hold below? And what about the armed men hiding behind that door? You insist on searching? I was hoping to talk my way out of this, ha ha ha." The fat merchant, who had just been grinning foolishly, lowered his head slightly, a sinister smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His previously innocent expression instantly hardened, and he drew a blade from behind his back, striking fiercely toward Rado. Clang! Rado's face remained unmoved as he met the blow with his sword, the two blades colliding with a sharp ring. The portly merchant exerted force surprisingly matched Rado's own. "If you won't take our money and leave, then you are not leaving at all. Brothers, kill them." The moment the words left his mouth, the rear hatch flung open, and a gang of pirates armed with various weapons surged forth with ferocious intent. No further questions needed. This was a disguised pirate vessel. Attack! Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the naval soldiers opened fire with their rifles against the pirates. Meanwhile, Rado and the fat pirate were locked in fierce combat. Swish! Clink! In mere moments, their blades crossed over a dozen times. Never judge a book by its cover. The sea cannot be measured by a dipper. Such a hefty pirate moving with such agility. Crash! Rado was sent flying backward by the pirates' overwhelming force, crashing against the ship's door, while the grinning fat pirate prepared to deliver the killing blow. Ziziziki. But in an instant, a figure struck like lightning from behind, materializing before the fat pirate could finish his taunt. "Captain, behind you, ugh." The nearby pirate, just about to offer a warning, was brought down by a single gunshot from a naval soldier. "How dare you lose focus? Die!" The naval soldier roared in fury. In the next instant, to the fat pirate's utter horror, the newcomer shattered his greatsword with a single punch. A surge of electricity raced up the broken hilt, numbing his arm. "Who is this?" The fat pirate turned to face Rhea, whose silhouette was obscured by the sunlight, and cried out in panic. "No matter who you are, I'll kill you first." A dark shadow crossed the fat pirate's face as he drew a dagger from behind his back and thrust it toward the naval officer in front of him. But Leia instantly phased his body into electricity, rendering the attack ineffective. Thunderstorm fist. Thunderstorm kick. The fat pirate found himself on the back foot, overwhelmed by Leia's relentless assault. He rolled about in disgrace. "Damn it all. Even if you're a naval colonel, I'm a pirate with an 8 million berry bounty. Don't hit my face." Bang, bang, bang. Leia remained silent, repeatedly hammering the large round figure like a ball. Everyone on the ship watched in stunned silence. "Colonel Leia is so cool. As powerful as ever." Those were the words of the Navy soldiers. What should we do?" These came from the pirates, exchanging bewildered glances. Those were the pirates looking at one another in confusion. Leia threw another punch, breaking the fat pirate's nose and sending him crashing into the bulkhead, where he collapsed unconscious. Leia exhaled, gently patting his hands together and brushing off dust from his clothes before straightening his uniform. Light, lead the soldiers and apprehend them all." Light, snapping back to attention, looked inside the cabin at the unconscious pirates. Every inch of their bodies was bruised and battered. Their clothes bore the scorched marks of lightning, and they lay on the ground like pigs. A shiver ran down his spine. "Yes, sir. Colonel Leia is terrifying. He targets faces." After binding the pirates, they released the captives locked in the ship. Fortunately, there was a nearby island with a nation, so they were taken to the naval branch there, where someone would escort them home. "Talk. You must have had a buyer behind capturing these people. Who is it?" The fat pirate, just awakened by cold water, saw Light holding a sword to his forehead. Beside him, the naval colonel who had just beaten him sat drinking juice, asking casually. At Leia's words, the fat pirate gritted his teeth, stubbornly refusing to yield. "I don't understand what you're saying. We only captured them for fun." Shing. A flash of blade and blood sprayed everywhere. Leia stood up, his gaze cold as he looked at him, and said calmly, "I'll give you one more chance." Noticing Leia's indifferent stare, he knew that if he didn't speak now, this naval officer would truly kill him. The terrifying aura emanating from Leia made the already agonizing and weakened fat pirate even more terrified. I'll talk. Don't kill me." It's Kabubik." "Who is he?" "A black market merchant who specializes in slave trades with the Don Quixote family." Hearing this familiar surname, an unruly figure sprang to mind in Leia's thoughts. Don Quixote Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa and one of the warlords of the sea. Originating from the celestial dragons, he expertly exploited the privileges granted to the 7 warlords by the world government, controlling numerous industries across the world, privately running illegal human auction houses and arms dealing. His influence spanned the entire world, making him the largest middleman in the underworld under the codename Joker. Cruel and merciless, achieving his goals by any means necessary, he also held a title that trembled countless people, the Heavenly Knight Demon. So it's him. If it's him, then it's not surprising. Doflamingo has always been in the slave business. Doflamingo, huh? Just wait. I'll send you straight to hell. Starting with you, Kaboo Beak. Since I disrupted Doflamingo's transaction this time, Leia wasn't worried about him coming after him for trouble. Even if he does come, just fight him head on. Lights signal the change of course. Follow his instructions to the target location. Boss Beak, bad news. Bad news. Navy forces have breached our stronghold. A member of the Kaboo family wearing sunglasses and a black suit ran in frantically, his expression full of panic, shouting all the way, like a duck that had been chased, and cried. The Navy broke in. What the hell, you bastards? Have we been feeding our bribes to dogs every year? How dare you break our agreement? With his glued hairstyle and neatly trimmed mustache, Kaboo Beak set down his knife and fork, furious. Boss Beak, the ones who came aren't from the 25th branch. They're from an outside warship. Damn it. Let's go check it out. I can't believe someone would turn down money. Composing himself, Kaboo Beak gathered his men to see who dared to break the rules. Kaboo Beak was a prominent underground merchant in the first half of the Grand Line. Though not on par with Doflamingo, he still commanded considerable authority in the underworld. Yes, Boss Beak. If this Navy unit doesn't behave, I'll show them what the rules are. Kaboo family executive Strange Hands will sneered, rubbing his palms together. Open fire. What the hell is that monster? Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted from the doorway. Will barely open the door when the few surviving Kaboo family members tumbled in, crawling and scrambling on their hands and knees. Boswell, that naval officer is a monster. Many of our brothers have been killed. The terrified subordinates cried to Will, who had just opened the door. Click. Ugh. Boswell, why? The one who killed them was none other than Will himself. With his long ape-like arms, he had squeezed the life out of them. The others are fighting, yet you run. Will's voice was cold and merciless, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Kaboo Beak emerged calmly from behind Will. Well, don't kill them next time. Selling them as slaves will bring better value. A figure weaved effortlessly through the hail of bullets. It was clearly visible that each bullet passed through his body without resistance, leaving trails of blue electric arcs. Then snake-like bolts of lightning shot toward the Kaboo family members. Following closely one after another were the fallen bodies of their men. The scene was utterly eerie. When Kaboo Beak arrived with Will and the others, plop, the last family member collapsed. Lightning danced across his body, jumping playfully like little sprites. Watching the young colonel in his Navy coat before him, Kaboo Beak frowned and asked, unknown Navy officer, name your price and bury, and let's pretend this never happened, shall we? Kaboo Beak did not care about the deaths of ordinary members. It was best not to make enemies of the Navy, given their formidable backing. However, if the Navy officer before him proved uncooperative, they would simply be killed. With the 25th branch's cover, he had nothing to fear. In fact, they had arrived remarkably quickly, reaching the stronghold gates in less than a few minutes. Yet within those brief few minutes, nearly 50 members had perished. This was a formidable naval colonel, Kaboo Beak thought warily, his mind racing. Ding. One piece divider. Money. Sorry, but I'm more interested in you. Leia's flat tone suddenly rang out, sounding extremely terrifying against the backdrop of corpses everywhere. He slowly turned his gaze toward Kaboo Beak, the black market merchant. Since he had run into him, it was just bad luck. Navy, I think you'd better take this money. It would be better for everyone. Leia had no patience for such people. The best approach was to let his power make them understand the gap between them. As long as he was dead, the money would still be his. Seeing Leia show no interest in their boss, Will angrily shouted, Navy, don't push your luck. Suddenly, Leia's voice echoed beside Will once more. Are you teaching me how to act? Will's heart clenched sharply as he spun around and looked to his left. Before he knew it, that Navy captain had appeared right beside Will. Terrified, he retreated frantically, putting distance between himself and Leia. So fast. Zzz. Thud. With a single kick, he sent Will flying, a display of effortless grace. Yet none of those present had time to admire Leia's skillful movements, their faces frozen in shock. All because of Will, who had been kicked and lay smoking, his fate uncertain. Will was the strongest family officer present, second only to Beak. Boswell was defeated in one move. This can't be real. Hey, everyone, who's next? Leia grinned at the crowd, revealing white teeth. Despite his innocent-looking smile, he uttered such terrifying words. Everyone from the Kaboo family, including Kaboo Beak himself, recoiled in horror and stepped back a pace. Still, Kaboo Beak was renowned throughout the dark world as a major merchant. After a brief moment of panic, they quickly composed themselves. At the compound entrance, corpses littered the ground. The surroundings were deathly silent, and Kabu Baiki wore a cold expression, merely glancing at Will's uncertain fate. His brows furrowed slightly. Navy, are you really forcing my hand? As I said before, Bailey, name your price, and I'll pay it. Consider it the cost of a friendship. You still don't understand. With those words, Leia had no intention of prolonging this further. He wanted to finish them off quickly and head back. Are you mocking me? Navy. A murderous gleam flashed in Kabu Baiki's eyes as a terrifying aura like gunpowder smoke radiated from him. Who did he think he was? This was Kabu Baiki, the ruthless powerhouse who had built an empire from nothing with control over numerous gray market operations. Confronted with Kabu Baiki's soul-piercing pressure, Leia remained entirely unfazed. I'm a Navy officer. Therefore I'd ask you to die. As the sun set and crimson clouds painted the sky, the interior of Kabu Baiki's compound fell into an eerie silence. Only Leia's voice broke through, calm and detached. This Navy captain dared to make such threats on their own turf, openly declaring that the Kabu family's leader should die. How audacious. These were the thoughts of everyone present. Ha ha ha. Kabu Baiki's maniacal laughter suddenly erupted. The Kabu family members and others shuddered and turned their gaze toward their boss. Kabu Baiki laughed wildly as though he'd heard the greatest joke imaginable, appearing utterly unhinged. Boss, you're okay. Navy, I have to say you're incredibly arrogant and reckless. He cut them off before they could finish speaking, his eyes cold and merciless. But you know what? The more arrogant someone is, the... Before Kabu Baiki could finish his sentence, Leia's voice interrupted. Arrogant? Then I'll show you what arrogance looks like. ZZZT. 50 million, discharge. At that moment, dusk approached, and the sunset grew dim. Within the Kabu family compound, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The usual tranquility was shattered as gunshots rang out in rapid succession, sounding like artillery fire. Horrible screams echoed from all directions. As the sun gradually set, the curtain of night was drawn across the entire sky, stars beginning to sparkle. The Kabu family gradually vanished beneath the thunderclouds alongside the setting sun. But the greatest difference was that while the warm sun would rise again tomorrow, they would not. Thud. With explosive force, Kabu Baiki, the head of the Kabu family, collapsed to the ground. A natural-type monster. His body ravaged by lightning, his face bore an expression of disbelief, while deep within his eyes lingered intense unwillingness and resentment. Around Leia, corpses lay strewn about in disarray, all sharing a common fate. They had all been electrocuted until charred black, their faces contorted in agony before death. The ground, once pristine like white jade, was now scorched and blackened. Perhaps the only thing out of place in this scene was Leia wearing a navy coat with a blade of grass in his mouth. Surveying his surroundings, Leia spat out the chewed blade of grass, wiped his mouth, slipped his hands into his pockets, and strolled casually out of the Kabu family compound. Leia turned around in shock. There, seemingly rising from certain death, was Kabu Baiki, his scorched body propped against the wall, blood pouring from his mouth. So you haven't died yet. His clothes were in tatters and blood continuously gushed from his mouth as the electric current had devastated his internal organs. With great effort, he leaned against the wall, his body trembling on the brink of collapse. Cough. Cough. Who exactly are you? His face was as pale as paper, devoid of color, and with his last breath, he managed a feeble question. Kabu Baiki's vision was completely blurred, unable to make out Leia's figure, relying solely on instinct to face him. He could feel his life slipping away, death closing in. As he spoke, scenes from earlier flooded his mind. Leia was like a god of thunder itself, every punch and kick radiating electrical power. Even the final pillar of lightning had nearly killed him in an instant. Yet every attack from his men had been evaded by Leia's lightning-fast, ghostly movements. Even with his armament hockey, he couldn't land a single blow. There was simply no way to reach him. At these words, Leia let out a drawn-out "Oh," adjusted the coat behind him, and shrugged with evident resignation. Didn't I already tell you? I'm just an ordinary Navy officer. As for hobbies, I only do what makes me comfortable. Facing Leia's serious expression, bright eyes, and the identical reply, once more Kabu Baiki finally understood. This Navy officer. Ha ha ha. Worth it. To have seen this person before dying. This ocean would surely be overturned by him in the future. No regrets. Amidst uncontrollable laughter, Kabu Baiki's life came to an end. The starry sky, adorned with morning stars, shone brilliantly. Tonight would undoubtedly be a sleepless night for some. In the second half of the Grand Line, within the Dressrosa Royal Palace, the interior was exquisitely decorated with an aura of opulent aristocracy enveloping the surroundings. Seated upon the throne, legs crossed, savoring red wine, was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Treble, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, stood beside him, holding a den mushy. So Buck Agas, who has cooperated with us for a long time, was killed by a rookie Marine. Da Flamingo spoke in a slow, measured tone, making it impossible to discern his true emotions. I have already investigated this Marine. He is a Marine who graduated from the elite training camp not long ago. However, he is also hailed by the Marines as the newcomer with the greatest potential to surpass the three admirals, and he is a user of the rumble fruit. A steady voice came from the other end of the den mushy. Understood. Doflamingo gestured, and Treble hung up the den mushy. For a moment the atmosphere within the palace settled into silence, and much time passed. Seated upon the throne piled high with plush furs wearing a pink feather coat, Doflamingo let out his distinctive evil laugh. Fuah! A rookie Marine who could surpass the three admirals? The natural paramecia rumble fruit lost for hundreds of years. This Marine seems to have quite a few plans of his own. Speaking of which, Doflamingo thought of Ray's modus operandi as reported through the phone, and a wicked grin spread across his face. It seems this ocean is about to grow restless. The celestial dragons, the five elders. The more chaotic this sea becomes, the better it is for me. Fuah! I am so looking forward to it. At dawn upon the endless sea, the Thunder number sailed all alone. When Ray walked from the cabin onto the deck, what met his eyes was light drenched in sweat, training himself with frantic intensity. Upon seeing Ray emerge, a flicker of respect flashed across Light's eyes. Good morning, Lieutenant Ray. Good morning, Light. Training again. Why are you so diligent today? I just feel like I am too weak. Ray patted Light on the shoulder and smiled. Then you must keep pushing yourself, Light. Yes, sir. After passing by Light, he walked to the railing and gazed at the boundless sea. If only I were not illiterate, I would recite a few lines of poetry for you today. Limited in knowledge, and thus only able to look at the sea and say, ah. Oh, sea, you are all water. That was Ray. He utterly despised himself. He casually walked over and lay down on a lounge chair, and a cool sea breeze washed over him, bringing a comfortable and refreshing sensation. Good morning, Colonel Ray. Good morning. Listening to the casual chatter of soldiers coming and going on the deck. How truly pleasant. He took a sip of juice and comfortably squinted his eyes. When the warship returned smoothly to Marine headquarters, an unexpected incident occurred en route. A group of pirates who had just battled their way from the South Blue all the way to the Grand Line encountered Ray's warship. Needless to say, these unfortunate pirates were sunk in an instant by a single bolt of Ray's lightning. Although the combined bounty of the entire crew had barely surpassed 100 million berries, it was still an achievement. After all, even a mosquito is meat. When such merits come to me, how could I refuse? After that, there were no further incidents until they reached headquarters. The afternoon sun was not intense. After the warship returned to Marine headquarters, Ray dismissed all his subordinates to go relax. First, he went to Marshal Sengoku to report on the mission situation and handed over the captured pirates to the specialized transport Marines. Then he visited his instructor Zeph, discussed some events that occurred during this mission, and returned to his small apartment to rest properly. As for Vice Admiral Garp, who knows? He was probably off slacking at some windmill town again. The next morning, Ray arrived at the Marshal's office where Sengoku and Zeph were already waiting for him. Oh, and a lazy Kazan as well. Ray saluted and called out, Marshal Sengoku, instructor, I'm here. Oh, Admiral Akiji is here too. Yo, Ray's here. Not bad, looking sharp. Just call me Big Brother Kazan. Haha, alright, Big Brother Kazan is also quite dashing. Unable to bear it anymore, Sengoku broke through the mutual flattery between the two idiots. Ray, you completed this mission exceptionally well. Although you left no survivors, it is understandable. Furthermore, considering the pirates you captured this time, your current strength far exceeds what is expected of your rank. Therefore, at noon today, you will be granted the position of Rear Admiral at headquarters. Ray pouted, having expected a direct promotion to Admiral, only to find it was merely Rear Admiral. Yes. Marshal. You brat. Do not be ungrateful. How long has it been since you graduated? In all honesty, it has only been 3 or 4 months, and you are already a Rear Admiral. Seeing Ray's thoroughly unimpressed expression, Zeph could only shake his head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The Kazan beside him also looked at Ray with a speechless expression. An admiral? Why not just say you want to be marshal? This brat. The sun shines brightly in the sky, the flowers smile at me. Wrong, got the wrong script. The brilliant sun hung in the sky, nourishing this world. It was the most selfless, shining upon everyone without exception. Under the warm sunlight at Marine headquarters, although it was still as crowded and bustling as usual. But unlike before, the Navy soldiers who usually trained with sweat were no longer making the usual noise. Instead, they stood in neat formation on the plaza, watching the handsome figure on the high platform undergoing the decoration ceremony. Casting envious and admiring glances, this person was Rear Admiral Ray, the natural paramecia rumble fruit user, the strongest from the elite training camp. A monster destined to rival the 3 admirals in the future. Now was the time of Ray's commissioning as Rear Admiral. Under the gaze of all the Marines, he slowly walked toward Marshal Sengoku. Below the platform, Jozu, who had been free from missions lately, brought Tina to watch Ray's promotion ceremony as well. Ray looks so handsome today, Tina said excitedly. Tina screamed loudly like a crazed fangirl, as if she, not Ray, were the one being decorated today. Jozu held his forehead looking at Tina with a headache. Even Sengoku on the platform and the other Marines nearby couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Tina. However, Zeph wore an affectionate auntie-like smile, paired with his stern face. The Marines nearby who saw this thought Instructor Zeph had been possessed. Good heavens! Could Instructor Zeph actually show such a smile? Was he still the same stern Chief Instructor Zeph, whose eyes tolerated no flaws? Woo! Being stared at by others, Tina shyly covered her small face with her hands. How embarrassing. Please stop looking at me. Ray, however, was not affected, though the occasional twitch of his mouth revealed that his heart was also not at peace. You are the real monster. People used to compare me to the three admirals, but your appearance made me realize what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Smoker looked at Ray's back on the platform, filled with emotion. Leia had a refreshing short haircut, his face handsome and dashing, exuding an elegant charm. On his fair and clean face shone an incredibly unique confidence and determination. Standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall, his figure showed no sign of bulkiness, with muscles evenly distributed across his dark bright eyes were as calm as still water, gazing at Zhanghua with equanimity, unmoved by favor or disgrace. Cough. Then congratulations to you, Lieutenant Leia. Zhanghua withdrew his gaze, which had been captured by little Tina, and continued with the ceremony. So fast. Zhanghua looked at Leia with some emotion. It's all thanks to the Marshal's cultivation. Leia, scratching the back of his head, stood under the sunlight. Behind him, the coat of justice fluttered in the wind, and a golden star on his military uniform shoulder. That was just pinned on by Zhanghua himself. That night within Leia's small courtyard, some officers and soldiers who were resting at headquarters had all come, since they were all taught by Zeph, and in a way were connected to Leia. Watching them each toast teacher Zeph one by one, Leia was flustered. Who was actually the main character today? Oh, hey, and my beloved little bed. What are you doing to it? Let it go. Because there were too many people. Leia's bed at home was accidentally bumped here and there. Looking at his own little bed with tears, but no tears coming out. No love left. Let it be destroyed. 200 million volts thunderstorm. Of course it was impossible. It was just Leia's futile rage. After all, this was the Marine headquarters. If he accidentally caused trouble, tomorrow would inevitably bring compensation and a self-criticism letter plus a scolding from Zhanghua. Leia, you were really handsome today. Tina admires you. Coming back to his senses from his grief and indignation, Leia saw Tina, who was 1.7 meters tall with a curvaceous figure, standing beautifully in front of him. Not at all, haha. Mainly because I was born handsome. The unapologetically boastful Leia shamelessly praised himself. But Tina didn't feel anything was wrong at all, and even played along with him. Beside her, Shinobu, who was eating, had a look of disdain, as if her own little cabbage had already been claimed by a pig. Under the moonlight, laughter occasionally echoed from Leia's small courtyard. It lasted until late at night, before gradually subsiding. Several days later, still at Leia's home. How is it, Leia? Is this tea good? Zeph turned to look at Leia with a smile, his voice full of unstoppable amusement. To have met Leia as a disciple in his twilight years, Zeph was already content. This was the Navy he had believed in for most of his life. Really good. Leia sat in the chair, swaying, leisurely savoring the tea. This was a gift from Kazan to Leia, and he used to often give it to Zeph as well. During your remaining time at headquarters, you need to practice the remaining forms of 6, well, even though you may not use some of them. But the body is the capital of revolution. I understand, Teacher Zeph. Understanding Zeph's earnest intentions, Leia knew it was all for his own good, which is why he kept reminding him. In the following time, Leia stayed in the training room at the headquarters drill ground. It was a pool filled with seawater, a special training method prepared by the Navy for ability users. After the seawater submerged his knees, a sense of weakness made Leia gradually feel uncomfortable. The sizzling sound of electric current emerged from Leia's body and entered the water, causing layers of ripples to splash on the seawater surface. Strongly suppressing the sense of weakness caused by the seawater, he lifted his feet and slowly stepped into the depths. This was Leia slowly increasing the time he could move in the sea, although the progress was very slow. However, as long as there is progress, it must be maintained. For natural type users, besides hockey, the greatest weakness is the special component in seawater that forms sea stone. On his way to the marshal's office, Leia met the bouncing Tina on the road. Since both were going to find Zhanghua, they went together. At the entrance of the office building, they saw Smoker with a resentful expression. What's wrong with Smoker with that face of a spurned wife? Smoker with a grim face hurriedly passed by them with his head down without seeing them. Tina doesn't know either, but it's probably just throwing a tantrum. Tina was already used to it. During training camp, Smoker also often acted this way. In her view, it was just willful, seeking trouble. Oh my, Lieutenant Leia has arrived too. Kazan walked out of the hallway with his hands in his pockets. Admiral Akiji. Tina and Leia saluted. By the way, what was wrong with Smoker just now with that expression? Not only did Leia want to know, but Tina also came up with a gossiping look. Kazan sighed, seeing the two with their insatiable curiosity. Sigh, this Smoke Kid's temper is really terrible. As a soldier, can't he endure some things? He thinks he can act independently now and doesn't want to follow me anymore. Hearing Kazan say this, they became even more curious. What happened between you two? Kazan smoothed his hair, which had become a bird's nest from not washing for several days, truly the epitome of laziness. Actually, it was just a small conflict, and it can't be blamed on me. Tina guessed maybe it's because Smoker felt that following Admiral Akiji, you was too lazy slacking off every day. It was as if a pair of devil horns appeared on Tina's head. Kazan, who wanted to refute, thought about it, and decided not to never mind. However, he still briefly explained to Leia where the conflict arose. Actually, it was just that Kazan was too lazy, generally ignoring anything outside his own work. A merchant ship carrying slaves was heading towards Sabaody Archipelago. That was the territory of the world nobles, and because of this sensitive relationship, Kazan originally didn't want to get involved. But after Smoker saw it, he disagreed with him. He privately led a team of Navy officers and men to eliminate those unscrupulous merchants and freed the captured slaves. He also had a quarrel with Kazan, feeling that the Navy officers who don't care about things were not worthy of being soldiers. After returning to headquarters, Smoker felt he was no longer suitable to stay on Kazan's ship. So he applied to Marshal Zhanghua to lead a naval unit on his own, specifically to strike against those slave traders. And Kazan would not stop a naval officer with his own beliefs. Although he was an admiral, he could not abuse his power. To put it bluntly, he was just lazy. After Smoker left, he would be much more relaxed. How could he possibly stop him? He should be happy. If Smoker acts independently, it will be difficult to advance in rank. Marshal Zhanghua had seriously asked him about this matter at that time. But Smoker was adamant, and only said one sentence. On the sea, whether it's the Grand Line or the Four Seas, innocent people are captured and sold into slavery every day. You don't care about these things, I'll take care of them. Since these human traffickers call themselves hunters, then from now on I am the hunter who specifically captures them. After that, the title of White Hunter was thus introduced. Are you ready? You who specifically capture civilians, the human traffickers. The sharp sword behind your guilty figures has appeared. After ascending to the rank of Rear Admiral, Leia grew even busier. Pirates plagued every corner of the world, and new territories fell victim to their raids each day. The Thunder ship's cruising speed had nearly doubled compared to before. Leia had asked Marshal Sengoku to arrange for Vegapunk to upgrade the vessel. The ship's propulsion system could now do more than rely solely on its original fuel system for acceleration. It could also channel energy directly from Leia's Rumble fruit into specially designed power chambers to boost speed. The vessel's velocity was determined by the amount of lightning energy Leia chose to input. As Leia stepped off the ship, his spiritual network suddenly detected an overwhelming presence. Those are. Some of the Marines in the harbor spoke with voices trembling in fear. A towering figure as massive as a bear appeared at the port. It was none other than one of the newly appointed warlords of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma, known as the Despot. Already brutal during his days as a pirate, he inspired even greater dread now that he held an official position. At this moment, however, he remained silent and withdrawn, clutching a book in apparent tranquility. Yet Leia's spiritual network never ceased its warnings. That dangerous aura was something Bartholomew Kuma could never fully conceal. Though joining the Revolutionary Army had transformed him under Dragon's influence. Noticing Leia's gaze, Kuma merely glanced back twice before walking away with an expressionless face. This man may have come to receive a mission from the Five Elders. Bartholomew Kuma was a spy embedded within the Revolutionary Army, having signed a warlord contract with the world government. On the surface, he had always appeared utterly obedient to the world government's commands. Better slip away, this guy is terrifying. At the recruit elite training camp, when Leia walked in, he found only Sato training alone. The other recruits had vanished. Say, Sato, don't you ever have a girlfriend with how much time you spend at the training camp? Leia approached with a cheeky grin. Sato merely snorted and wiped the sweat from his face with a cloth. Aren't you just as single? There was no continuing this conversation. What was that? A classic case of shooting himself in the foot. Never mind. By the way, where are Ein and Master Zeph? Why are you the only one here today? Master Zeph is leading them personally on an internship mission today. Leia's expression darkened instantly. An internship mission. Master Zeph leading the team. Ein and Binz were both there. Setting out at this exact time. Damn it. How could I forget to ask Master Zeph to notify me before departing on sea internships? I've got to go, Sato. Come on, get me Master Zeph's internship route schedule. Quick! Leia urgently grabbed Sato and dragged him along. A thoroughly bewildered Sato retrieved Zeph's route from the mission room and handed it over. The moment he did, Leia bolted toward the harbor. An overwhelmingly terrifying presence radiated from him, entirely different from the earlier carefree Leia. There was now a cold, calculating edge to his demeanor. Every naval officer who passed him felt a shiver run down their spine, wondering who had offended the rising star of the Navy, Rear Admiral Leia. The weaker soldiers broke into cold sweats, swallowing hard as they watched him pass. Even the slightest leakage of this pressure was enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. In the original story, when Master Zeph's internship vessel was ambushed, both Ein and Binz happened to be aboard. In the end, only those 2 recruits survived. Leia had originally believed that by staying at headquarters regularly, he would learn of Zeph's departure times in advance. But unexpectedly, while he had merely gone to visit Vegapunk to retrieve the upgraded Thunder ship, Master Zeph had already set sail with the recruits shortly after Leia left. Leia's face darkened, a glint of killing intent flashing across his eyes. Right, we're departing immediately. Follow Master Zeph's route. Right away. Now, having never seen Leia so urgently distressed before, Right 2 realized the gravity of the situation. Zzz. Boom. The newly turned Thunder ship surged forward like a runaway steed, blasting out at incredible speed. This was the maximum acceleration achievable by channeling lightning energy directly into the power chambers. Master Zeph, wait for me. From a distance, the Thunder ship streaked across the ocean surface like a rocket. Wherever it passed, the powerful recoil from its blistering speed sent towering waves surging outward on both sides, disturbing countless sea kings that rose from the depths. Awakened sea kings, meow meow meow. The Thunder ship had already reached its peak velocity. Although Leia could still increase the energy output, the vessel's structural integrity could no longer withstand it. Yet even at this speed, Leia remained restless and anxious, repeatedly calling Zeph via Den Mushy. Where on earth did Edward Webley come from? Why can't I find any trace of you using the Navy's intelligence network? Gripping the Den Mushy, an icy coldness gleamed deep within Leia's eyes. In the original storyline, it was this elusive figure who had nearly annihilated all of Zeph's internship recruits. Only 2 survived, and Zeph himself lost an arm in the process. Worse still, this individual was later appointed as a warlord of the sea by the world government. This drove Zeph to despair and quit the Navy. A man of such unwavering convictions ultimately became more extreme than even Akainu. Edward Webley, this second Whitebeard, also clashed with Kizaru, who came to provide reinforcements. Afterward, Kizaru remarked that he possessed strength comparable to the prime Whitebeard. Comparable to the young Whitebeard's strength. Then let me see what you're truly made of. Leia controlled the Thunder ship as it pressed forward relentlessly, his murderous aura rising like a storm. Wright had heard Leia mention someone would ambush Zeph during the journey, though he didn't know where that information came from. Nevertheless, just as always, he placed his complete trust in Leia. Ring ring. Finally connected. Is this Leia? A highly panicked female voice came through the Den Mushy, clearly trembling. Ein, don't panic. Tell me your current position first. Hearing Ein's panicked tone, Leia knew immediately that they had already been attacked. Leia, pirates are attacking us. So many people are dead. Master Zeph is engaging him in combat. We're at. Good, we're not far. Hang in there. I'm coming right now. After briefly reassuring the tearful Ein, Leia discovered they were less than 10 minutes away. Hurry up, Leia. Master Zeph seems to be doing it again. Disconnecting the Den Mushy, the Thunder ship's speed visibly surged once more. This was pushing beyond its limits. The entire warship groaned under the strain. If they maintained this pace, the Thunder ship would break apart in no more than 20 minutes. Buru Buru. Sengoku hung up the Den Mushy in his hand. Zeph has been attacked. After receiving a call from Rayleigh, Ein also contacted the Marine headquarters. Borsellino, who had just arrived at the headquarters, also heard what came through the phone. He put away the cynical smile that usually adorned his face, and a flicker of something different appeared in his eyes. What's going on? Can't even Teacher Zeph stop that opponent? Sengoku's face was dark as he suppressed his anger. Killing intent filled the entire room, for Zeph was an old comrade in arms who had fought alongside him since their days as recruits. His family had again fallen to pirates. And now someone was attacking Zeph right when Zeph was susceptible to his old ailment. Rayleigh is almost here, though it's not guaranteed. I'll go reinforce Teacher Zeph. Although Borsellino harbored no fondness for Zeph, Zeph was ultimately the one who had trained his master. He sometimes provoked Zeph on the surface, but deep down Borsellino still respected the man. However, even though Teacher Zeph had grown old, after all, he was a former Marine admiral, his strength at least on the fringes of an admiral's level. That he could be driven to such desperation by a pirate was unthinkable. And this was a pirate whose name was completely unknown. Worse yet, this pirate had slaughtered numerous Marine cadets. Unforgivable. Clutching his records pointer, Borsellino dissolved into particles of light and vanished into the sky. Moving at top speed with a yellow trail behind him, he flew into the distance. Were it not for Sengoku's duty as Fleet Commander, Borsellino would have personally gone to provide support. Yet he had to remain at the rear to command the entire Marine headquarters except in extraordinary circumstances. Watching Borsellino disappear beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Although Rayleigh was no longer weaker than a captain at headquarters, he was still bracing for the worst. I hope it's not too late. You old man Zeph can't come to harm. Hold on. Before an island lay Zeph's warship, battered and broken, anchored in place. On deck lay over a dozen bodies of young Marine recruits, their massive wounds clearly inflicted by large blades. Buzzing. Boom. A cacophony of blade energy and fists colliding filled the air, deafening in its intensity. The sea surface churned violently from the terrifying force waves crashing and thundering. The source of all this was Zeph aboard the warship battling another towering figure shaped almost like a sphere. The man possessed a white mustache curling upward like strings similar to Whitebeard's, but longer and thinner. His sideburns were braided into small pigtails, his build stout and heavy. Strangely, his feet were thin and his arms bore several large scars that had been stitched shut. Edward Weevil. Blood stained the deck around both of them. Surveying the carnage, Zeph's eyes bulged with barely contained rage. Consumed by fury, he disregarded his own condition and engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. Damn you! You pirate, you deserve to die. Zeph's madness had reached its peak. Ever since his family was murdered by pirates, these young Marines had become his sole reason for living. To him, the students he had trained were like family. Yet now pirates had attacked again and killed some of them. After all this time, he had recognized the culprit. This pirate had been captured by him long ago. At that time, the man had pleaded for mercy, claiming he had an elderly mother and a young child to care for. Back then, as the no-kill Admiral, Zeph had shown mercy and let him go. Who could have imagined? Now Zeph wished he could have traded places with the dead cadets instead. Zeph couldn't bear to lose any of his students, let alone so many now. His hatred for the pirate claiming to be Whitebeard's son, and the woman called Miss Goldenweek in the distance, reached its peak. Mother says, if I kill you, I'll prove I'm Whitebeard's son. Weevil's intelligence was not high, his reflexes rather dull. He was often manipulated by his mother, as Miss Goldenweek claimed to be. Miss Goldenweek was a true ambition-driven woman. Wearing dark sunglasses, leaning on a cane, she was petite with wrinkles all over her face, dressed in a mink coat. Weevil wielded a naginata similar to Whitebeard's. Though he appeared foolish, his strength and speed gave Zeph reason for quiet alarm. He wielded his hockey skillfully as well. During their clash of raw strength, Zeph found himself at a disadvantage. Bang! The collision between black hockey-infused fists and the naginata produced the sound of blacksmithing. Both men locked in stalemate, neither yielding. But youth prevails, and as Weevil drew fresh strength, his power began to overwhelm Zeph. With a single blow, Weevil shattered Zeph's defense and sent him reeling. Zeph gritted his teeth, staring at his wounded hands. Damn pirate! I'll kill you. Even knowing his strength was fading and defeat was inevitable. Zeph refused to accept his fate. Watching his cadets bloodied, he steeled himself. Even if he died, he would hold out until reinforcements arrived. While the weakest cadets had taken cover, the stronger ones like Ein and a few others had attempted to capture Miss Goldenweek. But they hadn't anticipated Weevil still having reserve strength. The corpses on the ground were the best proof. Miss Goldenweek stood atop a mast, her expression twisted, gesturing wildly as she incited Weevil onward. Good son. Yes, just like that. Kill them all. Ha ha. Once you slay Zeph, you'll have proven yourself Whitebeard's son. Okay, moi. Weevil responded tearfully, his foolishness on full display. Bang. Thud. Weevil's attacks grew fiercer against Zeph. Zeph matched him punch for punch as though returning to his days as an admiral. Yet despite his effort, Zeph's aging body could no longer match the vigor of his youth. As time passed, Zeph's stamina plummeted, and he was driven back repeatedly by Weevil. Huh. Zeph stood firm after breaking contact, gasping heavily. His eyes locked onto Weevil. Suddenly Weevil erupted with speed far greater than before. Appearing before Zeph with his naginata, he brought it down in a devastating strike. Teacher Zeph, watch out. Prostrate on the deck, Bonclack used his last strength to make scattered seeds erupt into thick vines. The vines spread before Zeph, forming a barrier before Bonclack collapsed from exhaustion. Russell, using the opening Bonclack had created, Zeph evaded Weevil's ambush. How unfortunate. Miss Goldenweek emitted a repulsive, shrill voice upon seeing Weevil's sneak attack fail. I specifically told my good son to hold back at that step, yet you still survived. You really are a former Marine Admiral. You too. Panting heavily, Zeph had now resolved to sacrifice his life to buy time for his remaining students to escape. He had reached his absolute limit. Ein, prepare to escape with Binz and the others first. This is the last lesson I shall teach you. Clang. Thud. After clashing with Wyber, once more Zeph bore additional wounds upon his body. Even so, he had to buy his students time until their very last moment. That is the duty of a Navy officer. Bang. A ferocious and grim expression twisted across Zeph's face. Defying his sickly and decrepit body, he fought to the death. Ein and a group of rookie soldiers dragged Binz while crying out, Teacher Zeph. Suddenly Zeph stumbled after separating once more. Pant, pant, pant. Urgent gasps escaped him as he clutched his chest. He could only feel a wave of chest tightness surging through him. No good. His asthma attack had struck. How could it be? At this very moment. The special medicine he usually carried had long been lost during the recent battle. Why? Of all times, why now? Zeph bitterly thought of his deceased wife and son. What a perfect opportunity. Good son, do it now. Seeing Zeph gasping for breath, Miss Bogdan immediately ordered Wyber to strike him down. Her grotesque figure swayed wildly with excitement. an achievement of slaying a former Navy admiral. Now our fame shall spread across these seas. Yes, mother. Wyber gripped his greatsword tightly with both hands and charged toward Zifa at incredible speed. He leaped into the air, swinging his blade downward with all his might. Am I going to die? How unwilling. Ein and the others haven't escaped yet. We still haven't witnessed the moment Ray becomes an admiral. However, I'm sorry. Wife, son, I finally have time to accompany you now. Beneath the flashing blades, Zifa, trance-like, gathered his remaining haki. He unleashed his full power condensed into a single punch. Teacher Zifa's asthma has struck again. Seeing Zifa's familiar expression, Ein silently cursed his fate. He rushed headlong toward Zifa without hesitation. But he was clearly a step too late. Pirates, stop! Even though his strength was insufficient and he would be killed effortlessly by that person, how could she stand by and watch Teacher Zifa perish? The desperate shouts of the cadet naval soldier's hoarse and pleading were of no avail, only rendering the scene all the more futile. At that critical moment, ZZZT. Boom. Far away a warship came speeding into view. A brilliant white pillar of lightning instantly struck Wyber's waist. That was anger's thunder compressed to its absolute limit. The sea surface along its path was whipped into frenzied waves by this lightning column. A thick white fog filled the entire area. That was steam produced when seawater was evaporated by ultra-high temperature lightning. Bang! Wyber was blasted away, directly crashing all the way to the ship's railing edge. Who's there? Miss Bogdan looked toward where the lightning pillar had come from, her eyes filled with shock and suspicion. Wyber, clutching his belly and struggling to his feet, cried out in grievance. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mother, KRAKCK. A bolt of lightning from the sky struck before Zifa. A terrifying figure emanating boundless killing intent appeared in its place. The blue lightning upon the figure's body seemed to sense its master's wrath. They pulsed violently, and the air carried the scent of scorched electricity. Zifa vaguely gazed at the back of the man wearing a navy coat before him. It was as if he saw this man had already reached the pinnacle, looking down upon the entire sea. Ein hurriedly ran to Zifa's side and supported his head. He took out the spare medicine from his own supplies and fed it to Zifa. Ray, you're finally here. Woo woo woo. Teacher Zifa was almost killed by that pirate just now. Watching Ein's teary eyes, he wept uncontrollably from the relief. Teacher Zifa was fine, merely exhausted from the battle. Ray's ever-tense expression finally relaxed. He offered Ein a gentle smile. Rest assured, I'm here. Then his entire body radiated infinite killing intent as he walked toward Wyber, daring to attack a Navy training vessel, no matter whose son you are. You and that old woman will be buried in this sea today. Pirates. Boom. Before he even moved, thunderous cracks echoed across the sky. In the slowly dispersing white fog, Ray emerged wielding a thunder spear. His terrifying lightning power occasionally burst outward. Like the thunder god descending from the heavens, he approached Wyber with steps charged with lightning. So, how do you wish to die? Are you also Navy? Miss Bogdan looked at Ray with arrogance. Even the former Navy admiral had fallen to her son's hands. Why would she fear a minor Navy officer with no reputation? Even if he appeared relatively strong, his ability seemed to be the legendary rumble fruit. But so what? As long as he was not an admiral, she did not fear him. Mother, it hurts so much. Wyber showed a pitiful, grievance-filled face. This Navy officer actually dares to stop me from killing and hit me so hard. I'll kill you. Calling him a fool was indeed justified. Wyber, who had been crying moments before, suddenly glared viciously at Ray. He roared like an ape. Then he raised his long sword and slashed viciously at Ray. Looking at Wyber's foolish display, scram, Ray charged forward with his lightning spear, killing intent radiating wildly. Bang! ZZZT. The terrifying thunder spear collided with the long sword. The immense force sent fierce lightning and sparks flying in all directions. And ringing sound echoed. A single thrust forced Wyber to retreat continuously. In this direct confrontation, Wyber clearly lost to Ray. During recent special training at headquarters, the 8 gates had broken through one more time. Having already shattered the permanent 6 gates, the power it granted combined with Ray's own strength. Clearly Ray's physical power at this moment had surpassed the so-called Wyber, who was as mighty as Whitebeard in his youth. First round. Ray wins. Ein, take the other surviving recruits and guard Teacher Zifa. Late's reinforcements are arriving soon. Leave this person to me, not a single one of them shall escape. By my name, Ray, I swear. Having learned Ray's true strength from Teacher Zifa, Ein did not hesitate at all and immediately called several people to carry Zifa and Ben's fleeing to the rear of the warship that had been badly damaged from the earlier battle. The boarding area of the thunder ship was at the warship's rear. While guarding against ambushes from Wyber and Miss Bogdan, Ray's heart network sensed that Ein had already led everyone aboard the thunder ship with Late's assistance. He then redirected all his focus back. Then, Wyber, Miss Bogdan, are you ready to bear the wrath of thunder? Zifa had always treated him as a son. Although Ray was a transmigrator, but he was human too. Throughout the year at the recruit camp, Zifa had personally instructed him hand by hand time and again. Countless times when Ray broke through his limits, Zifa's usually stern face would smile even brighter than Ray himself. Humans are not trees or grass, how can they be without emotion? A thunderous cold voice echoed across the sea. Second round begin. After arranging for the injured Zifa and the others, Light sailed the thunder away from Ray. He understood that the surrounding area would soon be devastated by the battle between Lord Ray and the pirates. As for Ain's claim that this pirate was strong enough to defeat instructor Zifa head-on, Light had absolutely no concern. He believed that Lord Ray would ultimately triumph. His only duty was to carry out the tasks assigned by his lord. The Lord Ray he followed would inevitably become the strongest. An unshakable conviction never wavers. No obstacle shall impede Lord Ray's path. Before him stands no rival. Darn it. Mother, if I kill him, can I go find Father Whitebeard? White Bull, snot bubbling from his nose, rubbed his arm, which tingled from the electric current. Exactly. Son, you carry the blood of the strongest pirates from Whitebeard's lineage. He could never defeat you. Miss Buckingham stood there in her usual triumphant and arrogant manner. You evil Navy scum. Let me teach you a lesson. Aya, take this strike. Gripping his great sword with both hands, White Bull let out a demonic roar and charged at Ray once more. Like an enraged, foolish child. However, if any of you readers were transmigrated there, please do not treat him as merely a fool. He brought the great sword crashing down upon Ray with full force. Ha, truly a fool. A frosty expression spread across Ray's face. Though he mocked his opponent as a simpleton, he did not let his guard down in the slightest. Instead, he maintained utmost vigilance. Just as the great sword was about to descend upon him, he calmly and composedly vanished from his position in an instant. Thump! The downward slash split the deck into layered fissures, terrifying power, sending splinters flying in all directions. Combined with the armament hockey amplifying White Bull's weapon, the explosive force was profoundly alarming. In that instant, Ray materialized behind White Bull, a chilling glint flashing as his spear thrust forth like a dragon. Sensing the attack, White Bull twisted his massive frame with surprising agility, far beyond his physique, and swung his blade to block. Boom! The collision between the great sword and Ray's thunder spear erupted with thunderous resonance, the very air trembling and howling from the released energy. Bang! This attack failed to penetrate. For some reason, White Bull suddenly erupted with even greater power. You've grown stronger than before. It seems I must take back my earlier words. Your strength is indeed formidable. The legendary Whitebeard, indeed the strongest man in the world. Even in his youth, his power was already this terrifying. But even if Whitebeard himself came to save you today, it would not alter my resolve. Glancing toward the distant old woman still making nauseating commotions, Ray's cold face suddenly revealed a trace of killing intent. Lightning mode. Teleportation. 100 million volts lightning annihilation kill. When he struck, he would unleash his full power without hesitation. Ray appeared behind Miss Buckingham without a word. Before either of them could react, a massive column of lightning enveloped her entire body. No, mother, don't kill my mother. Aya! White Bull, who had been completely bewildered, suddenly lost all composure and screamed in terror, scrambling toward Ray. No, please. Although Miss Buckingham's strength was far from negligible, Ray's teleportation was simply too swift, leaving her no time to react. All that could be heard within the coil of lightning was her final mournful cry of life. Annihilation. The lightning serpent contracted with ferocious force, and Miss Buckingham was instantly vaporized by overwhelming voltage. Mom! Mother, you killed my mother. True, Miss Buckingham had once sailed alongside Whitebeard long ago. But even if they truly shared a bond, Ray would show no mercy. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Sobbing bitterly, White Bull became utterly unhinged, his speed surging dramatically as if possessed by rage. Ray's expression remained cold and impassive. He directly commanded the lightning serpent to charge forth and devour White Bull whole. Ryup! Amidst the crackling thunder, the fresh blood on White Bull's body was instantly evaporated. Though the lightning serpent was severed in two by a single slash, its upper body continued to rend and tear as if nothing had happened. TSS. Although White Bull's entire body was covered in wounds, to him, they were merely superficial injuries. Without hesitation, he swung again, a great blade drenched in armament hockey, completely obliterating the lightning serpent. In that very instant, 200 million volts thunderstorm fist. Ray could now infuse his thunderstorm fist with up to 200 million volts, even in his normal state. Boom. Facing Ray's devastating strike, even White Bull's monstrous defensive capabilities sensed danger. Though his intellect was limited, his instincts and reflexes proved remarkably acute. Rather than meeting the blow head-on, he chose to evade with extraordinary speed. However, the lightning bolt's velocity was nearly comparable to the speed of light. It still grazed the edge of his body, gleaming with thunderous radiance. Bang! It hurts. Aya! The armament hockey covering White Bull's waist suddenly dissipated. The flesh across his entire abdomen was scorched black by the raging lightning, offering no resistance whatsoever. Even if your body possesses incredible durability, so what? There is no such thing as an invincible defense, it merely indicates insufficient output. When the Thunderstorm Fist combined with the rotational acceleration of the Thunder Spear, White Bull's defenses had already been shattered. 200 million Thunderstorm Kick. Appearing above White Bull's head in an instant, Ray delivered a downward vertical kick. Thump. Ryup. White Bull was sent flying with a single kick. A muffled rumble of thunder echoed, causing the battered warship to shake violently. Pressing his advantage mercilessly, Ray materialized before White Bull, before he could land, delivering a punch to his chin, sending White Bull soaring once more into the heavens. While his opponent was airborne and unable to generate leverage, blades of lightning carved trails of white light, leaving numerous scars across his blackened body. Ray is so powerful. Even Ain and the others at a distance could see White Bull being struck by lightning back into the sky. This was truly Ray's strength. Ugh. White Bull's entire body was nearly roasted alive by the fierce lightning. Yet given his monstrous physical endurance, he would likely survive. With a deafening roar, he crashed onto the ship. The warship groaned as if a giant had suddenly boarded it, sinking significantly lower into the sea. Their battle continued until sunset. Even Kazuru had long since arrived. Currently, he sat leisurely aboard the Thunder, trimming his nails and watching the spectacle unfold. Boom. Following another ear-splitting explosion, White Bull's body was entirely charred black. Finally, he felt his strength failing. Opposite him, Ray stood enveloped in lightning, yet not a single scratch marred his form. Continue. Ray's expression remained unchanged, still covered in frost. White Bull was thoroughly terrified, yet escaping from Ray's teleportation was impossible. Bang. Finally, amidst the roaring of thunder, Edward Newgate Jr., the second Whitebeard beneath Ray's Thunderstorm Fist. His body riddled with lightning scars, not a single inch unmarked, collapsed. The White Bull who had severed Zifa's arm in the original work meets his end. The training warship had been utterly destroyed, sinking to the bottom of the ocean abyss along with Weeble's corpse. Leia used lightning to teleport aboard the Thunder ship. Oh my, you've become quite terrifying, Leia. How fearsome. No sooner had he set foot than Huang Yuan's signature catchphrase echoed through the air. You have the nerve to say that when you were merely watching from the sidelines. Of course this was only a jest, for Weeble's demise was undoubtedly destined to be dealt by Leia's own hand. Even if Huang Yuan wished to join the battle, Leia would insist on his departure. Our Master Zeph and the others unharmed. Everything has been arranged, and they are currently resting Lord Leia. Let maintained his characteristic impassivity. Very well, let us return the wounded to headquarters first. Set sail. After traveling throughout the night, Leia and his party arrived back at Marine headquarters before lunch on the following day. As for Huang Yuan, he would undoubtedly continue his station in the New World. Under the fierce midday sun, Marine headquarters bustled, as always. Once the headquarters doctors had escorted the wounded away, Leia and Sengoku made their way to Zeph's ward together. Here, old fogey, eat. It was surprising to see Marshal Sengoku, known for his dignified bearing, peeling an apple. Careful, can't you see I'm injured? Leia watched the exchange with amusement. Though Zeph appeared to be recovering and even cracking jokes, Leia caught a fleeting shadow of sorrow in Zeph's eyes. This attack had claimed over 30 students, leaving only a handful alive. Zeph must be wrestling with deep guilt within himself. Thud, thud, thud. A sharp knock rattled the door. Come in, it's unlocked. Dressed in a dark crimson suit, wearing a navy cap and the trench coat of a Marine, Admiral Sakazuki entered. As the current fleet admiral known as Akainu, he embodied the philosophy of absolute justice. His personality was rigid and uncompromising, his methods ruthless without mercy. He tolerated not even a trace of evil. Master Zeph, are you unharmed? Those wicked pirates should be eradicated entirely. But this time, Lieutenant Colonel Lei, you did splendidly. Against such evil scum who dare attack the Marines, there should be no quarter given. Upon entering, he immediately began preaching his version of justice to Leia. The name Leia had certainly reached even the New World. Rumored to be a rising star in the Marines, someone who might soon rival the three admirals. Yet Akainu harbored no envy. As a hardliner in the Marines, his ambition was to lead the fleet through blood and iron to sweep across the New World. His sights had long been set on the fleet admiral position. Even if Leia grew rapidly, what harm would there be in ceding the admiral rank to him? As long as he could eliminate those unforgivable pirates. Oh, it's Akainu. Zeph is merely exhausted, with his old condition flaring up. Nothing serious. What brings you here? Sengoku seemed genuinely surprised by Akainu's arrival. After all, in Akainu's life, he was either hunting pirates or on his way to do so. I happened to be returning and heard about the attack on Master Zeph, so I stopped by to check. If he is fine, I shall take my leave then. Was this the decisive Akainu? Though not a kind man, he was unquestionably the most obedient to superior orders. Were it not for his extremism, he would make a true Marine. Leia watched his retreating figure and reflected silently. By the way, Leia, do you know about Fortress G8? Sengoku directed his gaze toward Leia after leading him back to the office. I'm familiar with it, though I only know it as a branch renowned for its impregnable defenses. Leia recalled that Luffy and the others had descended from the Sky Island to that very location. Good. This time I'm assigning you to serve as the commander of that branch. Recently, G8 requested reinforcements from headquarters. The former Vice Admiral Commander was killed while hunting pirates. They encountered Jack, the Draped, a subordinate of Yonko Kaido from the New World. After his fierce battle with the G8 branch commander, Jack had returned to the New World. Leia's capabilities were more than sufficient for the assignment, and Sengoku wished for him to gain experience there. Additionally, it would be an opportunity to clean up the increasingly audacious pirates in the area. However, this time Colonel Tina will accompany you for further training. Tina. What? Leia let out a startled cry, completely taken aback. He found Tina's intense enthusiasm rather overwhelming. Yes, Shifuyu submitted the request on her behalf, stating that there's nothing more she can teach Tina now. She wishes for Tina to follow you to the G8 branch. What, any objections? Sengoku asked with keen interest, resting his chin on his interlaced fingers. I do have some concerns. Overruled. It's decided. Act swiftly. The G8 branch is in a bit of disarray right now. Interrupting Leia's protest, Sengoku escorted him out of the office. Outside, Leia clutched the appointment document, utterly despondent. I was trying to say. I have objections. Resigned, Leia first notified, led to gather Tina preparing to depart in an hour. He sought out Sato to go carousing at the tavern. Happy times always passed like lightning, though he wouldn't actually get to drink in the end. Until next time, Sato. This time away, I probably won't be back for several years. Though I hope when I return I'll have the pleasure of meeting your child. Leia glanced back with a mischievous expression as he left the tavern. You rascal. Haha, best of luck. I'll wait here at headquarters for word of your exploits to reach me. Sato watched Leia recede into the distance, raised his final glass of vodka, and drained it in one gulp. At Marine Headquarters port. Boarding the Thunder ship, Leia gazed at the pink-haired beauty before him with a headache forming. Tina is so happy to be on this mission with you. Stars sparkled in Tina's eyes as she extended her hand toward Leia. And me too, I'm happy, Leia replied with a pained expression, shaking her hand. What else could he do? He felt equally desperate. But there was a silver lining. After spending every day at sea surrounded by rough men, finally, there was a beautiful young woman. The problem was she was excessively enthusiastic. But she was quite lovely. Wait. Don't misconstrue my intentions. I'm discussing the situation, not evaluating the person. If you frame me again, I'll strike you dead with lightning. By the way, Tina, has Smoker been deployed to the Four Seas recently? Yes, Tina thought for a moment. Smoker was assigned to Logtown. Tina is curious to know who that little girl was that he brought with him. Tina stuck her tongue out playfully at Leia, covering her mouth with her hand as she giggled. Framed by sunlight, her cheeky smile revealed an extraordinarily alluring and delicate beauty. Leia stood frozen. Wait, wrong. Shaking his head abruptly, he snapped back to reality and patted his temples. How could he have let himself become distracted by Tina? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As an emotionless being, how could a mere woman captivate my attention like that? It must have been the glare of the sunlight, nothing more. Leia rubbed his head, murmuring to himself as he retreated to his quarters. He suspected he was suffering from seasickness and needed some rest. The weather was fair and bright. White sails dotted the sea, harmonizing with the drifting white clouds above. A few seagulls danced against the wind, showcasing their elegant movements. Perhaps weary from their flight, or perhaps having spotted the sole resting place in these waters, they gathered in flocks and settled upon the thunder. Along with the birds drifted a sweet rhythmic lapping of waves. The sky, the ocean, the gently fluttering sails, the rushing water at the stern. Within it all seemed to linger a maiden's soft whisper. Everything around spoke of one most important matter. Sea voyages were truly tedious, and there Leia was indulging in poetic musings. With resignation, he swatted away a seagull preparing to defecate upon his head. Hey Tina, doesn't that little girl's name sound like Dasuki? Tina is puzzled. Yes indeed, but how did you know? Corrupted by Leia's influence, she too had fetched a sun lounger. Lying on deck like a salted fish beside Leia, Tina found herself filled with countless questions. Perhaps I have seen her. Smoker is rather amusing. Leia narrowed his eyes, gazing at the umbrella above, now glowing crimson from the sun's heat. I already knew that before transmigrating. But could I possibly tell you? Impossible. Don't even think about it. Still, where did Dasuki come from? Could she be the slave he had rescued? Light, take a break. Why push yourself so relentlessly? Light was certainly no salted fish like them. He had been practicing swordsmanship beside them for most of the day. So diligent. Unlike me, who's already this formidable at such a young age. That supremely narcissistic thought certainly cannot belong to Lieutenant Commander Leia Wright. Holding the thunder spear in one hand, Leia cast a sinister glare at the readers engrossed in their novels. As Light's sword swings gradually quickened, the blade moved like a white serpent, striking hissing through the wind. Silver light flashed continuously from the thunder, unceasing and relentless. Terrifying sword chi sliced across the shimmering sea surface, sending waves scattering. All the naval soldiers on deck watched him with reverent admiration. As expected of Lieutenant Light, his strength is truly formidable. Otherwise, if he weren't capable, would he serve as our Lieutenant Commander Leia's adjutant? That's true. Lieutenant Commander Leia is the strongest. Light remained unfocused, instead following the final devastating arc of sword chi. The terrifying force churned the very vacuum. A silver arc spanning over 10 meters, slicing through as though a colossal blade had passed. It shattered the sea surface and plunged deep. Some fish that had been happily strolling were cut cleanly in two. Formidable. Light, come have some fruit first. By the way, how much longer until we reach the G8 branch? Reporting. Lieutenant Commander, sir. At the Thunder's current speed, we will reach the G8 branch's jurisdictional waters within no more than 4 days. The navigator on the Thunder, who had just come out to check the weather, overheard Leia's question. Standing nearby, he responded loudly, his eyes showing traces of admiration. Since the battle with Weibo, Leia's strength had been recognized by everyone present, especially his direct troops, who now harbored blind reverence for him. It had been a week since the Thunder departed from Marineford headquarters. What was more excessive was that for some unknown reason, all the pirates along the way had fled like rats. Escaping from afar, they hadn't even granted him the opportunity to fight. They couldn't pursue anyway, given they carried a mission. It was better to arrive at the G8 branch as soon as possible. This made Leia so bored, he was nearly molding. After hearing the navigator's report, Leia felt he would finally be saved. This navigator had been recommended by Zifa through connections specifically assigned to him. You could say he isn't the strongest navigator, but you absolutely cannot deny his professionalism. His seafaring experience surpassed most people, and it was said he had previously served as navigator for rookie training vessels. Look, there's a child over there. Looks like they've fainted. Light called 2 sailors to pull that child aboard. When Leia heard the commotion and rose, he saw a child clinging to a splintered piece of driftwood floating. He immediately ordered men to retrieve the child. Tina followed curiously. The soldiers, seeing Leia approach respectfully, cleared a passage. Upon reaching the child, they discovered she had merely inhaled water and fainted. The pale-faced child appeared to be only about 10 years old. Summon the ship's doctor, take her for treatment. Yes, Lieutenant Commander Leia. An elderly ship's doctor immediately came running with a white medical kit. He first examined the little girl's eyelids, then touched her forehead. Get 2 people to help me carry her to my room. Tina is worried, take her to my room. Tina felt it was more reassuring for a girl to stay with her. Tina believes that child must have fled to sea after encountering pirates. Tina is furious. Those detestable pirates. Tina was extremely righteous, wasn't she? Though he found Tina adorable for these villainous pirates who had done so much evil. Leia also thought it would be better if they simply disappeared. Yes, those pirates are too wicked. Next time we encounter them, we'll crush them. On board the Thunder, a room decorated entirely in shades of pink, a luxury suite specially chosen by Tina. Right next to Leia's quarters, the middle-aged doctor sat by the bed diligently, using his stethoscope on the child's chest for quite some time. After a while, the tense doctor relaxed and said softly, Lieutenant Commander, sir, the child will be fine. She still has a slight fever, but we have already administered antipyretics. Just have someone prepare some rice porridge for her later. That's good, you may go now. After the doctor left, Tina's pink head leaned in close. Is the child all right? What could Leia do, startled by the pink-haired girl? He could only reply with a wry smile. She'll be fine. She should wake up tonight. She's just weak from not eating for so long. Why don't you prepare some porridge for her? Snap. Tina promises to complete the task. Lieutenant Commander, sir. She saluted sharply, smiled charmingly, and ran toward the galley. Helpless Leia watched her retreating figure and scratched his head. Little Tina, pink again, pink, both ears twisted up. Hopping about so cute, remember to sprinkle cilantro before serving. No, that thought is too wicked. Hee, but I like it. Strange, evil laughter echoed from Tina's cozy room. The unconscious girl lying on the bed seemed to sense something frowning as she moved her fingers. Don't come over here. That evening inside Tina's room aboard the Thunder ship, the lamplight glowed softly as Leia and Tina sat in chairs sipping tea and reading the newspaper together. The little girl they had rescued during the day was sleeping on the bed nearby. Crocodile has become a hero of the Arabasta kingdom. Looking at the information in the newspaper, Old Shah has already begun extending his dark claws toward Arabasta. Tina was also puzzled by the 7 warlords of the sea organization established by the government. Pirates are nothing but pirates. Granting them official status only gives them an easier way to commit crimes. Tina was equally bewildered that Crocodile had been hunting pirates under the guise of being a warlord. Help! Help! Suddenly a hoarse scream echoed through the room, radiating sheer terror. The little girl, who had been sleeping soundly, scrambled frantically out of bed. A look of wariness and confusion mixed with fear appeared on her round face. Tina set down the newspaper, gently approached the bedside, and did not try to pull her up. Instead, she simply offered a warm smile, her eyes filled with tenderness. Little sister, you have been rescued. We are Marines, so do not be afraid. AI me stared blankly at the smile of the Marine sister before her. It was like a warm ray of sunshine in winter, so comforting. Under the lamplight, she seemed like a jade lotus blooming in the moonlight. Perhaps sensing Tina's kindness, the little girl finally calmed down. However, her voice still carried faint tremors. I am still alive. Tina maintained her gentle motherly expression, soothing and healing. Yes, we rescued you. You were floating on the sea surface. Marines. You are Marines. Voila. I have finally found you. The slightly delayed little AI, me still groggy from awakening, finally registered what was happening. With a sudden wail, she burst into tears, growing sadder the more she cried. Tina could only gently hold her and comfort her. Little sister, what is your name? Tell your big sister. My name is AI me. Wah. Leia, who had been lounging idly nearby, noticed something was wrong, seeing the little one so distraught, and frowned. Has something happened? Tell your brother. We are Marines. We will surely help you. Hearing this, little AI me seemed to remember something urgent and pleaded desperately. Marine brothers and sisters, please save my younger brother, save our village. Yesterday, a group of pirates occupied our village. They killed many of the adults. They told us we must gather 10 million berries within 3 days, or they will let us go. I escaped using an old fishing boat from when our village was still active. After speaking, little AI me seemed to think of everyone's situation in the village again and grew sorrowful. A fierce gleam flashed in Leia's eyes. These pirates again. Little AI me, do not be sad. Tell us where your home is, and we will set off tonight. Our village is on Chuanri Island. Wiping her tears, little AI me bravely steadied herself. Because she understood that if they were too late, everyone would be killed. Their small village had always lived by fishing, and sometimes the only merchant in the village would bring back goods from elsewhere. Adding up everyone, they probably could not even gather 5 million berries, let alone 10 million within 3 days. Looking at little AI me's tear-stained face, trying to stay brave, Leia comfortingly patted her little head. Tina, take good care of little AI me here. I will go notify the soldiers to head to Chuanri Island. Little AI me, you eat your meal properly and rest well. We are setting off now. Hearing they were leaving immediately, AI me's eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, Marine brother. Thank you, Marine sister. Thank you. As for the route to Chuanri Island, little AI me definitely did not know it. But Leia had a Marine internal map compass. General Sowen had given it to him. Actually, he had begged Sowen for it. Only a worldwide official organization like the Marines would have such a compass. Chuanri Island was located on the edge of the Grand Line's route. Due to its geographical location, this place remained in spring for nearly 10 months of the year. That is why it was called Chuanri Island. The residents here generally made a living by fishing. The island had spring-like weather throughout the year with beautiful scenery. But all of this was destroyed by the arriving pirates. Everywhere on the island bore signs of destruction. Some corpses were scattered about, some shot dead, others hacked apart by swords and knives. In the middle of the island stood a large village with a fresh water stream, adding some vitality to the settlement. But at the entrance to the village hung several wounded, blood-covered strongmen. They were people who could not bear to be bullied by pirates and wanted to escape for help. Unfortunately, they were eventually caught by the pirates and beaten severely. At this moment, the pirates were sitting around tables in an open area eating meat and drinking wine. Naturally, all of this had been forced from the villagers. Blood covered everyone's weapons. A vile pirate shouted loudly. Captain Doru, this is so satisfying. Another village has been plundered by us. We will be earning another 10 million berries right away. Hearing this, Doru, who had snatched the wine bottle and told the old man who brought it to Scram, could not help but laugh loudly. Ha ha ha, of course, look who I am. This idea had come from Doru himself. Although robbing these ordinary people yielded less money, it was not as quick as plundering other pirates. But there was no danger either. Only being alive was the most correct choice. Once dead, you would have nothing. Not far away, the villagers hiding in their houses all had tears in their eyes as they watched those fierce-looking pirates. They trembled constantly from fear. If they could not produce 10 million within another day, they would all be killed. Some had tried to escape, but now they were half dead and hung at the village entrance. However, one little boy of just a few years old was the opposite of the others. Not only did he not show fear, but he also looked worriedly toward the distance, constantly muttering, "Sister, are you still alive?" Though he looked only 6 or 7 years old, he gave an impression of great maturity. At this moment, the thunder ship was being driven forward at an extremely fast speed as Leia pumped resonant lightning energy into it. Leia stood before the engine room, continuously feeding thunderous power into it with one hand. The sea along the way surged with massive waves on both sides. At this moment, Leia was like a human generator. Blue lightning constantly surged from his body, dyeing the entire engine room blue-white. Little AI me and Tina stood nearby, staring at him with wide eyes. This made Leia's forehead twitch with exasperation. "You two brats. Have you never seen a natural type before? How come your eyes are not sore from being so wide open? Especially you. Classmate Tina, what is with that expression of having never seen anything before? Did you not see them every day at the training camp? Be careful, or I will spank your bottom." Little Amy gazed at Reed before her with her two big eyes holding her breath. Her little face was flushed with excitement, her small hands tightly clenched. It was as if she had already forgotten about the girl who was just crying her heart out. Sister Tina, Brother Reed looks so powerful. She stared unblinkingly, her rosy little cheeks shimmering with blue light. Amy felt that such a powerful Brother Reed would surely drive away those evil pirates. Upon hearing little Amy's words, Tina also wore an expression full of admiration. Sister Tina feels the same way. Reed is a rear admiral of our Marine headquarters. If not for the short time, he would already be a vice admiral. But little Amy seemed to have thought of something, and a sorrowful expression resurfaced on her face. If only I had power like Brother Reed's, then everyone wouldn't have to die. I could drive away the pirates, protect my brother, protect everyone. Tina, unable to bear it, grasped little Amy's tiny hand, her big eyes blinking. Tina is very serious, little Amy. Don't be sad. We'll arrive at your home very soon. Your brother sounds so clever. From what you said, he'll definitely be all right. Suddenly, an observer walked in. Report. Rear Admiral Reed, we can begin decelerating. We can already spot Spring Day Island, and the pirate ship is anchored near the island. Now that they had arrived, after withdrawing the remaining lightning energy, Reed issued orders in an orderly manner. Have let gather all combat personnel and prepare to board the island. Also have him sink that pirate ship directly with cannonballs. Leave no survivors. Yes, Rear Admiral. Reed, walking onto the deck alongside Tina and the others, gazed at the distant island. Tina, I'll leave this area to you. Then he directly transformed into lightning and shot off. Little Amy watched enviously as Reed flew farther away. Wow, Brother Reed can fly too. This was because Reed had been studying electromagnetic fields and could now briefly utilize tiny particles in the air to achieve flight. Although he still couldn't fly for extended periods like Kizaru. Bang, 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 bang. As soon as Reed landed on the ground of Spring Day Island, he heard distant cannon fire. That sinful pirate ship, along with the crew guarding it, had sunk into the depths of the sea. But those pirates truly deserved to die. Reed's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at several male and female corpses on the beach, his expression darkening. From the appearance of the deceased, it was clear they had been abused before being brutally murdered. Even in their eyes that remained open long after death, infinite terror lingered. Crouching down, he gently closed each of their eyes one by one, and the lightning coursing through his body began to stir restlessly. Rest assured, I will avenge you. Don't worry, not a single one will be left alive. Boom. The weather on the island began to shift as Reed used lightning to manipulate the magnetic field. Dark clouds slowly blanketed the entire island. The next moment, Reed vanished. Observing the changed weather on the island, Tina knew Reed had begun his assault. Because once during training camp, Reed had employed this weather-changing technique. It was just that back then he wasn't proficient, managing to sustain it for only half a minute. Even Teacher Zeph, that old stubborn man who firmly believed that devil fruit abilities could never surpass physical prowess, had to eventually concede with a single remark, truly monstrous. Let Reed has already started. We need to quickly board the island to rescue the civilians. Understood, Captain Tina. Everyone inspect your weapons. Board the island. Yes. N. Hearing the approaching cannon fire, gazing at the dark clouds overhead, Dor spat out the meat in his mouth. No longer interested in watching those young village girls dancing with their graceful figures. Glaring fiercely toward the coast. Who is it? Marine or pirate? You few go check what's happening at the beach. Several pirates whose eyes were filled with red hearts and drooling while staring at the beautiful young girls. Hearing their captain's order, they hurriedly scrambled to their feet to investigate. Because they knew Captain Dor only needed obedient crew members, the disobedient ones were fed to the fish. But before they even reached the village entrance, crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, directly electrocuting those pirates into charred black carbon. Then it converged into a human form. The thunder startled everyone, including several villagers who were serving the pirates, who couldn't help but glance over. A figure clad in a white marine coat slowly emerged from the white smoke just created. Dor picked up the rifle on the table, watching the newcomer warily. Marine. Reed regarded the other person expressionlessly, wrapping his arms around his neck and stretching. Good that you know. Then are you prepared to die? Pirate. Hearing Reed confirm it, the pirate minions screamed in terror. Marines, why have the Marines come? Captain, someone must have betrayed us. Let's flee quickly. The Marines must have brought many people. Bang, bang, ugh, plop. 2 shots killed the crew members who had already started fleeing. An enraged Dor roared, what are you panicking for? I'm not dead yet. He's just one person, and you're all scared like this. Turning his head, he continued, aiming his gun at Reed, laughing arrogantly. Just you alone. You also want to capture me. Swish. Reed instantly appeared in front of Dor, looking at him with a cold smirk. I think you've misunderstood something, pirate. I never said I wanted to capture you. At this moment, Dor had no time to be surprised at why the other person was so fast. Subconsciously, he fired a shot that hit Reed. What? Why? Why didn't it work? Dor's hair stood on end, his terror and tension reaching their peak, cold sweat pouring down. No explanation needed. Attacking with the super-invincible rotating thunderstorm fist. Bang. This was the sound of a certain notoriously wicked pirate captain being reduced to pixelated mosaic. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. Their captain. Lord Door. Just like that gone. The captain He's dead. Flee quickly. ZZZT. Bang. Several pirates who saw the situation was dire and fled first were instantly struck dead by multiple bolts of lightning. The others witnessing this without hesitation fell to their knees before Reed with anguished hearts. Lord Marine, please don't kill me. Lord Marine, we surrender. We surrender. Spare our lives. Reed looked at these grotesque pirates. Had he not seen various tortured and murdered corpses along the way, and the several people hanging above the gate, he would have thought they were all victims. As for those villagers who were hanging, he had long taken them down. He also administered emergency electrotherapy to ensure they could survive until the ship's doctor arrived. ZZZT. The dark clouds in the sky continuously crackled with lightning and thunder. All of you go to hell and seek out those tortured and murdered civilians. Repent. I cannot forgive on their behalf, so I can only send you to meet them. Boom, rumble. Crackle. Crackle. A bolt of lightning precisely struck each pirate's head. The pirates' supplications instantly ceased. Watching all the pirates being slain by this formidable marine before them, the villagers sat on the ground one by one, utterly shell-shocked, staring blankly at the figure before them shimmering with lightning as if at that moment he was the sole ray of light in this darkened world. Several children who had never left the island in their entire lives also gazed at Reed with yearning hearts. So becoming a marine was such a magnificent pursuit. In their young hearts, being able to protect everyone was the greatest feat. On Spring Day Island, with the Navy's assistance, the islanders had already given their dead a proper burial. Facing the naval soldiers who came to rescue them, they welcomed them with the warmest smiles. As for why they could still smile despite so many deaths, it was because those who passed had already left. The living must continue to be stronger, allowing the departed to find peace in heaven. In a world overflowing with pirates, living in the present moment was what mattered most. At this time, a middle-aged man wrapped in bandages walked over, supported by Amy and her younger brother Duke. It was Gal, the village guard captain. We are deeply grateful for the Navy's life-saving kindness, he said, bowing despite his injuries. Leia scratched his head and laughed. No need to thank us, Captain Gal, we are the Navy. Besides, your wounds were just bandaged, you should go back and rest. Then I won't force myself, naval officer. Amy, you too see to hosting everyone for me. However, Gal didn't leave immediately. He again struggled to bow to all the Navy personnel before departing. Before leaving, he kept emphasizing that Leia and the others should stay on the island for a few more days. After Gal walked far away, Amy suddenly said very seriously while holding 7-year-old Duke's hand, Brother Leia, Sister Tina, please let us join the Navy. We beg you. The two little ones looked at Leia and Tina with bright, hopeful eyes. Tina was somewhat surprised that two such young children wanted to join the Navy. Tina wants to know, little Amy, little Duke, how did you two come up with this idea? Because being in the Navy can protect everyone and can defeat pirates. And the Navy is great. You can also become as strong as Brother Leia. Amy excitedly said a lot, but Duke didn't speak. Perhaps he was more timid, but his eyes showed his thoughts were consistent with his sister's. Leia chuckled and rubbed the two children's heads. Since you want to join the Navy so badly, I have no problem with that. However what? Brother Leia. Do your parents agree? Upon hearing this, the two who were eagerly awaiting Leia's answer instantly fell silent. Amy and Duke's little faces frowned, a sad atmosphere spreading. Our parents perished at sea. Stopping Tina, who wanted to comfort them, Leia squatted down. Looking directly into both children's eyes, he said seriously, welcome to the Navy, Cadet Amy. And Cadet Duke. Amy and Duke's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at Leia with great excitement. Brother Leia, do you agree to let us join the Navy? Yay? That's great. In the cheers of the two little ones, Leia also said goodbye to the villagers here. He told them about Amy and Duke joining the Navy. Then he set off with the two children, continuing to G8 branch. Captain Gal also agreed because Amy and Duke had long lost their family. The only grandmother before the year also passed away. They had always survived relying on others' help, and little Amy doing odd jobs for others. Letting them become sailors is much better than in this small village. 3 days later, aboard the Thunder, sailing in the calm belt, Leia looked at these two little tails behind him with mixed emotions. Ever since getting on the ship, the two had been clinging to him, saying they wanted to learn from Brother Leia how to be a good Navy officer. This caused Leia not to have a proper, peaceful, idle moment these past few days. Tina lay on the chair beside her, unable to help, covering her mouth and laughing, almost spitting out the juice she had just taken a sip of. Tina, you're too much. You're fine being idle yourself, but you actually mock me. Suddenly Leia's eyes lit up, seeing Leap practicing swordsmanship on the left side of the warship. Amy, Duke. Actually, brother is so strong because he ate a devil fruit. But now I don't have devil fruits for you to eat. So if you want to become strong, go learn from that brother Leet. Leia pointed to his own adjutant Leet in the distance. Leet, who is diligently practicing swordsmanship. Are you polite? Finally, Leia let out a long sigh after driving away Amy and the others. Then his whole body felt like his bones had turned soft lying beside Tina. He took off the sunglasses from the chair and placed them on his face. Hey, guess what? He fell asleep right away. This guy? Tina was also speechless. Although Tina said these words, looking at her expression showed she wasn't sincere. Her clever smile, beautiful eyes full of spirit, seemed to speak. It's so good. Leia also has such a childish side. Unlike the idle Leia at this moment, Leet was undergoing soul-searching questioning from Amy and Duke. This is little Amy. Brother Leet, are you also very strong? Not as strong as Lord Leia. Then how strong is Brother Leet? Probably may be able to barely catch some not too strong pirates. This is little Duke. Brother Leet, hurry up and teach us sword fighting. So cool. You're too young, you can't learn my swordsmanship, you must first build a solid foundation. Amy, Duke, when we arrive at the branch I'll train you properly. How much longer until we get there, Brother Leet? 2. Even Deputy Officer Leet, who usually has an ice-cold face, couldn't handle it. He already felt like he was about to faint. The Navy soldiers also didn't dare to approach this forbidden area anymore, always being busy. Even if not busy, they had to pretend to be very busy. If they were somehow targeted by the two children, wouldn't they lose a layer of skin? Didn't you see Lieutenant Leet was about to break down? Sloshing. Moo. The two serious little ones were knocked down by the swaying deck. But they weren't flustered, instead looking at the distant sea surface with disbelief. Wow, what is that? Such a big monster. Sister, do you know? I don't know, Brother Leet, do you know? That is the biggest monster in the Sea King class, generally living in the calm belt. Helping up the two fallen little ones, Leet said seriously. You should know Sea Kings don't casually eat ships that pass over them. We can safely pass through the calm belt because there is sea prism stone in the hull. Although Leet said it was very scary, but the two little ones didn't care at all, even leaning on the railing staring at it in a daze. So big. Too, perhaps they were just like newborn calves who weren't afraid of tigers, or perhaps because there was such a silly Leia around. The remainder of the journey, Leia finally felt at ease. It lasted all the way until they reached Napalong. Napalong was where the G8 branch was located. Under the guidance of the harbor commander, the Thunder gradually sailed into the bay. A ring-shaped military fortress appeared before Leia and the others. Leia stretched his nearly broken body, a result of being too lethargic over the past few days. Finally arrived the G8 branch. Yes, Lieutenant General Leia. Lieutenant had everyone ready long ago. Even the two children were awkwardly standing at attention in front of the naval soldiers. As soon as Leia donned the naval coat, he took out the Den Mushi. Is this Lieutenant General Leia from headquarters? I am. Lieutenant General, you have finally arrived. Please sail the warship directly in, as someone will guide you ahead. No problem. Putting away the Den Mushi, Leia instructed everyone to prepare for disembarkation. Tina also wore the coat representing naval justice, standing with a serious expression behind Leia. They had been specially dispatched from headquarters this time. Setting aside everything else, they definitely needed to put on a display of momentum first. Inside the G8 fortress. At this moment, the branch's highest-ranking officer, Lieutenant General Jeff, wearing a naval cap with a scar across his mouth, his eyes were flashing a stern gaze as he looked at the other senior officers. Lieutenant General Leia from headquarters has entered the port. I hope everyone can hold fast to their posts. Do not let Lieutenant General Leia look down on you. As naval officers, you must show the appearance of the Navy. Yes, Lieutenant General Jeff. And Jeff looked around at the Navy personnel with satisfaction and nodded. He understood these people very well. Although they all had some minor flaws, they could still distinguish right from wrong. And it was said that Lieutenant General Leia, who came from headquarters this time, was very powerful. He was a powerhouse who had eaten a paramecia-type devil fruit on par with the 3 fleet admirals. Let us go welcome Lieutenant General Leia. Yes. When the Thunder docked in the dry dock, Leia led everyone ashore. The shipwrights repairing vessels in the dry dock immediately took over the Thunder. They were preparing to inspect the ship's condition for better repairs. Lieutenant General Jeff also happened to walk over with his people. Several inexperienced junior officers gazed with awe at the enormous Thunder. What a majestic warship. Their previous branch commanders' ships were all smaller than the Thunder. It was no wonder they wore such expressions looking at this war beast. Looking at the figure at the very front of the crowd opposite him, from the medals on the shoulders of the Justice Coat, he already knew it was Leia. Smack. Leading his subordinates, he walked forward quickly and saluted Leia. Lieutenant General Leia. It is me. Leia looked at the middle-aged Lieutenant General Navy officer before him. It seemed he was the current highest commander of the branch. Lieutenant General Leia, you and your party have been on the ship ever since arriving at G8 from headquarters. I will first have someone take everyone down to rest. The appointment papers can be handed over between just the two of us in the office. No problem. Leia first had Lieutenant arrange everything for everyone, especially the two children. Then he and Lieutenant General Jeff walked toward the top office of the ring-shaped fortress. As for Tina, having sailed at sea for so long, even she, who always loved joining in on excitement, now only wanted to rest properly. This time she did not follow Leia. After Leia and the others had walked far away, a colonel led Lieutenant and the rest to the dormitories. Please follow me. After following Jeff into the office, Leia handed the appointment paper to him. After it was stamped, the two of them began discussing the various difficulties at the G8 branch. The foremost issue was the pirates. These pirates are far too rampant, Jeff said, angrily slapping the table. Ever since the Vice Admiral unfortunately fell, these detestable pirates have been robbing merchant ships in the waters near G8. They even frequently attack warships on outbound patrols. After pausing for a moment, he added with some shame, "It is my incompetence. The leader among them is even stronger than I am. That is why we have not been able to arrest them until now." Leia looked at the self-blaming Jeff and sighed, patting his shoulder. "Rest assured, otherwise why would Marshal Sengoku send me? My strength is not weak. As long as the four emperors do not personally come." Although some doubted these words because of Leia's young age as a qualified naval officer, Jeff still chose to believe him. After all, he was the commanding officer personally sent by Marshal Sama. It was said that he was perhaps Chief Instructor Zephyr's most outstanding student. Standing up, Leia's justice coat, draped over his back, flapped because the window was opened. A gentle breeze blew, just like the naval flag, in Jeff's eyes fluttering continuously. "It is already quite late today, and the Thunder still needs repairs. Lieutenant General Jeff, tomorrow morning, have everyone get ready. The pirate elimination plan begins." This was the first mission issued by Leia, exercising the highest command authority of the branch. They say a new official must burn 3 fires upon taking office. Then this first fire should start with the pirates. Jeff slightly excitedly gave a standard military salute. "Yes, Lieutenant General Leia." Jeff was no longer the young man who could easily get worked up back in the day. But this time it seemed he saw the shadow of the late Vice Admiral in Leia. Capturing pirates was also so resolute and swift. Thinking of the former commander, Jeff could not help wanting to arrest those pirates even sooner. Leia walked to the window and leaned against it. "I hope these pirates can bring me some fun. But that bastard Jack actually dared to attack a Marine Vice Admiral. How was the situation back then?" Jeffrey, having set aside his personal emotions, answered with deep loathing. "At that time we had just captured a pirate crew and were preparing to take them back to the branch prison for detention. Unexpectedly, on the way back, we encountered Jack the Draped. He seemed to be conducting some kind of transaction with someone. We stumbled upon it, and Jack came right up, ship and all. The Vice Admiral stayed behind alone to block Jack fighting to the death to cover our retreat." Leia slowly stroked his chin, recalling the original work. "Right? Kaido seemed to be secretly trading artificial devil fruits with Doflamingo all along for his beast pirates. But then there was Jack the Draped. When I get the chance, I will definitely give you a good drenching. Hope your ship handling skills improve. And Doflamingo, although I also admire your character somewhat. But as a Navy officer, and even as an ordinary person, you are an utter bastard." Leia thought of the slave ship from last time, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. As someone with relatively sound moral principles, what he hated most were human traffickers. "My condolences. I am fine, Commander Leia. From the moment I joined the Navy, I already understood that this is our destiny." Jeff clenched his fists. Time could erase a person's existence, but it could not erase his will. For us in the Navy, in the process of capturing pirates, it is either death or life. All for justice. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Bring fewer cannonballs and more handcuffs. With His Excellency Leia, here we don't really need cannonballs. Leite directed the soldiers to load cannon ammunition and weapons onto the lighting hail. It was already dawn on the second day. As for the 2 rascals who had followed him, they were now doing appropriate exercises at the G8 branch training camp. "Yes, Lieutenant Leite." Several sergeants led the Marines to gradually carry supplies onto the warship. "Admiral Jeff, you should stay behind and guard the branch. I can take my own troops along." Leia saw that Jeff was eager to join them and quickly stopped him. It wasn't that he disliked the other man, but mainly because his lighting hail had been specially modified. Its speed was far greater than the warship stationed here, making it more convenient for him to travel alone. "Yes, Lieutenant Leia." Jeff did not insist, knowing that someone needed to stay and defend the branch. Who knew whether those audacious pirates might attempt to raid the Marine branch? Still, Jeff looked enviously at Leite and his men, who were organized and orderly aboard the lighting hail. Truly the elite of the fleet headquarters. These officers from the main branch, regardless of whether their individual strength surpassed that of the local garrison, could already be recognized as a formidable army simply by their uniform strides and meticulous execution of their commander's orders. Glancing back at his own branch's Marines, Jeff had previously felt no shame, but now, after Leia and Tina boarded the lighting hail, Leite waved the flag and shouted, "Set sail." Clang. With the branch dock doors opening, the lighting hail departed from the harbor. Actually, there was one approach of the Navy that Leia agreed with. That was to imprison those devil fruit users with dangerous abilities and impel down for life. This would to a certain extent curb the strength of the pirates. But there was something he felt was wrong. Those pirates who wantonly slaughtered civilians should have been executed directly. Yet the Navy typically captured them alive and sent them to impel down. This later led to Blackbeard rescuing several notoriously vicious pirates from the prison fortress. allowing them to see the light of day once more. Luffy had always been a good person, but that time at Impel Down he had been far too willful. The pirates he rescued weren't all as harmless as depicted in the anime. Most of them were the type who callously slaughtered civilians. So the Navy had many flaws and blemishes. But there were also many Navy members who risked their lives to protect civilians. No one could deny this. This was also one of the reasons Leah joined the Navy. As for the other reasons, they couldn't possibly tell you. This involves the outline of this book. Having left the branch, Leah and the others first sailed along a specific route. Yesterday they had spent nearly a full day patrolling the few populated islands in the vicinity. Unfortunately, they hadn't encountered a single pirate. Subsequently, with the recommendation of the accompanying branch colonel who knew the area well, they prepared to patrol these waters in rotation. Because the pirates in this region had formed an alliance. With their greatly increased strength, they would basically attack any warship that was isolated. Truly, utterly reckless. Then Leyte notify everyone that for the next few days we'll patrol along these routes continuously. Leah, who had originally hoped to finish capturing these wretched pirates sooner and return to the branch to slack off, now gave his instructions listlessly. Yes, Your Excellency. Tina was also somewhat bored and went inside to fetch a sun chair. For Tina's action, Leah's expression darkened. Hey, I brought you here to learn my excellent qualities. To learn how to be a qualified Navy officer. Not to come here on vacation. You foolish Tina. If it were me, I wouldn't act like you at all. Well, doesn't Tina sen look at who corrupted her? Oh. After mentally ribbing Tina, Leah also took out a deck chair and reclined in it, casually taking a sip of tea. So comfortable. The Wang Jing's law is truly delightful. After about half a day, Leah gradually noticed something was wrong. In his heartnet, 5 ships appeared and surrounded them. It was just that they were far away, so the lookout hadn't discovered them in advance. Report, Lieutenant Leah. Our warship has been surrounded by 5 pirate ships on all sides, front, back, left, and right. They've come very close to us. The lookout's voice came from above at this moment. Although they had already been surrounded, he wasn't the least bit panicked. He could even finish a bowl of rice. Because their Lieutenant Leah was the strongest. A cold sneer appeared on Leah's lips. As expected, one must be patient when fishing. Look, the target is here, isn't it? It seems there's a big fish among them. That big fish was at least at the level of a fleet headquarters rear admiral. He must be that pirate Jeff mentioned. All combat personnel. Prepare yourselves. The pirates are surrounding us. Yes, sir, N. At this moment, aboard the Honey Badger pirate ship, the captain was Nibwa, a Honey Badger man who had eaten the animal-type marten fruit. He was also the leader of this small pirate alliance with a bounty of 200 million belly and the title Furious Nibwa. As for why his title included the word furious, it was because honey badgers are bold creatures fearless of anything. That's right, the legendary flat-headed brother who confronts anyone he doesn't like. Not many dared to frequently lead pirates to prowl around the Navy branch. Except for him. Men, use the Den Den Mushi to contact all the captains. Give the Navy a baptism of fire first. Don't save your cannonballs for me. Nibwa commanded the pirates with a bandit-like arrogance. No problem, Captain Nibwa. Hear my command. Fire. Cannons. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. All the pirate ships surrounding the Lighting Heyo aimed their cannons at the warship in the center. Under Nibwa's command, through the Den Den Mushi, they fired simultaneously. Oh no, Lieutenant Leah. The branch colonel watched the cannonballs that were about to hit their ship from all directions. He was extremely anxious. But strangely, everyone on the warship except him looked calm and composed. Even Tina had the leisure to peel a crystal-clear grape and feed it to herself. Don't worry. Colonel, we have His Excellency Leah. Leyte, like the others, naturally had the greatest trust in Leah. This is really irritating. Don't they know it's rude to disturb someone's sweet dreams? Leah ignored all of this, and with the colonel standing there speechless, simply raised one hand and pushed it toward the sky. Super large lightning net. What the hell is that? This scene struck awe and dread into the hearts of all the pirates who witnessed it. They had never before encountered a power on this level. Even the legendary vice admirals of the Marines must be no more than this. You've got to be kidding, right? With power like this, can we really defeat the Marines? The battle had barely begun, yet most of the pirates had already lost their will to fight. These low-level pirates had never seen anything like this before. Some even believed a Marine vice admiral had arrived. Although Nippo had previously crossed paths with a rear admiral stationed here, it was always while he was on the run. Now, witnessing the Marines dispatch such a formidable opponent, he too felt a flicker of unease, his composure wavering. Yet as Captain Nippo had always cultivated an image of fearlessness before his men, playing the role of someone who feared nothing. Surveying his panicked crew and the demands of rival captains over the Den Den Mushi, Nippo steeled himself and made a decision. He would take the gamble. What's there to fear? Lads, don't be intimidated by the sheer size of whatever the Marines built. He's already spent his strength. That attack must have drained him dry. I refuse to believe he could unleash such power without consequence. He then swung his long blade fiercely. Press forward, all of you. They only have one ship, while we have 5. At that moment, seeing the pirates continuing to close in as if preparing for hand-to-hand combat, Light immediately organized his combat crew. Everyone ready, the pirates are about to arrive. Remember, hold nothing back, but above all ensure your own safety while executing captures. Yes, sir. Before long, 5 pirate ships had surrounded the massive warship. Grappling hooks flew out, lodging firmly into the warship's hull. Lads, for treasure, for freedom, charge and eliminate all the Marines. At Captain Nepo's command, the pirates let out blood-curdling roars and began climbing aboard. Ready, fire, bang bang bang. The Marine soldiers took aim along the ropes, picking off the climbing pirates one by one. Pirates screamed as they tumbled into the sea. But those who survived in the Grand Line were no pushovers. They quickly managed to reach the deck. One sword style instant slash. Clang. Off. A flash of sword light cut through the forest, blood spraying in all directions. Several pirates collapsed instantly. Tina won't let you damage the warship. Woven cage. Iron bars extended from Tina's arms, forming a cage-like structure that surrounded the pirates in front of her. Like catching fish, the cage contracted, pulling the group together before tossing them into a corner where they tumbled into a heap. Ouch! You're sitting on me. You damn bastard, you're the one sitting on me. Leia deliberately let his subordinates engage the pirates, using the opportunity for training despite being capable of handling them alone. Nepo, the first to charge, saw his side being suppressed by the Marines. Without hesitation, he decided to take them on directly. Rat's fruit honey badger form, transforming into a large bipedal honey badger. And despite Tina's sigh of exasperation, he stubbornly charged toward the center, where a Marine rear admiral draped in a justice coat stood watching idly. It's just a rear admiral. I've defeated Marine rear admirals before. What's so arrogant about it? As for easily crushing weaker opponents, Tina and Light naturally had other pirate captains to stop them. As expected of a honey badger, its instincts immediately identified the strongest opponent in the crowd. Take my claw. Nepo's transformed beast claw swiped toward Leia's head, but passed straight through. To Nepo's astonishment, the target's head simply dissolved into lightning. A natural type. So what if it is? Coming to his senses from his shock, mainly because natural types were rare enough to cause surprise, Nepo coated both claws in a lacquer black layer of armament hockey and swung again at Leia. Leia remained as impassive as ever, even picking his nose casually. Thud. Ow. Overextending his strike, Nepo couldn't stop himself and crashed face first into an iron railing. Stars danced before his eyes. Damn it. Where did he go? Nepo growled through gritted teeth. Leia's teleportation was far too fast for him to track. You can't win. Flashing to the left, Leia raised a middle finger and shook his head. Let's play along a bit longer, giving Tina and the others more practical experience. Perhaps transforming into a honey badger had also altered his mindset. Seeing the Marine mock him so brazenly, Nepo's eyes turned crimson. He felt a surging rage well up within him, thinking not at all about whether his opponent was stronger. He charged forward like a berserk beast. Roar. I'll beat you to death, Marine. The enraged Nepo had nearly lost all rationality. What followed was over an hour of beast taming. Whenever anyone else faced mortal danger, a bolt of lightning would strike the pirate. Boom. Piayu. Ow. Slap, 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 slap. Ouch. When the battle finally ended, all captured pirates were locked in the ship's holding cells. After cleaning up the battlefield, Tina looked at Leia, whose head seemed to be steaming with fury, continuously kicking Nepo with his foot, a man-shaped figure that had been beaten beyond recognition. Something felt off. In all her time with Leia, he hadn't shown such a cruel streak before. Oh, ouch. I plead guilty. Stop hitting me. Would hurt so much. If there was a question she naturally had to ask boldly. Tina asks, Leia, why are you keeping hitting him? What did he do? Tina curiously tugged at Leia's sleeve. Hearing this, Leia's expression darkened further, saying nothing, and kicked Nepo even more furiously. Only after turning him completely into a bloated pig's head did Light take the captive away for imprisonment. By the way, Light, remember to put all the sea prism cuffs on this guy. Damn it, I'm so angry. This only fueled Tina's curiosity, making her feel as though cats were scratching at her heart. Leia, tell me what happened. Tina wants to know even more now. It's nothing, he just deserved it. Still refusing to explain, Leia kept a scowl on his face as he walked toward his cabin. But Tina, as his most devoted fan, had no intention of letting this go. She followed him straight into his room. Over the past few days, she had learned something of his temperament. Throwing her arms around Leia's arm, she swayed back and forth, speaking words that gave herself goosebumps. Brother Leia, just tell Tina. Otherwise Tina won't be able to sleep tonight. Yo. The sheer intensity of it nearly sent Leia to an early grave. Alright, let go already. I'll tell you, okay? Yes, mission accomplished. Cunningly narrowing her big eyes, Tina looked at Leia, then why? It's just, you know how honey badgers are, right? Yes, so what? Well, this animal has a habit. It can identify its opponent's weaknesses and exploit them. And oi, I'm a man. Done, now go back to your own room. Saying this, Leia pushed and pulled Tina away. Outside the door, Tina stood still, her little head whirring with thought. Suddenly, Her eyes lit up. A man's weakness. Could it be that place? Haha. Tina can't take it anymore. Bursting into uncontrollable laughter, Tina doubled over with her hands on her belly. Hearing her uncharacteristic cackling from outside, Leia now regretted ever having told her anything. He wished he could bury her alive. Damn it. The honey badger is an animal that will attack almost anything, and it's incredibly intelligent. It knows how to find its enemy's weakness. And when facing a man, that weakness lies between his thighs. Since Tina had learned of that matter throughout these past days as they hunted pirates across the seas, a young girl's silver bell laughter could be heard aboard the Thunder ship day after day. It gave those imprisoned pirates a sliver of comfort for their bleak futures ahead. As for Leia, he had already begun to slack off. Laugh all you want. It won't cost me a single scratch. I hope you laugh yourself sick. Whoa, goodbye, Marines. Safe travels. A group of villagers stood at the pier waving farewell to the departing warship. This was because Leia and his crew had captured a band of troublesome pirates on the island. After resupplying at the island's town, the Thunder ship set sail for the return journey. It had been over 2 weeks since departing from G8 branch, and all nearby pirates had been thoroughly eradicated. Some fish had slipped through the net and escaped, spreading word of what had transpired here. Apart from a handful of minor figures who fled, the pirates in the surrounding waters had either been killed or captured for labor reformation. As news spread, the surrounding pirates learned that a formidable marine had arrived at G8 branch. They kept their distance, and whispers even circulated that the waters under G8 branch's jurisdiction had become forbidden territory for pirates. As for that captain, he had already become Leia's devoted admirer. Tina, after we return, you go train those 2 youngsters. Leia stretched his body on the deck, going through the morning calisthenics. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. Tina had always found these movements strange, yet Leia persistently invited her to join him each morning. However, Tina declined, feeling such exercises didn't match her image. She was an incredibly beautiful girl after all. How could she possibly do such strange poses? Why me? Because you're gentle, the children feel more comfortable around you. Fine, Tina accepts. Hearing Leia's compliment, Tina couldn't help but smile radiantly as she replied. Very well, Latte. Full speed ahead. Let's make it back to the branch tonight. Yes, Commander Leia. After finishing the last piece of food in his hand, Latte headed to the wheelhouse to relay the order. The ultimate helpful assistant, Latte, is online. When there's work to be done, Latte is there. When there's nothing to do, he's just a tool. The night scenery was always so enchanting. The luminous moon resembled a veiled beauty, while the twinkling stars were like blooming flowers quietly adorning her. Leia gazed trancedly at the night sky, wondering if Chang'e existed up there. What? Tina hadn't caught his words from nearby, his voice too soft. Nothing, I said. We're almost at the branch. Oh, of course, Tina knows. They can see the branch gates from here. What a silly girl. Latte notified the branch to prepare for docking. Yes. Latte took out the Din Mushi, contacted the branch, and confirmed their identity. G8 branch's massive iron gates slowly opened, and the Thunder ship anchored steadily in the dock. Welcome back, Commander Leia. It seemed Jeff had been waiting for quite some time. Leia exchanged pleasantries with Jeff, then instructed him to escort all the imprisoned pirates aboard to the main dungeon. He made a special point to order that Bo be held separately in a cell lined with sea stone. Then, Tina, everyone goes to rest. We'll discuss matters tomorrow. Dismissed. Back in his commander's quarters, Leia yawned and sank into the soft mattress, slowly drifting into slumber. Woohoo. So comfortable, Leia began to envy the feudal system of ancient times back when he hadn't transmigrated yet. Having high status was advantageous. Everything came with privileges. He wondered whether he could have a few tea-serving maids. At first light, Leia arrived at Bo's luxurious cell. All pirates captured by G8 branch were essentially forced to do manual labor within the base. The lieutenant colonel guarding the cells said the others brought back yesterday had been very obedient. But Bo, that guy was like a dead pig, unafraid of scalding water. Relying on his strength, he ignored everyone. And now complaints had reached him. Knock, knock, knock. Watching Bo still lying on the ground snoring, Leia kicked the cell door. Hey, pirate, wake up. Who's there? What's happening? Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Bo instantly scrambled to his feet. After looking around for a while, he finally remembered he had been locked in the Marine branch's main dungeon the previous night. Marine officer, what's wrong? He hurriedly asked Leia with a flattering expression. Why are you still sleeping? Get up and work. Leia let out a cold smirk. Did I bring you back so you could sleep? Do you need me to give you another electric shock? Remembering the last time Leia had electrocuted him, his whole body numbed foam at his mouth. Bo couldn't help but shrink his neck, his heart pounding with fear. This kid had been traumatized by the electric shocks after dealing with the pirate boss Bo. He stopped by the training ground to check on siblings Amy and Duke. Unexpectedly, Tina was quite obedient. She had started exercising Amy and the others so early. It's brother Leia. Amy spotted Leia approaching first, but didn't stop her training. She just greeted him. Duke beside her was also training hard alongside his sister. Amy, Duke, keep it up. I believe you'll grow strong very soon. Leia watched the siblings with a smile. After passing by Tina and the others, he took a look around the entire G8 branch. It really was a formidable iron fortress. G8 branch stood like a massive mountain with everyone inside the circular fortress. Each side was equipped with numerous cannons, leaving no weaknesses exposed. Ordinary pirates simply couldn't breach it. Unless they were monsters, of course. With tranquility holding for a week, a phone call suddenly came through. G8 branch office. Ring ring ring. Hello, this is G8 branch, how may I help you? We are the Marines stationed on Beak Island. The Marines in Iova town, less than 20 nautical miles from us, lost contact this morning. We then dispatched nearly half our forces to investigate, but they've all gone silent as well. Requesting reinforcements. You're the nearest Marine branch. Upon hearing the anxious voice of the Marine on the other end of the den, Mushy Jeff immediately judged that the missing Marines were likely in grave danger. That Iova town must have been overrun by pirates. He quickly sent someone to notify Leia. That's roughly the situation over there, Commander Leia. I'll go. You stay and guard the branch. Yes, Commander Leia. This time Leia didn't plan to take Tina along after all the training of those two youngsters had just begun to show results. Giving up halfway was not to be encouraged. Although Tina could prepare their subsequent training plans in advance. But he wouldn't listen. He wouldn't listen. Tina was like a turtle chanting sutras. It seemed Leia still remembered how Tina had mocked him last time. Let's depart, Laite. As for the destination, head straight for Iova town. Yes, sir. The thunder under Leia's control reached the waters surrounding the island where Iova town was located in just half a day. Leia then left the other soldiers aboard the ship on standby. Only Leia and Laite went ashore. Dressed in pirate attire, they climbed onto the island from its rear. Laite, I'm not bad. You have great potential as a pirate. However, Laite merely stared at Leia's outfit with dead fish eyes, clearly struggling to comprehend. Laite at least looked reasonable. A short-sleeved brown shirt, a sword at his waist, a cowboy hat on his head, and black lotus-shaped tattoos sprawling across his bare right arm. He looked the part. But Leia was a different story. Looking like a sprightly young man, he insisted on wearing an eye patch slanted over one eye and carrying an iron hook in his hand. By his own logic, weren't all pirate captains dressed like this? Frankly, he looked rather foolish. Standing outside the town, Leia and Laite gazed at the bustling scene within. The clinking of glasses, the sounds of drinking games, and the chatter of people all blended together. Lightning flickered across Leia's body. What a lively gathering of pirates. The reason no action had been taken thus far was that Leia had sensed no one had died on this small island. How strange. So he decided to bring Laite inside to investigate. Let's go, let's head in. Everyone eat and drink well. One more day, and we'll be gone. Otherwise, if the Navy sends an admiral, we're finished. Ha ha ha, Captain, you jest. How could a Navy admiral bother with someone like us? Exactly. We'd only get noticed if we reached the level of the 4 emperors. Ha ha, Tsishi, you overestimate us too much. Having successfully infiltrated the town, Leia and Laite stared around in utter bewilderment. They saw that the townsfolk were clearly hosting a banquet alongside these pirates. Occasionally, young women carrying wine bottles drifted about like butterflies bearing their unique feminine fragrance. Refilling the pirates' glasses. This was absurd. Was there a hypnotist in this pirate crew? An older man pushing a cart of roasted meat spotted the two of them standing there like idiots. Why aren't you two eating? What are you standing there for? He ushered the dazed pair inside, and they shared a meal with the pirates. Only after the feast ended and all the pirates had gone to rest did the two finally come to their senses. Full from too much roasted meat, they contentedly picked their teeth, though still somewhat disoriented. Had they approached this all wrong? Rubbing his belly, Leia crept over to a resident's door, with Laite following close behind. Tap tap tap. He knocked gently. Hello, is anyone home? One moment, I'm coming. A young man's voice called from inside. Leia grew even more bewildered and exchanged glances with Laite. This didn't add up. The man seemed perfectly normal, showing no signs of hypnosis. Is there something you need, gentlemen? The homeowner was a couple in their early 20s. Please make yourselves at home. Forgive our humble hospitality. After the young man seated them in the living room, his wife emerged with a gentle expression, pouring each of them a cup of tea before retreating to the inner room. Excuse me, we're actually Navy personnel come to rescue you. I need to understand why you would. The Navy. At the word Navy, the man's expression darkened. He nearly bolted for the door, but paused, glancing back at his wife inside. Slumping back into his seat, he stammered, helplessly unable to form words. Seeing no other option, Leia adopted a gentler tone and pressed slowly, what exactly happened here? Rest assured, we're Navy, not pirates. We won't harm you. At last, perhaps convinced by Leia's gentle demeanor, the man managed, just please don't hurt my wife. You see? So this pirate crew was the Willy Pirates. Leia had a faint impression of them. He seemed to have seen their file at the branch office. They were an unusual bunch, much like Luffy and his crew. They had never deliberately killed civilians and rarely clashed with the Navy, typically fleeing at the sight of them. Their captain had consumed the quick fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, that granted him the ability to accelerate himself and anything he touched. His bounty was substantial, around 150 million berries. Captain Willie was originally a resident of Iova town. In fact, roughly half of his crew hailed from there. He had set sail about 6 years ago. Now the Willie pirates returned to the town each year to rest. And every time, they brought back vast supplies won from battles with other pirate crews to give to their hometown people. This year a naval detachment had been stationed in the town, and additional forces from Beak Island had also spotted them. So they had no choice but to knock the sailors unconscious and bind them, planning to release them once the Navy departed the next day. Leia was speechless. Even if you wanted to visit home, surely you'd be more discreet. This blatant. Thank goodness it wasn't a Kainu. If he'd arrived, a single meteor volcano could have buried this entire island. In fact, Leia didn't believe all pirates were evil. Take the Willie crew for instance. As long as you sailed the seas without harming civilians or killing ordinary Navy soldiers, then it was fine. He could consider you adventurers rather than pirates. But if desire overpowered your instincts and you began slaughtering people, well then I'm afraid. Alright Laite, let's go. Take those unconscious sailors with us. This time the report will state that we found nothing unusual. They simply fainted from food poisoning. Yes, Lord Leia. Having learned the truth, Leia made no further difficulties. He silently led Laite back to their warship and had the sailors carried aboard. As for Laite, his loyalty had never wavered. He trusted Lord Leia completely. Moreover, he also felt that these people's actions didn't resemble those of typical pirates. Once the warship had retrieved the sailors from Beak Island, the Thunder set course for their base. Willie stood on the shoreline with several of his officers watching the massive vessel depart. They're truly remarkable, those Navy personnel. Ha 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 ha, well said. For the first time we've been discovered by the Navy and didn't need to flee. Willie had always believed that most Navy members were noble individuals constantly protecting civilians. As for why he had taken to the seas as a pirate, it was of course because of disgusting creatures like the world nobles. Though he acknowledged that aside from this particular crew, most others would attack on sight. Men, get some proper rest tonight. We sail at first light tomorrow. Willie's rough voice rang out. Yes, Captain. Ha ha ha, with how much wine you down tonight, I bet Buluin will wet the bed again. Someone immediately chimed in with a grin. Why's that? Because his kidneys can't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. You rascals. Stop right there and don't run. Watching his companions chase each other and play, Willie shook his head helplessly and followed after them. What a bunch of eternal boys. Since encountering Willie's peculiar pirate crew, last time had arrived at the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. 4 years later, Luffy would probably set sail within a year. The era of extreme villainy from the original work was also about to descend. However, during these 4 years, the G8 branch commanded by Leia had become a forbidden zone for all pirates in the first half of the Grand Line through absolute combat records. Relying on these years of experience, he steadily advanced to Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. Even more so because he often destroyed enemies using a legendary thunder beast known as a dragon. Even a year ago, he fought for 2 days and nights with a new world powerhouse wanted at 420 million berries on an uninhabited island at the periphery of the G8 branch's jurisdiction. The residents within a radius of nearly 30 nautical miles could all feel that terrifying power of heavenly thunder. Even from such a distant location, it made people understand what it meant for dark clouds to press down upon a city, threatening to crush it. In the end, he used this technique, a 100-meter-long black dragon descending from the sky, to directly shatter this already medium-sized island. After this battle, the name Black Dragon spread throughout the entire sea. Even the 4 emperors of the New World turned their gaze toward this place. Except for Whitebeard and Red Hair, who sighed, "Goo, an interesting young Navy, I wonder if he could be my son." Young Navy is a new era coming. Kaido remained completely silent. As for Charlotte Lynn, she wanted to send Katakuri over to ask whether he could have children with her. However, the calm and composed second son of Big Mom Charlotte, Katakuri, stopped her. Swish. Brother Leia, take this move. Storm leg random slash. Short tea-colored women's hair, a beautiful face with a serious expression. After 4 years, Amy had become a girl in her early teens, but beneath her youthful body lay powerful strength. Her personality was also completely different from her childhood, perhaps because she had grown up and become more intellectual and steady. Leia watched Amy in the air without changing his expression, showing no movement even as the storm leg attack was about to fall on his head. Hiss hiss. Several giant slash waves passed through Leia's body, heading toward the ground. Sister, you can't hit Vice Admiral Leia. Vice Admiral Leia is the strongest, mainly because you're too weak. The extraordinarily passionate 12-year-old boy Duke stood by the playground mocking his good sister. Duke, do you want to get beaten? Amy also ignored Leia, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Swish. The next moment she appeared in front of Duke, punching him right in the head. Thud. Ouch. Tiger sister. Watching one making faces while getting beaten, and one with a flat expression chasing to beat him. Cough cough, what a heartwarming scene of sisterly kindness and brotherly filial piety. Leia was so moved he could cry. After 5 years of special training, during which he had also gradually taken the two of them to capture pirates. Now Sister Amy had already become a lieutenant at the G8 branch. Duke was too young, but his strength was still considerable, so the position of sergeant gave him some satisfaction. Amy hit slower. If you hit too fast, the power isn't heavy, Leia said with a cigar in his mouth, his words unclear. 5 years later, 20-year-old Leia had reached a height of 2 meters, but his handsome face was still the same as before, except showing a bit more maturity. After all, he was also a man at the uncle level. Not bothering with the daily bickering between the siblings, Leia still felt it was more comfortable to return to his office. A cigar, a pot of fine tea, truly like being an immortal. About a quarter of an hour later, his leisurely lying down time was broken by a clear female voice. Clang, clang. Pat. Tina, who had just pushed open the door, slapped the mission report in front of Leia, startling him so much that he almost fell while sitting with his legs crossed reading the newspaper. What are you doing? What are you doing? Tina, why are you always so rash every day? Let me tell you, be careful, or you won't be able to marry in the future. Tina, just came to tell you that Marshal Sengoku has given us a mission to contact a pirate crew, to invite them to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Leia's teasing not only didn't discourage the tall Tina with her long legs, but she also looked at him with a cold smile and rolled her eyes greatly. After straightening his clothes, Leia asked at this time period, who is it? Although he disliked some people in the organization of the 7 warlords of the sea, it wasn't the time yet. He still needed to listen to the world government's orders as long as he waited. Tina checked the data, and it was a new pirate who had become very famous on the Grand Line in the past 2 years, the Fire Fist Portgasti. Ace. Oh, he's also a natural type, like you, the Mara Mara Nomi. Fire Fist Ace, the eldest of the 3 brothers. Leia, who had been lying low at the G8 branch for so long, had almost forgotten that Ace had set sail. However, Kapu must be very sad since Ace had still become a pirate. Alright, Ace. Then we'll go make contact tomorrow. But Leia also thought, where should he go find Ace? Tina seemed to have seen through Leia's thoughts, and said Tina is very detailed. Fire Fist Ace will be passing through our branch's waters these few days, preparing to head to the New World. Then contact the naval forces stationed in various places, and have them pay more attention these few days. Once you have any trace of Ace, report to me immediately. Pat. Yes, Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Tina first saluted very seriously, then immediately smiled like a flower, and ran to notify Light. This melon woman. Several years have passed, why has her personality changed so much from the original work? Even Amy and the other 2 have had their personalities change. Leia looked somewhat amused at Tina's graceful figure. But Ace, I wonder if you've done anything that disregarded human life. Otherwise, even if you are Ace, I will show no mercy. Light had grown through these few years, and was promoted by Sengoku to become a captain in the Navy. However, his strength had probably exceeded the rank of Rear Admiral, proficient in the 6 powers, both colors of hockey and Ichiryu-style swordsmanship. He hadn't changed much from his previous appearance except for growing 2 small sexy sideburns. As for Leia, before that battle that destroyed the island, he had already opened the 7th gate, the surprise gate. His physical strength and stamina had surged again by a large margin. According to his own estimate, just his physical fitness alone could match a powerhouse who had become an admiral using only martial arts. Even with any error, it wouldn't differ much. And his recovery ability was abnormally far beyond his physical strength. With the Goro Goro Nomi added, his strength had firmly crossed the admiral line. Even though he hadn't become an admiral yet, from the title Sengoku had appointed him with, the people inside the Navy already understood it was only a matter of time. A few days later, information regarding which supply point Ace would next reach had already found its way onto Leia's office desk. It was said that when Ace and his spade pirates were returning a shipwrecked person to safety, they happened to be spotted by the station Navy, forcing them to flee immediately. However, based on their course, it was speculated that the spade pirates would most likely make port at Tsushima Island for supplies. Since Tsushima Island had no Navy garrison, that was presumably why Ace had chosen it. Then Light, prepare at once. We depart immediately. Leia stroked his chin. Truly fitting for Ace. He wouldn't hesitate to risk being discovered by the Navy just to send someone home. What? Leia, you know Ace the Fire Fist. Tina demonstrated her admirable quality of asking whenever she was puzzled. Don't be fooled by Tina's usual carefree demeanor. In fact, she was the most detail-oriented among them. As long as she had questions, she never kept them bottled up. Yes, I know a bit about him. Leia was quite tolerant toward those who liked to ask questions. Boss Leia, I want to ask, what kind of pirate is Ace the Fire Fist? The one posing the question was Nibua, formerly known as Fighting Bison Nibua, who had since become a Navy lieutenant. Despite his nickname Furious Nibua, the man was actually quite simple-minded. After years of reform through labor, he had successfully turned over a new leaf and joined Leia's Navy ranks. It was only because he hadn't committed any major crimes in the past that Leia had taken him in. Yet he still had one unshakable habit, constantly addressing Leia as boss. He also called Tina Big Sister. The novel form of address struck Tina as surprisingly pleasing. Tina thinks you're an idiot. Of course, he's a kind-hearted pirate. He'd go out of his way to send a stranger home. Do you really think everyone else was a dumb pirate like you used to be? Tina gazed at Nibwa with exasperation. Huh, big sister makes a good point. Nibwa simply chuckled foolishly, and combined with his massive 2-meter-tall frame, he resembled a great clumsy bear. We are ready to depart, Sir Leah. Light, standing at Leah's side and having long been influenced by his perspectives on pirates, was also eager to witness this remarkable pirate firsthand, much like Willie. Leah too felt a tinge of anticipation, for Ace was an extraordinarily popular figure from the original work of the Pirate King's world. Even he had once harbored great admiration for Ace, Luffy, and the others. Tsushima Island was much like the other inhabited islands along the Grand Line. However, Tsushima was an archipelago with 4 smaller isles surrounding a larger central island. The islanders primarily resided on the central island, which enjoyed the rare subtropical maritime climate. Rich forest resources had endowed Tsushima with abundant provisions, making agriculture the chief livelihood. The grain yield here was exceptionally high, attracting merchants from even distant islands to come and purchase. It was merely strange to Leah that no pirate raids had ever occurred here. However, recalling the several powerful figures who had appeared during Admiral Akainu's mass conscription in the anime pirate world, it was not surprising. Perhaps someone was living in seclusion there. On the town of the central island in the Tsushima archipelago, Ace, wearing an orange cowboy hat, strolled down the street with his ship's Dr. Musculus. While the two of them loafed around, the rest of the crew had gone to procure supplies. Ace, with his raven black hair, was quite handsome, bearing a tattoo on his left arm that read ASC, with the S crossed out. The freckles on either side of his cheeks only added to his masculine charm. Bump. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, are you hurt? Ace had accidentally bumped into a child and hurriedly helped him up, repeatedly apologizing. Sniff. The child wiped the runny snot about to fall, looked up at Ace, and flashed a bright smile. I'm fine, big brother. After speaking, he patted his bottom and ran off to play tag with his friends, pretending to be Navy chasing pirates. Captain, you're still this gentle, Musculus said, helplessly watching his captain. But that was the Ace he followed. All right, let's go, Musculus, let's go drink. Oh, my captain, you have no authority at all. Not even a child fears you. Yes. Actually, children are very cute. In truth, young Ace had been quite the demon brat. But after learning of Sabo's death, Ace learned Sabo's gentleness and even sought out Miss Makino to learn proper etiquette. He resolved to be a good older brother and take care of Luffy. Those 2 damn kids don't run. Stop right there. Daring to dine and dash. A restaurant owner chased the fleeing Ace and his companion with a broom. Boss, we really didn't bring any money. Wait for me to bring it back, okay? Musculus followed his captain, running and shouting with a pained expression. Good heavens. He usually knew Ace's habit of not paying, so he always carried the money. But this time he truly had forgotten. Dragged out early in the morning by Ace. When Leah arrived at the town with Tina, Light, and Nibwa, this was the scene he saw. While this was undoubtedly the typical scatterbrain behavior of those bearing the D, Ace was always so irresponsible. Wherever he ate, he never paid, and slipped away stealthily. Who knows what was going on in that head of his? As soon as Ace and Musculus had shaken off the restaurant owner, they sensed an unusual presence. Musculus stared ahead with a wary expression and shouted, "Come out. Why are you blocking our path?" "Not to worry, we are the Navy." Leah walked toward them slowly, bathed in sunlight, with Tina and the others trailing behind. Ace, seemingly snapping back from his absent-mindedness, calmly and composedly gazed at the Navy before him. Not tense. You show up as a Navy officer in front of pirates and tell us not to be tense. Ace the Fire Fist. Yes, it's me. Staring fixedly at Leah for a moment, Ace spoke slowly with his head bowed. Is there something you need, Navy Vice Admiral? Ace's grandfather Garp was a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters, so he was familiar with the insignia on Leah's shoulders and instantly recognized him as a Vice Admiral. Would he be afraid? My goal is to defeat Whitebeard. Observing Ace's expression, Leah could tell what he was thinking. However, he did not call him out on it. Instead, he merely turned slightly, took a contract bearing the world government seal from Tina's hands, and handed it to Ace. But Ace did not move. It was Musculus who took the contract first, found nothing amiss, and then passed it to his captain. The 7 warlords of the sea signing a contract. Ace tipped up his hat, making his tone unreadable. The scene fell silent. Suddenly, Ace lifted his face from beneath his hat, closed his eyes, and burst into toothy laughter. Ha ha, Navy, I never expected you to come looking for me. But thank you for your appreciation. So your answer is? That's right, I refuse. After these words, Tina, Light, and Nibwa were all ready for battle. Musculus also drew his weapon. The atmosphere turned grim. Time after inviting Ace to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Location aboard the crew of the Blackbeard Pirates. Characters Navy, Leia, Tina, Light, and I, Bo, Pirates. Ace that you see it all. Event, both parties are attending a feast. Tina quietly whispered to Light, who was drinking. Tina says, do those 2 have some serious issue in the head? Otherwise, why are they both so uniformly clueless? Air. Light also felt it was exactly as she said, but could he really say that out loud? He wasn't someone as bold and reckless as Tina. Seeing Light unwilling to speak, Tina puckered her lips and returned to sit beside Leia, continuing to enjoy the delicious food. But the food in this town was genuinely amazing. Leia rubbed his forehead watching Tina embarrass herself. Tina, can you act more like a lady? Haha, Miss Tina is truly delightful. Watching the way Leia and Tina interacted reminded Ace of Luffy. He wondered how he was doing now. Ace, I know you're different from ordinary pirates, so don't make me discover that you've harmed any innocent civilians. Although Leia appreciated Ace as a person, he had his own bottom line. Cross it, and regardless of who you are, he would personally arrest you. Ace, who had been heartily devouring roasted meat with a grin, was startled by these words, and a cold sweat instantly broke out across his back. He then forced composure, pulled down his hat, and stole a glance at Leia, still the same, smiling calmly as ever. No way. Could he possibly know I'm that person's? Actually, I also think the warlord system is somewhat superfluous. Leia's voice carried a touch of coldness. Several of them abused the privileges granted by the world government, harming countless common folk. Even some Navy personnel are killed on a whim. Phew, good, it seemed he didn't know. Ace picked up a bowl of wine and raised it toward Leia, flashing a broad, hearty grin. Cheers, Leia, to this vast ocean. Clink. After clinking cups with Ace, Leia understood that what the other feared most was people discovering he was Roger's son. So he went along with it, acting as though nothing had happened, and continued drinking alongside him. Even the passing seagulls seemed utterly bewildered, landing on the sails to peep at them. How had these Navy officers and pirates ended up mingling together? How bizarre. Burp, Leia, let's settle this like real men. A contest of brotherhood. Ace seemed to have gotten carried away with drink, tossing aside his wine bottle and grabbing Leia, eager for a showdown. Dayusi and the rest of the Blackbeard pirates couldn't even hold him back. Once Ace set his mind on something, he was as stubborn as an ox. Well, that was indeed a fine trait of the D clan. Oh right, Tina also wants to see how you two Paramecia-type fighters fight. Tina leaned close to Leia's ear, eagerly tempting him. A hint of wine mixed with a faint fragrance drifted into his nostrils. And looking at Tina's impressive chest. Wait, why did it seem a little too dazzling? No, absolutely not. No inappropriate thoughts. Leia felt he was genuinely drunk this time. Sniffing the peculiar fragrance radiating from Tina, he vigorously shook his head and stood up. Then let's go, Ace. I'll spar with you. Through their interactions, Leia had discovered that Ace was truly a wonderful and gentle person, very suitable as a friend. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. The duel took place on the sandy beach of a small island on the outskirts of Tsushima Island. No humans or ships were nearby, making it the perfect and most secluded location. Here I come. Z. Flash step. Leia's figure suddenly appeared behind Ace's, fierce aura pressing upon him like a shadow. The blue-black lightning coiling around his fist made it obvious at a glance how immense the power contained within was. This single punch Ace could only perceive in time through his observation haki, yet he found himself unable to dodge. Over the past few years, Leia had pushed the speed and destructive power of his lightning to its absolute limit. Even against Kizaru, Leia was confident he could race and prove who was faster. Solar flare. However, since Ace was preparing to challenge Whitebeard, his strength was considerable, and he quickly reacted. His back burst into flames, shooting a powerful column of fire outward from its center. It not only absorbed part of Leia's attack, but also propelled him backward, allowing him to evade the punch entirely. Leia watched in bewilderment as Ace, resembling a jet engine, soared into the sky. Mera Nomi could be used this way. Then couldn't it be developed into a rocket-propelled fighter mode? It seemed Ace in the original story died too early to fully unlock the Mera's potential. If it could reach the temperature of the sun, who would still call it a subordinate Logia compared to the Moku Nomi? Boom. Fire pillar propulsion was quite formidable. After piercing past Leia, it slammed into a large boulder, shattering it instantly into pieces. What about this one? How will you dodge it, Ace? Black lightning, violent kick. Flashing once more beside Ace as he flew backward, Leia drove his right leg wreathed in dark blue lightning straight into Ace's rear. Though Leia wasn't even using his full power, Ace was barely managing to parry with his flame fruit abilities alone. Rarea. After being kicked into flames, Ace reappeared at his original position once Leia passed by, rubbing his poor rear end and glowering at Leia. You're so unsportsmanlike. You kicked my butt. Knowing Leia hadn't used armament haki in his attack, Ace safely evaded using his elemental intangibility. But he hadn't expected his opponent to target his rear end. Though he dodged it, even turned to flame, being struck by lightning still caused damage. Leia's so uncouth. Bullying me, Ace, for having no flash step. Continue. Divine Fire Funa no Hai. Large amounts of flames gathered between Ace's palms, elongating into a spear he wielded as he charged toward Leia, seeking close-quarters combat. Funny, I have one too. Clang. The red flame spear and the blue-black lightning spear collided with electricity and fire intertwining. Ouched. Unfortunately, in close combat, Ace was thoroughly outmatched, receiving frequent punches, and lightning's current was no pleasant feeling. After testing things out, Ace realized that hand-to-hand combat was purely suicidal, so he immediately switched to ranged attacks. Try this, Fire Fist. A fist of pure flame instantly extended from Ace's arm and shot toward Leia. The towering blaze reflected brilliantly upon the sea surface, and Ace stood there quietly, truly appearing as if a god of fire had descended upon the world. This level of firepower was formidable, roughly enough to sink 5 ships with a single punch. Yet it could not even rattle Leia. Boom. Before Ace's astonished eyes, Leia unleashed a black thunderstorm fist that directly obliterated his fire fist head-on. Scattered flames and lightning rained across the beach, forcing Tina and the rest of the onlookers to retreat from the shore and return to the ship. Are you a Logia-type rumble fruit user? To be honest, despite battling Leia for quite some time, Ace had only just realized his opponent was also a Logia, and a legendary one at that, the Goro Goro no Mi. He had secretly studied the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia at Garp's place before. Ordinary pirates never got such treatment. What can you do when you've got connections like that? Yes, come, one move to settle this. Leia felt his blood pressure rising slightly. This damn kid, one moment foolish, the next sharp as attack. Was this truly the legacy of the D clan? Alright, one move it is. Get ready. Here I come. Great Flame Commandment. Several enormous spiral flames rapidly encircled Ace, expanding outward while a torrent of fire gathered upon his hands, forming a colossal fireball shaped like the sun. Emperor of Flames. With his face showing the strain of this technique, Ace hurled the sun toward Leia. This attack possessed not only devastating speed, but also an enormous area of effect. Enough to destroy an entire city. Even Leia could feel its tremendous power. As expected of you, Ace. You're truly formidable. Then, opening both arms wide, countless black-blue lightning bolts appeared in the sky, enveloping Leia's entire body. They rapidly condensed around him, taking the form of a massive dragon. 400 million volts Black Thunder Dragon. Roar. With an S-shaped body, the colossal beast exuded raw power and vitality. A magnificent eastern dragon, bringing black lightning to bear, fangs bared and claws extended, charging toward the sun. In an instant, the skies and earth above the coastline were split between black and crimson, as if the world had become a domain ruled by fire and thunder. From the perspective of the spectators aboard the ship, it looked as though 2 gods were engaged in a divine battle. They stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. Are they still human? Are you idiots? Even Tina knows they're not human. They're plainly 2 monsters. That ultimate technique, the Black Thunder Dragon, required Leia to merge with a simulated great dragon, serving as its control center and source of power. From within, he manipulated the dragon, using electricity to generate heat, and turning the lightning a dark, menacing hue. Just from the dragon's surface temperature alone, it surpassed even the power of the Mera no Mi. And that was Leia holding back significantly. Had he unleashed his full power, even the heat of the lightning alone would have been unbearable for Ace. Leia, we're off then. Before long, my name will echo through the new world. Ha ha ha. Ace bellowed loudly toward Leia and the others from the departing pirate ship. Leia watched Ace and his crew depart with an amused expression. Before leaving, Ace had told him that this voyage to the new world was to challenge Whitebeard. All Leia could say in response was, "Mate, you've got yourself a path paved with possibilities. Even I couldn't defeat him, yet you're looking for trouble with Whitebeard. Where exactly did you find such audacity?" However, it was precisely because of this encounter that Ace would later join the Whitebeard pirates, forever carrying Whitebeard's name across these seas. Very well, Light, let's set sail as well. Ace proved to be an intriguing character. I'm curious how the other highly popular figures from the original story will distinguish themselves. Leia, are you all some kind of monsters? Tina gazed at Leia with mock seriousness, though the expression came across as anything but genuine. Leia chose to ignore the dramatic woman before him. Seeing her eyes nearly crescent-shaped from suppressed laughter, he knew she was simply putting on an act. With a stern face, he returned to the cabin, thinking, I can't deal with you right now. Just go to sleep. Come at me if you dare. Light, long accustomed to such scenes, silently made his way to one side to practice his swordsmanship alone. What a strange woman. While the bewildered Lieutenant Nibwa felt it would be more entertaining to go chat and boast with the soldiers. The weather on the Grand Line was notoriously unpredictable. One moment the sky was crystal clear, and the next waves surged while fierce winds and heavy rain swept in. Light sat cross-legged steadily at the bow of the Thunder ship, his upper body bare, holding his sword horizontally against his chest. He was sensing the sword in his hands with his heart. On his right arm, the black lotus embroidery faintly glowed with a dark radiance, as if it had come alive. Meanwhile, far out on the sea, a small boat resembling a coffin drifted slowly across the waves, a single candle burning upon it. From a distance, its flame looked like a ghostly fire floating above the vessel. Wave after wave pushed the small boat, carrying it drifting toward the Thunder ship. It was heartbreaking to watch, fearing that even a single large wave would engulf it completely. What? You claim you're not afraid, and that you're the world's strongest. In that case, never mind. Sleeping aboard the vessel was a man clad in a wine-red formal suit and black trench coat, with short facial hair, and a black top hat adorned with white fur trim. Even in sleep, he could not conceal his refined, noble bearing. Perhaps awakened by the commotion, he slowly opened eyes as sharp as an eagle's, yellow and piercing, radiating immense pressure. Even Leia had not detected their presence. Dracul Mihawk, the Shichibukai known as Hawkeye, was about to encounter them. After all, Leia could not maintain his observation haki 24 hours a day. With others, his power level would not be sufficient to detect him. Light, your arm is glowing. Nibwa looked up at Light on the bow and asked in astonishment. Nibwa found it utterly magical. Light had clearly not eaten a devil fruit, nor was he using haki. Yet his arm was actually glowing. This is my swordsmanship. Light actually held Nibwa in high regard. Since joining the Marines, Nibwa had always charged to the forefront in every pirate capture operation, once nearly losing his life before Leia arrived in time to save him. Aside from being a bit stubborn, he was otherwise impeccable. On Nibwa, Light, what are you two whispering about? Leia also lazily made his way to the bow railing at that moment, leaning forward to rest upon it. Wait, what's that, Hawkeye? Lowering his head, Leia spotted the iconic coffin-shaped boat ahead of the warship, and his spirits instantly perked up. It really is him, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even Nibwa understood what this man represented. Upon hearing these words at the same time, Light suddenly rose, gripping the railing tightly as he gazed toward the small boat. Even the usually composed Light could not suppress the trembling of his body. This was not fear, it was excitement. Who was Mihawk? He wielded Blackblade Knight, one of the 12 Seicho-grade swords, and occupied the throne as the strongest swordsman on this earth, the world's greatest swordmaster. His very existence was an insurmountable mountain for every swordsman. Mihawk raised his eyes hidden beneath his hat and looked toward the massive warship before him. Interesting. He sensed a powerful presence aboard the ship. Was this an admiral? No, the aura was unlike anything he had ever encountered. In the next instant, he appeared aboard the warship. Having encountered them, he wished to see this unknown powerful marine for himself. Mihawk, what brings a man like you to my presence? Leia stepped forward without a trace of alarm regarding the man before him, with grave seriousness. On these open seas with no solid ground in sight, he had no guarantee he could protect the Thunder ship should a battle erupt with Mihawk. However, Mihawk did not speak immediately. After studying Leia carefully for a moment, he said with a tone of regret, "You are not a swordsman, are you? I merely came to observe a new strong individual. Then I shall take my leave, powerful marine. I have no interest in fighting those who do not walk the path of the sword. I suppose not using a sword is indeed a shame to have the world's greatest swordsman make a special trip just to see me." Exasperated, Leia suddenly realized that all these powerful individuals seemed to share some peculiar quirks. Mihawk, who was preparing to leave, ultimately stayed behind. Not only because of Leia, that shameless Marine lieutenant commander who had become a fawning admirer, constantly praising how formidable he was and insisting on discussing ideals and life philosophy with him. Additionally, Light had issued a challenge to him. Actually, Mihawk had initially intended to ignore it. After all, so many people in the world sought to challenge his #1 throne that if he accommodated every single one, it would never end. However, when he saw the unwavering conviction for the sword in Light's eyes, he ultimately accepted the challenge. He saw no reason to deter a man who yearned so deeply for the path of the sword. Leia prepared to accompany Mihawk along, allowing the two of them to battle on the nearest island. As for why, his lovely Thunder ship was not something to be used as a sparring ground, was it? Along the way, through Leia's eloquent persuasion, he successfully convinced Tina that Mihawk was actually quite approachable. To put it plainly, it was simply being shamelessly persistent. And so he and Tina transformed into curious children surrounding Mihawk and asking all sorts of bizarre questions. "Mihawk, why are you brave enough to float on the sea in a coffin? Isn't that incredibly ominous?" Question from Tina. "Brother Mihawk, why do your eyes resemble an eagle's? Do you have some kind of illness? Our ship doctor's medical skills are quite high. Would you like our help?" All this. Mihawk felt that the biggest mistake of his life had been encountering this marine and boarding his ship. Veins on his forehead pulsated continuously. What a torment. As for the others, they could only huddle together in fear in the corner. Even Light, who had initiated the challenge against Mihawk, watched with lingering dread as Leia and Tina relentlessly provoked on the edge of danger. They feared Mihawk might split the Thunder ship in two with a single slash, which would truly be the end. This was Gulong Island, where massive waves crashed against the shore throughout all 4 seasons. The origin of its name was quite evidently connected to the surging sea. However, these conditions meant nothing to Leia and his companions. Once one reached a certain level of strength, the surrounding environment could not affect them. For instance, that emperor who perpetually courted death day after day. Even beneath the scorching sunlight blazing upon the beach, nothing could dampen Leight's soaring battle fervor. Whoosh! Waves rolled in layer upon layer, crashing against the shore. Light and Mihawk stood facing each other from opposite sides, separated by no more than 10 meters. Leia and the others watched from a distance as mere onlookers. "Leia, how long do you think Light can endure?" Tiana was also curious about the eye of the Hawk Mihawk. for this was the first warlord of the sea she had ever encountered. However, according to Leah, this man's strength was on par with a Marine admiral. Someone possessing the strength of a Marine admiral. Would there ever be any need for hesitation? Leah paused, then spoke in a grave tone. Perhaps he can hold on for a few minutes. But this battle will only strengthen Late's resolve, allowing him to travel further along his path of the sword. As for any worry that Late might lose his fighting spirit upon defeat, Leah harbored not a single ounce of concern. Did he not know his deputy's character well enough? Mihawk stood with his arms crossed, his head slightly bowed. Like a hawk, his piercing eyes fixed upon Late across from him, and he spoke coldly. From the calluses upon your hands, I can tell you are a qualified swordsman. Yet clearly as a swordsman, you should also understand the chasm between us, a yawning abyss. Even so, would you still challenge me? Yes, not merely for my conviction, but for my unwavering determination to always stand beside Lord Leah. Late's gaze hardened further. This was his path of the sword. 100 deaths without regret. He removed his upper garment, tying it around his waist, then drew Bai, with his right hand holding it across his chest. Upon his arm, the black lotus mark suddenly erupted with thick, ink-dark smoke. What was this? Interesting. Watching the lotus mark upon Late's arm, the corners of Mihawk's mouth curled into a faint smile, and within those sharp, piercing eyes flickered an unreadable light. This time he did not reach for the small cross-shaped dagger as he had in the original confrontation with Zoro. That was because Zoro had been far too weak back then, and Mihawk had looked down upon wielding the Black Blade Knight. Yet later he came to acknowledge Zoro's ambition and conviction, granting him respect. And so Mihawk slowly drew the Black Blade Knight from behind his back, revealing its true form, as one of the 12 Seigo Supreme Grade swords. Its blade pattern was the chaotic flower manji style, and at nearly 2 meters in length, it was the world's strongest black blade. Mihawk's gaze always carried a hint of predatory intensity as he looked upon Late. Are you prepared, naval officer? Since you issued this challenge, I shall use this black blade to measure the breadth of your sword path. This blade is known as Knight among the 12 Seigo Supreme Grade swords. Witnessing this, Late responded with solemn reverence. This blade is known as Bai among the 50 fast swords. Then please enlighten me. Black Lotus, bloom, whoosh. From the Black Lotus upon Late's arm erupted a torrent of dense black smoke. It merged into the blade, rendering it as black as ink. Countless lotus-shaped black sword chi blades then slowly bloomed, spinning toward Mihawk at tremendous speed. Tiana's large eyes could hardly track their trajectory. Clang, clang. Yet Mihawk blocked every single one flawlessly, with his black blade appearing entirely at ease. Tiana believes Late is clearly inferior. Tiana shook her head. Still, it was sufficient to force the world's greatest swordsman to defend at full capacity. Of course, that is only because Mihawk is not exerting himself fully. Tiana, do not underestimate him. I believe Late will catch up to Mihawk soon. Leah grinned at Tiana, even surpass him. Hearing Leah's evaluation of Late, Tiana and the others turned their attention back to the battle. But upon Late's face a drastic change occurred, his expression filled with disbelief. That had been his strongest strike, yet it had not even grazed Mihawk's clothing. Is this truly the gulf between me and the world's strongest? That black blade loomed before him like a towering mountain, piercing the clouds. He had given everything, yet could not even climb it, let alone scale it. Yet even so, I would never yield so easily. There exists no mountain that cannot be crossed. He was simply too weak at present. Given time, he was confident he could reach the pinnacle of the sword path. So continue. From then on, Late maintained his strongest state throughout. He infused that lotus mist into every sword technique. Strike after strike came at Mihawk with full force, and the figure wreathed in black lotus sword chi grew ever swifter. The consequence of this approach was that Late's stamina drained rapidly, leaving him increasingly feeble. Blood began seeping from wounds upon his body. Yet even as his energy was utterly depleted and there existed not the slightest possibility of victory, Late never altered his assault frequency. Watching from the sidelines, Tiana and Nippo began to grow deeply concerned for his safety. Only Leah observed coldly from the sidelines. It was not that he was indifferent, but rather that he knew this was Late's own choice. If one wished to grow stronger, this trial was something he had to overcome. After a long while, Mihawk, having once again blocked Late's strike, showed a flicker of emotion. Naval officer, for what purpose have you fought thus far? It is my unwavering conviction to continue assisting Lord Leah and to reach the very summit of the sword path to behold what lies beyond. Late supported himself with one hand gripping his blade. Though his entire body was scarred and battered, he stood tall, his blood staining his form. Therefore, as long as I draw breath, I shall never abandon this path. Bosco, bring Late back. He is on the verge of collapse. Nippo's face was drenched in tears as he gazed at Late's crimson figure. Even this burly, careless warrior like Nippo now felt deep admiration for Late. Late, you have done more than enough. Return. You will die. Tiana was equally worried, but when Leah remained silent, she restrained herself, knowing he had his own considerations. Nippo, watch closely. After today, Late's path of the sword shall stretch straight to the pinnacle from here onward. Nothing shall ever halt his advance. You should not be weeping. You should be celebrating Late. Perhaps infected by the confidence in Leah's voice, even Nepo, that towering brute, wiped away his tears. Though why did such a Nepo seem somewhat endearing? Cling. The surface of the black blade reflected cold light under the sun, sending shivers through the air. This is the etiquette of a swordsman, and also my respect for your longing for the sword path. Therefore tell me your name, and I shall remember it. I shall unleash my strongest strike. Late wiped the bruised blood from the corner of his mouth, bowing slightly to Mihawk. Late, it is my honor. Schlick. Splash. In the next instant, Mihawk, wielding the black blade, had already pierced through Late. With the sound of a body striking the water, he sheathed his sword. Then without looking back, he waved toward Leah, boarded his coffin boat, and departed the island, continuing to drift across this boundless sea upon the ocean breeze. Perhaps in the future, while he slept, some pirate crew would disturb him, prompting him to pursue them all the way from the Grand Line to the Bartai, floating restaurant in the East Blue, annihilating 50 vessels under the pretext of passing the time. Shiki pirates, where is your politeness, Hawkeye? Is Light all right? Ray asked hesitantly. Truth be told, Mihawk's final strike had shaken even Ray, who was always so confident. He could sense that his opponent had truly exerted his full strength. Had he not realized at the last moment that Mihawk was not aiming for Light's vital point, Ray would have intervened. Tina pouted and scowled. I have thoroughly consulted the ship's doctor. He will be fine. He only needs a few more days of rest. As if everything were under your control, Ray. That's a relief. Ray exhaled. But honestly, the physical constitution of people in this world is truly absurd. In the original story, Zoro too fought on despite grievous injuries. And now Light recovering from such severe wounds in merely days. Meanwhile, in some unknown waters of the Grand Line, a massive warship pursued a pirate vessel. Yet oddly enough, the warship's speed far exceeded the pirate vessel's, yet it would slow down each time it drew near. Yes, that peculiar warship was indeed the Thunderbolt. Boss, these pirates are despicable. Why don't we simply sink them? Nepo gazed at the pirate ship ahead, its distance fluctuating, his eyes wide with indignation. They had encountered this pirate vessel during their journey, witness it burn a merchant ship to wreckage with corpses floating among the debris. Upon hearing Nepo's words, Tina's lovely face could no longer conceal her fury. Ignoring her squirming, Ray pinched her chubby cheeks. Take it easy. These past few days I have been developing a new application of lightning. I wish to test it upon them. He explained helplessly. Then hurry up and try it. I want to see what this mysterious technique is like. Perfect. He had successfully diverted Tina's attention. Sweat. What just happened? She suddenly grabbed me. Though she is quite cute. All right, watch closely. Do not blink. With that, Ray slowly walked to the front of the warship and raised his left hand toward the pirate ship's stern. ZZZZT. Black lightning erupted around Ree's left hand, spiraling and crackling with energy. He then tossed a buried coin into the air. As the coin descended directly toward his outstretched left hand, Ree's entire body crackled with lightning, all of it converging onto his left thumb. The lightning radiating from his thumb exuded a destructive aura, causing both Nepo and Tina to involuntarily step back. Railgun. The instant Ree's thumb released it, the coin bearing its mission transformed into a black beam of lightning hurtling toward the pirate ship. The sea along its path churned as if struck by towering waves. Then, before the pirates could even react, the colossal kinetic energy vaporized 2/3 of their vessel from the middle outward. Without a single dying word, it was swallowed by the sea. Hiss. Watching this scene, everyone aboard the warship sucked in their breath. Although she already knew Ray was monstrous, Tina still found this technique terrifying. Vaporization. What kind of concept was that? And why did this move seem somewhat familiar? Did she see the shadow of Admiral Kazuru? Was it merely her imagination? Impressive, right? Tina Nepo. This technique was Ree's successful emulation of the railgun, utilizing electromagnetic principles. Natural lightning can release tremendous thermal energy, instantly raising temperatures by 10 to 20,000 degrees. This was merely ordinary lightning's thermal output. Devil fruits, however, could be continuously developed, though after awakening the rate of progress would slow considerably. How many times greater was this than the temperature of Ace or Akainu, as expected of the most powerful natural-type devil fruit? Simply harnessing its electromagnetic and thermal properties could generate incomprehensible power. Fortunately, he had acquired it before Enel. This was his true trump card for survival in the pirate world. Some might argue Luffy's Gomu Gomu no Mi is immune to electricity. That is one thing. But what about heat generated from electricity? Or magnetic forces? But discussing this prematurely, once he fully develops all these applications, he would not even know his own limit. So powerful. Ray, our big brother truly is our big brother. Tina and Nepo had run out of words to describe this monster. As darkness fell, everyone visited the injured once more before retreating to their quarters for sweet dreams. I shall develop along these two directions next. My power is still far from sufficient. Let alone Emu. Even the 5 elders and Yonko, they are far beyond my current strength. Ray gazed at the calm night, sea stroking his chin as he pondered his future development path. The night passed thusly, and the morning of the second day arrived. The sea breeze gently caressed everyone, filling the sails with a steady rhythmic whoosh. Whoa! Flap flap! This was a flock of seagulls startled awake by the warship's horn flapping their wings into the sky, where they had rested the night before. The crew began their duties as the Thunderbolt gradually accelerated. Ray's destination, however, was not the G8 base directly, but rather the nearby G10 outpost. Located in the calm belt, supplies of food, fresh water, and fuel aboard were running low. It was also a location Ray had planned for precisely this purpose, a naval base offering professional provisions and weapons. Yet there was no urgency, so the warship sailed at minimum consumption, drifting slowly onward. 2 days later they reached the G10 base. During these 2 idle days, Tina had been sparring with Nepo, who was decently strong and durable enough to withstand her attacks. But how would Nepo dare actually fight the group leader? The cunning boy would deliberately feign carelessness at critical moments. Thus to everyone else aboard it appeared Nepo was being mercilessly beaten. Even Light could not help but come out to see who was howling in agony. Ray thought it wasn't bad. After all, on boring sea days, besides the sound of waves and the ship moving, having Nepo's cries added to it was like a unique musical rhythm perhaps. Atina, do not beat him, stupid. Otherwise we shall have to toss him overboard. The Navy does not accept fools. Hearing this, Nepo dropped his act. He feared Ray might genuinely think him foolish and cast him aside. From then on, Tina's strikes could not harm Nepo at all. Having consumed a Zoan-type devil fruit made him naturally tough-skinned, and after learning Iron Body from Ray, he became even tougher. But the consequence was enduring Tina's relentless barrage of insults from a pretty girl. This is the G10 Naval Branch, where Vice Admiral Amanda makes her home. Welcome to my base. Oh, the delicate little Princess Ray. Bah, that was all nonsense, disregarded. When Ray and his party arrived at the G10 branch, Vice Admiral Amanda became quite curious about this rising naval powerhouse, the Vice Admiral known as Black Dragon. Over the past few years, Vice Admiral Black Dragon's name had thundered across the seas, and she welcomed Ray with her utmost enthusiasm. After Ray and his companions disembarked, Amanda strode over with remarkable agility. She swiftly took in a thorough glance at this young Vice Admiral Black Dragon. An aura of iron and blood washed over her, and she saluted Ray, saying, "Vice Admiral Black Dragon, welcome to the G10 branch. I am the base commander here, Amanda." Hello? I'm Ray. Just call me by my name," Ray replied with a solemn salute in return. "Then I'll trouble you to help prepare the provisions. Thank you for your hard work." "The pleasure is ours, Vice Admiral Ray." Subsequently, due to the need to prepare massive quantities of supplies, considerable time was spent. Ray and his group planned to spend the day strolling around the G10 branch. The other naval personnel at G10 had long heard of Vice Admiral Black Dragon's fame, and were equally thrilled about Ray's arrival. After departing from the port, Ray nearly had his eyes boggled as he walked through the town adjacent to the branch. Ah, these women dress so revealingly. I wonder how they compare to the sisters on Amazon Lily. These outfits are basically just a few scraps of cloth. Lyle, don't you agree? Lyle? In truth, Lyle was also surreptitiously stealing glances at the women with the corner of his eye, but could he possibly voice it? His carefully cultivated persona was that of a man of principle, not a lecher. As for Nepo, his eyes had long since transformed into heart shapes. Along the way, the group of men thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. But Tina kept pouting. Look, you could hang soy sauce bottles from it. Tina sees nothing worth admiring. You filthy men. Watching Ray's leering expression, Tina pursed her lips. Didn't her figure surpass theirs? If he liked looking so much, she'd let him have his fill next time. But soon she seemed to realize what she was actually thinking, and crimson clouds rushed to her cheeks. Oh, Tina, you mortify yourself. What on earth are you thinking? Ray and the other two stared curiously at Tina, whose face was flushed scarlet as if steam were rising from her head. They had no idea what this girl was up to now. Never mind. It was still more important to continue enjoying the view. And so as time drifted by, Ray guided the group through the entire small town. They sampled many of the local specialty dishes. Meanwhile, even with hundreds of people helping to load provisions onto the Thunder, the supply effort continued from morning until noon before finally receiving notice that they could set sail. All were strongly persuaded by Vice Admiral Amanda to stay for a sumptuous lunch. Afterward, Ray and his companions set out to sea amidst the warm send-offs from the G10 branch naval personnel. After a week at sea, the Thunder finally returned to the G8 branch. Jeff watched with excitement as the warship slowly docked, then wore a reverent smile. The busy soldiers nearby, upon catching sight of this colossal warship, also realized that their base commander, Vice Admiral Black Dragon, had returned. In that instant, all the naval personnel cast reverent gazes toward Ray and his companions. This emotion intensified even further upon seeing the scars on some sailors' bodies and Colonel Lyle leaning on his cane. If even Colonel Lyle had sustained such grave injuries, how powerful must the pirates they had encountered this time have been? Sobbing quietly, everyone felt even more deeply that Vice Admiral Black Dragon and his party were always striving to protect them, to protect this world. Snap! Salute the warriors! An officer could not help but shout, and the harbor instantly echoed with a chorus of salutes. Amid the soldiers' cheers they disembarked from the warship in succession. However, Lyle felt a strange unease as though someone had somehow insulted him. Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Jeff. Has anything unusual occurred at the branch recently? Report everything is normal. However, there is a plan document that requires your signature, Vice Admiral. Great, not back for a few days, and there are already files to review. But then again, Tina could help. He then called out to Tina and led her down the stairs. Inside the office, Ray was signing a recruitment proposal. Because the number of pirates had increased significantly in recent years, many were newcomers who had just broken through from the Four Seas into the Grand Line. Therefore, in recent times, certain areas under the branch's jurisdiction clearly lacked sufficient personnel. After reviewing the proposal, Ray signed his name with a fountain pen and neatly filed it away. He lit a cigar, leaned back in his chair with his legs propped on the desk, and savored a satisfied drag. I wonder how Amy and Duke are doing these days. Vice Admiral Tina specially brewed you a cup of coffee. Dressed in a crimson V-neck top, Tina gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, offering a subtly alluring smile. What was going on? What had gotten into Tina today? But this outfit did make her figure look truly impressive. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Speak, what do you need? Ray accepted the cup with the air of a proper gentleman. Though on the surface he was delicately sipping his coffee, he was actually using it as a pretext to secretly steal another glance at Tina's chest. It was genuine, remarkably fair. Do you hold some prejudice against me, Tina? As if she felt misunderstood by Ray, Tina's eyes instantly reddened. Seeing Tina's pitiful, near teary-eyed expression, as though she would burst into tears if he did not explain clearly. Even someone long accustomed to Tina's personality felt at a loss, and quickly soothed her, as one would a child. All right, it was I who wronged you. My fault. By the way, we haven't visited Amy and the others since we returned. Shall we go see them now? Really? Yes. I hope that boy Duke hasn't been beaten silly by Amy yet. Eager to share some private words with Amy herself, Tina instantly dried her tears and broke into a smile. While aboard the Thunder, they had been surrounded by men, and certain matters were rather inconvenient for them to know about. Along the path to the training grounds, watching Tina skipping cheerfully beside him as though she had forgotten everything that had just occurred, Ray breathed a quiet sigh of relief, believing he had somehow slipped past, completely unaware of the faint blush on Tina's cheeks. You silly fellow, you think you can outwit Tina. He was actually daring to peek at my chest. I thought you only had eyes for those overdone seductresses. As the saying goes, the righteous may rise a foot, but the unrighteous rise a rod. Little devil, Tina tugged at Ray's collar and growled. You want to ogle? So what? Anyone can do that. Come here, let me give you a proper look. As for Ray, his attention was entirely focused on that flash of creamy whiteness. Only a ghost could have detected Tina's scheming. After all, who wouldn't want to look at something like that? Do you? How about you? Yes, exactly right. Don't look anymore, I'm talking to you. Can't you just be honest about it like I am? Anyway, I love looking at it. At the battalion training ground, since recruitment had not yet begun, only a small group of people were undergoing training. The sun was still scorching, yet no one complained. They all trained with fierce diligence, their sweat pouring down in streams. Or perhaps it was the major with a dignified countenance supervising them. Upon seeing Leah and Tina approaching, the major immediately saluted and said, Lieutenant General Colonel Tina. Thank you for your hard work. For these distinguished naval officers, Leah responded with a warm, unpretentious smile and a nod. He then shifted his gaze to the recruits training rigorously on the field. What a diligent group of young men. They truly remind me of my lost youth. This was nothing but forced sentimentality. Tina was utterly speechless, wondering why he had to be so creepy about it. But Tina noticed that this major was actually gazing at her with an expression of utter admiration. It was absurd. This is merely my duty, Lieutenant General. Leah observed Duke's figure in the training ground, clearly standing out from everyone else. His running pace exceeded the others by 20 laps. Amy was also there, supervising her brother's training. Beneath her tight pants, her graceful curves were on full display, along with those slender, captivating legs. A gentle breeze stirred through her chestnut hair, carrying a youthful fragrance that reached a few passing green recruits. Casual glances backward left them utterly captivated. How has Duke been performing recently? Leah asked with a chuckle. This young one's talent is truly exceptional, far surpassing everyone else. And his training is just as rigorous. He will surely become like you one day, Lieutenant General. The major delivered a seamless compliment without missing a beat. Tina, for her part, simply offered a faint look of disdain, though she would never admit it outright. Meanwhile, Amy, who had been growing restless with boredom, suddenly caught sight of Leah and the others. Her brown eyes, clear as polished glass, lit up with sudden brightness as she appeared before Leah in a flash. Brother Leah, Sister Tina, you're finally back. Can you take me along next time? You always disappear for so long. Her voice flowed like a clear mountain spring, cool and refreshing even in the sweltering summer heat. Just as Leah was about to speak, Tina interrupted from the side. Amy, I've missed you so much too. With that, she pulled Amy into an embrace and pressed a vigorous kiss to her cheek. The major, perceptive enough to read the moment, wisely stepped away. Leah, though appearing composed on the surface, could not help but feel a pang of envy upon seeing Amy's face nearly buried and struggling for air. Time flies so quickly. Tina's already grown so tall. The jealousy was almost palpable. Fortunately, a young lieutenant appeared just in time to rescue Leah from his helpless predicament. The young lieutenant stood before him drenched in sweat and clutching a bounty notice, gasping for breath. Lee's brows furrowed slightly. What is this? Is there a problem? Reporting in, sir. This came from headquarters notifying us to proceed with the arrest. This individual is the only pirate who has set sail from the four seas in recent years, aside from Fire Fist Ace, with a bounty exceeding 300 million berries. Hearing this, Lee's expression turned grave. That was no trivial sum. He estimated that among the personnel stationed here, only he could possibly match such a pirate. Inside the battalion office, a Den Mushi sat before Leah, and a stern voice emerged from within. It was Marshal Sengoku. Leah, you must intercept this pirate personally this time. You cannot allow him to continue his voyage. According to reports, 2 islands have already been massacred, their inhabitants reduced to dried corpses. And he appears to have consumed a mythical Zoan devil fruit. This man must be captured, dead or alive. Sengoku's final words carried unmistakable fury. Leah studied the bounty poster before him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Understood. Captain Rusvin, the so-called Sir, with a bounty of 350 million berries. A mythical Zoan are we, but that does not give you license to terrorize. Whether dead or alive, you must stop this pirate. If he breaks into the New World, not to mention the countless civilians who will perish along the way. If he joins one of the 4 Emperor's crews, the consequences will be far more dire. As Sengoku's agitation mounted, the Den Mushi began to scream with its mouth wide open. Rest assured, Marshal, I will apprehend him with my own hands. Or rather, kill him. Good, I await your good news. After finishing the call with Marshal Sengoku, Leah turned to a soldier at the door and ordered, command the garrisons on the surrounding islands to thoroughly search all maritime zones. Should any pirate vessel be spotted, do not engage. Notify me immediately. Yes, Lieutenant General. The unknown soldier then departed to report to the communications department. Let us now see what the protagonist of Lee's conversation was up to. This was approximately 100 sea miles from the G8 branch. A massive pirate vessel shaped like a Gothic castle adorned with bat statues throughout its structure was making its way toward the G8 branch at a steady pace. The sails bore an emblem of a crimson bat. The ship carried not only pirates, but also numerous iron cages holding countless captive civilians. At the center of the deck stood an ornate black throne. Upon it sat an elegant man with a pallid complexion and traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, dressed in a tailored black formal suit. He casually discarded the corpse whose blood had been entirely drained, the face frozen in excruciating agony, as though the victim had slowly perished while still conscious. Unhurriedly, he produced a handkerchief and gently wiped his lips. At that moment, a grim-faced man wielding 2 daggers, resembling a mere thief by appearance, spoke with visible concern. Captain, must we really seek trouble with that Lieutenant General Black Dragon? The pirates of the Grand Line mentioned that this Lieutenant General Black Dragon has apprehended countless targets within just a few years. There's no cause for concern, Nelson. You know my capabilities, don't you? Before Nelson could finish, Rusvin cut him off. Though his deputy's calculating nature suited his tastes and his strength was adequate for the role. Otherwise, he would have simply drained Nelson's blood long ago. But based on his experience, Nelson's blood likely wouldn't taste particularly good. Only the pure blood of young maidens could be considered truly exquisite. Observing Rusvin's wicked yet handsome face curled into a smile complemented by his magnetic voice, Nelson would have mistaken him for an elegant gentleman if he hadn't known him long enough to understand his true nature. There were far too few girls on that island. Only a handful. I couldn't bear to finish them right now. Still, the men and women could serve as adequate substitutes. With a casual gesture, he ordered a subordinate to drag a middle-aged woman from the iron cage. As she gripped in his hand, her piercing screams gradually weakened as her blood drained away, sending chills through everyone present. Nelson bowed his head and offered a nobleman's salute before retreating behind him. He knew all too well that Captain Rusvin detested most being disturbed during his feeding time. A seaport on the eastern coast of a trading island designated for commercial exchange located not far from the G8 branch. Aside from Jeff, all senior combat forces of the G8 branch were present. Lai and Tina stood at the very forefront, and no one harbored a hint of fear, for their Vice Admiral of the Black Dragon, Rhea, stood right ahead of them. Lai, take Tina and lead a team to hunt down the pirates who have already disembarked. This time, leave no survivors. Capture every last one. Facing the Blood Knight pirates, Rhea had decided to slay them all outright. Yes, we guarantee mission completion. As for Nepo, take the remaining forces and seize control of their pirate ships directly. Resolve the situation at maximum speed and rescue the civilians. Rhea continued issuing his orders. Nepo replied in his booming voice, "No problem, boss Rhea. As for me, I will proceed directly with the decapitation strike." An aura of killing intent radiated from him without reservation. "Then commence operations." "Yes." The sky above the island began to churn with masses of dark, ominous thunder clouds as Rhea set into motion. He teleported straight toward the commercial district. Along the way, several pirates were spotted harassing civilians. Without a moment's hesitation, Rhea unleashed lightning, obliterating them in an instant. The entire process lasting no more than a single second. The panic on the civilians' faces had barely surfaced before the pirates were already eliminated. Before long, Rusvin, captain of the Blood Knight pirates, known as Sir Rusvin, came into Rhea's sight. At that moment, he was lifting a beautiful young maiden, preparing to feast upon her. His elegant figure resembled that of a flawless nobleman, clad head to toe in black formal attire, with a faint crimson mist swirling around him, obscuring his features from view. "Help! Please help me. You bastard, let her go right now." Several men, gravely wounded, lay nearby. Ignoring their own injuries, they struggled to crawl toward Rusvin, while several desiccated corpses lay scattered about. He as expected, that exquisite scent. Rusvin tilted his head, pressing his nose deeply against the maiden's neck and inhaling, letting out a deranged laugh. Crimson light began to glow from his eyes. His pallid, slender fingers slowly traced along the trembling maiden's collarbone, gliding toward the nape of her neck, savoring her fragrance with utter indulgence. Just as he was about to begin devouring his magnificent meal, a thunder spear suddenly shot toward him from afar. Zzz. Before he could even react, a bolt of lightning streaked past, and the maiden in his grasp, along with the civilians on the ground, had already vanished. Ea! A soul-piercing shrill scream erupted from Rusvin's mouth. The thunder spear had, before he could react in the slightest, pierced straight through his body, leaving a charred, gaping hole. Lightning flashed, and Rhea, draped in his coat of justice, appeared before him. Gazing at the row of desiccated corpses around him, a killing intent gradually surfaced in his eyes. However, at that very moment, an elegant yet warm male voice rang out. "Vice Admiral Black Dragon. What a powerful attack." Rusvin, whose entire torso was held together only by strands of muscle at the edges, saw a red mist begin to emanate from his body, drifting toward his wound. In no time, he had fully restored himself, his black formal suit completely unscathed. "So you are Sir Rusvin. Judging by your abilities, you consumed the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. But you are far too arrogant. How dare you come to my territory and run rampant?" Rhea spoke in a cold tone. "Arrogant? Ha ha ha." Letting out a pathological laugh, Rusvin said condescendingly, "It is simply that you do not understand my nobility. Are these common folk not merely food I can pluck at will? As a perfect noble, the mere fact that I deign to sample them is already the greatest honor I bestow upon them." For a madman whose madness had reached such an advanced stage, Rhea no longer wished to waste words upon him. Armament black thunder, violent kick. Lightning flashed, and his figure teleported before Rusvin. Armament hockey wrapped around his leg, transformed into raging thunder, and a ferocious kick drove straight into his handsome, elegant face. Ea! Rusvin, who had been the picture of composure a moment before, was sent flying by that single kick, crashing through multiple buildings and leaving deep, gouging trails in his wake, the entire scene reduced to devastation. Nelson, who happened to arrive at that moment, watched in terror at this Marine Vice Admiral. It was the first time their captain had ever been beaten so thoroughly. In the past, all enemies had been crushed beneath them, and their captain always maintained that same composed, elegant posture. Rhea paid no mind to Nelson's arrival. It would be better to leave him for Lai and the others to practice against. His figure dissolved into lightning, reappearing beside Rusvin. Rusvin, buried in the ruins, had long abandoned his initial composure. He stared at Rhea in shock. He never anticipated that the Vice Admiral of the Black Dragon could be so impossibly fast. This Marine was no pushover. Vampire form. As crimson fog began to boil across the sky, his figure, wreathed in blood aura, grew ever larger. He ultimately transformed into a towering black-red giant, bearing two sharp fangs with massive bat-like wings, as a pungent stench of blood spread through the air. "Marine, I will drain every drop of blood from your entire body." Rusvin exhaled a chilling crimson mist from his cavernous maw, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light like a blood-soaked sunset. "Rather unsightly. Perhaps hell would be more fitting for someone like you." Thunder armor, Black Dragon soldier. Black lightning tinged with blue rapidly converged, and a towering armor giant, composed entirely of black electrical energy, materialized from Rhea's body, standing opposite Rusvin. Within the transparent head section of the armor, Rhea himself could be seen. This was Rhea's modification of his 400 million volt Black Dragon King technique into thunder armor, tenfold the defensive power, capable of flight, though somewhat slower in speed. Does this technique look familiar? Indeed, the pirate equivalent of Gundam. Witnessing this scene, Rusvin let out a thunderous roar. "Even if you also..." Boom! A massive black spear thrust forward from ahead, driving deep into Rusfin's mouth and reducing the rest of his words into incomprehensible gurgling sounds. Gazing at the armor giant, which towered even larger than their Captain, Nelson's terror only deepened from afar. However, such injuries meant little to Rusfin, who had consumed the vampire fruit. Aside from the burning pain on his mouth caused by the lightning's intense heat, his vitality at this moment allowed him to recover completely and swiftly. Thus Rusfin began to struggle with all his might. Boom, rumble. His enormous vampire form twisted and thrashed, relentlessly smashing through nearby buildings and sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. It's useless. You will certainly die here today. From within the armor's head, Rhea's voice thundered forth. Disregarding Rusfin's struggles, he commanded the Black Dragon soldier to seize him by the throat and hoist him into the air. After clearing out most of the Blood Knight pirates' crew, Tina and Wyatt were searching the commercial district for remaining pirate stragglers and rescuing civilians. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed across the entire island. The tremendous clash between two titans had caused numerous buildings to collapse. Dust drifted slowly from the epicenter of the battle toward where Tina and the others stood. Cough, cough. A small child who had just been rescued by Tina collapsed onto the ground with a thud in the thick dust cloud. Tina quickly helped the child up, asking worriedly, "Are you all right, little one?" "I'm fine, big sister." The child's dirty face managed a weak smile through the dust. Fortunately, the haze cleared soon after. Seeing the child was unharmed, Tina and Wyatt exchanged glances before turning their attention toward where Leia and the others were fighting. Were these pirates from the Four Seas truly this formidable? As the ash and dust finally cleared, Leia could be seen in the ruins commanding Black Dragon soldiers to pin Rusfin to the ground with relentless strikes. Even Rusfin hadn't had the chance to use his wings before one had been brutally torn off. Each blow seared into the vampire's form, leaving scorch marks from the intense heat. Neither his size nor raw strength gave Rusfin's vampire form any advantage. Moreover, with each fierce exchange, the earth trembled more violently, and buildings further away showed signs of collapsing. At first, Rusfin still struggled, roaring, "Damn you, Navy, let me go." He occasionally managed counterattacks, though they proved ineffective. But as Leia's strikes intensified with increasing speed and frequency, the lightning's destructive power steadily dismantled his regenerating body. Rusfin gradually lost consciousness, his struggles growing feeble until they ceased entirely. When he collapsed back into his original form, completely drained, Leia deactivated his thunder armor and coldly observed Rusfin's scattered gaze. "Stop pretending. Weren't you that refined noble?" And now, realizing his deception had failed, Rusfin dropped his act and leapt from the rubble, clutching his chest as he gasped weakly. "Is every Navy Vice Admiral this powerful?" Leia responded indifferently, "Perhaps. Will you let me go?" "No." Then just die." Blood-burst night bat annihilation. Countless blood-red bats surrounded Leia in a suffocating swarm, each one a living bomb with no escape. Worthy of a 350 million berry bounty and the mythical Zoan fruit, his vitality exceeded most, and now he could still unleash such a devastating surprise attack. "Vice Admiral Black Dragon, I refuse to yield. I must become the world's strongest and prove myself to her. A mere admiral will never stop me." Rusfin's face contorted in fury as he channeled all his remaining energy to manifest a massive giant bat. As the technique unleashed, his features grew gaunt and hollow, resembling an addict long spent. "Die, die, die." With murderous intent driving him, Rusfin merged with the colossal bat and launched himself at Leia in a final desperate strike. Through Leia's divine sense, the giant bat resembled a missile capable of devastating explosion at any moment. There was no doubt that if it detonated, the entire commercial district on the island would be obliterated. Surrounded by innumerable exploding bats and Rusfin's colossal form closing in, Leia had no retreat. A fierce thrill ignited in Leia's eyes as he realized all escape routes were sealed. Then let's see who survives this pirate. Abandoning all caution, Leia charged straight ahead in pure confrontation, determined to test whether his opponent deserved to live. Lightning mode activated to strengthen his defenses and power a magnetic field forming around him as he channeled his maximum voltage. 400 million volts Thunderfinger. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, his armored finger piercing through the barrage of exploding bats to confront Rusfin's colossal, self-destructive creature. A technique concentrating all power into a single point, with devastating penetration mirroring the Third Rake's legendary strongest spear. This move concentrates all power into a single point. Extremely strong penetration. That's the Third Rake's ultimate spear technique. A thunderous detonation followed, shattering the entire commercial district and sending violent tremors across the island. A massive mushroom cloud rose from the battlefield's center. Fortunately, Tina and the others had already evacuated the civilians. If not, Leia would have held back his full power. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely within the colossal crater left by the collision. Leia stood unmoving, his tattered clothing revealing a lean, muscular frame that remained steadfast as a pine. His adversary lay broken at the crater's center, half his shoulder torn away, blood streaming continuously from the wound to stain the earth red. Rustin coughed blood while whispering weakly, I can't. Die. Die. In the desolate silence of the crater, only his fading breath echoed. Staring vacantly at the sky, he summoned his last reserves of strength to tremblingly raise his relatively intact right hand as though reaching for something unseen. I'm sorry, Candace. I'm coming to find you. In the end, Rustin may have harbored deep secrets, but Leia felt no sympathy for his tragic narrative. Such a person was not worth pity, a mere coward lost to his own power. With a flicker, Leia employed his divine sense to confirm Rustin's death before teleporting back to the surface. Wyatt and the others rushed over as Tina gazed at the enormous crater and Leia's bare torso. His figure was impressive. Blushing slightly out of politeness, she quickly asked with concern, "Are you hurt?" "I was so worried." Leia, his face caked with dust, offered a faint smile at the anxious girl. "I'm fine. Though I didn't know you were the blushing type. Anyone really shy about seeing a man's torso?" Tina's worried expression instantly flushed crimson, not from embarrassment, but from indignation at Leia's sarcastic teasing. She had actually thought he was handsome moments ago. How frustrating. "Leia, you bastard. I'll beat you to death." Tisk, look at that. She's lost even her verbal tics. "Don't run." Wyatt observed the pair with an unreadable expression, the girl chasing after the fleeing man, before glancing at the soldiers around him struggling to suppress their laughter. "What's so funny? Clean up the battlefield and report the damage to headquarters." "Yes, Colonel Wyatt. These brats really have no fear of electrocution therapy." "Good work, Rhea." Sakan's booming laughter echoed through the den mushy. "But you rascal, can you please avoid making such a massive disturbance next time? You have no idea what you've cost us this time." Snap. Rhea hung up and rubbed his ear as though a fly had been buzzing nearby. But what exactly was this rumor? Shocking. Why did a naval vice admiral's battle with pirates destroy an entire town? The invincible path of Sir has been cut off short. In broad daylight, the Navy mercilessly assaults a pirate, causing the entire island to tremble. The complete truth will be revealed in Morgan's exclusive report. Our news reports this unreliable now. What the hell is this assaulting nonsense? Rhea desperately wanted to drag this Morgan over and throttle him to make it clear that fabricated reporting was unacceptable. Taking a vigorous drag from his cigar, Rhea stepped out of his office and walked all the way to the highest point at the outer perimeter of the branch. The sun was just beginning its descent, and the afterglow of the sunset swept across the entire circular branch from beyond the sea, as though draping it in a monk's robe. A warm sea breeze swept past, lifting Rhea's justice cape behind him. He stood silently, his presence seeming to merge with the heavens and earth around him, as if he stood upon the sun itself. But the sun, as an eternal celestial body, could hardly bear to have a human standing upon its head for long. It quickly sank completely below the horizon, and the world grew dim. At that moment, Rhea sensed a presence through his heart network, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Tina stood at the office doorway, finding the room unusually empty and feeling somewhat puzzled. Normally at this hour, Rhea would be here sipping tea and reading the newspaper, reclining in his chair. Why was no one in sight tonight? That guy, where has he gone, causing trouble now? Tina wondered curiously. However, after Tina skimmed through all the newspapers on the desk, the corners of her mouth curled into a perfect crescent as she covered her lips and giggled softly. Tina thinks that makes total sense. A clash between two men, not gentle in the slightest. Those words caused Rhea, perched above, to stumble and nearly kneel before her. "Sister, what on earth do you mean by that?" Just as Tina was about to leave, a cough sounded from outside the door. Cough, cough. Appearing at the doorway in a flash, Rhea slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. As though nothing were amiss, he greeted her. "Good evening, Tina-chan." Tina's body stiffened for an instant, her eyes locked onto Rhea in a daze. "Oh no, has he overheard me badmouthing him just now?" "When did you arrive?" Rhea asked with a grin, watching her. "You're wondering in your heart whether I heard what you just said, aren't you?" To Tina's eyes, it was as though she could see a fox's tail twitching up from behind him. But instead of the scolding, she had steel herself, for he merely tapped her forehead lightly and spoke in a gentle voice. "It's late, Tina. Why aren't you asleep yet? What brings you here?" Tina felt deeply puzzled. Something was wrong. Deeply wrong. Was this really Rhea? Could he be a pirate in disguise? She stepped forward and touched Rhea's forehead, even more bewildered. No fever. Her bright, watery eyes scrutinized his face, patting this spot and that. "Stop. Stop it. What are you doing?" Rhea caught Tina's wandering little hands and asked, his gaze flickering evasively. "I'm just checking if you're really. I mean, there's a mosquito on your face and Tina is swatting it for you." What a narrow escape. She almost let the truth slip. But still, Rhea was truly handsome. "A mosquito? Fine, let's go with mosquito. Go rest now. You've had a busy day." "Okay, no problem, Vice Admiral." Tap, 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 tap. Watching Tina flee as though escaping disaster, Rhea's gaze softened with affection. This girl. The next morning, Rhea began his cultivation. The greatest challenge of magnetic development was the need for conductors to carry current which would generate a spherical magnetic field in the surrounding space. The greater the input current, the stronger the resulting magnetic field. However, as a user of the Goro Goro no Mi, he had no need for wires at all, since he could directly output current at will and control its intensity. The direction of development was now obvious. He only needed to understand the underlying principle and then gradually experiment until he grew proficient. Rhea had long been able to control magnetic fields to fly, but previously he had focused entirely on refining thunder voltage and neglected magnetism. Now that his voltage had reached a bottleneck, he finally had the time to delve into electromagnetism. His appetite had grown considerably, but it came with the benefit of a stronger physique. Even Tina had nicknamed him Big Stomach King, leaving him both amused and exasperated. And so day after day passed, and soon a month had gone by. By this point, Rhea had pretty much mastered electromagnetic development. However, during this time, Light had frequently taken Amy and the others out on pirate hunting missions. Outside the G8 branch, Rhea stood quietly by the shoreline with an ordinary warship ahead. Electromagnetic levitation. He extended one hand toward the warship, and an invisible magnetic field continuously enveloped the entire vessel. Whoosh! The several hundred-ton warship rose into the air, and the depressed areas were quickly filled with seawater. The various small creatures living on the hull were instantly frightened, like paratroopers leaping into the sea one after another, sending up splashes. What is that? Good heavens! How is a warship flying? That silhouette. It looks like Vice Admiral Black Dragon. This is incredible. So this is Vice Admiral Black Dragon. The soldiers patrolling the outer perimeter of the branch suddenly discovered a warship hovering in the sky above the coast. They let out cries of astonishment, but upon realizing their own Black Dragon had done it, expressions of immense pride spread across their faces. Someone immediately went to notify Tina and Light. But upon learning it was Rhea who did it, they all shrugged and said, Vice Admiral Rhea did it. Then it's fine. And they returned to their duties. After all, anything unreasonable that bore Rhea's imprint was perfectly reasonable. This technique could eventually be developed to the point of creating an airborne pirate fleet like the Golden Lion Shikis. Taking a deep breath, Rhea slowly lowered the warship, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. One day I'll build my own airborne fleet and challenge the Golden Lion to see who truly reigns supreme in the skies. Someone's confidence was soaring once again. TSK, TSK. Today, Fortress G8 felt busier than usual for the reason that someone from Navy headquarters had arrived. Leah had been assigned here by Sengoku to accumulate experience, and now the time had come for him to depart. After all, placing such a formidable combat power at a remote outpost like this was a waste of talent. Even if only to prepare Leah for promotion to Fleet Admiral, he had to be transferred out. Leah examined the Den Den Mushi in his hand, marveling at how each one displayed a unique appearance. The creatures were truly remarkable in their ability to showcase individual characteristics. Leah, are you even listening to me? A roar suddenly erupted from the Den Den Mushi, as though the speaker on the other end was furious enough to storm through the line. Leah snapped back to attention and quickly held up a piece of paper to shield himself from the Den Den Mushi's face. Oh, yes, I'm listening. Honestly, he could feel drool practically spraying toward him from the phone's mouth. Why are you shouting so loudly? Leah groaned inwardly. You? Never mind. Has Vice Admiral Johnny arrived? He's here currently docking. Then after the handover, head back to headquarters. Don't pull a disappearing act like that old bastard Garp. Understood, Admiral. Good. Then Admiral. Click. Sengoku had learned his lesson this time, and hung up immediately, having no patience for Leah's idle chatter. Show off. Leah stared at the Den Den Mushi with a deadpan expression, wondering why the Admiral was throwing such a childish tantrum over being hung up on. Fine, he'd just focus on greeting Vice Admiral Johnny instead. Leah led his group down to the port, ready to welcome the longtime friend of Akainu. In the original timeline, Johnny was supposed to command Fortress G8, but Leah had intercepted the position back then. Now Johnny was finally stepping in to take over. Johnny was also a brilliant tactician known for his strategic mind. But the mention of military strategy brought to Leah's mind another Vice Admiral defeated by Luffy. The one who appeared in the special arc Fog Island adventure, the so-called Zhuge Kongming Vice Admiral. Wait, no. To put it simply, the historical figure Zhuge Kongming was likely his inspiration. Leah watched quietly as a group disembarked from the lead warship. A man with a reddish-brown beard at the front must be Johnny, with his wife Jessica, an adjutant, trailing behind. Vice Admiral Johnny, good to see you. Leah greeted with a smile and rendered a crisp salute. Good to see you too, Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Johnny immediately returned the salute, showing proper respect. He hadn't expected Leah to be so young, but considering his monstrous combat prowess, it made sense now. No wonder both Sakazuki and Fleet Admiral Sengoku held such high regard for him. Even the colonel bearing a blade behind Leah radiated an unsettling pressure. The soldiers at this station clearly maintained excellent morale and discipline. After exchanging pleasantries, Leah escorted Johnny to the office to complete the transfer paperwork. These are the military deployment maps covering all sectors of Fortress G8's waters along with personnel rosters and files for every soldier. And these detail the weapon distribution and inventory throughout the fortress. That should cover everything. After spending an hour touring the archives and records rooms with Johnny, the briefing wrapped up. Nothing too overwhelming. Just transferring the key troop deployments to Johnny, the rest being secondary. Leah also took the opportunity to introduce Jeff to them. This is Lieutenant Colonel Jeff, a seasoned officer who's been with this station since the beginning. If you have any questions moving forward, he'll be able to help. You'll find he handled many situations for me when I first arrived. He's quite dependable, actually. Jeff's rugged features flushed slightly at the praise. Vice Admiral Johnny, looking forward to working with you. Please don't flatter me so much. I'm hardly as capable as Leah makes me out to be. The Vice Admiral taught themselves everything, and I merely assisted where I could. Haha. Johnny wasn't one for pretense. He spoke with Jeff in a warm, measured tone about the situation here. Lieutenant Colonel Jeff, I'm counting on your guidance going forward. This station will be in our capable hands together. With all matters settled, Leah watched them engaging in animated conversation and felt reassured. He exchanged farewells and prepared to depart with the return to headquarters. Vice Admiral Johnny, Fortress G8 is now under your command. Rest assured, you can leave it to me, Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Ha! Johnny responded with evident confidence, knowing his strength lay precisely in defending his home territory. The standard handover procedure typically demanded a full week, but Leah found the formality tedious and skipped straight to the essential transfers. Johnny clearly approved of how the station operated. The troops showed strong cohesion and morale that rivaled headquarters standards. Naturally, none of this deterred Vice Admiral Johnny from his daily fishing ritual, and pastime befitting a tactician, one might argue. The Thunder had finished loading supplies and stood ready to sail. Leah and his companions departed under the formal send-off ceremony organized by the naval personnel. Watching the Thunder recede into the distance, Johnny and a formation of soldiers stood at attention along the dock. Salute. Fire. Bang. 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 Jessica rested her arm on Johnny's, speaking softly. That Vice Admiral Black Dragon strikes me as quite extraordinary. He'll certainly reach the rank of Fleet Admiral someday, Johnny remarked thoughtfully. Speaking of which, weren't you excited about becoming this station's head chef on the journey here? Come, I'll show you the mess hall first. At the mention of head chef, Jessica's eyes lit up instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. But then she caught herself with a mischievous thought, turning back to Johnny with a grin. We should stock up on plenty of green vegetables, dear. You need proper nutrition too, not just the soldiers. Good food means good health. Johnny's cheerful expression vanished, replaced by dismay. See, can I skip it? Not happening. You'll get what I say if you refuse, ugh. For heaven's sake, why deliver such threats with that gentle smile? Jessica covered her mouth to stifle her laughter at Johnny's pitiful expression, turning away. But the moment he approached, she forced her features into a stern look. The soldiers had initially worried about the new Vice Admiral's temper and whether they could work with him. But witnessing him being scolded by his own wife, they couldn't help but think this arrangement might actually work out fine. After all, someone of Vice Admiral Black Dragon's caliber would never remain confined to a minor outpost like this. So they simply offered their quiet blessings for his future success. The sea is still so unbearably dull. Truly, if one drifts across the oceans throughout all 4 seasons, the experience becomes as tasteless as chewing wax. At this moment, Rhea's soul had wandered into the realm of dreams, chatting and discussing ideals. Or perhaps her granddaughter. Sister Tina, did you bring sunscreen? Suddenly, across the tranquil expanse of the sea, a tender maiden's voice drifted gently through the still air. Amy lay beside Tina, touching the skin on her hands. Even filtered through the parasol, the sunlight still felt rather intense. If she did not properly maintain her skin, she feared she might turn dark as night. No, she refused to accept that. Amy quickly silenced her frightening thoughts. Yes, I always keep some on hand. Here you go. Tina did not bother rising. She simply grabbed a small bottle from beside her and tossed it to Amy. No wonder Tina was so fair-skinned. She clearly maintained her skincare routine diligently. Without such care, even natural advantages would gradually fade away. Hey, Brother Nibwa, I've already completed 500 push-ups. Excellent. Full of spirit. Now I shall be your sparring partner. Keep it up, Kid Duke. Understood, no problem. I am a man destined to become an admiral of the Navy. Oh. Listening to the strange noises drifting from the far end of the deck, Tina could not help but jest to Amy. Duke is truly full of energy, isn't he? He is practically a different person compared to when he was young. Indeed, he had been so composed as a child, yet in just a few short years had transformed into a passionate youth. Tom was truly a wondrous force. That is not energy, that is mere restlessness. He was so adorable and sensible back then. Humph. Though Amy's small face wore an angry, furrowed expression, the perceptive Tina could still sense the genuine affection she held for her younger brother beneath the surface. Tina thinks Amy looks lovely now. Several of the young men on this warship have been completely captivated by you. No matter how intelligently mature Amy tried to appear, she was still at heart merely a 15-year-old girl. The sunlight filtering through the crimson parasol bathed the girl's face, her brows like distant mountains, her nose delicate, and refined her lips like cherry blossoms. A flush traced down to the tips of her ears, though it was unclear what had made her so flustered. Tina turned her autumn-hued eyes toward the girl, watching her with evident delight. In that moment, Tina found Amy simply radiant. Well, it seemed this younger sister had been thoroughly influenced by Rhea. Just then a lookout from the warship courageously breached the pleasant atmosphere, interrupting the moment. Report. Vice Admiral Rhea. A celestial dragon vessel has been spotted ahead, approaching our position. The voice trembled, for these were the world nobles, the celestial dragons, who could summon an admiral at any moment. Celestial dragon. At the mere mention of those three words, Tina's mood, previously as sweet as sugar, soured instantly, as though someone had forcibly stuffed something revolting into her mouth. Rhea, who had been dozing moments before, had long since awakened by the time the lookout arrived. Furrowing his brow slightly, he half opened his eyes. Celestial dragons. What business brought them here? Was there something aboard that interested them? Amy, take Duke back below deck first. Yes, Brother Rhea. Also inform everyone to return to their posts. Anyone with no duty should go to their quarters, no wandering about. And fetch right from the cabin. The lookout understood the gravity of the situation. Yes, Vice Admiral. He hurried toward the cabin. Turning to Tina, who was visibly tense, Rhea offered her a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I am here. Let us go, Tina. We shall prepare to welcome these so-called descendants of the creators. Though both had been nervous about the celestial dragons, seeing Rhea's smile gradually eased their concerns. Indeed, with Vice Admiral Rhea present, what was there to fear? The sailors on the warship sprang into action. Aside from dozens of the most senior soldiers who remained on deck, everyone else filed below. Wright also appeared on deck, directing the preparations for the celestial dragon's arrival. Before the enemy's luxury vessel could dock, everything was in place. Rhea stood with Tina and the others back straight, each draped in a justice coat billowing in the wind. Behind them stood a formation of imposing soldiers, and all present wore grave expressions. For the celestial dragons had always been untouchable in their eyes, a haughty and lawless lot. Under Rhea's gaze, the celestial dragon's vessel was successfully docked with the aid of sailors from both sides. The ship appeared opulent and magnificent, bearing not a single weapon, only ornamental decorations and luxuries. To pirates upon the seas, it was essentially a floating treasure. Yet none dared to act, for any aggression against the celestial dragons would invite immediate annihilation by either an admiral of the Marine headquarters or CP0. This was the very foundation upon which the celestial dragons' long-standing abuse of power rested, their conviction that no one else mattered. A long, exquisite red carpet, clearly crafted from fine material, stretched from the docking point straight to the center of the thunder. Uneven surfaces had been leveled in advance with wooden planks and cloth. Slowly supported by an elegant butler, a figure resembling a fool, wearing something like an aquarium on his head, shuffled forward. Behind him came 5 bodyguards in white uniforms from the world government's CP organization, followed by 2 peculiar figures in handcuffs. Wait, were those mink? One was a lean, muscular man with horse ears and a horse-like face, the other a white-haired girl with cat ears and feline features. However, upon seeing the celestial dragon approach, Rhea composed himself and greeted them calmly. Greetings. I am Vice Admiral Black Dragon of the Marines. Welcome. May I ask your title, Your Divine Highness? The celestial dragon responded to Rhea's greeting by sneering at the warship's surroundings, occasionally uttering sounds of disdain. It was the butler who graciously interjected. This is His Divine Highness Feberac Saint Vice Admiral Black Dragon. His Divine Highness happened to hear of your renown and came specifically to meet you. Then I am deeply honored. Rhea's eyes flickered as he replied modestly. Enough. Silence, Reap. Vice Admiral Black Dragon, I have heard of you. However, I came not for pleasantries, but to show you whether these 2 new slaves are formidable. This is no leisure visit. Feberac Saint impatiently ordered the butler to be quiet, then regarded Rhea with a mocking gaze. Slaves. I wonder if you'd wag your tails when we turned you into slaves. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Leah remained unfazed by Fibolake's vulgar provocation as a Tenryubito calmly responding. Thank you for your kindness, Your Excellency Fibolake Shang. Those are merely empty titles. Fibolake Shang's face twisted with obvious contempt. Humph. I don't care. You must fight my 2 slaves today, or I'll take that big guy behind you as my new slave. I'm sure his performance in the arena will help me win many matches. As long as he makes me happy, that's the greatest reward. Go, you lot. Seize that big guy for me. Hearing this, Leah had merely intended to brush it off casually, but couldn't believe this worthless person would dare to target Nibwa. Immediately, an invisible aura manifested aboard the warship, causing surrounding objects to slowly float upward. A cold, merciless voice merged with thunder, producing rhythmic bursts. Fibolake Shang. Wah! What did you just say? Seeing Leah unleash such dangerous energy, several CP members quickly stepped forward to protect the Tenryubido, who had been terrified stiff. You? What are you doing? I'm a world noble at Tenryubido. But Fibalaktion quickly recovered his fear, melting into a grotesque expression. You idiots, kill him now. Do it. Though they were bodyguards specifically assigned by the world government to protect the Tenryubido, they dared not move. Not even a little. Because they realized they'd been locked onto by a fatal aura. Any movement would guarantee their immediate decapitation. Moreover, dear Tenryubido brother, are you blind? Can't you see the Navy has already aimed their guns at you? Steward Raibo also lost his earlier composure, rushing over in a panic with sweat pouring down his face to block Leah, saying hurriedly, Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Please hold back. Let me go talk to His Excellency. We're all on the same side. Relax. Relax. Damn it. If His Excellency doesn't know, so be it. But he certainly knows that this Vice Admiral before him is the Navy's key cultivation over the past few years, absolutely guaranteed to be the next Fleet Admiral. Even the world government has specialized teams collecting information on him, not to mention that nearly all high-ranking Navy officials hold great expectations for him. Before setting out, the clan leader had instructed him to watch over His Excellency and avoid conflict with Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Yet somehow this still happened. Watching the surrounding objects slowly settle and that suffocating feeling gradually dissipate, Raibo took a deep breath and immediately rushed back to Fibalaktion's side, continuously trying to reason with him, but was instead struck repeatedly, over a dozen heavy slaps, as if venting his frustration. The sound was quite loud, so much so that Amy and others in the ship's cabin could hear it. Yet Raibo, as the most devoted retainer of His Excellency's household, persevered, through his slurred speech, to clearly explain the consequences to Fibalaktion. Your Excellency, the clan leader specifically instructed this time, should you encounter Vice Admiral Black Dragon upon your departure, you must at minimum avoid antagonizing them. Among the sacred land, those strongest families have always been at odds with our clan leader. Think carefully, Your Excellency. Slaves can be found everywhere, but friendship from a fleet admiral is rare indeed. Actually, Fibalaktion held no regard for this old man before him. Aside from being closest to the former clan leader, he saw no value in him whatsoever. But recalling the authority the clan leader had once instilled in his heart, he ultimately followed Raibo's advice, albeit reluctantly. However, after this incident, he had lost all interest and simply let Raibo take those two beastmen to fight the big guy instead. While he cursed his way back to his lair with his followers continuing his tyrannical behavior, Leah watched his retreating figure coldly, paying no mind to Raibo's presence, as he spoke plainly, what a waste. If this were an ordinary person, Raibo would have ordered his execution long ago. But facing the Vice Admiral Black Dragon before him, what could he do? He was merely a lowly retainer, a wretched man whose life could be ended the moment his master grew displeased. So he could only pretend not to hear, forcing a smile as he said, How about this, Vice Admiral? Send anyone to fight those two beastmen. If you win, I'll gift you these two rare beastmen. What do you think? Why didn't Raibo use the word slave? Because as a steward who rose to serve a Tenryubido family, his mind is clearly quite sharp. Given Vice Admiral Black Dragon's attitude just now, he knew exactly which words to choose and which to avoid. Moreover, treating it as a favor to Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Even though the condition was victory before transfer, any normal person would naturally understand his true intent. This was essentially giving them away for free. Leah was actually quite curious about the cat beastman girl among the two beastmen, and without even turning around, he could already feel Tina's intense gaze upon her. Indeed, cat girls are the true king. Tina had nearly developed a golden eye from staring. Is this the charm of a cat girl? So he merely pretended to consider for a moment before agreeing to Raibo. All right, thank you for your kindness. Nibwa, you're the one. Remember, don't hurt them. Nibwa, who had been silently cursing that Tenryubito waste in his palm for even being noticed by him, heard Leah's voice and immediately roared back with his clumsy voice, Yes, boss. Raibo was even more delighted seeing the other party not make things difficult for him, and immediately ordered people to bring those two beastmen to the center of the now empty deck. After loosening their bonds, he skillfully darted behind the Navy soldiers to hide, shouting toward them, You two perform well. If this Vice Admiral takes a liking to you, you can stay here. See, this is what a smart person looks like. They never put themselves in danger. Everyone give a thumbs up to the witty old Raibo. These two beastmen had originally looked listless and defeated, but upon hearing that Tenryubito's steward's promise, they immediately exchanged glances and showed excitement. Leah and Tina and the others, however, watched them with great interest. That horse beastman's appearance was hard to describe. Despite having an anthropomorphic body, its head remained unmistakably that of a horse. But that other cat beastman girl was absolutely captivating. Her pale golden eyes were charming, her small cat-like lips delicate, wearing black fitted leather armor, with two long white ponytails flowing from behind her head. Even with short white fur covering her body, it only enhanced her overall beauty rather than detracting from it. Nibwa rolled his wrists, looking at these two strange little ones before him, and asked in a muffled voice, let's start with your names. Although Nibwa appeared to have the personality of a dim-witted bear, he was far from truly foolish. These two little ones were pitiful indeed, as slaves of the Tenryubito, once they were no longer amusing their fate, would be nothing but death in the arena. Do not fear, little ones. Tell me your names. I am the Navy. I am nothing like that fellow just now. Since the big brother said he would protect you, then he truly will. To the two fur tribespeople, this giant opposite them seemed even more like one of their own. Quite simply an enormous gorilla. After a long silence, the calmer of the two, a man about 1 meter 80 tall with a horse-like face, spoke up. We are both members of the royal bird of the fluff realm. My name is Pega. Beside me is Bestie, also my junior. The catgirl Bestie still looked on guard, and at her 1 meter 6 stature beside Nibwa's 3+ meter frame, she appeared even more delicate. Perhaps frightened by the Tenryubito, even knowing they came to rescue her, she maintained a light vigilance. Although there were rumors in the outside world that the fur tribespeople deeply despised humans, in truth, these were mere falsehoods. They held a very friendly attitude toward humans. For in their eyes, humans were merely hairless monkeys in furry skins their own kind. Admiral Vile, then these two are entrusted to you. I too should return to report. I hope you do not take today's matters to heart. Reeb bowed respectfully to Leah, bid farewell, and returned with the two CP guards who had been watching the slaves. When Fabio St. saw Reeb return, his face darkened considerably, yet he did not strike Reeb again. Instead, he vented his frustration by smashing everything in reach. Watching the Tenryubito's ship gradually disappear from view, Leah retracted his gaze and looked at the two fur tribespeople before him. Pega and Bestie, then. Tina, arrange rooms for them first and have them follow along for now. Tina walked over and looked gently at Bestie and the others. Come along, Pega, Bestie. Tina will show you to your resting quarters. Do not be afraid, okay? Tina had originally intended to hold Bestie's cat hand, but when it was shyly withdrawn, she let it go. After all, they were on the same ship now. There would be plenty of opportunities later. Light, send word to set sail immediately and return directly to headquarters. Yes, sir. As Sengoku had been urging all along. Afraid Leah might like Garp take half a year to return. They had barely stopped. Thus, after approximately half a month at sea, the Thunderblade finally returned to headquarters. By ordinary fuel power, they would not have achieved such speed. It would have taken at least double the time. Leah had pumped lightning energy into the specially reinforced storage chamber all at once, for he certainly could not remain in the engine room for half a month straight. Unless he was a fool. Still nostalgic, isn't it? Leah gazed at the two giant characters for justice on the near headquarters gate. Brother Leah, is this really Navy headquarters? How magnificent. 12-year-old Duke had already grown to 1 meter 70 and was currently leaning on the railing, his face filled with awe as he looked upon the naval fortress. Amy beside him was more reserved, but her eyes remained fixed on this military stronghold. To the two of them, the G8 branch was already immense, but before the Grand Fleet headquarters, it was like an infant compared to an adult. Leah led everyone through the streets of the headquarters port, watching the seamen come and go, a trace of emotion stirring within him. It has been several years since I last returned. The headquarters port is still so bustling. This time, Duke, you will remain at headquarters and study under Master Zeph. Hearing this, Duke's face lit up with curiosity, for he had often heard Brother Leah speak of Zeph as his mentor and former admiral. The prospect of training under him filled him with anticipation. Brother Leah, no problem. I will surely grow stronger. Leah nodded, and then instructed Tina and the others that they were free to move about. All of them had not returned home in many years. We have 1 day of leave ahead. Act as you wish and visit your families. Such was a soldier's life. Dismissed. Yes, Vice Admiral. Tina, Amy, and the two fur tribespeople will follow you for now. Understood, Vice Admiral. Tina smiled warmly, holding Amy in one arm and Bestie in the other, leading them toward her home. The cat girl had actually begun affectionately nuzzling against Tina, leaving Leah bewildered as to how she could become so attached to Tina in only half a month. Darn it, I want that too. Duke, let us go. After everyone had dispersed, Leah led Duke toward the Fleet Admiral's office. Soldiers along the way who recognized Leah saluted him with rapturous expressions, for the reputation of Vice Admiral Black Dragon had been heavily publicized at headquarters these past years, and coupled with his own exploits, the Navy personnel revered him all the more. As expected of Brother Leah. Look at how much they admire you. Duke was brimming with excitement throughout the entire walk. Everything around him felt incredibly impressive. Nodding to the two soldiers saluting at the door, Leah skillfully pushed open the office's wooden door and spotted Sengoku, who was enjoying a donut. Fleet Admiral, I have returned. With that, Leah guided Duke to the sofa and poured them both a cup of tea, behaving entirely as though he were at home. Sit, Duke. The Fleet Admiral will not object. Sengoku added, exactly. Relax, lad. You should learn a thing or two from Leah. Sengoku had long been aware of Duke's situation. Upon hearing from Leah that the boy possessed considerable talent, he had brought him back for Zeph to cultivate. Perhaps another promising prospect after all. Oh my Leah, you are back too. It was Kazan who had just opened the door and appeared to have arrived moments before. Yes, Admiral Akiji. I'll just call me Elder Brother Kazan. No need for such formality. We are fellow disciples after all. Sengoku wordlessly regarded the two of them. Were they not here to submit their reports? Why were they chatting amongst themselves? Do you not know who I am? I am Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Supreme Commander of the Navy. Your superior. You two imbeciles. Alright. Save your idle chatter until after your reports. We can discuss it later. Let us attend to business first. Sengoku grew ever more satisfied with Leah's performance over the years. Upon hearing of Leah's encounter with the Tenryubido, he was relieved nothing serious had occurred. Even if something had ultimately gone wrong and the world government came seeking trouble, he would adopt a resolute stance to protect Leah. As the most promising candidate among the new generation of officers for promotion to Admiral, as long as Leah did not directly assault Mary Gios, the Navy would support him. In the original story, Luffy, a pirate, assaulted the Tenryubido, and the matter was ultimately swept under the rug. Everything depends on how powerful one's backing is. And for figures at the level of Garp and the Marshals, there was little they truly feared. After leaving Sengoku, Ray brought Duke and headed toward the elite training camp. After walking down the familiar corridor, Ray stopped at the entrance of the training camp, gazing at the plaque above the door that bore 5 grand characters, Elite Training Camp. Everything remains unchanged here. I wonder how Yama and Sato have been these past years. Let's go, Duke. Upon opening the gate, more than 20 recruits could be seen training under Sato's guidance in the courtyard, while Yama sat by the edge, holding a teapot, occasionally taking sips, looking utterly at ease. Yama-sensei, I'm back. Suddenly Yama's hand holding the teapot paused, then he took another sip without turning around, calmly saying, Ray, is that you? You're back. That's good. Though he appeared composed, the slight tremor in his hand as he held the teapot revealed his inner turmoil, far from the calm surface he projected. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yama slowly rose to his feet and turned to look at Ray with a serious expression. However, that authoritative face soon broke into a smile. Not bad, Vice Admiral Black Dragon. You've truly grown, Ray. All thanks to your excellent teaching, Master Yama. Then let's fight, me and you. Ray looked at his master, helplessly tempted to bolt. But when he saw that stubborn resolve in the old man's eyes, he agreed. That's what it means to be a man. From a distance, Sato noticed the commotion and allowed the recruits some free time before making his way over. Ray, it's been too long. You're already the renowned Vice Admiral Black Dragon. Aren't you a Vice Admiral yourself, Sato? How can we compare? I earned my rank through genuine combat achievements against pirates, whereas I merely qualified for this title through seniority at the training camp, Sato replied with a wry smile. Upon hearing that Ray and Master Yama were about to spar, Sato quickly gathered the recruits to watch, since they rarely had the opportunity to witness a clash at this level. As the two figures stood in the center of the training ground, the recruits began whispering among themselves. Who's that, guys? He's actually sparring with Master Yama. His strength must be incredible. You fools. That's Vice Admiral Black Dragon. The Black Dragon Vice Admiral. Sato addressed the overexcited group, raising his voice sharply. If you don't want extra training, watch quietly and keep your mouth shut. If you want to reach the level of Vice Admiral Black Dragon, you need to train even harder. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Sato nodded in approval once the cadets settled down and focused on the sparring match. Now this was proper. Master Yama, please instruct me. Before Ray could finish his words, Yama struck, without hesitation, wrapping his wrists in armament haki and kicking the ground hard enough to send a stone slab flying. With a whoosh, the black fist connected with the stone slab, channeling the haki through it, so the entire piece shot toward Ray at incredible speed. It reached Ray in the blink of an eye, but suddenly halted midair before striking him, ripples spreading through the surrounding atmosphere, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. It was as though an invisible wall had intercepted it. Witnessing this, Yama's eyes held no disappointment, only pride, and he chuckled warmly. Ray, you've truly exceeded my expectations. Yama hadn't held back on that strike, yet Ray hadn't even attempted to dodge, simply standing his ground and neutralizing the attack. It was clearly a devil fruit ability, but since his last attack, Yama had begun letting go of his prejudices against such powers. Fruit abilities are merely an extension of oneself, and Ray's ability to master them to this degree spoke volumes about his strength. Master Yama, how about we call it a draw? We could go enjoy a nice cup of tea instead. That'd be wonderful. Yama was somewhat moved, recognizing his disciple's consideration for his well-being, but he hadn't grown so frail that he couldn't endure a proper fight. Say no more, Ray. Give it your all. Let me see how much you've grown over these past years. Observing the unwavering determination in Yama's eyes, Ray understood what drove him. I understand, Master Yama. Come on. Stop wasting words. Black electricity crackled across his body, thunder echoing as a figure wreathed in lightning charged toward Yama at blinding speed. Witnessing this display, Yama's eyes lit up, and he laughed loudly. Excellent. You should have been like this all along, Ray. An intimidating aura erupted from Yama's frame, his muscles swelling noticeably as the dark sheen of his armament haki intensified around his wrists. Black Thunder Burst Fist. Reacting on instinct, Ray teleported behind his opponent and delivered a devastating punch to Yama's back. Yet Yama's observation haki was equally supreme, allowing him to instantly pivot and intercept the ferocious strike with his arms clad in black haki. Boom. The thunderous impact reverberated through the training ground, countless arcs of electricity radiating outward from the collision. Yama held firm against Ray's fist, rooted to the spot, as concentric cracks spread across the stone tiles beneath his feet. I see you haven't neglected physical training. With a sudden burst of power from Yama's wrist, a short-range explosive force caught Ray off guard, sending him flying backward in an instant. But you're still not enough, Ray. Shave. Blurring forward in an instant, Yama pressed his assault. The clash of thunder and fists echoed throughout the night, the training ground alive with the sounds of their battle. The recruits watched with enraptured eyes. Master Yama rarely fought openly, and when he did, it was usually them on the receiving end. Witnessing such an extraordinary confrontation only fueled their desire to grow stronger. Eventually, Yama conceded defeat on the grounds of exhaustion. Yet he felt nothing but pride watching Ray, never once feeling shame at losing to his own student. Ray, you've grown into a fine man. Yama's gaze softened as he looked at his student. The final lesson I can impart to you is this: follow your heart in all things and never lose yourself to raw power. Remember one thing: if your will bows to strength, no matter how powerful you become, you'll merely be a vessel of brute force. Enough now. It's late, and for an old man like me, it's time to rest. You two young ones should catch up properly. Master, let me walk you back. Yama declined with a smile, gave Sato a few brief instructions with a wave of his hand, and departed alone. Sato approached Ray and clapped him on the shoulder. Stop staring. Yama hasn't been this happy in years, so rest easy. But you're something else, kid. It hasn't even been that long, and now not even Master Yama can stand against you. Sato mused at Ray's transformation, remembering when he himself had beaten the boy not long ago, yet now Ray was someone he could only look up to. TCH, you're the one who's twisted. Let's go grab a drink. Ray brushed off his hand with mild distaste. That same tavern. Of course, it's the only one around base. The proprietor should serve you drinks this time. Does he dare refuse? Next time he doesn't serve me, I'm tearing this place down tonight. The naval officer's residential quarter. What a deep sleep I had. Last night, I drank too much with that blockhead. Sato stumbled home in the middle of the night and collapsed into bed, not rising until now. Leia climbed out of his little nest and squinted at the alarm clock on the wall. It's already past noon, that bastard Sato. Using reverse psychology on me. But when they were at the tavern last night, Tina had seemed to visit him and told him to come to Vice Admiral He's house for lunch. I'd better hurry and get to Vice Admiral He's. Thinking about how Tina would launch into one of her motherly lectures if he didn't go, Leia shuddered. He quickly washed up, dressed, and hurried toward Vice Admiral He's house. Along the way, the naval officers he passed kept greeting him, and Leia's face was already beginning to stiffen. Sigh, I really need to keep a low profile. Why did I have to grow up as handsome as you all, dear readers? Standing before the small villa, having confirmed the nameplate by the door read Vice Admiral, Leia stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Dingling. Dingling. Is Leia here? Bestie, go open the door quick. The moment he pressed the bell, Tina's voice rang out from inside the house. Within seconds, the door clicked open. Bestie the cat girl tilted her head and twitched her twin ponytails adorably as she meowed at Leia. Brother Leia, come in quick. Sister Tina, can't wait any more, meow. During their journey back to headquarters, Leia had promised to take them to the Fluffy Republic whenever he had free time. Moreover, since he had essentially saved their lives, Bestie had quickly shed any reserve and shown her true colors. How could any cat not be lively and adorable? Haha, that's just Tina's impatient nature. Bestie, don't learn it from her. Meow. Bestie looked at Leia with a half-understanding expression, but soon forgot all about it. Eating fish was far more important. After Leia entered, he found Vice Admiral He sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting with Pega, while Ziyuan, Tina, Amy, and the newly arrived Bestie were bustling about in the kitchen. Vice Admiral He. Sit down, Leia. And just like Ziyuan, call me senior sister He. Calling me Vice Admiral feels too distant. He intercepted Leia's words with a gentle smile. In truth, Leia had been about to switch to calling her Grandma He. But he stayed silent in the end, for he sensed an inexplicable killing intent. This left Leia utterly bewildered. Did people dare to commit acts of violence within the Marine headquarters? Where was the law? Where was justice? Oh, senior sister He, thank you for today's hospitality. He was quite pleased with Leia's politeness. What a well-behaved child. No wonder little Tina likes you so much. Great, how was he supposed to respond to that? Actually, Tina is also very cute. Suddenly Leia's words were interrupted for the second time. A man's voice from outside, quite loud. Ziyuan, are you in there? Upon hearing that voice, he seemed to recall something, and even she, who always wore a gentle expression, couldn't help but feel a twinge of toothache. Ziyuan, Jiaji is here looking for you again. Unfortunately, Ziyuan merely poured Leia another cup of hot tea before returning to her tasks without saying a word. Leia glanced at Ziyuan's expressionless face and felt a pang of sympathy for whoever Jiaji was outside. Good heavens, this Jiaji truly had perseverance. Others ignored him completely, yet he still had the confidence to keep confessing to Ziyuan. But after recalling how much more wretched Jiaji appeared compared to Kazura, Leia felt there was no hope for him in this lifetime. Ziyuan, it's me, Jiaji. Come out for a moment, I want to say something to you. Ziyuan, just come out for a bit. Perhaps exasperated by the noise or embarrassed, Ziyuan impatiently prepared to go outside and see what Jiaji wanted. The moment the door opened, a short and wretched-looking man stood there extending a bouquet of roses towards Ziyuan. Ziyuan, be my girlfriend. No, I refuse. Bang. Without the slightest hesitation, Ziyuan slammed the door shut and returned to cooking. Mainly because she feared that without her there, Tina and Bestie would ruin the lunch. They all had hearty appetites after all. In the world of pirates, the higher your combat power, the more you eat. Meanwhile, Jiaji at the doorway was ignoring everyone and indulging in his own self-admiration. On my heart, he clutched his chest, pretending to be wounded. Then he quickly recovered, struck a pose he deemed dashing, and turned to leave. Then Zun, I'll come back to confess again next time. Ugh. Listening to Jiaji's peculiar voice from outside, he smiled at Leia. That man is Jiaji. He's also a vice admiral at headquarters. The boy has been confessing to Ziyuan all along, but gets rejected every time. By any measure, he's quite the resilient young man. Leia couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed, he was someone who could endure 100 rejections and still keep going. That was certainly strong. To his eyes, Leia only grew more pleasing the more she looked at him. Even she felt that Sengoku had not been mistaken, that Garp had truly done something worthwhile this time. In just a few short years, you've reached this level of strength. Fortunately, you're in the Navy. Otherwise, the new world would likely see another monster emerge. Mainly because I never got the chance to sail out, the rebellious Leia grumbled inwardly. Senior sister, Tina, thinks you're praising Leia too much. His tail will stick straight to the sky. Even when she wasn't physically in the living room, Tina never missed an opportunity. Leia was just figuring out how to engage in polite mutual flattery with senior sister, when Tina intercepted him out of nowhere. Damn it. No way. I swear on my own name as Leia. I'm going to seize the first chance to give Tina a sound spanking. Watching Leia grit his teeth, he couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you two are quite the match set. Sister Ziyuan, is the meal ready? It's ready. Coming right up. Leia, Pega, you two come carry the dishes in right now. When did Tina turn into a roaring tigress? Leia was puzzled. But honestly, this feeling isn't so bad, he murmured softly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Just as Leia rose to head to the kitchen, he stopped him. Oh, by the way, little Leia, Sengoku asked me to let you know. You should go to Moga Town tomorrow. On the surface, it's a resort town, but something seems off. The investigators sent there only circled the perimeter and reported that they sensed the shadow of pirates. He furrowed his brow. I've barely sat down since I got back. No problem, senior sister, The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Leia set out with Light and Nepo toward Demon Valley Town. He had a vague impression of the place. It seemed to be a gathering ground for fallen pirates. And so the Thunder ship sped toward Demon Valley Town, sailing for approximately 2 days before finally reaching its outskirts. Having docked the warship on a nearby islet, Leia utilized his magnetic field to carry Light and Nepo. Before the soldiers could react, the three vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye, soaring toward Demon Valley Town. The magnetic speed was remarkably swift. Barely 1 or 2 minutes had passed by the time Leia and his companions landed on the island. Light, Nepo. Show no mercy. I don't care whether they live or die. Understood. Demon Valley Town was indeed an outright pirate den. Brawls, murders, and robberies plagued the streets, while pleas for mercy and cruel laughter filled Leia's mental network. It was a land of utter corruption where any manner of evil could unfold daily, a true paradise for pirates. Leia led Light and Nepo straight along the town's main gate. The sights along the way truly opened their eyes. Chaos and sin were the very definition of this place. Hey, Navy. A blonde pirate wearing sunglasses blocked their path, his height roughly matching Leia's. Hyena. Bellamy regarded Leia, arrogantly surprised that a few more Navy officers had come to entertain him today. Haha, Captain Bellamy, those guys just now were too cowardly. Killing Navy is far more satisfying. These Navy men never yield, even unto death. I just love torturing them. This was Sax, the vice captain of the Hyena pirate crew, whose favorite pastime was committing atrocities under the Hyena's name. They had just raided a newly arrived pirate crew, plundered everything they possessed, and Sax had brutally murdered all the survivors. Sax, don't talk like that. I was hoping to share a drink with the Navy gentlemen. Ship. Shut up. Upon hearing these words from Bellamy's vice captain, Leia wasted no hesitation. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, killing him instantly. Though pirates in Demon Valley Town frequently turn on each other, a Navy officer daring to swagger onto their turf and slaughter them was simply intolerable. The surrounding clamor fell silent, and everyone turned hostile glares toward these unfamiliar Navy officers. Bellamy also lost his earlier composure regarding Leia with a dark expression. Though Sax was merely a mad dog relying on cruelty, he still possessed considerable strength. Bellamy couldn't believe this Navy officer had defeated him in a single move. Just some useless Navy trash. Who the hell gave you the guts to cause trouble here? Don't you fear death? A pirate wielding a bottle threatened them, then drew a flintlock pistol and aimed it at their faces. Super electromagnetic cannon. Bang. A jet of black energy with a trailing afterimage tore straight through the wall behind the man. As for the pirate who had been aiming that flintlock, gone without a trace. The pirates who had been screaming moments before fell dead silent. Lightning continued crackling and dancing across Leia's raised right hand. He gave his palm a casual blow and spoke in a voice utterly devoid of emotion. Did I give you permission to speak? Trash like you should know when to shut your mouth. A few who considered themselves strong enough attempted to attack Leia, but Nepo simply pounded them into pulp with relentless strikes. Watching several capable pirates die such gruesome deaths in the blink of an eye left the people of Demon Valley Town gasping in horror. Damn it, what are you afraid of? They're only 3 people. Attack them together. Put aside old grudges for once, and work together to kill them. Otherwise none of us will escape alive. Spring jump person. Bellamy's naturally hot temper ignited immediately, and he launched the first strike. His lower legs transformed into coiled springs, propelling him across the ground in rapid bounds before he hurtled toward Leia in an instant. Boom. But Nepo punched him straight down into the earth with a single blow. Bellamy collapsed, their eyes rolled back white. The sight sent fresh terror across the pirates' faces. Even the warlord's subordinate Bellamy had fallen. Why jump around so fast? I thought you were performing acrobatics. Nepo sneered at the unconscious Bellamy sprawled on the ground. No more holding back. We've confirmed this island is entirely pirates. Lights signal the Thunder ship to come straight in. Sink every pirate vessel in the harbor. Yes, sir. As Light activated the Den Mushy to make contact, Leia stretched his limbs and fixed his cold gaze upon all the pirates present. Let the carnage begin. The next moment he hovered above them. A black storm cloud erupted from above Leia and spread across the entire sky over Demon Valley Town in the blink of an eye. The sky darkened as the pirates watched in utter terror. What is this? Who is this Navy officer? We're all going to die. This kind of power. Gazing up at the white-coated figure hovering above them like a deity, everyone's courage shattered. They fled in panic toward the coastline. As long as I get back to the ship, I can survive. Leia looked down coldly upon them and extended his hand, closing it into a fist. In an instant, every pirate in Demon Valley Town was seized by an invisible force helplessly lifted into the air. Even Light and Nepo felt the oppressive atmosphere weighing on them, making movement difficult. Is this your new ability, boss? How powerful? Nepo exclaimed in excitement. Magnetic field rotation. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, every pirate in the sky began spinning wildly around Leia, their rotation accelerating rapidly like spinning tops. Boom. Within seconds, pirates began falling from the sky one after another like dumplings dropped into boiling water. Most pirates from the Grand Line possessed tough bodies, so only a fraction perished. The rest collapsed foaming at the mouths. Leia stood in the sky, lightning dancing around him like spirits, almost cute. Nepo checked them over. Capture anyone still breathing and bring them to the ship. No problem, boss. You can count on me. Nepo called out respectfully as Leia descended gracefully from the sky. Boss Leia was only growing stronger. Oh, and don't forget to shackles Bellamy with Seastone. I don't want him causing trouble on the way back. Though Bellamy was weak to them, he couldn't be left unchecked. Moreover, Leia recalled the dozen faint spiritual signatures he had sensed from underground through his heart network. Were they children? Bellamy hailed from the North Blue and served as one of Doflamingo's subordinates. Doflamingo human trafficking children. The moment Leia connected all the pieces, a surge of rage boiled within him. Thunder, he commanded. Tell me who is behind this. What is going on with those children locked in the basement? As long as you cooperate, I guarantee your safety. You will spend the rest of your lives in peace within Impel Down. Actually, Rhea had a vague idea of who was behind it, but the other Marines did not. They needed a confession to serve as evidence for reporting to headquarters. If you refuse to talk, Nibwa. Upon hearing his commander call his name, Nibwa understood immediately. He seized one of the pirates nearby, ignored his pleas for mercy, and punched straight through his stomach. Oh. He then casually snapped the man's neck and tossed the body into the sea. The other soldiers nearby did not find this cruel. The children they had rescued were only a few years old, all appearing severely malnourished and starved. Some were gravely ill from lack of treatment and near death. Even the ship's doctor had declared there was nothing more he could do. If it had not been for the Vice Admiral using his powers to save them, those children would have perished. This filled them with teeth-grinding hatred for these scum. Upon witnessing this, most of the other pirates began trembling all over, their faces twisted with terror, as they claimed they truly did not know why there were children aboard. Only a few members of the hyena pirates swallowed hard, their mouths still tough as they attempted to bluff their way through just like the others. Strange. Rhea rested his chin on his hand, watching Bellamy, who had remained silent since waking. Why had he shown a startled expression when Rhea first mentioned the children? Meanwhile, several of his crew members had turned pale, clearly harboring guilty consciences. Had he been betrayed by his own subordinates? Bellamy, what do you have to say? Bellamy, addressed by Rhea, lifted his head, his voice tinged with irritation. What do you mean, what should I say? A Marine, do you really think I am behind this? Even if I am a thorough bastard and a pirate, I would never do such a thing. Bellamy's expression did not seem feigned at all. Then you had better ask your so-called good brothers on your ship. You? Before he could finish, Bellamy casually glanced at his crew and suddenly noticed several, who often hung around with Sachis, were deliberately avoiding his gaze, their expressions clearly different from the others. Damn it, could it be? You bastards, explain yourselves. What is going on with these children? Or I will kill you all. The other officers of the hyena pirates stared at those few in disbelief, fury contorting their faces. Eventually they confessed. What surprised Rhea most was that it was not Doflamingo. This was something Rhea had not anticipated. According to their testimony, the vice captain had secretly brought them into contact with a prominent figure through the Don Quixote family's connections, conducting child trafficking behind Bellamy's back. When Rhea pressed them on who this person was, they genuinely claimed ignorance. No matter how much they were tortured, even on the verge of death, they insisted only the vice captain knew the answer. Finally, from the last gasp of a dying man, Rhea learned a clue after finishing a call on the Den Mushy. Sachis had sketched an eagle head pattern on a piece of paper before quickly tossing it into the fire. I should not have acted so impulsively. Seeing that nothing more could be extracted from them, Rhea ordered Nibwa to dispose of them and cast their bodies into the sea for the sharks. It was not difficult to guess. Aside from the nobility and the celestial dragons, who else could it be? In the end, Rhea had Le and Nibwa investigate these men's backgrounds. Those guilty of heinous crimes were executed on the spot, while the rest were taken back to be imprisoned and impelled down. Are you certain? Yes, it was definitely an eagle head. Marshal, please have someone investigate thoroughly. After reporting the situation at Moria Town to Sengoku, Rhea also recounted the trafficked children and described the emblem, hoping the headquarters database could identify it. However, just as Rhea was about to end the call, Sengoku's low voice came through again. Though he tried hard to maintain composure, Rhea could still detect his intensely suppressed fury. Rhea, drop this matter. That symbol belongs to one of the noble families. Sengoku was clearly still struggling to compose himself. This was the Navy's bitter reality. They were forever bound to obey the world government. Their justice had become a laughingstock. Crimes were committed right before the Marines' eyes, yet they lacked the authority to intervene. Marshal Sengoku, I understand. We Marines are an institution under the world government. This left Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushy momentarily stunned. He had braced himself to dissuade Rhea, only to find the man responding as though nothing mattered. Rhea, are you? All right, do not do anything foolish. There are some things I cannot do, not because I will not, but because I cannot. Marshal, rest assured I will not. After saying this, Rhea ended the call without waiting for Sengoku's response. Sengoku feared he might go hunt down a celestial dragon and betray the Navy. But he was not that reckless. For instance, even if his strength were number one in the Navy, why would he betray the Marines rather than lead them toward change? Had he simply dismantled the Navy, had he considered the consequences? This world needed the Navy as the only global organization capable of suppressing the four seas and the Grand Line, protecting civilians across most regions. The Navy's transformation remains a long and arduous journey, but I recall there are still some wild top-tier powerhouses in this world. Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to Alabasta. As Mr. Lu Sun had once said, if you feel your own strength is insufficient, bring along another person. Though he was unsure whether that sand crocodile was male or female, something internet users had debated endlessly. Some claimed Crocodile had been female long ago, but finding her demeanor insufficiently imposing to command her subordinates, she eventually sought out Ivankov, the user of the hormone fruit, to change her sex. This piqued Rhea's curiosity enormously. No need to return to headquarters. Take the pirates directly to Justice Island and hand them over to the Marines stationed there. Our next destination is Alabasta. Yes, sir. However, hearing Les' hesitant tone, Rhea asked, however what? Could this man be speaking in riddles now? Sir Rhea, it is Colonel Tina. She just tried calling you but could not get through, so she called me instead. She told us to bring her along when we return. And she said if you do not take her call, she will bite you to death next time she sees you. Goodness, Lin never omitted a single word. He described everything faithfully, not leaving anything out. Rhea massaged his forehead. Very well, we will return to headquarters first. No need for Justice Island. Hand the pirates over to the personnel there directly. Thank you for the trouble. You are too polite, Vice Admiral Hailong. Leia utilized his authority as a vice admiral at headquarters to brief the intelligence department on Yi Zhao's characteristics, instructing regional branches to keep a close watch on all casinos with special emphasis on those in Alabasta. Because in the original story he had already appeared in Alabasta. Merely mentioning the name, Yi Zhao, might leave some confused, but he also bore another title yet to surface, that of Fleet Admiral Tung, who of the Navy headquarters. Tung, who was a remarkably pure individual, compared to Chi Quan, he seemed like a natural antithesis. Rather than hunting pirates, Tung, who cared more for the safety of innocent civilians and harbored a deep loathing for unjust actions. Smoker's sense of justice bore some resemblance to his, but Smoker was simply too weak, lacking any real influence, which made him come across as something of a troubled child. Therefore, whether considering Tung Hu's monstrous strength or his character, Leia felt it necessary to bring him into his own ranks. Then it is time to depart for Alabasta. It would be fitting to stop by that Sand Crocodile's rainy casino along the way. Leia had already made his plans accordingly, having brought Litina and the others to the harbor when a message from the G8 branch interrupted him. Ring ring. Is this Vice Admiral Leia? This is Chang Na-san. Chang Na-san. What could he possibly want? Was there something still unresolved at the G8 branch? This is he. Is there something wrong? The other end fell silent. Leia frowned and glanced at the Den Mushi. What was going on? Vice Admiral Chang Na-san, if there are matters concerning the G8 branch you do not understand, you may consult Jiefu. I have something else to attend to, I will. Leia's words were cut short, as Chang Na-san's voice, heavy and sorrowful, came through. Leia, I am sorry. Jiefu. Lieutenant Commander Jiefu has fallen in the line of duty. Tina and the others had been standing beside Leia and heard every word. Their first reaction was outright denial. Because of Leia's presence at the G8 branch, the past few years had seen no significant pirate activity in its waters. Not a single pirate from the Grand Line dared to appear within its jurisdiction aside from the occasional small fry from the Four Seas. Jiefu was a seasoned lieutenant commander. How could he have perished so easily? Still, Vice Admiral Chang Na-san would hardly jest about such a matter. Tina gazed at Leia with deep concern, who had fallen silent for too long. She stepped forward and gently tugged at his sleeve. Leia, are you all right? Tina is so worried about you. Hearing Tina's cautious comfort, Leia struggled to suppress the rage rising within his chest and offered her a reassuring smile. Who did this? It may have been Shiki the Golden Lion. The sole surviving soldier reported that in the second before he lost consciousness, he saw an island floating in the sky. Shiki. Why would he attack a branch lieutenant commander? Even if he had grown old, he would hardly murder a low-ranking officer without cause. Chang Na-san continued. Lieutenant Commander Jiefu was assisting in the escort of a minister from a world government member nation back to their country. After they entered the East Blue and stopped at an island to replenish fresh water, they were attacked by a swarm of feral beasts. Shortly after, they lost contact. Understood. Click. The moment the Den Mushi was hung up, and Bo could no longer contain himself. Burning with fury, he roared, Boss. We cannot let Jiefu's death be in vain. Whoever did this, we must avenge him. Among them all, Bo shared the closest bond with Jiefu. During their days of forced labor, Jiefu had been the one to wake him every morning. Why not a regular soldier? Of course it was because Bo's physique was far too formidable. No ordinary soldier could rouse him. He deeply feared Leia, but it was hardly practical for the branch commander to serve as a prisoner's daily alarm clock. Tina and Raite could not be expected to do it either. In the end, it fell to Jiefu. Those with ability must bear greater responsibility. Indeed, Brother Leia. Uncle Jiefu was such a good man. Also wore an expression of profound grief. Held equally fond memories of Jiefu. When she and her brother first arrived at the branch, Jiefu, noting their young age, would prepare birthday cakes for them every year. Tina and Raite were somewhat more composed. As sailors of the Navy, they had long accepted the possibility of sacrifice. Yet their bodies still trembled faintly. After all, Jiefu had been their comrade in arms for many years. Then let us go. What are you waiting for? Raite, report to Marshal Zhangua. Tell him we are sailing out to suppress pirates. In the recent days, an eerie rumor had circulated across the waters of the East Blue. Some claimed to have witnessed a vast cluster of islands soaring through the sky. Yet for all his earnest assurances that he was not lying, people dismissed his tale as the ravings of a drunkard whose eyes had played tricks on him. No one believed a word of it. The Thunder ship had sailed through the calm belt, reaching the East Blue in a remarkably short time. Leia, are you truly prepared to clash with the Golden Lion? Tina remained deeply concerned. She knew well the legend of this pirate, a figure on par with Pirate King Joel D. Roger and the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. When news spread that the Pirate King had been captured, this man, unable to accept that his rival would fall, dared to storm the Navy headquarters, single-handedly confronting Vice Admiral Ka Pu and Marshal Zhangua. Even with full confidence in Leia, Tina could not ignore the sheer weight of this pirate's reputation. He had nearly defeated Joel D. Roger during the Battle of Edo Wales. Had it not been for that great storm, the title of Pirate King might have belonged to him. Leia gently stroked Tina's head before slowly speaking. Yes. Shiki has grown old. Whatever prowess he once possessed belongs to the past. Moreover, for many years he has borne a wound upon his head, and both his legs were lost when he escaped from impelled down. Furthermore, his complete absence from records over the years suggests he has not fought any true powerhouses since his escape. His strength must have deteriorated significantly. And most importantly, he killed Jiefu. I must avenge him. Leia spoke these words with a faint chilling kill intent in his eyes as he gazed toward the sky. His spirit sensory field condensed into a single thread silently extending upward, piercing through the thick clouds. With it he could see an island floating in the heavens. No, an archipelago. Extending his spirit sensory field further, reaching the center where countless smaller islands converged, he perceived a massive landmass, the floating island known as Strong World. At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged forth, that of a lion whose sun had set upon the western horizon. The island was home to creatures of bizarre and grotesque forms, their lack of reasoning ability unmistakable. They were nothing but frenzied beasts. Let us go and confront this relic of a bygone era, the legendary pirate, Fleet Admiral Golden Lion Shiki. After leaving Amy on the Thunder ship with the soldiers to guard the vessel, Luya utilized his magnetic field to carry Tina and the other two as they soared toward the floating island hidden behind the cloud layer. I have arrived, Shiki. Are you ready? Meanwhile, within a wild-style great hall on the floating island, Golden Lion Shiki sat on his throne fast asleep. The palace was eerily silent save for the sound of his own snoring. However, a strange noise gradually echoed, sounding somewhat like flatulence, slowly drawing closer. Creak. As the great doors swung open, a man with an enormous mouth and hair resembling blue feathers on both sides appeared. He was Indigo, the ship's doctor of the flying air pirates and Shiki's right-hand man. Captain Shiki, I have discovered a few pesky insects ascending. Due to the ship's rudder atop his head, Shiki was accustomed to frequent slumber, and he was somewhat irritated at being awakened. A little lion. Can it be eaten? Indigo felt somewhat awkward. Captain Shiki seemed to increasingly mishear what people said to him. Not a little lion, Captain. It appears to be several Marines who somehow found their way here. Shiki produced a cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a small lion-head-shaped puff of smoke before speaking. Turn on the monitors. Let me see which brats have shown up. Hearing this, Indigo hastily retrieved a black rectangular device and pressed it against the dark screen before Shiki. The next moment, the figures of Luya and the others appeared on it. Oh, Marines who can fly and not using Shero steps. They can carry others while flying and at such impressive speed. What ability is that? Indigo twisted his body in a peculiar manner as if dancing and immediately replied to Shiki's question. Captain Shiki, I have just investigated. He is the Vice Admiral known as Black Dragon, the most renowned Marine officer in recent years. And he is a user of the Goro Goro, know me, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Shiki took two more vigorous puffs from his cigar, his eyes fixed on Luya on the screen as he narrowed them. The Rumble Rumble fruit, Truly remarkable navy. But why have they come to my domain? Captain Shiki, I believe it is because the batch of beasts we released for experimentation some days ago attacked a group of Marines, drawing their attention. Is that so? Shiki stroked his beard as if barely recalling the incident that had occurred only a few days prior. But he immediately turned to Indigo and asked, how far along is the IQ project? How much longer until my plan can be set in motion? Indigo had long grown accustomed to Shiki's unconventional behavior. Approximately a few months, Captain Shiki. Gerarera. Soon, very soon. Roger, since you chose to succumb and surrender to the Marines, then I shall help you destroy your homeland, East Blue. Upon hearing that only a few months remained before he could unleash his plan, meticulously prepared over 20 years, Shiki could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. Then release some more to play with those Marine brats. Yes, Captain Shiki. Indigo performed a peculiar salute like a clown and retreated. Merely 2 minutes later, Luya had already brought Tina and the others ashore on the floating island. Everyone stay alert. As the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Do not let your guard down. Even in Shiki's current state, he could still control so many islands floating in the sky. Truly worthy of the title Golden Lion Shiki. His strength may have declined significantly, yet he still possessed such formidable physical endurance and devil fruit abilities. As soon as Luya finished his instructions, several bizarrely shaped beasts came charging toward them. Rushing forward without any trace of rationality, they gave Luya a familiar feeling as though facing Honey, the naked mole rat. A beast with a lion's head and an ox's body let out a ferocious roar and lunged toward Righty. Just as it was about to land on Righty the next second. One sword style instant slash. Shing. Roar. The beast was instantly split in two. I'll leave these beasts to you. Radii, make sure not a single soul on this sky island is spared. Also, there should be some laboratories on this island. Destroy them as well. Yes, sir. Don't worry about a thing, Luya. These beasts are child's play for Tina, aren't they, Honey? After finishing her sentence, Tina couldn't resist adding Honey's enthusiastic agreement. Tina is absolutely right. Luya nodded. He understood their capabilities, while particularly Radii's, whose strength rivaled that of a fleet admiral. ZZT. He immediately vanished from the spot, and guided by his spirit network appeared in the center of the floating island via lightning. Before him stood a massive palace with several pirates guarding the entrance. Due to the long absence of intruders, they were mostly engaged in idle conversation and card games. One pirate, perhaps having drunk too much, yawned and prepared to relieve himself somewhere. But the moment he turned his head and looked ahead, he was utterly stunned. What? Is that a marine? Hearing this, the other half-asleep pirates beside him immediately sobered up, grabbed their weapons, and rushed over. How could a marine possibly come here? Seeing Luya clad in his marine uniform, even the somewhat skeptical among them showed expressions of disbelief. Don't just stand there. He's alone. Quickly kill him. A pirate who appeared to be the leader wore a cruel smile on his face and led his men toward Luya. After all, they were all subordinates of the Golden Lion, each a ruthless killer. To them, Luya maintained a consistently calm expression, not even deigning to glance at them. He didn't even bother using lightning. Instead, he directly manipulated the electromagnetic field, warping it, and crushed them all in an instant. Several patrolling pirates who happened to run over during this also became victims of Luya's electromagnetic experiments. Arrow, 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 arrow. Suddenly, accompanied by a bizarre cry, a dark shadow descended from the sky and landed before Luya, blocking his path. What is this? When Luya got a clear look, he found it truly unpleasant. Were the fashion standards in the One Piece world really this eccentric? This creature wore a pink top and green floral pants. It was a gorilla. Oh, and it was also wearing an old woman's hat. Wasn't this Scalda, the gorilla who gained intelligence through the IQ drug? A commander under the Golden Lion. After the gorilla appeared, it began relentlessly swinging its fists at Luya, though not a single blow connected. At first, Luya dodged a few times. But upon realizing it possessed no haki, Luya didn't even bother evading afterward. Seeing that Luya was clearly toying with him, the gorilla became enraged and began screeching wildly. Its body suddenly recoiled, it pounded its chest with both fists, took a deep breath, and unleashed a deafening roar toward Luya, sending a gust of wind rushing at him. Roar! This attack passed through Luya with zero damage. It was merely a biological hazard. Luya nearly suffocated from the stench. But if that's all you've got, then die. Black Thunder, violent kick. Ray dashed beside the gorilla and drove his foot upward into its skull. Whoa! The gorilla instinctively raised one arm to block, but a tortured, distorted scream tore from its throat. Its upper arm had been utterly shattered by the blow. Before it could continue wailing, a thunder python had already coiled around it. Strangle. Bang. The python's body twisted with immense force, crushing the gorilla into fragments in an instant. Thanks to the scorching heat of the lightning, all that remained in the end was a pile of ashes. Ray gazed at the Grand Hall with an impassive expression, continuing toward the doorway step by step. Meanwhile, Shiki, due to the ship's rudder embedded in his head, had suffered brain damage that prevented him from using observation haki to sense Ray. However, his development of the Pika Pika no Mi had reached its absolute peak, allowing him to judge his enemy's position by sensing the air currents disrupted by people passing around him. So you've arrived, young Marine. Let me offer you a little welcome gift first. Hopefully you won't die. Gee. Shiki had already sensed Ray's arrival the moment the gorilla died, but he showed no signs of anger. Weak subordinates without strength. Let them die. This was the fate of the powerless. Golden Lion Shiki never pitted his underlings when in a bad mood. He would often kill a few himself without a second thought. Shiki floated upward and stretched his body, then casually lifted his leg, bound to Sakura 10. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body. Sakura 10 swept downward, and a golden slash wave 100 meters long shot straight toward Ray at full speed. Wherever it passed, both the island and the Grand Hall itself were split in twain and came crashing down. Ray, who was about to reach the main entrance, did not dodge the Golden Lion's attack, nor did he slow his pace. He simply continued walking forward at a leisurely stride. Boom! The 100-meter slash tore through the entrance. It was closing in fast. Magnetic field. The golden slash met an invisible magnetic field, making not a sound, vanishing slowly, as if sinking into a swamp. Ray stepped over the shattered doorway and entered, his expression calm as he regarded the man before him. Golden Lion Shiki, with half a ship's rudder jutting from his head, his wild golden hair making him look like a towering rooster. Impressive. You actually blocked it. I forgive your trespassing, Marine. Shiki's words dripped with arrogance, yet he had every reason to be proud. Looks like another monster has emerged from the Marines, but let me test your strength first. A sinister grin spread across Shiki's face, and the figure floating in the air suddenly slashed twice toward Ray. Boom! Two golden sword chi surged toward Ray with overwhelming ferocity. The already damaged Grand Hall grew even more precarious under the slash of the sword, energy cracks spreading across its walls in every direction. Yet Ray merely closed his hand gently, and the sword chi froze in midair before him, halting completely before gradually dissipating. Upon discovering his attack had been repelled, Shiki showed no surprise. Truth be told, seeing such a young Marine Vice Admiral stirred in him a strong desire to recruit him as his subordinate. For he was old now. In truth, even he found the current plan ridiculous. But what else could he do? With Shiki's current strength, he could no longer support his ambitions. If he had a worthy successor, he would pour everything into nurturing them to fulfill his dying wish. Thus Shiki extended his offer. a pirate legend recruiting a marine vice admiral. Marine, come be my disciple. Though you consumed the Gura Gura no Mi, you can still carry others through the skies. I will give you everything I have. With your talent, it won't be long before you become the next sky pirate admiral. The more Shiki spoke, the more he believed this plan was viable. Far more reliable than the scheme he had painstakingly prepared for 20 years. As for Ray refusing, he hadn't even considered it, or perhaps his brain injury had subconsciously filtered it out. After all, he had absolute faith in his own name. Jihi. What do you say, kid? Will you be my disciple? Just as Shiki was lost in his daydream, Ray's voice drifted over lightly. I think you may have misunderstood something, Shiki. You see, today I've come to make you pay with your life. Hearing this, Shiki's previously joyous expression gradually darkened, and he glared at the Black Dragon Vice Admiral with malicious intent. A suffocating aura like dark clouds pressing upon the city spread forth, felt even by Tina and the others as they cleansed the island of pirates and beasts. Boom. One sword style extreme water. Late, who had been overwhelming Indigo, instinctively glanced toward the palace. His sword intent. Is it Golden Lion Shiki? He is truly formidable. Just the residual pressure made Late realize the profound depths of this old man's swordsmanship. Indigo, watching his battered opponent across from him, swallowed hard. Damn it, this guy is too strong. A perfect opportunity. Seeing the other man distracted, Indigo suddenly let out a shout and launched his attack. Chemical Magic Ball. A green fireball materialized in the center of his palms, spinning above his head. Die. Pushing both hands forward, the fireball surged toward Late. But Late didn't even turn his head. He simply reversed his grip and cleaved it in two with a single slash. What surprised him, however, was that the broken fireball rapidly released thick, dense smoke. Seeing his opponent enveloped in his poisonous powder, Indigo let out a crooked laugh. Glel, you look down on me. I'm the right-hand man of the Golden Lion. But Indigo's triumph was immediately crushed. Late emerged from the poison mist, his body shimmering with dark energy, completely unharmed. Impossible. Why are you unscathed? A black lotus slowly crawled from Late's arm onto Byogi. Quite effective poison powder, but useless against me. Shiki's dark expression fixed upon Ray's face, so black it seemed water might drip from it, his icy eyes filled with killing intent. You bastard, throwing away my kindness. I let you off for killing my worthless subordinates just now, and you come to my territory to try and kill me. Not even Akainu and Sengoku could kill me. Speaking thus, the legendary sword Kibo beneath Shiki's feet lashed out, and a small golden slash wave swiftly severed the pillars, collapsing the already crumbling Grand Hall. Rumble. Although not as massive as the previous two sword lights, it was faster and more powerful. But I must admit, I quite admire you. So I've decided to unleash my full power upon you. Therefore consider yourself fortunate, kid. With those words, Shiki slashed once toward Ray. Lion Thousand Cutting Valley. Several devastating slash waves shot forth, attacks powerful enough to sever an iceberg. Black Thunder Violent Fist. Ray remained completely unmoved by Shiki's words. Instead, he swiftly activated his thunder form. The slash strikes collided with the thunder fist, producing crackling sounds of electricity. 1. Finally, as the slash strikes shattered, devastating shockwaves burst outward in all directions, sweeping through everything around them. Ray's justice coat billowed behind him, flapping violently in the furious wind. The battlefield between Leia and Shurji had long been shrouded in thunderclouds with an unusually dark sky. Even Shurji never expected his opponent could manipulate the weather. Of all things, weather was what he loathed most in this life. Moreover, due to the extreme heat of the lightning, Shurji's clothes and golden long hair had been charred black by the electric shock, emitting an unpleasant odor. Combined with the ship's rudder embedded in his head, he looked somewhat comical, like a giant rooster that had been scorched by fire. Damn it! Lion might earth roll. Boom, boom. The earth on the island began to stir violently, resembling a towering tsunami. Both trees and massive boulders were drawn together, forming several colossal lion head shapes that blotted out the sun. As real as living beasts, they opened their gaping jaws and swept around Leia, converging inward with devastating force after the encounter. Shurji floated in the sky, looking down at the besieged Leia with an air of supreme arrogance. Throughout the battle so far, Shurji had not yet deployed his Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps because Conqueror's Haki was spiritual energy, and with a ship's rudder protruding from his head, he simply could not use it. So this is Shurji, impressive power, but ultimately insufficient. Watching the several massive lion heads closing in, Leia sneered and swept both arms outward, unleashing invisible waves that exploded in all directions. Magnetic field distortion. The invisible force field expanded rapidly, tearing through the lion heads like dry kindling, without pause, reducing them all to rubble. Shurji felt the crushing power of Leia's technique. His pupils contracted slightly, and his expression grew grave. What kind of power is this? Is this also a power of lightning? However, Shurji's Devil Fruit ability development was truly formidable. The float fruit allowed him to freely control any object. And even after Leia had reduced the lion heads to rubble, Shur-Ji quickly reformed them into an even larger lion head. In that case, let me show you this technique. Go. A coin materialized inexplicably in Leia's hand, and then shot forward like a meteor carrying overwhelming energy, hurtling toward the lion head. Boom. A massive hole was instantly vaporized in the lion head. The colossal energy cannon continued its devastating trajectory straight towards Shur-Ji without losing momentum. However, Shur-Ji abruptly kicked with one leg, unleashing an equally massive golden sword aura that collided head-on with the electromagnetic cannon. Although the sword aura was ultimately overwhelmed, first the clash gave Shur-Ji just enough time to dodge the main attack. Kid, you were too careless. Before he knew it, Shur-Ji had somehow appeared behind Leia. His dark arm grabbed his opponent's shoulder, while his other hand drew the Sakakabashi from his leg, swinging it directly at Leia. Magnetic field maximum current. Zzz. Countless bolts of lightning erupted. The high-intensity current traveled through Shur-Ji's hand and coursed throughout his entire body, followed by an immensely powerful repulsive force that sent him flying backward. Another coin was then fired, chasing after Shur-Ji mid-flight. His face twisted in agony as he was sent soaring backward. The electric current at this level was painful even for him, turning his face crimson. He felt as though his brain was about to explode from the pain. However, staring at the increasingly close energy cannon ahead, Shur-Ji forced himself to suppress the throbbing in his head. Are you kidding me? I am the Golden Lion. Finishing his words, he drew his second deadwood blade and assumed a two-handed sword stance. Jet black armament haki continuously emerged from his entire body and surged into both legendary swords, coating them in a dark crimson hue. My most powerful form is dual wielding. Let me end you right now, kid. This shall be your honor. Despite having just been critically damaged by Leia's electric current and magnetic field, as the Golden Lion, he still erupted with tremendous combat power at this moment. Lion might sky rip. Shur-Ji unleashed all his strength, slashing both swords in an X-shaped arc that collided head-on with Leia's electromagnetic cannon once more. The forces directly neutralized each other, and Shur-Ji then shot toward Leia at incredible speed. Facing Shur-Ji's full power form, Leia no longer held back any reservations. So you're finally serious. Close combat. Bring it on. Lightning mode activate. Leia's innate electromagnetic power was already formidable, and with the amplification of lightning mode, it reached an entirely new level. It was only after Shur-Ji closed the distance that he realized the opponent's current had grown even stronger than before, causing even him to experience a momentary distortion in his vision. But in an instant he stabilized himself and roared fiercely, "You bastard!" swinging both swords downward with tremendous force. Let's see who prevails, Shur-Ji. Armament black lightning feral fist. In Leia's punch, the violent thunder was tightly sealed within the surface of his fist by haki, with current flowing across his knuckles, radiating an utterly terrifying aura. Two fighters, one wielding dual swords, the other striking with a single punch. At that moment it seemed as though all the light in heaven and earth was drawn toward them. A brilliant edge erupted with earth-shattering power, tearing apart the very sky. Boom! From the center of the two combatants, terrifying shockwaves began to spread. A massive abyss slowly formed in the middle of the floating island, and the white clouds in the sky suddenly parted. A cross-shaped tear appeared on Leia's clothing, and blood trickled from his mouth. The outer sword in Shur-Ji's hand truly became mere deadwood, shattering slowly like a mirage, crystal by crystal. And this time Shur-Ji's head pounded even more painfully. He could barely maintain his armament haki. Sensing Shur-Ji's haki suddenly weaken, all of Leia's lightning energy began to converge into his right index finger. He then utilized electromagnetic acceleration combined with haki to further amplify his power. Electromagnetic thunder finger. The air emitted not a single sound, nor were there any flashy effects. Only a single finger where haki and lightning intersected. Fast, precise, and merciless. It was just an ordinary technique, yet the moment it pierced through Shur-Ji's heart, intense electrical current surged through his vital organs, destroying everything inside his body. As Shur-Ji's body gradually lost its strength, Leia withdrew his finger. Turning his head, he looked at Shur-Ji, who floated in the air, sustained only by sheer will, like a lion in its twilight years. A withered leaf drifting from nowhere landed on Shur-Ji's head. Time seemed frozen at this moment. You have been defeated. For an ordinary person with all internal organs destroyed, speech was impossible. They would die immediately. However, Shur-Ji, as a former apex of the world, was like Whitebeard, who even after half his skull was shattered by a kainu, could still find the stamina to use his devil fruit abilities. Feeling his life force slowly fading away, Shur-Ji felt no attachment nor any regret. Instead, he cracked a smile, and his laughter gradually grew louder. Hoa! Kid, you're far better than those two dogs, Garp and Sengoku. You accomplished what they never could. Tell me your name. I will remember it forever. Leia. Leia. Leia, Leia. Hoa! His voice grew progressively weaker, and the crimson glow in his eyes caused by the electric current gradually dimmed. The overlord of the previous era had finally perished upon these wondrous East Sea waters. The title Golden Lion had truly become a thing of the past. Your composure before death commands my respect. These words escaped Leia's lips involuntarily, though whether Shiji could still hear them or not. Meanwhile, Tina and the other two had already cleared the island of pirates and beasts and made their way over once Leia's battle concluded. However, in Ibo, ever the simpleton gazed at the legendary Golden Lion with a puzzled expression, scratching his flat head. Huh, boss, I just remembered something. Speak. Wasn't the island we're standing on controlled by the Golden Lion to fly in the sky? The air seemed to freeze at that moment as Tina and Leyte dumbly turned their heads to look at the foolishly grinning Ibo. I have a bad feeling about this. No sooner had the words left her mouth when the entire floating island began to tremble with signs of collapse appearing everywhere. Having just finished fighting and about to look cool, Leia suddenly felt like cursing. Shiji, you bastard, die and leave me with such a huge mess. Leyte, take the other two to a safe place and wait there. Without waiting for their response, he flew directly to the center beneath the floating archipelago. Leia looked up at the islands falling faster and faster, took a deep breath, his face contorted in misery. This is going to exhaust me to death. When I get back, I must ask the fleet admiral for a raise. Magnetic field maximum wheel. He pressed both hands upward in a pose reminiscent of Superman, holding up an airplane, bellowing, as a visible magnetic field ripple rapidly expanded, quickly enveloping the entire archipelago. As for why he went to such great lengths to prevent these islands from falling, of course it was because there was a sizable inhabited island directly beneath him. Even if they didn't crash directly, the tsunami generated alone would drown them. The descent speed suddenly slowed considerably, and Leia used electrical current to disperse the sweat on his head. Only when all the islands were finally lifted and ceased to fall did he slowly release his hands. From then on, he only needed to maintain the stability of this super large magnetic field and prevent it from dissipating. Leia, whose face had turned slightly pale, finally caught his breath. Is this really a top-tier powerhouse of the world from before? Even past his prime, he could maintain islands of such scale flying in the high sky for years. The fact that they're falling now only happened after he was completely dead. Ring ring. Hello. Leia, where have you been? Leyte said you went out to sea to suppress piracy. And why did someone report seeing the Thunderbolt in the East Sea? But is there any need to run that far? Good heavens, just answering the phone and being greeted with a barrage of questions, Leia was almost dizzy from Zhang Guo's words, nearly losing control of the magnetic field. Stop. Fleet Admiral, please stop talking if you don't want to see tomorrow's news about a large island in the East Sea being destroyed by a meteor shower. Seeing this, Zhang Guo also knew something was wrong and asked concisely, what are you doing now? Has something happened in the East Sea? I'm in the Golden Lion's territory, and I just killed Shiji. Just like this, I poked him to death with one finger. After saying this, Leia even extended a finger to tap the Den Mushi's antenna, causing it to retract sharply. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Zhang Guo, after asking for the location, calmly continued, I understand. I'll send Huang Yuan there immediately for support. Also, I don't want to see that news tomorrow, so please hang in there a little longer. Beep. Leia looked at the hung-up Den Mushi and muttered, a fleet admiral is indeed composed, calming down so quickly. That kind of composure is something many people cannot achieve. Leia simply supported the magnetic field with one hand, while taking out a cigar with the other, smoking in the sky. You might ask why he didn't descend slowly. Please. He had already used his maximum current output to create this super large magnetic field, and now could barely control his own flight, only managing to continuously output a small amount of current to prevent the magnetic field from dissipating. His tattered white cloak billowed behind him, and from a distance Leia appeared to be holding up the archipelago with one hand, hovering above the clouds. Under the sunlight, not bad, rather Superman-like. Meanwhile, the light particles that formed Huang Yuan departed from headquarters following the address Zhang Guo had provided, rushing forward at great speed. Along the way, the pirates who saw him either trembled in fear, if they knew who he was, or mistook him for some treasure, shouting loudly that he was theirs. As expected of the Pika fruit, although saying Huang Yuan's speed is the speed of light is a bit unrealistic, it does come close. Within just a few hours, a streak of yellow light flew to Leia's side and transformed back into human form. Huang Yuan had just arrived, and seeing Leia could still hold on, he wasn't in a hurry to help. With his familiar lazy tone, he said, Yo Leia, you actually killed the Golden Lion. These young people nowadays are truly amazing, so terrifying, yo. Leia was almost tempted to fight Huang Yuan, gritting his teeth and saying, Admiral Huang Yuan, stop looking. I can barely hold on anymore. Damn it, this old guy is just jealous of my handsomeness. Alright. Young people should still practice moderation. Not even this short a time, and you're already done for. But I'm curious, why can a thunder user like you control these islands to fly in the sky? However, Huang Yuan also knew this was someone else's secret, so he just sighed, and then smiled creepily. Come on, Leia. I'll control the movement of the islands, and you stabilize their direction. Leia also understood what Huang Yuan was trying to do. All right then, Admiral Huang Yuan, go quickly, or I'll truly have not a single drop of lightning left. As Huang Yuan turned into light particles and reached behind the islands, the archipelago in the sky began to move forward, its speed continuously increasing. Soon it stopped after reaching an uninhabited sea area. After Leia brought out Tina and the others from within the magnetic field, Huang Yuan had also arrived. Thus witnessed by the group, Leia withdrew the magnetic field. Then this super-large archipelago Shirji's fleet along with its owner Shirji fell into the sea. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, it crashed onto the sea surface. The tremendous impact destroyed the entire archipelago, which slowly sank into the sea. Perhaps in many years a new island would emerge here. Huang Yuan floated beside Leia watching this scene, his tone filled with melancholy. A legend has come to an end. He then turned his head to look at the figures of Leia and the other young people, getting old. Has a new era also begun to descend? These young people are truly terrifying, yo. Hearing this, Leia looked at Huang Yuan with a face full of disgust. Stop bragging. Unknown to him why, but hearing this from Huang Yuan, he couldn't help but feel like there was some hidden meaning. Just wait until later when he kicks each supernova under his foot. Let's go. Thank you for the support, Admiral Huang Yuan. It really is those who can do more. Zfa-sensei was also Huang Yuan last time, and it's him again this time. It seems his salary should be higher than mine. Huang Yuan waved his hand, just about to fly away, but seemed to remember something else, turning to shout to Leia, by the way, Leia, remember to have tea together next time. After saying this, his body slowly transformed into light particles and disappeared from the spot. After watching Kazura disappear, Leia felt an intuition. Would he too someday be running about rescuing people just like him? He wondered whether there would be extra pay for such work. After returning to the Thunder with Tina and the others, and enjoying a splendid feast, Leia sat on the deck entirely, without concern for his dignity. He pulled out another cigar and took a slow drag. Blissful. A smoke after a meal surpasses even immortality. Light, the rest is in your hands. I'm going to get some rest. In one motion, he snatched the reclining chair Amy had brought over and drifted into slumber within seconds. Yes, Lord Leia, please rest easy. Light stroked the legendary blade Sakura 10 in his hand, his gaze growing complicated. This was the famed sword Sakura 10, which Leia had casually taken from the island as a gift for his deputy officer. Tina also carefully instructed the soldiers to keep their voices down so as not to disturb Leia's sleep, and even brought a blanket to gently drape over him. Because she knew he was truly exhausted, having held something aloft for several hours straight to prevent those islands from falling into civilian hands. Consider it, Tina. Days later, news spread across the entire sea that the renowned Gold Lion Shiki had been defeated by Vice Admiral Black Dragon, the Navy's most outstanding rising star in recent years. The upheaval was not confined to the Eastern and Western Blues. Even the Grand Line and the New World, where the four emperors held sway, were shaken to their cores. Thus the name of Vice Admiral Black Dragon truly emerged upon this vast stage. The New World within Red Hair's territory. In a tavern within Tansuamaki, a group of people were gathered drinking and feasting on meat. Yasop, can you even hold your liquor? Already drunk after merely a few cups, a red-haired man who had lost his left hand sat slovenly by the counter, his disheveled appearance making it impossible for anyone to recognize him as one of the four emperors who dominated the New World. Shanks of the red hair. Captain, don't lecture me. You're just as woozy yourself. Yasop, his golden hair flowing beneath a star-patterned cape, shouted at Shanks before continuing to sip his fine wine. Just as they were leisurely enjoying their gathering, a pirate suddenly burst in carrying a newspaper and handed it to Shanks with an astonished expression. Captain, look at this news. Shanks took the newspaper, squinted at it for a moment, and his gaze sharpened instantly. Isn't this that young Vice Admiral from last time? Shiki is dead. In that instant, he transformed from that slovenly drunkard into the Emperor of the Seas, who ruled the ocean's red hair. But almost immediately he retracted his aura as though everything had been a mere illusion. Has this brat become this strong? It seems the seas are truly about to be thrown into turmoil. Last time this naval officer had slain a New World powerhouse, which had warranted only a passing glance from him. He never expected that Shiki would fall to him now. Putting down the newspaper, a gleam flashed in Shank's eyes. Leia, it seems the storms he will unleash in the future are likely to be even greater. Upon hearing this, Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Red Hair Pirates, approached with a bottle of sake, clinked glasses with Shanks, and roared with laughter. Captain, let us keep drinking. I hear Luffy is about to set sail soon. Garp was so furious he beat him several times. At the mention of Luffy, Shanks could not help but laugh along with Beckman. That kid Luffy, I truly admire his spirit. Indeed, after all, he is the one I chose. Within a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, the crew was in the midst of a banquet when a newsbird suddenly flew in and dropped a newspaper onto Marco's head. These newsbirds were remarkably capable, as sightings of them could be found across the entire world. However, they had not demanded payment from Marco this time, suggesting they too knew whom to bully and whom to fear. Marco, who had been enjoying grilled meat, was startled. He picked up the newspaper and glanced at it, initially showing no reaction. But soon his eyes widened in shock, and he hastily rose to present it to Whitebeard, who was drinking. "Father, drink less. And the golden lion, Shiki, has died." Whitebeard's brows furrowed at these words. He set down the sake flask in his hand and took the newspaper to examine it carefully. Then an unusual expression graced his face and a trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. "Is it that lad again? That must be the peculiar Navy officer Leia whom Ace is always going on about. Shiki, how has so much time passed in a single blink? And now he too has perished." Whitebeard muttered to himself as though witnessing the era of long ago. "However, even if you have defeated Shiki, it is not yet your turn, you youngsters, to dominate these seas." Gru. As his laughter rang out, an overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated outward, as though the very air itself trembled in agony. This was Whitebeard's confidence and strength. Marco, Juzu, and the others beside him all erupted in hearty laughter. "We are the Whitebeard pirates." Simply a Navy officer. Of course, all except Ace, whose face wore an expression of sheer amazement. Has Leia grown so strong that he can defeat a powerhouse on the level of the Golden Lion? Although the Golden Lion Shiki had grown far weaker compared to his prime, he remained the Golden Lion, one of the maritime overlords of the previous era. Leia, the one who had slain him, now bore a name whose influence across these seas was utterly terrifying. It was only from this moment onward that his name entered the sight of those true powerhouses. The Navy's rising star, Black Dragon Leia. When Zephyr heard this news, a smile was firmly planted upon his face day after day, and he greets everyone with laughter throughout the base. Even when Kizaru encountered Zephyr, he would approach with a beaming smile and ask, "Do you have any fine tea? Bring me another serving." This left many at the base convinced they had seen a ghost, wondering whether Chief Instructor Zephyr had fallen ill, though none dared to voice such thoughts aloud. Even Sengoku had specially arranged an award ceremony for Leia, though he himself was absent from the proceedings. Because of Shiki, they had been delayed for a time, but Leia and the others still set their course for Alabasta. Not only was this a personal matter, there was also an urgent mission entrusted to them by Sengoku. The mission orders concerned the kingdom of Alabasta and even implicated the 7 warlords of the sea. After resting and making repairs at a branch office in the East Blue, Leia brought Tina and the others aboard the Thunder. "Let us go, Light. We set sail for our destination, Alabasta. Tina has never seen a desert before. Come, Amy. I shall take you to find books about Alabasta." With that, Tina turned and pulled Amy into the cabin. "Understood, Tina Nichan." Then, under the fervent gaze of the branch Navy personnel, they slowly departed from the coastline and gradually made their way into the calm ring. At the gates of Alyabarna, the capital of the Alabasta Kingdom, Ray led Tina and the others in plain clothes, riding camels slowly while wearing hats to shield themselves from the scorching wind and sand. "Boss, it's so hot here." Nepo clicked his tongue as he gazed up at the scorching sun, fanning himself with his hat. "Tina is about to melt from the heat. By the time we reach the city, Amy and I need to find somewhere to wash up." Watching everyone except Wright grimace in discomfort, Ray strongly resisted the urge to abandon the Warlord Treaty right then and there and beat up Crocodile to a pulp. The environment here was truly brutal. That bastard Crocodile. This mission originated from a distress signal sent by King Cobra, though inexplicably, it was soon followed by a message claiming everything was fine. This matter concerned Crane greatly, as Crocodile was currently hailed as a hero by the people of that nation. Given the potential involvement of the 7 warlords, deploying official forces could complicate relations with the world government. Thus, Ray and his team were sent in disguise to investigate, first with sympathetic naval personnel providing covert support. Sengoku had made it clear, if the situation demands it, do not hesitate. You have the discretion to respond according to the circumstances. All consequences will be borne by the Navy. Now that was leadership. Screw the world government. The Navy should act like the Navy. All right, let's move into the city and find an inn to rest, Ray murmured, pulling his hat lower before giving his camel a sharp tap and heading toward Alyabarna's gates. "Halt. Identify yourselves. Show your identification papers. Strict inspections are underway throughout the city." Ray gazed blearily at the guard, then glanced sideways at Wright, as if silently asking, "Did the fleet admiral actually give you these documents?" Wright shook his head. Was this the unspoken bond between men? Great, now they were in quite the predicament. Fortunately, a plump man approached from a distance, calling out, "Oh dear Elder Moses and this gentleman, these are my distant cousins who have come to seek refuge with me today. As you know, the situation outside is dire. Rebels are everywhere. Do show us some leniency." With that, he produced a thick envelope and discreetly slipped it to the city guard named Moses. Moses silently felt the envelope and nodded to his companion. "Since they are your relatives, Feda, you may enter quickly. Do not linger here. The scrutiny has been intense lately, and even I would face punishment if the captain caught us dawdling." The plump man agreed cheerfully and hurried Ray and the others through the gates. They continued until reaching a secluded courtyard far from prying eyes, before finally stopping. The plump man turned to Ray, his tone brimming with excitement. "Vice Admiral Black, Dragon greetings." Ray nodded slightly. "What is the situation?" "I am an investigator dispatched by headquarters. I intended to infiltrate the palace to meet the king, but the guards were far too stringent. There was absolutely no opportunity." Feda suddenly slapped his forehead. "Oh right, everyone must be hungry. Come, let me take you to a meal. We can discuss matters over food." Feda led Ray and the others to a respectable restaurant, securing a private room. After sampling local delicacies, he gradually revealed all the gathered intelligence to Ray. The plan they devised was straightforward. At night, Ray would slip into the palace alone, locate Cobra, and question him directly, while Wright and the others remained outside as backup. Should an emergency arise, Ray would use his heart net to alert everyone. As for Feda, he would continue his role as a spy merchant. No direct participation required. Alabasta's situation had deteriorated grievously. Except for the capital Alyabarna, the land had not seen rain for nearly 3 years. Gradually, the common people came to believe that King Cobra's misuse of the rain-inducing chemical dancing powder was the cause. Consequently, rebel armies had emerged across many regions, possibly with traces of dragons revolutionaries among them. Sengoku's purpose in sending Ray was to ascertain why Cobra had made such a move and whether revolutionaries were lurking within the kingdom. Rain Base, a sprawling, luxurious casino. In an office on the top floor, Nico Robin, clad in a scant white ensemble with a cowboy hat perched atop her head, served a cup of rich coffee to the man seated before her, a faint smile gracing her lips. "BOSS, that blind man downstairs seems rather unusual. Though I cannot discern his identity, a woman's intuition tells me he is definitely no ordinary person." Crocodile, his slicked back hair gleaming, held a cigar between his lips as his golden hook tapped lightly against the desk. His voice was low, not particularly surprising. "There are countless powerful individuals across these seas. As long as he does not disrupt my plans, leave him be. By the way, remind everyone to keep a low profile. Run normal operations, no underhanded tricks." "Understood, boss. However, I am somewhat concerned about the letter Cobra sent recently." Before Robin could finish, Crocodile interrupted, flicking ash from his cigar with a chilling expression. "That Cobra appears rather insubordinate, actually attempting to recruit the Navy. At a time like this, still causing me trouble. Send someone to warn him. If any suspicious individuals are detected, deal with them quietly." "Yes, I understand." Speaking of the Navy, Crocodile recalled a recent rumor the rising star of the Navy, Black Dragon Ray, had slain the Golden Lion. The rise of a new era. Another natural paramecia anomaly. Was that old man Shiki dead too? But it was none of his concern, as long as he did not come looking for trouble. Our plan proceeds as scheduled. Once it succeeds, this nation will no longer have any reason to exist. Do you not agree, Nico Robin? The words carried both warning and threat, yet Robin, who had wandered alone since childhood, showed not a flicker of emotion, maintaining her professional smile. After all, in her eyes, whether Crocodile's plan succeeded or failed made no difference to her. After years of relentless flight, Robin had witnessed too much betrayal and deception. Her sole remaining interest was studying the poneglyphs and uncovering the century erased from history. Even if Crocodile failed, she would simply find another patron. "I will keep watch over the plan's progress, boss." Yet beneath her composed exterior, a turmoil stirred within Robin. Could this nation yet be saved? The world was plagued by disasters day after day, and her power was barely enough for self-preservation. "Forgive me." Meanwhile, Leia was strolling around the city with Tiana and the others, occasionally browsing the desert specialty honey badger dogs at one shop, then casting for goldfish at another, thoroughly enjoying themselves. "Emmy, look, this duck is running so fast." "Well, it really is." Tiana pulled Emmy as they suddenly spotted a giant duck wearing goggles sprinting away in a cloud of dust. This was one of the Karoo Duck Corps' large ducks from Alabasta, capable of carrying soldiers as part of the fastest response unit. Vivi also owned one, and she was even the captain of the Karoo Duck Corps. The group had absolutely no sense of being on a mission, behaving more like tourists. Ping Tu Gu and I both followed along, but had now disappeared. Who knew where he was causing trouble? Time flew by, and the moon climbed the branches, driving away the reluctant sun, and finally bringing a cool relief to the scorching desert. Above the royal palace, a dark figure hovered, while below, kingdom guards patrolled continuously. Leia noticed several of them carried a distinct pirate aura. Looks like Crocus has no idea his guards were swapped out. He probably hasn't even discovered his letter was tampered with. Meanwhile, in Crocus's bedchamber, he was alone, looking exhausted as he reviewed the pile of urgent reports before him. "What should I do? I've tried every method, but why is it still like this?" Even if the outside world was filled with curses against him, Crocus did not care. His love for this nation had never wavered from beginning to end. He had always cherished this land and every one of its people, firmly believing in the principle that the nation is the people. And why haven't my sent letters received any replies? This made Crocus even more worried. By all rights the Marines should have responded immediately upon receiving word, yet the result was as if stones had sunk into the sea, leaving no trace. These days various troubles piled up, and he stayed up late every night. He could barely keep going, and his physical condition had clearly deteriorated. Bang bang bang. A gentle knock suddenly echoed through the room. Crocus was puzzled. Who would come seeking him at such a late hour? Could it be Jaga? Come in, I'm not asleep yet. Creak. May I ask who you are? Seeing Leia enter, Crocus grew even more perplexed. Who was this unfamiliar young man? How had he entered the palace? Mr. Crocus, have you forgotten the World Conference a few years ago? Hearing this, Crocus furrowed his brow and carefully studied Leia. After a long moment, he finally recalled. Was this the boy who had stood behind Fleet Admiral Zhang Xian back then? Somewhat excited, he exclaimed. You're the Navy officer who rescued Vivi at Marihoa back then. Your name is Leia, right? Wait, Leia. Navy. Black Dragon Leia. Are you the Vice Admiral Black Dragon? Crocus, recognizing him, did not surprise Leia, who after all less than 5 years had passed. After explaining his purpose, Leia casually found a chair, sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and continued, Mr. Crocus, please tell me the current situation so I can make a judgment. Sigh. Crocus first let out a deep sigh, then dragged a chair to sit beside Leia before slowly recounting. It all began 2 years ago. At that time, except for the capital Alabasta where I reside, all other regions suddenly stopped receiving rain. The drought lasted nearly until now almost 3 full years. Under the propaganda of the warlord hero Crocodile, everyone believed I the king was responsible. That resentment kept growing, combined with Crocodile's ulterior motives, and rebellions broke out across various regions one after another, eventually forming the rebel army, led by Koza. Speaking of Koza, Crocus's excited tone paused, as if this person held some special significance. After he finished, Leia slowly opened his mouth and asked Crocodile, Are you certain it was him? Certain. I am fully aware of the price of these words, but I have only one request. Do not harm the people of this nation. That is my sole plea. As long as this is guaranteed, I will give everything I have, even willingly surrender my throne. Crocus was truly without a doubt a benevolent and deeply devoted ruler, loving his subjects wholeheartedly. In this world, for a king or noble to go to such lengths for commoners was simply priceless. Leia and Crocus then discussed some other matters, such as Crocodile now being at his stronghold Rainbase, and Koza leading the rebel army at Katoria. Added to this, the mysterious force mentioned by Crocus must be the Baroque works. Even until the very end, Crocus could not forget to beg Leia not to harm the rebels. Even if they harbor the deepest hatred for me as their king, they are still the people I love. Some might say such a person is foolish and naive. However, Leia still found them quite endearing. They had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with the era itself. Leia spoke to Crocus in a gentle tone. Rest assured, Mr. Crocus, I will not recklessly kill the innocent. And the Vivi from back then was quite lovely as well. Before leaving, he also helpfully took a cigar that looked like an offering. Crocus watched his retreating figure and silently prayed that everything would go smoothly. After all, this was Vice Admiral Black Dragon, who had defeated the legendary sea pirate Gold Lion. Silent all the way, he flew back under the cover of night to that small courtyard. After explaining the intelligence Crocus had shared to Tiana and the others, he returned to his room to rest. The next morning, after leisurely enjoying a local specialty breakfast, they took the pass and map provided by Feda, mounted their camels, and left the city, heading toward Rainbase. Still the rooftop of that Rainbase casino. Same places, same people. But this time Robin wore a different purple outfit and was holding reports from Alabasta, briefing Crocodile. Palace informants report that this morning Crocus not only failed to seek ways to bring rain as usual, but also strolled around the royal capital under Jaga's escort, smiling. Additionally, a group of strangers arrived in the capital yesterday. That blind man has won nearly 10 million at the casino these past few days, boss. Crocodile paid no attention to the strange blind man. Calmly, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the decadent revelers below, and continued smoking his cigar. No need to concern ourselves with that fellow for now. First, investigate Crocus's matters thoroughly. The plan comes first. Understood. Basuti and the other two remained on the Thunder ship, as their presence would have been too conspicuous. Yudi, this stronghold of Crocodile, was even more prosperous than the capital of Albana. Along the way, entertainment venues of all kinds lined the streets. Moreover, the service was quite excellent. As soon as Leia and the others entered the Yudi area, an enthusiastic staff member greeted them and acted as a guide. And so they arrived at the Yuyin Casino, the largest den of greed in Yudi. That's all, young man. Thank you for your guidance. Here is your tip and watching fee. I'll trouble you to keep an eye on them for us. Upon reaching the entrance of Yuyin, Leia took out some berry coins and asked the man to watch their camels. Then the group excitedly rushed into Yuyin. Having never been to a casino before, except for Bo, no one else had ever seen one. Inside, beautiful waitresses with fair skin and long legs carried trays of drinks and fruit plates wandering among the tables. The decorations were magnificent and resplendent. It was dazzling, and one could hardly tell whether the beauty of the women or the luxurious decor was more striking. Go ahead and play whatever you like, don't hold back. I'll get Marshall to reimburse you. Leia, seeing everyone eager and restless, handed out some berry coins and let them scatter freely. Marshal Sengoku would surely understand. After all, they were on a mission, and a little spending was only natural. Suddenly, Leia's gaze sharpened. He had originally intended to explore what the casinos of this world had to offer, but then he spotted a familiar figure and could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Could it really be him? A middle-aged man dressed in a plain kimono leaned against a cane. With his eyes closed, he sat at a gambling table resembling a dice game set up, a large pile of chips pushed before him. Surrounding him was a circle of people waiting for his next bet, all watching him with fervent expressions. For this blind man who had arrived less than 2 days ago had already won over 10 million berries. This time I'll choose 18 points. The man first slightly opened his eyes, which showed only whites, and gently touched the scar near his eye with his finger before pushing forward a stack of chips to place his bet. There was no doubt about it. This blind old man was none other than Fujitora, the future Marine Admiral, also known as Ichigoki. The gamblers around him could never have imagined that the terrifying power possessed by this blind man, leading them to victory, was already approaching the pinnacle of this sea. 18 points. I'll bet 2. And me? Don't push me. As soon as Fujitora placed his bet, the crowd behind him eagerly followed, jostling and shoving each other, their eyes red with desperation, as if afraid that being a step slower would mean ruin. The dealer opposite them, responsible for shaking the dice, saw massive amounts of chips bet on 18 points and broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. This blind man had already won several million berries from him. If he continued losing, he feared he would be thrown to the crocodiles that very night. But there were too many people here, all urging him to hurry up. Biting his teeth, he lifted the lid of the dice container on the table. 5 points. 4 points. 3 points. 6 points. 18 points. Oh, as expected. Is this blind man a gambling god? The noise in the room exploded, wailing and cheering filling the entire venue, making newcomers who were unaware think the group had lost everything down to their underwear. They were ecstatic, but the dealer opposite them, upon seeing the dice, felt his legs go weak and slumped onto his chair, his face drained of color. Impressive, truly impressive. Leio appeared beside Fujitora, without anyone noticing, startling the crowd of gamblers. They had absolutely no idea how this young man had entered. Was he a ghost? Though blind, Fujitora accurately turned his head toward Leia and smiled modestly. It was merely a small gambling game. To receive your praise is truly unexpected. Do you know who I am? Fujitora rose with his cane and gave Leio a gentle smile. I do not. Only my heart tells me that a young friend like you is no ordinary person. Having said that, he had the chips he had just won exchanged for larger denominations, intending to try other games. This allowed the dealer to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The blind man would not torment him anymore today. However, at that moment, greed stirring the heart of man, someone who saw so much money became envious, and the owner happened to be a blind man who looked easy to bully. Hey, you damn blind man, leave your money here as tribute to your elder, and I might just let you live. How about that? A tall pirate gambling in the room blocked Fujitora, a rough cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes narrowed in threat as he spoke to Fujitora. He had been watching this person for quite some time. A short sword was tucked at his left side, deliberately exposed. It seemed that if Fujitora did not comply, he would resort to killing. Sorry, this old man's hearing has been poor lately. Oh, I didn't catch what you said. Hearing the pirate's voice, Fujitora offered an apologetic smile and continued walking away. The pirate was momentarily stunned by Fujitora's response, but it quickly turned into boundless rage. Watching Fujitora walking away, he roared angrily. You damn blind man, you dare to toy with me. If I don't kill you today, I'll have no face to remain here. The commotion made by this pirate was quite large, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. But upon seeing someone causing trouble for that blind man, some with ulterior motives smiled maliciously. This blind man had made them incredibly envious. However, this threatening remark did not make Fujitora stop walking. This made the pirate feel even more humiliated. He drew the short sword at his waist in one motion, stepped quickly in front of Fujitora, and pointed the blade at him, staring fixedly. I'm telling you, blind man, hand over all your money. You can't carry that much yourself. Are you not only blind, but deaf as well? That's outright intimidation, right? Young man, I think you really are walking a dangerous path. The man shamelessly shrugged, as if claiming it was for Fujitora's own good. I advise you to go home quietly. This is a casino, not a place for someone like you. His words instantly provoked bursts of mocking laughter. Most of these gamblers were hardened desperados who were quite eager to see such a scene. After saying this, the pirate extended his hand, intending to snatch Fujitora's chips. Hey, you're quite brave, aren't you? What do you think you're doing, causing trouble here? Just as everyone thought this blind man was about to be beaten by the thug and have all his money stolen, a completely unexpected voice came through. The noisy crowd of bystanders fell silent for a moment, caught in a brief pause. Who is it? How dared someone step forward at this moment wanting to die? Is it not worth living, pirate? You are digging your own grave. A sinewy vein throbbed on the pirate brute's forehead. He had merely ignored the old blind man just now, yet now he found himself mocked by a mere child. A cruel sneer twisted his face as he flourished a short blade in his hand, casting a cold gaze upon Leia. Boy, you ought to know that some words should not be spoken recklessly. Have you never heard that misfortune stems from one's mouth? In this world, loose talk can cost you your life. Did your mother never teach you that? Facing the man's ferocious countenance, Leia tilted his head and met his murderous gaze with an expressionless face, articulating each word deliberately. I do not know whether my mother said so or not, but I only know that you are about to die. Beneath Leia's eyes lurked a chill too subtle for others to detect. Damn brat. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige you. Having been humiliated time and again by this elderly blind man and a youth, the pirate's patience had reached its breaking point. Letting out a roar, he lunged at Leia with his short blade, heedless of the fact that they were in rain banquet. Fujitora had intended to intervene. Even if that young man was formidable, the conflict had arisen because of him, and he felt obligated by both sentiment and principle to step in. But the next moment Fujitora halted in his tracks. Sizzle. The pirate who had exuded such arrogance mere moments before now lay reduced to charred remains on the floor, the acrid stench of burning flesh filling the air. Yet Leia, who had wrought this outcome, wore an expression of utter calm, as though he had merely performed some mundane task. A waste of time. Then amidst the horrified stares of all present, he slowly made his way toward Fujitora. Inside the office on the top floor, this fellow is also quite the formidable powerhouse, not to mention that blind man. When did my rain banquet become so popular? Watching Leia and Fujitora from below, Crocodile spoke with a hint of surprise. Boss, he killed someone in the casino. Shall I send someone to warn him? Mind your own business. The rule against killing in rain banquet applies only to the weak. The strong are the ones who make the rules. Let them enjoy themselves here. Do not provoke them. Crocodile, though fond of feeding people to crocodiles, and possessing a cruel nature that delighted in tormenting the weak. Yet he still held respect for the strong. In his heart, only the strong deserved recognition, much like Whitebeard, who had once defeated him. A group of insolent pirate crews has arrived outside. I shall greet them and leave this place in your care. Hardly had the words left his lips when Crocodile dissolved into sand and vanished. Leia approached Fujitora with composed demeanor and spoke calmly. Sir, would you care to gamble with me? Tina and the others had also been drawn by the commotion and followed over. Though they wondered why Leia sought out the blind man, they sensed his deeper purpose and quietly observed from the sidelines. Since you helped me just now, as a token of my gratitude, I accept. What shall we gamble on? Fujitora's tone was calm and gentle. Leia first surveyed the various gambling games around, then his eyes lit up. Let us gamble on guessing the black and white colors. How does that sound? This old man is willing to oblige. But what shall your stake be, young friend? Upon hearing the matter of stakes, Leia cast a sly look at Fujitora, grinning mischievously as he feigned contemplation. As for the stake, here is the deal. If you win, consider it my reward for helping you, and we shall be even. But if I win, I want you as my servant. Yes, so straightforward and blunt. The strong each possess their own pride. Fujitora would never become a pirate, and the Marines had become corrupt. Thus, uncertain whether his counterpart was a pirate or not, he did not readily agree. However, suddenly he seemed to hear something. His ears twitched, and his vacant eyes turned toward Leia. Could this be the Black Dragon, Leia? In response to Fujitora's gaze, Leia merely offered a slight nod, though he was unsure whether the man could truly see. Yet he must have seen him, for Fujitora actually nodded back. Recalling how Fujitora had accurately guessed the dice earlier without relying on observation hockey, using only his ears and senses, Leia couldn't help but admire him. Young friend, please. The two approached the black and white guessing table. Seeing the croupier had prepared the betting wheel, Fujitora gestured forward. Very well, then I shall not stand on ceremony. Leia took a seat opposite Fujitora, who also sat down. In the center was a large circular wheel divided into black and white halves with an iron pointer upon it. Once both parties were ready, the croupier in charge would flip the switch. Wherever the pointer landed determined the winner. Simple enough. As Leia would undoubtedly be promoted to Marine Admiral in the future, Fujitora understood the implications of his earlier words, and thus this time he would wager seriously against his opponent. Leia watched as the croupier signaled readiness, then casually declared, I choose black. Then this old man must choose white. Fujitora spoke with a smile and motioned for the croupier to start the wheel. Whoosh. The pointer began spinning at tremendous speed. In less than half a minute, as the rotation gradually slowed, the atmosphere between Leia and Fujitora grew increasingly tense. Even Tina and the others sensed that something was amiss. This man is incredibly powerful. Light somehow felt an elusive aura of swordsmanship clinging to him. Tina sensed it as well. Only Nibwa and Amy appeared somewhat bewildered, one truly simple-minded, the other lacking sufficient strength to perceive. Just then a crisp sound suddenly rang out. The pointer in the wheel between the two abruptly accelerated, beginning to spin once more. but it immediately began to swing erratically from side to side, as though two people were engaged in a tug-of-war with it. The betting table creaked and groaned, and as for the croupier, he had long since fled to some unknown corner in terror. As expected of casino professionals, they possess keen awareness and know how to preserve themselves. Boom. Suddenly the air between the two detonated, the sound echoing throughout the entire casino. A large crowd, believing someone was attacking, grabbed their chips and fled in terror. Invisible ripples began to spread between the two, yet the betting table and wheel remained unscathed, displaying nothing short of their ultimate control. The wheel itself began to tremble slightly under their confrontation, even slowly levitating into the air. Crack. Thus the two remained locked in stalemate for a full half hour, until a final bolt of lightning suddenly shattered the wheel's casing, causing it to fall onto the table, and the pointer came to rest. Though already damaged, the pointer ultimately indicated black. In this bloodless contest, the victor was Leia, though it did count as cheating. A formidable maneuver, young friend. Fujitora did not harbor anger toward Leia's decisive intervention. Instead, he offered praise with a measured smile. It proved no small accomplishment for the Black Dragon Vice Admiral to summon sufficient reserves during their clash, breaching through both opposing forces to strike the disc. I employed a ruse. Leia would not disavow his actions. Such denial would only court Fujitora's contempt. Then you, young friend, have also claimed victory. Fujitora harbored no surprise at Leia's mastery over lightning. What unsettled him was the nature of that peculiar force, so reminiscent of his own gravity field. Newspapers had recorded Leia as a consumer of the Goro Goro no Mi, yet this anomalous power defied such explanation. Even with eyes shut tight, one's heart still yearns for light. You must forgive the imposition, uncle. The rank of Vice Admiral at Marine Headquarters represents the greatest appointment I can offer. I have urgent naval business to attend to before departing. What? You claim Sengoku objects. Must his consent be sought? After exhausting myself persuading Fujitora, you now casually revoke your word. To serve this aging frame and bringing forth even a fragment of light into this world constitutes an honor. Though Leia had not reached Fujitora's anticipated threshold, the Marines now commanded 3 fleet admirals assembled, and with Leia soon to ascend as the 4th, each embodied unwavering loyalty and virtue. Would this old man require your assistance? Leia appreciated how swiftly Fujitora recalibrated his demeanor, yet declined. No need, uncle. Observe. This minor matter requires no concern. At that moment, a mature woman's voice emerged. Nico Robin approached Leia and Fujitora, presenting 2 cards of indeterminate material to each of them. Esteemed distinguished guests, these VIP cards from our establishment grant you a 20% discount on all expenditures throughout Rainland. With a mischievous wink directed at Leia, she departed without hesitation, as though her purpose had been solely to deliver the cards. Black Dragon Leia, has the Navy uncovered something? It appears I must begin fleeing once more. Having observed from the rooftop, she had been watching their confrontation unfold. The longer she watched, the more the figure resembled someone she knew. Spotting a newspaper carried by a guard, she realized with shock. This was the Black Dragon Vice Admiral. What Robin failed to detect was a waitress emerging from behind her gaze darting uneasily. Boss, such is the situation. Crocodile listened to Mr. 3's report with a darkening expression. Has the Navy discovered us? Damn it. Must I abandon the plan I've cultivated for nearly a decade? No. The timing remained unripe, yet Cobra needed immediate confrontation. If he refused to disclose Pluton's location, Vivi would face execution. Mr. 3 is summoned Miss Sunday. Inform her I await at the palace. Also bring Miss Wednesday. And signal the operatives, seize control of the palace before I arrive. Though Robin considered slipping away, Crocodile dismissed such concerns, as securing Pluton was the sole objective. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, Leia had just emerged from the rain banquet, preparing to treat his companions to an elaborate meal, when his din mushy sounded. It was that portly feta? Black Dragon Vice Admiral. Crocodile's forces have activated. They've sealed off the palace. Captain Jackal of the Royal Guard along with Vice Captain Bell attempts to breach the blockade, though prospects remain grim. Feta's tone conveyed urgency. Understood. I'm en route immediately. Can nothing afford me a proper meal? Uncle, accompany Tina and the others slowly. I shall proceed to Albafica alone. Crocodile clearly knew of their arrival, otherwise he would not have seized the palace nearly a year in advance. The rebel leader Cascara had yet to march with his forces. After instructing Tina's group to remain close to Fujitora, Leia transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished into the horizon. The capital, Albafica. Hearing the turmoil emanating from the palace, Leia recognized he had arrived in time. His lightning speed transit proved worthwhile. Transforming into lightning, once more he continued toward the inner city. Within the palace, the throne now held not Cobra, but Crocodile leisurely smoking a cigar. Below stood the battered Cobra and Jackal drenched in blood. The guard captain had only breached the palace under Bell's covering fire. Yet Crocodile had eliminated him in a single stroke. Without Cobra's intercession, Jackal would already be dead. Crocodile, As a warlord, do you not fear the world government will strip your title for such actions? Crocodile responded to Cobra's outrage with a scornful sneer. Warlord, do you believe I value such an honor? The only one I trust is myself. Once I obtain what I seek, let the world government come for me. Had you allied with me from the beginning, would your people endure such suffering? Those rebels hunger to see you dead, my merciful sovereign. But before Cobra could respond, Leia's voice reached them from the entrance. What a lively scene, Mr. Cobra. Crocodile's brow contracted slightly as he observed Leia entering the hall. Black Dragon Leia, your navy possesses remarkable acute sense. I had planned to delay for several more months, yet you compel me to accelerate my timetable. Though perhaps this suits my purposes. Since you've arrived, I'll dispose of you now. Desert Saber. The moment the words left his lips, his arm transmuted into an enormous sand blade that carved through the earth, sending a sandstorm laced with violet lightning surging toward Leia. He delivered an electrical shock to revive Jackal. Jackal, take Cobra and withdraw. I'll handle this. Speaking while pressing his thunder-wreathed foot upon the fissure, Leia halted the sandstorm's advance through concentrated lightning energy. Crocodile watched Cobra and Jackal flee without pursuing. Their escape held no significance. His attention fixed entirely on Leia. The Black Dragon Vice Admiral before him radiated a lethal presence far surpassing any other among his peers. Black Dragon Leia, to preserve this secret, remain within this desert forever. A violent sandstorm erupted through the palace, obscuring the entire structure within moments. After turning the area into his home field, Crocodile shifted his form and dissolved into sand, merging with the surroundings. The next moment he appeared behind Leia, Arc Moon Sand Dune. His arm morphed into a colossal blade, swinging viciously toward Leia's back, with a cruel smile curling his lips. A single touch would drain all moisture from the Black Dragon, reducing him to a living mummy. Kid, this is the price for being a Marine. Remember not to become one in your next life. All the sand was under Crocodile's control, so theoretically, he possessed sensory perception through every grain. However, when the massive sand blade swept past Leia, he sensed danger and immediately abandoned the attack, attempting to dissolve into sand to escape. But it was too late. Zzz. Lightning penetrated his half-sandified body. Caught off guard, Crocodile lost control and instantly reverted to human form. His entire body convulsed from the electrocution, but he quickly used sand to disperse the lightning. Cough. As expected, someone who could kill Shiki is no pushover. For all of you failures who've lost once so arrogant. While mocking him, a serpent of lightning shot forth from Leia's hand. But it was destroyed by Crocodile's sandblade. Your devil fruit ability development is quite impressive. Crocodile, who had not yet mastered Haki, could already match him using only his devil fruit abilities. Leia was not surprised. After all, someone invited to become a warlord of the sea would not be weak. Plot conveniences aside. After a brief exchange, the two shifted positions facing each other. In Crocodile's eyes, gravity had already settled. If that was the case, then for the sake of my plan, I will stop at nothing today to leave you here. Sandstorm. Crocodile's right hand slowly summoned a miniature sandstorm, while his golden hook continued to hurl crescent-shaped sand blades at Leia. Then with a fierce swing of his right hand, he hurled the condensed sandstorm forward. Impressive power, but you'll have to hit me first. Hardly had he released the sandstorm when Leia's voice echoed from behind. What? Lightning bolts coalesced into Leia's figure behind Crocodile. Black lightning armored fist. Before Crocodile could turn around, Leia's punch sent him hurtling out of the palace. Only by continuously sandifying in midair did he gradually slow his flight. Panting heavily, blood seeping from his wounds, Crocodile stared at Leia in disbelief. How can you be this strong? Damn it. This guy's speed was too fast. He couldn't even track his movements. He really was no ordinary vice admiral. Wary of Leia, Crocodile hesitated to make a move. You rely too heavily on your Logia powers. Even after elementalizing and moving through sand, lightning is faster. Leia's words cleared Crocodile's doubts. Of course, there was also King Luffy's devastating water attack that could instantaneously defeat him. As for Leia's speed, Crocodile genuinely had no solution at the moment. In that case, let's completely alter the terrain here. Corrosive Samsara. He first launched a desert great sword at Leia while his left hand transformed into a colossal sand blade appearing behind him, then pressed his right hand against the ground. Suddenly the entire interior of the palace began to shake violently, then crumbled, as if being corroded, collapsing into yellow sand and raising a massive dust storm. After Leia just dodged the sand blade with a flash step, he discovered the entire palace had collapsed and Crocodile was nowhere to be found. Using his spiritual perception, he discovered to his surprise that the sand crocodile had already fled beyond the city walls, disappearing into the wind-blown sand. Looks like I truly underestimated him. But Crocodile is pretty pathetic, getting defeated by Luffy, who just arrived at the Grand Line. Having finished speaking, Leia's figure flashed. Wherever he went, he pulled someone from the rubble. For the severely injured, he applied lightning treatment. He who could target Whitebeard and venture into the new world was indeed no weakling. Though he could not use Haki, his devil fruit ability development was top tier. Actually, with Leia's current speed, chasing him would be effortless. But the palace had collapsed and many people needed rescue. Although I'm not much of a good person, I still need to keep my promises. When Fujitora and the others arrived and saw the destroyed palace, they also hurried to help rescue the refugees. The course of events gradually slipped from Crocodile's control the moment Leia and his companions arrived. The palace was destroyed due to their battle, along with a series of consequences stemming from his occupation of the royal palace. The rebels, though still somewhat skeptical of the rumors from the capital, felt their resolve wavering. Furthermore, it was revealed that Baroque Works was under Crocodile's command, making things even worse for the Sand Crocodile. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly unpredictable. Boss, what should we do next? Unlike his other subordinates, Robin held a special position. Crocodile, needing her to decipher the poneglyphs related to Pluton, generally allowed her considerable latitude. But at this moment, Robin's words annoyed him immensely. Damn it, he wanted to know what to do too. Who was he supposed to ask? Looks like I have no choice but to use this method. While those Marines are busy rescuing civilians, I'll go directly capture Koza and interrogate him. Go notify Mr. 5 to gather people and prepare the explosives. Wait for my signal. With that, his body turned into quicksand and vanished, heading toward Jiaka and Cobra. However, at this moment, Leia received a call from Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what's the matter? I'm busy. If there's nothing important, I'll hang up first. There aren't enough doctors here. After speaking, he prepared to hang up and even tapped the shell of the Den Den Mushi. Wait, Leia. Don't hit it. My Den Den Mushi is about to run out of battery. Sengoku's furious roar came through the Den Den Mushi. Ever since promoting this kid to Vice Admiral, every phone call ended up angering him, and he hung up every single time. Who did he think he was? He was the Fleet Admiral of the Marines. And yet he was being hung up on not just once or twice. Okay, I forgot that Den Den Mushi can sync expressions. Enough, stop playing around. Listen to me carefully. Sengoku roared again, telling Leia to stop talking, for he was nearly driven mad by this kid. Based on the reports received, we just got notice from the world government to strip Crocodile of his warlord status. Vice Admiral Black Dragon of the Marine headquarters will be responsible for his arrest. Use lethal force if necessary. This must be the secret chamber that the Alabasta royal family has guarded through the ages, where the poneglyph is kept. Gazing at the cave opening amid the ruins before him, stretching into some unknown distance as if it had no end. By the time Leia made his way to the rear of the cave, he unexpectedly happened upon Crocodile and Robin just before they were about to bring Cobra into the secret chamber. Hello, Sand Crocodile. What a coincidence. We meet again. Leia approached them with a grin, offering a greeting, then turned to Cobra. Your Majesty, fear not. The people from the palace have all been rescued. Cobra was about to speak when Crocodile interrupted him. For some reason, the mere sight of Leia's face stirred a fire within his chest. Black Dragon, you're quite the persistent nuisance. It seems I must deal with you first before I can obtain what I want. Robin, take Cobra inside first. I'll be there shortly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Crocodile unleashed Desert Blade toward Leia. His body dissolved into sand, and in the next instant he reappeared behind Leia's right hand, reaching for his nape. Desert Jail. Desert Sunflower. Simultaneously, the earth cracked rapidly, and the ground beneath Leia's feet transformed into quicksand flowing like water. Black Dragon, be buried in the desert. However, his triumphant laughter quickly froze, because he discovered that not a single grain of sand had touched Leia's body, as though an invisible barrier surrounded him. Damn you. But Leia had no patience for further words. His figure vanished and reappeared beside him in an instant, delivering a powerful kick. Black Thunder armored violent kick. Thud. The fight was over. Lighting a cigar and taking a drag, Leia only then turned to regard Crocodile, who had been kicked into the crater below. Did you really think I'd compete with you in devil fruit abilities? Your weakness is far too obvious. By now the Sand Crocodile had fallen unconscious, and water continuously seeped from the entire crater. Exactly. Leia had secretly brought a small barrel of water when he arrived, and during the kick he sent both the man and the barrel flying together. Because his speed was virtually unstoppable against Crocodile, Leia did not need to carry large quantities of water like Luffy would. He only needed to seize the perfect moment for a single strike. After all, he never missed. Crocodile was somewhat weak for him now. Thinking this, he glanced at Crocodile once more. Old man, you'll spend the rest of your life in impel down from here on out. The follow-up work in Alabasta was left to professional investigators. At the Marine headquarters on the top floor of the main building, within Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. Sengoku stared at the Den Den Mushi before him, fury etched across his face as he slammed his palm onto the desk. Are you joking? You want me to directly appoint a stranger as a Marine Vice Admiral? Nearby, Zephyr sat impassively brewing tea, while Karasu, who had been about to leave, also took a seat with keen interest to hear Leia's report. Relax. Master Ichigoki's strength is no joke, roughly comparable to yours, I'd say. Sengoku, based on my understanding of Leia, if he says this person is strong, then he truly is. Besides, you should be grateful this person hasn't become a pirate. Zephyr was likewise astonished by Leia's words, someone possessing the strength of a fleet admiral and fortunately not a pirate. Karasa's voice suddenly rang out. As the chief of staff and the intellectual pillar of the older generation, she always offered sound advice at critical moments. Since this young one Leia has such high regard for him, just grant it. After all, it's not an admiral rank. It doesn't require the five elders' approval. Hearing both of them support the decision, Sengoku fell into contemplation, and after a moment his tone softened as he said, "Very well, I agree." Just as Sengoku was about to end the call, Leia's voice came through again. "By the way, Master Ichigoki's code name is Fujitora. WH. As for why, don't ask. Beep. Alright, Master Fujitora, let's return to HQ. Promotions to Rear Admiral and above must go through headquarters." Leia hung up on his superior once again. How wonderful. In Aliabarna at the palace ruins, due to the destruction, Cobra had temporarily set up a camp primarily used to store the palace belongings and treasures that had not yet been ruined. "Thank you, gentlemen of the Navy, for your assistance. We have finally driven away Warlord Crocodile. Now my people can live in peace. Otherwise, why would the Cobra family have voluntarily stepped down from the Celestial Dragons back then? That's the difference, understand." Regardless of whether it was performative or not, Leia felt Cobra had genuinely given his all for his people. Cobra looked at Leia and his companions with a smile. "This modest gift is but a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Seeing the several large boxes of berries Cobra produced, Leia and his companions couldn't help but roll their eyes. Was it really this straightforward? This was already the largest amount Cobra could spare. Even if 50 million berries wasn't much, it represented the nation's sincere gratitude. After all, Alabasta had been nearly drained dry by the sand crocodile over the past years. Leia looked at Cobra. This aging king nodded to him and told Naipo to accept the money. "Very well, Naipo, accept it." Seeing Leia agree, Cobra's smile widened even more. As long as Leia accepted, it meant their friendship had grown deeper. This would benefit both the nation's future and his daughter Vivi's eventual ascension to the throne. "I've also prepared a banquet for you all later to express my gratitude for your help." Upon hearing about the banquet, Naipo's eyes lit up, and she was about to respond, but a glance from Leia made her gracefully retreat. "You're too kind, Mr. Cobra. There's no need for a banquet. Someone will handle the aftermath, and we must depart." Cobra had wanted to insist further, but seeing the resolute look in Leia's eyes, he could only reluctantly say, "Then I wish Vice Admiral Black Dragon a safe journey. Let me see you off." After respectfully seeing them off beyond the city gates, Cobra stood motionless, watching their receding figures. At that moment, Vivi appeared, having somehow ridden her large duck in a hurry. "Father, is that person really Brother Leia? The one who saved me all those years ago?" Cobra turned and gave Vivi a doting smile. "Yes, he is indeed that Navy officer from back then." "Ah, then why didn't Father tell me earlier? I only just found out from Captain Garp. I haven't properly thanked Brother Leia yet. He saved me twice already, and this time, he even saved our nation." Cobra gazed at his daughter Vivi with a heavy heart, blaming his own incompetence for making his daughter seek a way to save their country. "Vivi, you've worked so hard, my daughter." With that, he gently embraced her. Then the father and daughter waited until they could no longer see the camels Leia and his companions rode before reluctantly returning. They still had much to do ahead, for the rebels remained. Cobra could only prove through time that he had never changed. He needed to treat his people with genuine care, convincing them he still loved them and believing that the nation would soon become better. A pirate vessel adorned with a sheep's head figurehead cut through the waves, gliding at a leisurely pace. The sails overhead rustled in the wind, and atop the skull figurehead rested a straw, had its expression as though sharing in a silent, joyous laughter alongside its owner. Yet this tranquil moment was shattered by a distinctly discontented female voice. "Why has the newspaper price gone up again? Can't you make it any cheaper?" An orange-haired young woman stood by the ship's railing, grumbling at the newsbird perched there, her brows knitting involuntarily. But with a newsbird, you could never haggle for a discount. Coo. Watching the bird act as though it would refuse to depart, without payment, Nami reluctantly pulled several berries from her chest and placed them unwillingly into its tiny pouch. "Sigh, it still feels far too expensive. If the price rises again next time, I absolutely will not buy it." After taking down a newspaper, she waved dismissively at the bird. Coo. Nami couldn't shake the feeling that the foul bird was mocking her, growing indignant. But having collected its coin, the bird spread its wings and soared toward the horizon, vanishing within moments. "Is it really worth making such a fuss over a few berries?" Zoro, doing push-ups nearby, asked in genuine bewilderment. "TCH, you cannot comprehend the weight of household expenses until you bear them yourself," Nami sighed helplessly. "But purchasing one daily, it compounds. The amount only grows." Zoro had long grown accustomed to Nami's miserly ways, yet he still found it hard to fathom. "The fishman Arlong has already been defeated. You need not hoard money anymore, do you?" Hearing the word "save money," Nami immediately planted her hands on her hips, turned to face the sea, and a radiant smile bloomed across her face. "It is precisely because of you irresponsible lot that I must save money properly. Otherwise one day, I won't even have the money to buy decent clothes. Meanwhile Usopp sat beside the orange tree paying no mind to those two troublemakers as he busied himself mixing pepper spray to craft his signature pepper bombs. What he failed to notice was a figure stealthily creeping toward the orange tree. This pepper spray is my carefully crafted masterpiece. Anyone struck by it will be kneeling before this great me. Just as Usopp was lost in fantasies of soon becoming the strongest person, suddenly, bonk, Luffy crashed squarely into him, splashing the pepper spray directly onto his face. My eyes are on fire. Though Usopp screamed loudly and ran wildly across the deck, they splendidly ignored him. They were long accustomed to it after all. Luffy looked aggrieved at Sanji, who stood clad in his signature black suit. I'm the captain, you know. Absolutely not. Sanji regarded his captain with an uncompromising expression, offering not an ounce of leniency. This is Miss Nami's orange tree. I will never permit you to destroy it. But the same man who had been so stern merely moments before suddenly transformed, his eyes melting into lovesick curves as he waved flirtatiously toward Nami. Nami, rest assured I shall guard this orange tree with love. Witnessing Sanji's antics, Nami responded with a sweet smile. Thank you, Sanji. For pity's sake, I merely wish to taste it. You are quite the stingy fellow, Sanji. Seeing Sanji prepare to camp out right there, Luffy could only stick his tongue out at him. No means no. Sanji's reply to Luffy's gluttony was resolute. We approach Lowtown shortly. I'm in a favorable mood, so I shall let you off this time. Luffy suddenly erupted into a carefree laugh, his spirits rising and falling as swiftly as the tides. As long as the temperature was temperate, the sea breeze would ever remain so invigorating. Leia now lounged upon a chair alongside Tina and Amy, savoring freshly squeezed juice thoroughly at his ease. Meanwhile, Tung, who was instructing Laite while Bo watched them nearby, lost in reverie. Bo, go inquire how long until we reach Lowtown. Upon hearing Leia's words, Bo instantly transformed from a daze into one brimming with energy. Very well, sir, I shall go at once. Since they were on vacation, and for Bo any excursion was a pleasure, he welcomed wholeheartedly. Tell them to accelerate. Should we arrive sooner, I will grant them a day of leave. Hearing this declaration, the other naval soldiers could hardly contain their cheers. Hail Vice Admiral Black Dragon. O Lord Leia. For these Navy servicemen whose days were consumed by missions upon the sea, free time beyond their scheduled holidays was a rarity. And frequently a single mission would keep them away from leave for months on end. Thus, even a solitary day off was treasured. Bo quickly sprinted back to report to Leia. Sir, the navigator reports that at our current speed we shall arrive within a week at most. Understood. Urge them to hasten. Do not concern yourself with fuel consumption. Leia's public reason for traveling to Lowtown was vacation and to visit Smoker, but in truth he yearned to witness the iconic scene. Since returning from Alabasta, Leia had taken Tung, who to the New World's G1 branch swapped shifts with Akainu and presided over the G1 branch for over half a year. It was not only because Leia's strength was sufficient, but also because Sengoku needed to evaluate Tung, who personally, which is why he had sent both of them to the New World. Over these past half years, the name of Vice Admiral Tung, who, of the Navy headquarters, had captured the world's attention. What made those pirates uncomfortable was that this man was scarcely weaker than Black Dragon. Even Akainu, who had initially opposed the appointment, gradually accepted it upon noticing the Navy's morale was higher than ever before. For a time, the Navy's prestige had never been higher. 1 week later, Lowtown, also known as the Town of Beginnings and Endings, because this was Roger's birthplace and execution site, symbolizing the dawn of an era. Many pirates came here at least once. However, in recent years, with the addition of the White Hunter garrisoned here, they had been forced to exercise restraint, daring not act openly. After all, the White Hunter was no pushover. As a Logia-type user, he was practically invincible here save for certain exceptional individuals. Have Luffy and the others arrived yet? Gazing upon the small sheep-hulled vessel going merry, Leia's heart grew somewhat wistful. He was finally about to meet Luffy, the protagonist. Tina is puzzled. Is there something particular about that ship? Having been by Leia's side for several years, Tina was intimately attuned to his emotional state. It was evident that Leia's gaze upon such a charming vessel was driven by more than mere curiosity. Another meaning lingered in his eyes. Never mind, let us descend first. Soon Leia suppressed his emotions, spoke softly, and led the way down from the thunder vessel. Laite brought up the rear, could not resist looking back, cast a thoughtful glance at the small ship, and brushed his fingers along the hilt of the sword at his waist. Lord Leio appears particularly attentive to that pirate ship. I wonder who its proprietor might be. Though Luffy and his companions had concealed their pirate flag, Laite still readily identified it as a pirate vessel. Tung, who had just disembarked, observed that Leia's pulse had quickened considerably. This gave him slight surprise. For one who had faced the strongest warriors beneath the 4 emperors in the New World without any stir of excitement. Was it due to that pirate ship from just now? If Leia were aware of Tung, whose thoughts at this very moment, he would undoubtedly mount a reprimand. The protagonist, the Straw Hat crew in the flesh. He merely wondered how many of his punches they could currently withstand. Moreover, Dragon should also be present here at this juncture. He had yet to lay eyes upon this enigmatic revolutionary army leader. Though Dragon's visit was merely to observe Luffy, he was nevertheless a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. By the nature of their respective alignments, should the two cross paths, a confrontation was all but inevitable. I simply wonder just how formidable you truly are. At the knife shop in Lobetown, Zoro's expression darkened as he stared at the blades on the counter. He picked up the price tag and examined it carefully. Why are these so expensive? Damn it. He patted his empty wallet and hesitated, wondering whether to borrow money from Nami. But then he suddenly remembered what she had said. Want to borrow money? Of course you're welcome to come to me anytime. But when it comes time to repay, you'll need to pay back 3 times the amount. Oh, and don't forget the interest. It was as if he could already see Nami standing before him, wearing a demon's grin. Zoro quickly shook his head vigorously and muttered to himself, no way, that woman is too vicious. If I borrow money from her, I'll be ruined. But how was he supposed to afford this sword? As the saying goes, even a trifle can defeat a hero, and that was precisely Zoro's predicament at that moment. Just as he was pondering how he might gather the funds to buy the sword, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he spotted a young woman with short black hair and glasses, her path blocked by a group of thuggish men. It was rather rude of me to bring him back. Hearing this, the thugs grew even more enraged, their hatred burning fierce enough to kill the woman standing before them. Shut your trap, you filthy woman. This is all that monster's fault for taking our boss away. Since you're his subordinate, we'll use you as ransom for him. Facing their provocation, Tashigi merely adjusted her glasses with a calm expression. Shouldn't you be at work? What's so great about being thugs anyway? Save your breath. We're definitely going to catch you today. Tashigi looked at the chattering group with a hint of helplessness. Fine, I suppose I'll have to deal with you first. TCH, you're just one woman. All of you attack. Several men wielding various weapons, even a pair of small scissors, charged toward Tashigi. TSK. Zoro made an annoyed sound as though the words had struck a chord deep within him. Yet before he could even move, the girl who appeared so dizzy moved with remarkable agility. Her blade slightly drawn, several thugs had already fallen to the ground. The sudden contrast drew gasps from the onlookers. She's amazing. That lady. Yes, so strong. Tashigi, who had maintained her composure, blushed and smiled at them. But the moment she turned around, she tripped and fell flat on the ground. Zoro stared dumbfounded at the fallen girl, but quickly recovered, helping her up and retrieving her glasses. Are you alright? These are your EY. His words were cut off by an abrupt voice. Tashigi, where is Smoker now? Hearing this, Zoro turned around in confusion to see 6 people approaching slowly with a young man leading them. Dressed in casual attire for their travels, Ray and his companions strolled forward. Noticing the startled green-haired swordsman, Ray smiled and greeted him. Nice to meet you, Roronoa Zoro. How did he know my name? Zoro grew wary. They had just arrived in Lobetown and stood on the precipice of entering the Grand Line, a critical juncture that demanded caution. Do you know me? Zoro, typically reliable aside from his terrible sense of direction, was not fooled by Ray's benign appearance. His right hand rested on his sword hilt as he asked calmly. Ray. Observing the still somewhat inexperienced Zoro, Ray softly spoke his name. Ray. The name was unfamiliar, yet it seemed as though he had heard it somewhere before. Then do you need something? Ray. He relaxed slightly, but remained vigilant. Not only did the man before him exude an aura of danger, but those behind him as well. Nothing. I simply wish to see this special swordsman with my own eyes. Tashigi stepped between the two, breaking the awkward tension. Thank you, but my glasses. Tashigi strained to focus her eyes, but she simply could not see them clearly. Everything was a blur. Oh, here you go. Zoro finally remembered her glasses were still in his hand and hurried to hand them over. But when he looked at the girl's face, clearly he froze in shock and the glasses slipped from his fingers. Clatter. Staring at Tashigi, whose features were nearly identical to Kuina's, his heart trembled uncontrollably. Though Tashigi saw only blurs, she was not blind nor deaf. My glasses. You went too far. This person is awful. Could he have intentionally broken her glasses? Facing the girl's indignation, Zoro panicked, his hands and feet unsure of where to place themselves. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ray and the others watched their exchange with amusement. Tina quietly tugged at Ray's sleeve. Ray, why do I get the feeling you came here specifically to find them? And weren't those small boats at the harbor his as well? Brilliant, as ever, genius, Tina. Seeing the others turn to look at him after Tina's words, Ray remained composed. No, you're overthinking it. Look, they're at it again. Tina blinked without showing emotion, curious in her heart about what made this person so special. My glasses are very, very expensive. Therefore, please compensate me. Tashigi stared directly at Zoro. Meanwhile, the second mate of the Straw Hat Pirates thought of his empty pockets, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I have no money. Sighing helplessly, Tashigi leaned closer and gazed blankly at Zoro before her. Ignoring his evasive gaze, she began to scold him word by word. Just by looking at you, I can tell you haven't eaten in days, have you? And is it because your wife ran off that you're broke? Picking up the sword from the ground, Tashiji called out to Zoro, come with me. If you have no money, you can work for me as compensation. Glancing back at the dawdling Zoro, Tashiji frowned and called out loudly, what are you waiting for? Keep up. What was wrong with this person? If he had no money, he could simply go to the branch and do odd jobs for a few days. Alright. Seeing no other choice, Zoro resignedly followed her. What the green-haired swordsman did not realize was that she was leading him to the marine branch, not a regular restaurant. Even if he had gone, his identity would have been discovered, immediately forcing him to flee. Thus Tashiji's demand for compensation for the glasses was something Zoro simply could not escape. Smoker had just stepped out of the tavern when a naval soldier ran over and saluted him. Colonel Smoker, shall we send someone to deal with the execution platform? Smoker, a cigar clamped between his teeth, took a deep drag. Thinking of what the Straw Hat Kid had said at the harbor, he resolved to check that place out himself. Addressing the soldier's words somewhat absent-mindedly, he replied, no need. I'm sufficient on my own. In just a moment's time he arrived at Lowtown. Staring at Luffy on the execution platform, a grim expression crossed Smoker's face. Straw Hat Kid, get down from there. You're under arrest. The guy had earned the reputation as the EC's most notorious pirate, so Smoker needed to stay serious. Although he didn't believe the opponent could truly match him. But up on the execution platform, Luffy merely made a face at him and stuck out his tongue. Naya. Absolutely not. Smoker's forehead vein twitched, his expression darkening as he drew his weapon Tenjiku and roared toward Luffy above. Straw Hat, I'm telling you to stop resisting right now. As he spoke, half his body transformed into white smoke, and he shot upward in an instant. Watching the strange smoke attack, Luffy twisted his hips to dodge, but inadvertently stepped into empty air. With a loud cry, he plummeted to the ground. Smoker retracted the smoke and lit a cigar as he watched the grimacing Luffy ahead. As long as I'm here, I won't let a pirate as dangerous as you set foot on the Grand Line. Bang! Watching Luffy fall to the ground, once again Smoker appreciated his spirit. That unyielding nature was almost identical to the pirate king of those years past, carrying that same fearless aura, defying death itself. But those boastful words spilling from his mouth. Pure arrogance. Staring at the thoroughly beaten Luffy before him, Smoker drew a deep breath and spoke gravely, Pirate King. Stop spouting nonsense. I'll keep you trapped in Lowtown, you who can't even enter the Grand Line. At Smoker's mockery, Luffy did not counter. He simply rose silently and struck a combat stance again. Although this strange smoke user was difficult to fight, there was no way he would give up. About boasting. If you don't try, how would anyone know? Luffy spoke these words to himself as if answering Smoker and broke into a wide grin. Seeing the other's carefree and utterly confident demeanor, even Smoker was momentarily taken aback. But in an instant his anger flared anew, his grip on his weapon tightening fiercely. A man so ambitious. That made it even more impossible to let him enter the Grand Line. Catch this gum whip. Luffy suddenly shouted, tensing his entire body before whipping his right leg backward. Then his legs stretched dramatically, wrapping around the pillar of the execution platform. Luffy's previously fiery expression suddenly changed as a powerful recoil snapped back. Noticing Smoker's darkened expression across from him, he hastily explained, I didn't mean to Eska. P. And then beneath the watchful eyes of all the onlookers he flew into the sky and vanished at the horizon. Luffy's faint voice drifted into the bewildered Smoker's ears, sorry. Just where did this oddball come from? Meanwhile, Zoro followed Tashiji into an unremarkable sword shop. Tashiji examined the slightly curved blade radiating an eerie aura, let out a soft hum, and pulled out her notebook to inspect it closely. The blade is narrow with significant curvature and flame-patterned graying. It really is Usandai Kitetsu. Hearing the name of this sword beside her, Zoro also wore a serious expression. A cursed blade, huh? But it was far too expensive. It seemed he would have to borrow money from that woman after all. After asking the shopkeeper for the price, Tashiji also touched her empty pockets with regret and gave up on the thought of buying it now. Rhea and the others also arrived at this shop. Wright's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at the dejected Zoro and the cursed blade. You really want that sword, do it? Rhea walked over to them, while speaking, looking at Zoro with a smile. What do you mean? Zoro felt Rhea was strange. He simply could not read this person. Just use this sword to fight the person behind me once, and I'll give it to you. Pointing at Wright behind him, Rhea smiled gently. Wright neither objected nor agreed to Rhea's words. He simply grasped Sakuya, the blade at his waist, stepped forward, and looked at Zoro expressionlessly. Come, draw your sword, and let me see what makes you special. Hearing this challenge from a fellow swordsman before him, how could Zoro refuse? Although it was strange that this person was gifting him a sword, he would simply need to be cautious. Picking up Kitetsu from the table, he rested the blade at his waist, and after stepping outside with Wright, they exchanged a swordsman's salute. Please advise me. Then taking a deep breath, Zoro maintained his composure and launched his attack. Onijai Wright. His figure blurred, and a massive black slash appeared. Wright closed his eyes, hearing the howling of the sword energy, and swung his blade. Within a 3-foot radius around him, everything was within his grasp, II style, extreme water. Amidst the flashing sword light, a silver flow of water blocked Zoro's strike. Then to Zoro's astonishment, a silver arc like flowing water flew toward him in an instant, making him feel there was truly no way to dodge. However, even with the added power of Kitetsu, Zoro only possessed 2 swords at this point, and had not yet reached the pinnacle of 3-sword style. Moreover, he was still relatively inexperienced. But as expected of Zoro, his dual swords intertwined like wind, striking in a chaotic flurry, his momentum as fierce as a demon. On a gyrite. Feeling the wound on his chest still throbbed faintly. This was a promise made with that man constantly driving him forward. Clang! The 3 swords collided, and for an instant metal rang out. Zoro's expression drastically changed. Feeling the force transmitted from his opponent, veins bulged on his arms, and he gritted his teeth. He glared fiercely at Right. Damn it. Another monster. Encountering Mihawk earlier was one thing. He was the world's greatest swordsman, but now randomly encountering someone so strong. Good. Hold firm. Seeing the resolute figure of this swordsman before him, Right seemed to glimpse his former self. But you are not yet qualified, Right thought. His arm flickered and black lotus-shaped, sword energy blossomed around him, further enhancing his killing intent. Invisible ripples dispersed from between the two toward all directions, causing Zoro's sword momentum to inevitably falter for a moment. Swordsman, it is over. Right spoke gravely. Bang. Even though Zoro defended with all his might, his opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming, and he was knocked flying by a single strike, crashing into the wall of the sword shop. What's happening? Tashigi, who had been dumbfounded watching their duel, screamed and covered her mouth in shock. Stop right now. In Lobetown, you are not allowed to injure people. Saying that, he moved to block Lei's path. Leia looked at the dumbfounded girl before him speechlessly. Had she not come to her senses yet? I already told you that I know Smoker. Even if you don't understand the situation, you should at least be on my side. Stay put, Tashigi. This doesn't concern you. Without caring what Tashigi wanted to say next, Lei's right hand flickered, and a faint current of electricity fell upon her, spreading throughout her entire body. Of course, he had no intention of killing her. The current's intensity was precisely controlled, enough to paralyze her body, but no more. The constant circulation of electricity made Tashigi uneasy, her limbs going weak. Why can't I move? My body is numb. What is this? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't move an inch. The current harmed her not at all, it only numbed her entire body, rendering her immobile. Cough, cough, cough. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It's incredibly powerful. I've never seen anything like it. Zoro, who had always been nursing injuries from before, was now gravely wounded by Lei's blow, his face extraordinarily pale. Leaning against the wall, he pushed himself free with a burst of effort, his aura wavering uncertainly. You're a pirate, aren't you? Lei twirled the Sakura Q in his hand, studying him with a thoughtful expression. Since Lord Leia had not ordered him to hold back, it meant capturing him was acceptable. Though they were on vacation, their factions stood opposed, and as a Marine, Lei felt he could not simply look the other way. Hearing this, Zoro frowned, regarding his opponent with growing seriousness. You're Marines? Though phrased as a question, his expression was already tightening, as though he had already confirmed their identity. Yes, I am Rear Admiral Lei of the Marines headquarters, and also Vice Admiral Leia's adjutant. Seeing that Leia did not object, Lei was willing to let his opponent know exactly who was coming for him. At the mention of Vice Admiral Leia, Zoro's expression remained relatively calm. So Leia is a Marine Vice Admiral. Combined with this Rear Admiral, I might not be able to defeat either of them. This is trouble. But at that moment, Tashigi, who was immobilized at their side, heard that title and suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Leia beside her with disbelief. Your Vice Admiral Leia? The Black Dragon Vice Admiral that Smoker is always talking about. However, thinking back on her earlier behavior, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She had actually sided with pirates and nearly come to blows with them. Black Dragon Vice Admiral. I see. Your target is clearly not me. It must be the captain. Hearing the word Black Dragon, Zoro finally recalled why the name Leia had sounded familiar. Among the Vice Admirals of the Marines headquarters, he was certainly among the most formidable. During his years as a pirate hunter, Zoro had frequently heard his name. But so what? Gathering his aura once more, Zoro's eyes revealed a dangerous edge tempered with a resolve to fight to the death. He knew that among this group he could barely manage one Rear Admiral, let alone a Black Dragon Vice Admiral, not to mention the old man leaning on a cane with a perpetual gentle smile. That man certainly didn't look like an ordinary person, so Zoro had no intention of attempting to flee, mainly because escape was impossible. If you insist on viewing it that way, you're not wrong. I merely came to check on that elderly gentleman's grandson and see if I could bring you all in to join the Marines. Leia explained to Zoro in a rather kindly manner. After all, he was Garp's grandson. With that scatterbrained temperament of his, even becoming a pirate was hardly surprising. If it weren't for them wreaking havoc at Eni's lobby and angering the world government, Garp would likely have forcibly dragged Luffy away himself back when they were in Water 7. During his time at headquarters, Leia had heard from that old man many times, Garp constantly muttering about when he could go beat up Shanks to vent his grievance over his grandson being led astray. You? What nonsense are you spouting? As Zoro spoke, his aura grew fainter, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Yet even so, his eyes shone unusually bright, his tone heavy with unyielding conviction. If you want to take the captain, you'll have to go through my dead body. Yes, you may be stronger than me, but I cannot pretend I didn't hear those words. His sword path would never admit defeat. This was a promise he had made with her. Before he became the world's greatest swordsman, his sword would never know surrender. That vow and those words from back then echoed in his ears once more. How could he retreat now? This battle could only end in victory. Defeat was unthinkable. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Zoro's mouth as he gripped his two swords, his resolute figure appearing almost tragic. Beneath his headband, his gaze was more resolute than ever, countless flames burning fiercely within. If you want to harm the captain, you'll have to go through my dead body. No need to get so worked up, no need. I won't kill your captain. If I did this, East Blue would cease to exist. Nor do I wish to invite trouble from those people. After all, right now, there was a dragon watching over this place. Observing Zoro's death-defying stance, Leia's eyebrow twitched. What the hell? What's with all this excitement? I'm not trying to kill your captain, so why are you so worked up? Cut the chatter. Flash. Zoro held his dual blades horizontally, his speed surging suddenly, as he shot past Late and slashed toward Leia. Of course, Late could have intercepted him, but Leia used his heart net to signal that it was unnecessary. Leia smiled faintly. Facing the two blades slashing horizontally at him, he simply raised one hand. A hand wreathed in black armament hockey fused with crackling lightning. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Though shocked that his opponent could catch his technique with bare hands, Zoro quickly composed himself, adopting the mindset of a true warrior. Tornado! As the opponent grappled with him, the moment Shimitsura withdrew, a razor-sharp storm of sword chi surged skyward. Watching the Leia before him enveloped by his own sword chi storm with apparent ease, Zoro felt something was off, though a hint of relief stirred in his chest. Now it was their turn. Just as he prepared to turn and face Leia's companions, his body suddenly stiffened. Before his eyes, the sword chi storm was extinguished by an invisible force swallowed whole, as if into a black hole, revealing Leia entirely unharmed. TCH. Though his lips refused to yield, Zoro was honest enough to step away from his original position, putting distance between himself and Leia as he watched warily. My turn then. Thunderstorm kick. Leia suddenly appeared before Zoro, lightning flashing along his leg, his speed so great that his enemy could not react in time. Watching the terrifying leg wreathed in thunder draw ever closer, the unwillingness in Zoro's eyes was about to become tangible. Luffy, I'm sorry. I won't have the chance to lift you to the throne of the Pirate King. Before his eyes, the image of Kana standing beneath the moonlight in their childhood surfaced. Zoro silently parted his lips. I broke my promise. On the coastline of Raftal, Leia knelt on one knee, his chest heaving violently. His marine coat lay in tattered ruins, scorched wounds marring his exposed skin. Above, clouds churned darkly and lightning sliced through the heavens, yet thunder never followed. The man had swallowed all sound. Teehee. Lightning brat, your abilities mean nothing before my dark fruit. Marshal D. Teach stood 20 meters away, arms spread wide in triumphant laughter. A cruel grin spread across his face, the scar over his right eye twisting grotesquely as shadows writhed around him like living tendrils, devouring light and sound in their wake. Leia clenched his teeth and gripped the God of Thunder spear. The weapon, forged from pure lightning, had grown dim, mirroring the energy draining from his body. The sounds of battle echoed from behind. Sophia's flames erupted among Blackbeard's crew. Kid's mechanical arms screeched under strain, and Law's room was steadily shrinking. Captain, Sophia's voice cut through the chaos. We can't hold out much longer. Leia didn't look back. He knew every companion was fighting to the death. 3 years ago, they'd set sail from Skypiea with just 5 people and a small boat. Now, standing on the shores of the final island, they faced off against one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard, for the One Piece. Fate was truly ironic. He'd once only sought that legendary treasure to prove himself stronger than Enel. A dark tendril lashed out suddenly, and Leia instinctively transformed into lightning to dodge, but found his movement half a beat slower than usual. Blackbeard's dark fruit was interfering with his Logia transformation. Useless. Blackbeard sneered as more darkness rose from the ground. On Raftal, devil fruit abilities are suppressed, but my dark fruit can devour everything. Darkness coiled around Leia's left leg, searing pain forcing him to his knees. This wasn't ordinary injury. Every cell felt as though it were being torn apart. He remembered the decisive battle against Enel 3 years past. The man who called himself a god had once filled him with the same despair. You thought eating the rumble fruit would make you invincible. Enel's voice echoed in his memory. The true nature of lightning isn't destruction, it's life. Life. Leia froze. All along he'd treated the rumble fruit merely as a weapon, for battle destruction conquest. But the ancient murals he'd seen on Skypiea, the inscriptions chronicling that great kingdom's history and Roger's final message, all pointed to the same truth. The will of D is liberation, Leia whispered. Blackbeard's fist wreathed in vibration waves came crashing down. Leia barely raised the God of Thunder spear to block, but the terrifying impact sent him flying dozens of meters, smashing through boulders in his path. Blood sprayed from his lips, staining the lightning tattoo on his chest. Tee-hee. What liberation, what dreams. In this ocean, power is everything. Blackbeard strode forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet from the Gura no Mi's power. That fool Roger found the One Piece, but lacked the courage to claim it. Whitebeard guarded the secret till his dying breath. But today all of this belongs to Marshal D. Teach. Leia struggled to rise, his vision blurring from blood loss. He saw Sophia backed into a corner by Karubi Kid's mechanical arm ripped clean off by Burgess Law's chest pierced by Van Augur's bullet. His companions fell one by one, just as the residents of God's Island had perished at Enel's hands. No, it can't end here. A faint spark of electricity crackled from Leia's fingertips. Blackbeard loomed over him. Give it up, kid. Hand over the poneglyph rubbings, and I'll make it quick. Leia laughed, suddenly blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Teach. You'll never understand why Roger chose to die. Shut up. Blackbeard raised his foot in fury, dark energy coalescing beneath it. Die. Just then Leia closed his eyes. Instead of fighting the darkness's erosion, he sank his consciousness deeper into himself. There he saw it. Countless tiny sparks of electricity leaping between cells, the most fundamental energy of life, the vibration that birthed all things. Lightning is life. Blackbeard's foot slammed down, and the entire island shuddered. As the dust cleared where he'd expected gore and broken flesh, there stood, instead, a human-shaped figure wreathed in pure, dazzling lightning. What a... Blackbeard staggered back 2 steps in shock. Impossible. Fruit awakenings should be suppressed on Raftal. The lightning gradually condensed into Leia's form, but this version was utterly transformed. His body fully elemental blue-white electricity streaming from his eyes, his hair dancing like living lightning. This was no ordinary lightning. It was primal electricity infused with the energy of life. Thank you, Teach. Leia's voice resonated strangely. If not for your darkness, I would never have touched the true essence of the rumble fruit. Blackbeard roared and unleashed even more darkness, but this time the lightning refused to be devoured. Instead, the electric radiance emanating from Leia pierced through the darkness like dawn breaking through eternal night. Dark water. Blackbeard frantically waved his arms, attempting to absorb the lightning, but realized these bolts were no longer mere fruit abilities. They had merged with Leia's very life force beyond his power to strip away. Leia slowly raised his hand, and a beam of pure white lightning descended from the heavens. Not to strike Blackbeard, but to fragment into countless tiny sparks that fell upon each of his fallen comrades. Sophia's eyes snapped open as flames reignited in her palms. Kid's severed mechanical arm was reforged by lightning. Ulaw's wounds healed before their eyes. Every member of the Leia pirates rose to their feet, faint electricity dancing around them. This is... Law stared at his hands in shock. Life returned. No, this is something greater. Leia's voice echoed in each of their minds. Comrades, this is the final battle. Seeing the tide turn, Blackbeard immediately activated his Gura no Mi. The air shattered like glass as a colossal vibration wave surged toward them. Leia neither dodged nor retreated, transforming his body into a bolt of lightning that met the attack head-on. When the two forces collided, all of Raftal trembled. The sea surged backward, the sky split asunder, and even the red hair pirates watching from afar were forced to retreat. Beckman, Shanks held on to his straw hat, buffeted by the wild wind. It seems the new era is arriving ahead of schedule. At the center of the battlefield, Leia broke through the vibration wave barrier and punched Blackbeard squarely in the stomach. Pure lightning energy surged into his body, and Blackbeard emitted an inhuman scream as his darkness and vibration powers went haywire within him. Impossible. I am the chosen one. Blackbeard fell to his knees, black smoke pouring from his orifices. Leia reverted to his human form, exhausted yet resolute. No one is chosen, Teach. The one Roger waited for, the future Whitebeard believed in, never belonged to a single person. It belonged to the will of everyone in this era. Blackbeard opened his mouth to speak, but froze, eyes widening as he stared past Leia. That's... Leia turned and saw the massive stone gate at Raftal's center slowly opening, brilliant light cascading from within. After 8 centuries of secrecy, the truth that no one had witnessed, and the secret that made Roger laugh, was finally revealed to the world. Sophia limped over to Leia. Captain, is that the One Piece? Leia said softly, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, I should say its possibility. As they stepped into the light, they saw not mountains of treasure, but a vast device. a communication system capable of connecting the entire world alongside the original poneglyphs bearing the complete truth of the blank century. Leia finally understood why Roger had laughed and why he'd ignited the Great Pirate Era. I see. Law traced the ancient inscriptions. Jake C. Poipoos didn't leave behind wealth, but freedom. Leia continued, to let all people know the truth to connect the entire world. That is the will of D. 3 months later in Mary Geos. The world government's flag was taken down, replaced by a new banner adorned with intertwined straw hats and lightning. Standing atop the ruins, Leia held the ancient device blueprints he'd brought from Raftal. Are you really going to do this? Sophia asked. This is far more troublesome than becoming Pirate King. Leia smiled, gazing toward the horizon. Creating a free sea that connects all islands. That's the dream Roger couldn't fulfill. In the sky, storm clouds parted and a single ray of sunlight pierced through the haze, touching each face. The dawn of a new era had finally arrived.